Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I got that right turn, we're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, return, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
Make your days count. Create new stories. Keep track of your pack. Go after adventure. Go crawl every rock. Conquer your playground. Explore every route. Go further. Go faster. Don't ever miss out.
Get ready to witness the power, speed, and adrenaline of off-road racing at its finest. Today, we bring you the heart-pounding action from the Baja 400, where raw horsepower meets rugged terrain in an ultimate battle. Under the scorching sun of Baja, California, engines roar to life as these massive vehicles thunder into action. The Baja 400 has attracted a lineup of fearless drivers and crews worldwide, ready to tackle the relentless 384.66-mile course. Through sandy deserts, rocky paths, and unexpected twists, these racers charge forward with unwavering determination. Tireless suspension systems absorb the punishing blows of the rugged landscape as drivers navigate hairpin turns and steep drops. Each second on the track demands split-second decisions, showcasing their skill as they control these monstrous machines with precision and finesse. From above, the trucks carve a path through the unforgiving terrain, leaving a trail of dust and excitement in their wake. A symphony of horsepower and technique, a sight to behold as they conquer the wild landscape. It's a breathtaking display of power and control, a testament to both the trucks and the drivers behind the wheel. The Baja 400 off-road race isn't just a competition. It's a showcase of human determination and engineering marvels. These drivers, these daredevils of the dirt, have conquered nature's challenges and pushed the boundaries of what's possible. The battle continues here with the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels. Good morning and welcome to the K&N SCORE Baja 400 presented by VP Racing Fuels, along with this live stream broadcast brought to you by BF Goodrich Tires. I'm Brandon Johnson and I'll be your host covering all the exhilarating off-road action happening down in Ensenada. With me today, legendary SCORE motorcycle racing champion and 5-time Hall of Famer, Scott Harden. Great to see you, bud.
Great to be here.
And also to my left, we've got providing expert commentary, fellow SCORE class champ 5 times across 40 and 50 pro motor classes, John Griffin. Gentlemen, it's on. We're about an hour or so into this competition right now. The bikes are flying. How are we looking so far today, guys?
Well, it's looking like a great race. We've got the 3X and the 1X are going back and forth, and then the 11X is not far behind. So it's been a great battle so far. Those guys started about 6 o'clock, so about an hour and a half in, and it's still anybody's race.
Yeah, there just looks like the lead bikes are just coming up on K78. They're closing in on the first section of the course. I mean, we heard there was quite a bit of fog this morning.
Right.
Some of the copters and stuff are down in Ensenada. They're just trying to get them up and off the ground. But, you know, with fog means a lot of challenges, especially on a bike in the dust. So it's going to be some interesting stories. We've had some developments. Dayton Meyer, who was first off the road, had some sort of problem. We're not sure what, if he went down or had a technical problem. But he's dropped back quite a ways. But the race for the overall is really shaping up to be another good one like we had at the 500.
Right. Hey, you know, just a little second ago, we saw starting line down there. It's, you know, sun's up, everything's coming, but you're talking about the difficulty of that shift of it's dark, it's night, let alone having to deal with fog, and then they move into light and, you know, visor selection. Talk to us a little bit about the prep involved and being able to think on your feet.
Well, the hardest thing to do, you have to make a million decisions when you ride this race, but I mean, what goggles to select, who's starting the event, your strategy involved with all of that. Yeah. But starting in the fog like that, you're getting a layer of mist on your goggles and then a layer of dust over the top. It's the worst of all possible conditions. It's like somebody standing there with a mud machine just hosing you down as you go along. Plus, you're riding into the sun. Yeah. Now, a lot of these guys are going to have to battle. They've been heading east out of Ensenada all the way. Now, pretty soon they're going to start heading south and the sun will be up. But riding into that sun, this is really a tricky time of day. Very easy to make a mistake, very easy to lose concentration, go off the road, miss a turn. A lot of challenges right now these guys are dealing with.
John, going into the 400, how does excuse me, how does one kind of prepare for something like this? We know it's at stake. We want to get great placement for the Baja 1000. We want to be safe, etc. But how do you prepare for something like this as a racer yourself?
Well, I would say that a lot of times you're hoping that your physical condition is good. You've been riding, you've been practicing. The 400 is a little bit shorter, so as far as the sections go, some of these guys, we're looking at the K&N team, the K&N team. They have four or five riders on their bike,
right? Which
they might be using extra riders for this race just to kind of test them to see how they're going to work, because they might want to use them for the Baja 1000.
Right.
Now, a team with that young and healthy probably could do this race with just 2 guys. But my guess is they're probably, again, putting some people on the bikes so that they can see how they handle the situation and how they like the conditions. So that's a preparation. And then another thing that they might do for this race, because it's a little shorter, is potentially not as many wheel changes, tire changes. So some guys might even go the whole race on one set of tires, never changing a front. Other teams might be changing at least the rear once. Depends on how hard you're riding the bike or the age classes. I know for us on the 50 Pro class, we just run the whole race on one set of tires, and the rear tires might be kind of worn at the end, but it wasn't worth the 2 minutes or a minute and a half to stop and get a rear wheel. So some of those things come into play for this race.
Strategy is key. All right, to your point, let's go down right now, if we can get onto a kind of a live tracker that we have on my computer. And gentlemen, let's take a look at what do we see here. We got Kieran here. We got Arturo
Salas. John, maybe it's a good time to bring up some information about the lags.
And it just refreshed, too.
That's right. That's right. So you just saw the 11X jump from that corner all the way up there. And so now we're looking at it, and it says 1 minute ago. And then if you mouse over that one, so 13X just popped in 0 minutes ago. So all you fans at home, that's one thing to keep in mind where they're at on the track, is sometimes these things ping quickly, other times they take a long time. So I always look at how many minutes ago, and then also the mile per hour. One of the things that we always worry about is if it says 0 miles per hour. Then that usually means your rider is stopped.
So for example, 1X, which is being shown just under 102X, hasn't pinged for 7 minutes now. So that clearly isn't his position on the course. He's probably much further ahead, more likely up right behind the lead
7 minute delay.
Yeah, 7 minute delay there. So just a note for you guys at home that are following the live tracking, always look and see when they last refreshed. That'll give you a better understanding of where they actually are on the course, and you can kind of interpret from that. Eventually it'll catch up and you'll get them in the right position. But again, we're under the impression that 1X is right on the tail of 3X right now, and should be right in there. And again with 11X,
it's 2 minutes ago, and here's Kieran at 0. So they're off. They're flying.
Yep. And then if you're fancy to do some math, you can kind of figure out at 45 miles an hour, if that's 7 minutes, okay, that's going to be about 3.5 miles. So he's really 3.5 miles ahead of where he's at. So then you look at the mileage of the other guys. So these things a lot of us do when we're sitting at a hotel room waiting for our bike to come many hours away from us, and we're trying to figure out, are we in the lead, are we behind? And so that's something that other racers do on a team, and occupy their time to keep up that nervous energy.
We can see now the bugles getting set, and the sounds of Ensenada about to come alive in a little bit. Guys, let's go back to actually just before you even arrive. Where are you at mentally before you're going into a race? I mean, it's one thing to stand at the start line and you watch the 3-2-1 green, off you go. Scott, we were chatting a little bit earlier this morning about preparation and how one prepares for what you're about to do. Talk us through that.
Well, there's no doubt about this is an extremely demanding sport. One of the toughest sports there is on earth, especially on 2 wheels. These guys have been preparing for this race for months. But literally, what's really boiled down, all the preparations, the strategy, the selection of the riders, everything that goes into it, prepping the race bike. But starting about a week or 2 ago, it got really serious for these guys as they loaded to go down to Mexico for the actual event. Pre-running the course, learning their lines, learning the course, making sure that they know exactly where to go. They aren't practicing. They're getting themselves tuned in for the actual race. They may pre-run each section 2 or 3 times or 4 times. I used to pre-run my sections 4 times minimum before I raced, and each time at a progressively faster pace, so that I was almost emulating race speed by the time that I got done. Everything's got to go in place, all the stuff that lead up to the race. Literally, there's a little bit of a lull before the storm on tech day when you can kind of take it in and take a deep breath. But for a rider, you're using that time. You're hydrating. You're making sure your diet plan program is in place, that you've been, fueling your body properly. And then there's probably that long sleepless night right before the start, and I've had many of those where you just lay there in bed in a semi-sleep because you have to get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and you're getting ready for the race.
I think you had one last night with some rowdy neighbors in the hotel.
That's a different story. But I guess this is a culmination of a major effort that these guys are going through, and this is the third race in the series that they're investing in, and the Granddaddy's coming up. So all of this work is leading up to something else. We've got a hell of a points battle going on right now. There's a lot at stake here. That 1X plate is highly coveted, plus all the championships and all the other classes. There's a lot of pressure going on today because what happens today is going to set the tone for maybe your whole season.
Wow. Major opportunities could happen. Make or break. And John, let's get into the importance of points and how it can go. It can make or break. You got to start, you got to finish. But if something happens in the middle, we got problems.
Yeah, that's right. The way SCORE does the points is a little bit different than many of the other race series where it's just based on your finish alone. So SCORE offers some starting points. So for instance, at this race, the team might get 25 points to start the race. There's also finishing points. So to finish the race, you would get potentially 50 points, and that can vary. The San Felipe 250 has a little bit less starting and finishing points because it's a shorter race. So the longer races carry more points. The Baja 1000 carries a maximum amount of points to start and then to finish. So then they have finishing position points. So if your team finishes, let's say there was 5 teams, you might get 15 points to finish in first. The team that finishes in second might be 12 points. So if both teams, first and second, start and finish, you really only gain 3 points on them. So what that means at the end of the day is if you win every race all season long and your other team gets second all season long, but you go to the Baja 1000 and you break and don't finish, you do not win the title. Because you've only gained potentially 9 points over the first 3 races, and that evaporates when you lose the 50 finishing points at the Baja 1000. So the way that this set up is Baja 1000 really means a lot.
Right.
It's the Granddaddy, and this year it's a tip race, so that's going to be even more exciting.
You guys really illustrate just the compression, Scott. You were talking about how these races just start to compress and compress. The stakes get higher and higher.
The pressure bounces and mounts and mounts. We go along. A quick update. Looks like 3X and 1X are on the at K78 there, going down the highway, and they're almost side by side. It looks like going down that controlled zone speed there, going back into the dirt there. So my goodness,
wasting no time.
Wasting no time, and Chavo's on a mission. He's had a rough year this year. Things haven't quite gone his way. Some technical problems at San Felipe. Not quite the ride he was looking for at the 500 for the defending champ. I think he's on a mission to kind of reset the order today of, why he's running that #1 plate. But here we have Solace is in the mix, and the Eric Holt team. The top 4 bikes are all within shouting distance of each other.
Yeah, and my guess is that the 3X team, with as many riders as they have, they probably swapped the riders. So they pulled over and stopped. Somebody gets on, someone gets off, gets on. And so other teams might have less guys, might just keep on going all the way to maybe Valley T before they're going to swap. So, yeah, it's definitely in the mix. Another thing that's always interesting is that street section. So there's no dust, and you can see the rear tail light. And so as a racer, you get on and you're like, oh, I see the rider. And so it's really good motivation. You're like, they're right there, they're right there. And so now you're super fired up, ready to go into the next section. Sometimes the guys that are in the lead might even look behind and see a headlight behind them or another bike behind them. Usually there's some pit crew there at this corner to say how close they are behind. So it's exciting for the fans, it's exciting for the racers, because sometimes when you're out in the middle of the desert, you don't know. You don't know whether you got a big lead or not unless someone's told you. And if you've ridden for an hour, you might not know. And now they're back to knowing exactly how far away they are. And now the intensity's on, and these guys are going to be going for it.
John, you mentioned the fans. Quick thing to all our fans watching right now, too. If you guys got some great pictures or some really cool videos, live updates, tag @Score International on Instagram, and we'll try to feather those in throughout the competition today. That would be really cool to see what you guys are seeing. And then to your point about Race Mile 190 and Valley T there, we got cameras there. So hopefully, if all goes well, we might be able to capture some live bikes zipping through there in a little bit.
Yeah, or definitely the cars and trucks when they leave the line. We'll have those guys up as well. Just some other notes real quick here. The 300X team is up there leading Class 30. They look like they're putting in a good ride. They're in contention for the overall as well. Maybe not quite the pace as the Pro and Limited guys, but definitely putting in a good ride. And then there's a battle for the Pro Ironman class as well.
Yeah.
2 or 3 guys that are competing for that as well. Brandon Wright, Kurt Stever, and Edgar Cota. There's a few guys in there that are shaping up to be a really good race. Gosh, it's just so early here. It's
the anticipation.
Yeah, the anticipation, right. Yeah.
Gentlemen, are there any kind of new young guns or young blood that you... Oh, pause. We're going down. Ensenada right now. Here we go.
Y el gobierno federal mexicano, en coordinación con SCORE Internacional, les damos la más cordial bienvenida a esta 4ª edición de la K&N SCORE Baja 400 presentada por BP Racing Fuels. Good morning, everybody. It's race time. On behalf of the municipal government of Ensenada, the state government of Baja California, the Mexican federal government, in coordination with SCORE International, we want to welcome all of you to the K&N 4th edition of the SCORE Baja 400 presented by BP Racing Fuels. A continuación vamos a proceder a rendir honores a nuestro lábaro patrio, para lo cual contamos esta mañana con la presencia de la banda de guerra y escolta de la Dirección de Seguridad Pública de Ensenada. And now we will proceed to honor the flag of Mexico. Today we are accompanied by the honor guard and flag of the Ensenada Direction of Security. Adelante, por favor. Please proceed. Y ahora escuchemos el himno nacional mexicano. Adelante. Y ahora escuchemos el himno de los Estados Unidos de América. And now we will hear the national anthem of the United States of America.
So just a little bit ago, John, we were chatting about how fantastic it is that Mexico, Ensenada, and Baja allows this to happen, and how they've really embraced it, and it's become such an incredible cultural event, and we're very grateful to be getting to do what we're doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing as racers to go down in Baja, and Scott's been doing it since the 70s, and I was probably the late 70s going down to watch races and then later start racing. But just to see how the people of Baja embrace the score racing and the fans that come out, and now many Mexicans that are racing in the series that are winning the races and competing in trophy trucks. I mean, these trophy trucks aren't cheap, and the fans being able to fully participate. But this is like their kind of like the Baja 1000, I would say, is like their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And you'll be in the middle of the desert where there's nothing, and suddenly there's a
retirar nuestro lábaro patrio.
Out there ready to watch the race, and bands and all sorts of things going on.
I think to your point as well, I mean, Baja is such a generational experience, and it happens. It's passed down. Scott, you mentioned competing with your son.
Yeah.
And we have got tons of families that are involved, and it's really special.
When we first went down there, it was obviously a bunch of Americans going down there to race in a foreign country, and the excitement and the cultural differences and stuff. Some of my best moments of my life were spent in Baja. The people were always so hospitable and so welcoming and everything. But what's great to see is how the Mexicans have embraced the sport themselves. Now they're competing, and for the last 10, 15, 20 years, you start looking at the class winners, and especially in the motorcycle classes, and some of the top guys are Latin riders, Latin descent. I mean, there are really, really serious teams out there. The Ortiz brothers, the Chavo from Bolivia, but I mean, you look Arturo Salas. I mean, look who's dominating the sport right now.
Yeah.
It's Mexican riders. Hats off to those guys. I mean, they've taken the sport that was something that they watched on the sidelines, and they've made it their own. And now they're dominating certain sections.
And there's competitors from all over the world that are coming here.
Obviously, it's Baja.
That's right. That's right.
Back in the day, I mean, before Dakar, I mean, Baja was the king of off-road racing. I still personally think it's the king of off-road racing. The Baja 1000 is still the most prestigious off-road event in the world, in my opinion. But it's something that you have to have in your hat as a racer to say that you've won in Baja in order to really have a full career.
It's like a rite of passage.
It's a rite of passage. And today, some of those guys are going to fulfill that dream.
Amen.
De Ensenada. Despidámoslos con un fuerte aplauso. We want to thank the color guard and band of the security direction of the city of Ensenada for accompanying us this morning. Well, we are happy to receive many special guests this morning for our fourth edition of the Score Baja 400. Queremos agradecer la presencia de personalidades que nos acompañan esta mañana con motivo de la cuarta.
So we just got word that we've got some really cool social. You guys heard what we were talking about as far as social media. As of now, the only woman competitor on the course, Eva Hernandez. We got some really cool shots of her from our social. Let's take a look.
Right.
That's so cool.
That's cool.
Look at her. It takes a little bit of precision and patience and all that stuff. Okay, let's go down to the track. Let's do a live update and see what is going on right now. Current leaderboard, Pro Moto Unlimited class. We got Kieran in first, Arturo Salas in second, Juan Carlos Salvatierra in third, Eric Holt in fourth, Adrian Ortiz in fifth, and Dayton Meyer in sixth.
Yeah, that must be corrected time, obviously. So
yeah, well, let's go down to the map. Let's take a look here on the map and see what we see thus far. We'll get a live update here. Let me just move around a bit more. And we got these guys up here. That's a minute ago. They're blasting up here.
Yep, so they're kind of on a base of a ridge of a hill, kind of a mountain there. Yep. And so it's fairly hard-packed roads, dirt roads and stuff in there, and pretty dusty. Yeah. So when you are close, like we're seeing 11X right behind the 1X Arturo Salas.
They're on top of each other, right?
Yeah, and then so in that area, it's fairly higher speed in the 40-mile-an-hour to 50-mile-an-hour, and then occasionally get some tight corners or some sections with some rocks and things.
Yeah.
So it's something that you want to be able to see. So the 3X is enjoying that clear air right now and not having too many things in front of them. So that's going to help. And the 11X and 1X are probably having some dicey moments.
Chomping at the heels there. You know, we'll get into like maybe the overall map look in a little bit, but are there any sections in here, guys, where you're waiting to get to where you're just going to hammer, you're just going to blast, or things could dramatically change?
This is a good section for passing out here. This is going up towards Santa Catarina and down towards Nuevo Junction. It's more open up there. There's some braided roads and stuff that are all kind of weaved together right next to each other that you can kind of get just off to just get out from behind, directly behind the guy, still, you know, staying on the course. But there's a lot of stuff right through here that that is open terrain, so there's no fog out here most likely. Sun's up. Usually there's a little bit of a breeze, especially early in the morning. So this is a great section here to maybe do some passing and stuff as you head down to. It's a little bit more harder pack.
Okay.
So it isn't just that flowing silt-like dust and everything. So there's a lot of stuff going on here. I'm looking at 300X down there. The Yano Montoya team's putting in a hell of a ride. Up there mixing it up already with some of the unlimited bikes. That's impressive.
There's Holt.
Yeah.
So Holt's he's got a little bit of time to make up.
The other thing that they have in this section is some mesas and some hills where you actually get to see off in the distance, so you can see dust. And so as a Baja racer, one of the things you're always looking for is looking ahead to see if there's dust, because it makes you excited, gives you energy, gives you motivation that you're catching someone. And so when you can see someone in the distance and it really get the chomp between your bit between your teeth and go for it.
Hammered down. Alrighty. So we're going to go now to a live stream schedule. Take a look at that. Here's what we got coming up. Obviously, our moto race started 5:30. Bright and, well, actually it wasn't so bright, was it? It was a little dark. And then 8:15 a.m. we got the four-wheel vehicle. Well, they'll start 2:30, projected first moto finish, followed by at 4:30 by the projected first four-wheel vehicle finish. And certainly on Sunday, 3:30 a.m. finish line will close for our 16-hour time limit. So, lots of race left to go. Any predictions, gentlemen, so far? Anything can change, but
I predict pain. Some
there
pain
is
will
some
happen
pain
today.
There is certainly some pain.
A little bit of blood, sweat, and tears will be exerted out there on the course today, but hopefully everyone safe. Praying for everyone to have a good, clean, safe ride.
Was there any, while you guys were out there, was there any particular Baja 400 that stands out? You guys have done so many races, but is there any particular Baja 400 that was either near or dear to your heart?
Well, for me, I didn't get a chance to race it. The Baja 400 is a relatively new event. It's only been going for now 5 or 6 years, I think. My last Baja 500 was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
It seems like it's the perfect event for the SCORE series in the calendar. The timing of the event, when it comes this time of year, September, they had a big hole in the calendar from June all the way to November. This is perfect for, I think, SCORE, what they're trying to do. Gives reasons from the sponsors more of a reason to be engaged. It just makes sense. I think a 4-race series for SCORE and Baja is perfect, and I'm really glad to see this event added.
Love it. Well, we're in the third race of 2023, but let's take a minute here and see how we actually got here. We'll take a look back at the Battle of Baja 500. Let's check it out. The BF Goodrich Tires 55th SCORE Baja 500 attracted some of the finest drivers and teams in the off-road racing community. The race began with a flurry of engines roaring to life as competitors sped off into the desert, kicking up massive dust clouds in their wake. From the get-go, it was clear that the Baja 500 would be a battle of wits, skill, and sheer determination. In the trophy truck class, SCORE San Felipe 250 winner Luke McMillan led off the race, followed by hometown favorite Alan Impudia in second position, and Bryce Menzies starting in third. Menzies passed Impudia, who was having issues that eventually put him out of the race, then gradually worked his way around defending SCORE overall and SCORE trophy truck point champion Luke McMillan. After pushing his truck to catch up with McMillan, who appeared to be slowing down, Menzies got by McMillan and had clean air as he cruised through the bombastic Baja terrain to earn his 9th career SCORE Trophy race win and his 4th overall and SCORE Trophy truck victory in the SCORE Baja 500. Luke McMillan battled back after downtime and ended up finishing 6th overall. In one of the most competitive motorcycle battles in recent SCORE history, 3 teams in the Pro Moto Unlimited class battle each other for most of the race, exchanging leads physically several times. Winning the overall motorcycle for the 2nd straight year and the first time as rider of record of his race team was Arturo Salas Jr., with another young gun, Clayton Roberts. The talented new duo covered the blistering course in a penalty-free ride. Third place among the motorcycle competitors, Karen Narin and his 4-rider team who won this year's SCORE San Felipe 250. Defeating 61 UTVs in 5 different classes and 20 in his class alone, Brock Heger was the overall UTV and Pro UTV Open. He won the UTV overall by nearly 15 minutes. The class win gives the new Polaris factory team 2 straight wins in the Pro UTV Open, as team principal Craig Scanlon won the class in San Felipe. Gustavo Vidosela Sr. was 9th overall and won his SCORE TT Legend class for SCORE trophy truck drivers over 50 years old. Vidosela won all 4 2022 races and has continued his streak by winning the first 2 so far in 2023. Jason McNeil scored the top finish in the Baja 500 Trophy Truck Spec class and has moved up to lead the points in Trophy Truck Spec, but also is the SCORE overall point leader midway through the 2023 SCORE World Desert Championship. McNeil drives the number 234 in the class with the largest number of entries so far this season. He has a total of 268 points after the first 2 races of the season. The Baja 500 showcased some truly unforgettable performances. Let's celebrate the victors, honor the resilience of every racer, and celebrate the spirit of off-road racing. But the stage is set as we move to more heart-pounding action and unforgettable moments in the thrilling world of off-road racing as we start the second half of 2023 SCORE World Desert Championship Racing with the K&N SCORE Baja 400 presented by VP Racing Fuels. Well, the 500 was such a fantastic race. Great weather. We still got some great weather here. You know, do you guys feel Vidosela Sr. is going to take yet another victory? This guy's unstoppable this year. You know, he's in a legend class for a reason.
He is. Well, he's got a good partner there with RJ,
right.
Rick Johnson. Let's not forget. So they seem to be a pretty formidable team in that class, for sure.
For sure. So moving forward here, as we get into the bikes so far, Scott, you were making a really great point about Ortiz.
Yeah, so Ortiz, I mean, when you really look at it, there's 4 bikes right now battling for the overall, and Ortiz is right in that mix as well. You go a little bit further back in there, we've got Steve Abrams, the first on the road in the limited class, you know, putting in a heck of a ride. Those guys are very competitive. And what's really shocking is the 1A, the first quad, Nicholas Velez. I mean, those guys are animals. I mean, I'm so impressed with the quad guys. I mean, they're like riding 2 motorcycles at the same time. I hate to tell you that. Those things aren't designed for the wheelbases and everything for the courses down in Baja, and yet they seem to put in some really hot times. Velez has really come up through the motorcycles. He's out there. He's cleared K78. He's looks like he's maybe the 6th or 7th vehicle on the road overall. It's pretty impressive.
It is. I would say that the ATVs down in Mexico also, the popularity is amazing because there's a lot of fans that just love the quads, maybe more so than in America.
That's starting to swell.
It's massive. So those guys just, there's a lot of young guys that ride them, and they're admired and respected. And I'll tell you, as a racer, when they pass me, which they often do because they often start all the ATV pros from behind, which is why they have to be even better because they're actually passing through the dust to make their way up front. But those machines, they have a lot more tire to the ground contact patches. So when they get on the brakes, they can actually stop. So on all these fire road type sections where it's smooth and flat, they can really tear it up. And by the way, they make more dust than anybody's business. It's not as bad as a trophy truck, but it's really bad. So when they pass you, you just cannot see anything.
Keep your fingers crossed.
No, I mean, the over 40 class, those 3 guys are having a heck of a race. They're all practically within sight of each other. The Ironman Pro class, there's some great racing going on there. As I look back through the whole thing, class 50, class 60, I mean, this is sportsman classes and stuff. They're all tightly grouped together. I mean, boy, it's just barely started. You know, this race is, it's like, this is like the first lap of a 5-lap race, you know, that's going on right now.
Well, we're not far away from the green flag flapping away, but until then, let's take a look at this year's Baja 400 course map. Let's see if we can pull that up and take a deeper dive. Actually, it's a video.
Let's take a look at that exceptionally stunning Baja Peninsula course and see what the world's best desert racers will be battling. The course runs in a clockwise direction, out of and back to the start-finish line compound in Ensenada. At a total distance of just over 384 miles of rugged Baja California terrain, the competitors will start in the gorgeous historic downtown Ensenada. Our drivers will begin their contest by heading out towards Ojos Negros. Crisscrossing Highway 3, they will traverse south, then east on into Santa Catarina. Racers will head south through rocky terrain and rejoin Highway 3 once more before Valle Trinidad for a speed zone. Just after race mile 123, we have the BF Goodrich Pit 1, where drivers will stop for some fuel. The course heads further south, where drivers will accelerate and thunder towards Mike's Sky Rancho. They will head up through Leandro Valle before heading west, past race mile 180. The course has one physical checkpoint at race mile 222 at Llano, Colorado. Continuing down Highway 1 through the speed zone, drivers will turn off the highway before race mile 240 and head out towards the coast. As they turn north, racers will stop off at race mile 244 for the BF Goodrich Pit 2 to refuel and prepare for the final third of the race. Past Erindira, the drivers will take on the magnificently beautiful stretch of beach more than 10 miles along the coast of the Pacific Ocean. For the final 100-mile stretch, the race heads north through Urupan and we go back over the mountains, returning once again through Ojos Negros before we head into town, for what will truly be a spectacular finish of the race.
All right, we're going to jump to race mile 92 right now. We got the first racer coming through. You can see some of that dust. We know somebody's there. Any minute now, more than likely.
Yeah, 92, that's going to be out there near Nuevo Junction, huh? Don't you think, John? Somewhere's in that area. Like you said, with the mesas where you can maybe get a glimpse of what's ahead of you a little bit there. Yeah, and it looks like more than one bike for sure, or more than one vehicle coming through there.
It's kind of hanging in the air there, so not a lot of breeze, not a lot of wind.
Looking so in the helicopter.
You
got a like Andy's out there.
So it looks like Andy, Andy got up in the air, I would imagine.
Hello, Andy.
Well, I can't say enough of what SCORE is doing and how much that helicopter means to motorcycle racers out there, the amount of safety it provides and coverage it gives us.
For sure.
That's something that is really has been I applaud SCORE immensely for the investment they put into that. Not only can they cover the race with it, but they have medical support if somebody gets hurt. They can alert riders if there's a problem on the course ahead. There's just all sorts of things that thing represents. So Thanks to SCORE. And everybody
Thanks to
involved.
SCORE, thanks to BF Goodrich, VP Racing Fuels, K&N. You know, I mean, each competition that we're seeing in 2023, we're so grateful to have an incredible crew that is bringing us perspectives from vistas that most people never ever get to see. And again, the addition of social media, now we can incorporate the fans, and they're sending us some really cool stuff. So again, everybody, if you're out there, at SCORE International on the Instagram, send it in. We'd love to see what you're seeing, and keep the camaraderie going here. It is a team effort. It takes a village.
Oh, it does. It's hard to tell here. I'm trying to see if they're coming towards us. I imagine they're coming towards us or going away.
I hope so.
So they end up going up on the left, up over the mountain ridge, and then they come down on the right. So that little dust, they're going down to the right, and then it loops around, and it's going to get closer to where they're at. There's a concrete road that runs up to an observatory, pretty close to where this camera is probably positioned, and so they're going to come across that road. So I imagine they'll be coming towards the right of the camera.
Okay.
But one of the things that SCORE uses a helicopter for is they'll actually fly just in front of the first bike. And so they'll go a half mile away in front of the bike and then look for cars that are in the road.
Right.
So a lot of times the fans are trying to get into position.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's people that are maybe not fans, they're just ranchers that are coming out of the ranch in the morning to go to the store or something.
Sure.
And they'll be on the road. So the helicopter may lower down, get above them, use their loudspeaker or something to try to shoot them off the road to get them out of the way so the lead bike doesn't end up having to ride around or hit a car. So they do a lot of protection like that and clearing the way and making them aware that there's a race going on and there's some riders that are headed their direction.
And it's not just pedestrians or vehicles, it can be animals. I know there was a moment last year, Bryce Menzies for a minute had a horse in front of him for a while.
Yeah.
You got to keep your eyes open.
That's right.
It's, I've had the blessing to lead some of these races overall and be the first vehicle on the road, and it was without that alert, I can't tell you how many times I'd come around a corner, there'd be a car coming the other way where I'd have to straighten up or dodge or a cow, a herd of cows or horses or whatever. This is huge what's going on right now, and it's one of the reasons why we haven't had a major incident here in quite a while. I'm knocking on wood. SCORE does a tremendous job with it. Look, we got dust here coming, getting closer, just like John said.
There we go.
There's, I would imagine, Andy Kirker in the SCORE helicopter. First bike should be coming by any moment now, and it should be Karen.
It should be Karen.
3X.
Yep. Let's see what we got.
That looks like Nuevo Junction out there to me, John.
Yeah.
For that area.
Any second here.
Yeah, and for you fans at home, if you haven't ever been to a Baja race, you definitely need to come down to Baja and watch. You can actually get positioned next to the track. You can bring your tent. You can camp. You can bring your family. So that's what happens. Is it's a family sport because everyone brings their families down. You can. Here we go.
All right, I'm going to put the stopwatch on them here and see how far we have to the next bike.
Look at that.
That's definitely Kieran Niren.
Yeah.
Their team.
Yep. Well, we got the stopwatch going here, John. Let's see where we got back to the next bike.
We should have the 1X coming in real shortly with the Carlos Salvatierra team.
Yeah, notice the dust just hanging there.
It just sits there.
Sits there.
And it could be the 11X as well, because the last time they pinged was 2 minutes ago. So the 1X and 11X are neck and neck. So we'll have to look as close as we can to see which team it is. We might see two in our shot.
Well, 11X started in front of 1X.
Yep.
So if 1X comes through, he's got a huge advantage. That means he's gotten around him somehow. But let's wait and see here.
Juan Carlos just pinged. He's 88.9 mile mark. Oh, no, just changed.
Yeah.
Take that back.
Yeah.
Well, we're 1 minute. One minute.
He's at 88.
1 minute gap here since Kieran went by. So we'll keep the stopwatch going and see where they are.
A little bit about Kieran, a newcomer to the Baja races. He's found himself in first place so far. This has come off a back-to-back of two top three finishes in the 250 and the 500. He's going to have to stave off Holt and Salvatierra in the next two races in order to keep that first position.
Yeah,
looks like he's doing it so far.
Well, he's got 206 points. He's 16 points ahead of Eric Holt, who's currently in second, and then Chavo, who's just 2 more points behind that, 18 points out of the lead. So let's John explained in the points and the way SCORE does the point situation. This thing's up for grabs. This thing's going to go down in the last race, no doubt. But
Yes.
Kieran's definitely been the most solid rider so far this year. Most consistent, without question.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minute gap right now.
Would love to get a hot mic of Andy up there and get a little play-by-play of what he sees too. You know, that would be really cool. Patch in sometime.
Yeah.
Well, and this the strategy of the Kieran Niren team of having 4 or 5 riders.
Yeah.
You know, there's our next rider.
Oh, here we go.
Looks like the 11X possibly.
Slightly pixelated.
Is that 11X or what?
I thought I saw 2 digits on there. Their transponder hasn't pinged, and here's the next one.
Wow, look how close they are.
And I think that's the 1X.
I mean, that's
they
about,
normally run a headlight.
Yeah.
What do you think? Maybe 6 seconds?
6 back. So it was 2:30 back. So if it was Arturo Salas 11X, they are ahead. Well, I take it back. They are not. They started 1 minute behind Kieran Niren. They're about a minute and a half behind on an elapsed time. Kieran Niren is leading by about a minute and a half over Arturo Salas, and then more like 2.5 minutes or more, 2 minutes 40 seconds over Chavo on corrected time at the 92-mile mark. So, interesting development. Still really close.
Yes, and the Eric Holt team, the 15X team, is going to be our next in line there for the action. So
for sure.
This is basically an 8-hour race for these guys. Roughly, they'll average about 50 miles an hour at this race, 50, 51, something like that. So they're going to be on the bike, or their teams will be on the bike. Those bikes will be running consistently for 8 hours. And there's no bike changes here. There's only rider changes. So the SCORE puts a little paint mark on your engine so that you can't change your engine, you can't change the frame during the race. So that one machine has to make the distance. So if it breaks, you got to fix it, or you're done.
So we are coming up here on the trophy trucks. Let's take a look here at the qualifying final results. Paul Wheel in first, truck 46, Tavo Vidosala in second, Alan Impudia in third, Luke McMillan fourth, Harley Lentner in fifth, Bryce Menzies sixth, Chris Polvardi in seventh, Dan McMillan in in eighth, and ninth, Eric Husted, and then followed by Tim Herbst in 10th. So big gap, 6:43 at the top, down 7:10 at the bottom for Herbst. There's some room there for these guys to put the hammer down again.
Well, as we know, Toby Price was actually in the Paul Wheel truck for the qualifying and was the driver at that time. So Toby put in a hell of a qualifying lap. So good for him. He's been on the gas this year. He's had some technical issues at some of the races, but if he keeps it all together, he's going to be hard to beat. He's definitely knocking on the door.
Yeah,
and
he's very exciting to watch.
Yeah, and for you fans at home, Toby Price is a motorcycle rider. So us guys are motorcycle fans. Scott and I, of course, riders. And Toby Price is a famous Red Bull KTM racer. Has won the Dakar Championship. So is insanely talented on 2 wheels. And so like Larry Rosler, the king of Baja, starting on 2 wheels and then moving to the 4 wheels, they have, I think, some advantages on being able to read the terrain.
Sure.
Because on a 2-wheeler, if you don't read the terrain, you end up in a ditch and you're injured. So with age comes a cage. So Toby's moving into the trophy truck. Also, if you're talented enough like he is, you get the opportunity to drive a really high-end race vehicle like that. So he made the most of it. To me, the qualifying was pretty interesting because some of those guys, boy, they took all the risks.
They sure did.
They have to have that same truck used 2 days later for this race because the qualifying was just 2 days ago.
All right.
So I'm sure all the crew chiefs were just gnawing at their fingertips and their
they may
fingernails.
still have fingernails left. We don't know.
Yes, like don't ruin the truck right before the race because we have to rebuild it.
Sure. And that's that fine line when it comes to qualifying is like how hard are you going to push your truck? But I need it tomorrow. You know,
it's got to be good to go tomorrow. You look at that field there, those top 10 guys that you said there, any one of those guys could win this race. Plus there's a bunch more guys in the next 10, Rossler and Cameron Steele, and the list just goes on and on, all the top guys that are in this event. I mean, the trophy truck class is loaded at this event. It's to win this thing, you're really going to have to earn it. So Luke McMillan, he's been on a roll this year. Him and Bryce have kind of been going back and forth.
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Looks like in a minute here we'll shoot down to Rat and see start of race in Ensenada.
Yeah, it definitely looks like there we go.
Okay.
I'm going to bet
Truck
that
46.
Toby's going to be starting.
Score trophy truck, locked and loaded and ready to kick it off here. Nothing like some horsepower in the morning. You walking down the line and you look and you see all the determination and focus in all of these drivers' eyes as they get ready to venture off into battle, and Toby Price is on course. Second to the line in our second qualifier here in Thursday's qualifying just outside of Ensenada out of Mexicali, sponsored by Mexican Logistics, Branix, Toyo Tire, Mastercraft, Freightliner, Baja Designs, King Shocks, Borla, Method, Howe, Ibach, and Telcel. Let's hear for 21, Tavo Vildosola. Third off the line, another Mexican national out of Ensenada, driving for Toyo Tires, Monster Energy, La Familia, KMC Wheels, RPI, and Baja Designs. This is number 10, Alan Ampudia. And third off the line, your 2022 SCORE World Desert Champion in the SCORE Trophy Truck Division. He's out of El Cajon, driving for DLM Properties, Four-Wheel Parts, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, VP Racing Fuels, SDG Suspension, and Fox. Number 1, Luke McMillan. And fourth on the line out of New Braunfels, Texas, driving a Herb Smith Fab SCORE Trophy truck, number 70, Harley Lettner. Kevin Thompson is the driver record. He's taking this race off. You are able to drop one race, but Harley's going to be out here doing the driving duties for him, and he's going green. This next driver up needs no introduction. He's out of Las Vegas, Nevada, driving for Red Bull, Toyo Tires, Amsoil, Polaris, Fox, Baja Designs, KMC, and PCI. Number 7, Bryce Menzies. Up next, he's out of Hemet, California, driving for Optima Batteries, Ford Performance, Steal It, VP Racing Fuels, Vision Wheels, FK Rod Ends, number 91, Christopher Pulvordi. He's going to be driving 2 trucks out here, going for that qualifying, but he's in the SCORE TTs. Pulvordi is on course. Out of El Cajon, California, driving for DLM Properties, Four-Wheel Parts, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, SDG Suspension, Fox, and VP Racing Fuels, keeping that rocket ship going fast. Number 23, Dan McMillan.
X are still on top of each other.
Yeah.
Looks like the 11X is probably ahead.
And trail ready wheels,
So
number 38, Eric Husted.
Oh.
You see that focus in his eyes? That's what I was talking about. If you don't have a few butterflies on the starting line, you're not ready to win, and these are some of the top drivers in the world. They're all ready to win in Houston.
quick little hiccup
Terrible
there,
Hertz,
but
Monster
fantastic
Energy.
to see these trophy trucks off and running.
That Hertz Smith Fab built SCORE trophy truck, number 19, Tim Hertz. Our next driver up, they call him the GOAT. He drives for BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels, Fox Shocks, VP Fuels, KC Highlights, Mechanics Gear, FK Rod Ends, Croyer, Impact, Cartech, PCI, Howe, and Brembo. Number 11, the legend, Rob McCachran. Our next driver up drives for Red Bull, Toyo Tires, AMS Oil, Polaris, Fox, Baja Designs, KMC, and PCI Race Radios. He's back for some action. Number 31 out of Encinitas, California, Andy McMillan.
So this is a trophy truck and trophy spec together.
So off they go. We are underway here in the Baja 400, but to that point, Thursday was an action-packed day for all of us. We got to see trophy trucks, legends, spec trucks tear up the terrain for qualifying and for their positioning in today's race. So let's take a look at how the Baja 400 qualifying went. We'll bring that up in a bit here. So we got all the trucks ready to go. They got about 5 miles to lay it down.
That's a 5-mile course out near Ojos. I'm sure the guys all appreciate you getting a chance to earn their spot on the starting grid rather than have to draw for it.
We saw Bryce kick it off there. We'll come back in a little bit here. You know, Bryce had some trouble off the gate, and that probably affected why he's in position 6 today.
Yeah, I
that
heard
video
that
will be coming up at the end of this.
I saw a comment from him on social media where he had said that he went through one of the huge G outs and I guess landed hard enough that it somehow affected his brakes, and so then he didn't have very many brakes. But you can see this terrain.
Yeah.
It's difficult. It's challenging, and they were pushing it. So they're all trying to get this #1 spot for clean air and not being the dust. But look at the dust behind these trucks and how you can't see what you're doing. So you can imagine if you were starting in the top 3 group or #1, you'd have a much more successful opportunity for smooth sailing and hitting your lines instead of that going through a tree.
Look at it. It's getting sideways. Boom. You know?
Now it's like Cameron, no? Oh.
We got a truck down.
Yeah, somebody down here in the middle of the course.
Yeah. Again, that qualifying, they were going for it and taking chances and risks. And again, to me, you look at some of the maybe seasons guy like Larry Rosler and Rob Mack and stuff that didn't qualify that well. Because in my mind, they're using a little more wisdom of like, I don't want to throw it away.
Oh, here's Bryce Menzies.
And break my machine 2 days before the race.
For sure. So this is from Bryce, and this is where he's breaking down, where he had some adjustments on the brakes that just weren't there. And, of course, a little help from Mr.
Looks
Perry.
like Ace Ventura there. All right, I like it.
Helping out, but yeah, that's kind of what it's like being inside those trucks at that speed, man. Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see how Bryce, champ of 500 coming in. He's got something to prove here in the 400.
Still 6th even with those problems. I mean, I bet he's pretty happy with how it turned out compared to what might have happened with those problems. 6th isn't a bad place to be on the road. I'm noticing, I'm really kind of impressed with Abdali Lopez and Jason McNeil in the trophy truck spec rigs, up in the top 10, 8th and 9th off the row, going against the trophy trucks. A good drive from those guys. In fact, the trophy truck specs are very well represented inside the top 20 of qualifying yesterday with a half a dozen or more different trucks.
Yeah, and that spec class, they limit the engine horsepower. So they're all running a same spec engine.
Same power.
But they do have some pretty capable chassis and so forth. So They're starting to get to the point where 1,200 horsepower or 1,300 horsepower might be more than enough or too much. So a spec engine that might be more like 800 horsepower is probably very competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gus Gillisolo looks like was the top TT Legends again.
Mikey Lawrence ready to hit the road. Gets the green flag. Be cool to hear that roar off the line too.
Yeah, Mikey's 32 on the road, going to be 32 on the road to this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And you see them all, most of them are packaging. It's interesting to me to look at the trucks, see how they package all the important equipment.
Yep.
So you see the tires. One guy has the 2 tires in the back vertically. The other one has them stacked horizontally. And then they'll have a jack to jack the truck up if they get a flat tire. So often in this race, especially the Baja 400, because it's through the mountains and it's not as much desert floor stuff. So there's rocks, there's ridges. You saw that truck slide off into the tree.
Yep.
That's what most of the course is, and there's usually huge boulders and things. So they blow the tire off the bead, even though they have these things called bead lockers that try to lock the tire to the rim to keep them from going flat. But they'll have to, if they run into the rock, they blow the tire off the bead to get a flat, and then their co-driver has to jump out, put the jack under there, lift it up, change the wheel, use a gun, do all this kind of thing. So it's
no pressure.
No pressure, yes. And the driver just sits there and relaxes and yells at the guy to hurry up.
Hurry up, hurry up. Those 40-inch tires, how much do those guys weigh individually?
Well, I think that they're probably, I would imagine, about 100 pounds or something with
and they're just
with the whole wheel.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we like to hear.
Definitely not for the faint of heart.
Yeah,
for sure.
Now, when we talked about the vertical position of these in the rear, as opposed to them just being more horizontal, could that potentially be a strategy as far as weight distribution and how that weight in the back helps grip for as opposed to a 4-wheel drive, a 2-wheel drive truck? I'm just guessing that there's got to be some sort of science in it all.
Well,
strategy.
Yeah, certainly there's the different teams, so they have their fuel tank back in that area as well.
Right.
And so some of them will run different size fuel tanks, so some of them go farther distances between gas stops, but most of them are using BFG, so they all have to get about the same kind of mileage. But I would say that with the tires vertically, it's easier to get one off. So like if you get a flat halfway through the race, the way that packages down with the stack of 2, you're now going to have to take one off and then figure out a way to fasten down the lower tire.
Right.
And then the top teams like a McMillan, when they get a flat, they'll just leave the wheel behind.
Yeah.
They will, even though it might be a $1,000 wheel, tire, rim combo pack, that just stays beside the truck, and they don't worry about it. They just hop in and go.
Yeah. Well, certainly our sponsor, BF Goodrich, is happy to supply as many tires as they need.
Oh, I imagine, yeah. And the cost of the doing business to run a race down here and have a truck that's a $600,000 or $800,000 truck.
Some are even $1 million.
The cost of the wheel is probably not that consequential, yeah.
There goes the Lettner team, Concrete Motorsports team. Be interesting to see how they do. Look like the Concrete Motorsports team. What do we have here? 87?
You know, we're hearing that, you know, obviously the roar of the engine and blasting off the start line. Scott, you were talking earlier about the sounds of Baja. Can you bring us into that world a little bit more? Sounds and smells of Baja.
Baja, I mean, obviously, once you've been down there and you know what I'm talking about, I mean, it's such a unique environment between the music in the background, the mariachi bands, and the different sounds, trumpet sounds, and different things going on at the event. But, you know, Baja's very earthy. I mean, you get the smell of the sea that's right nearby, the dust, the factories, some fish factories and different things. And it just has a very unique smell down there. It's beautiful, in my opinion. It's one of the most beautiful places. It really feels like life down there when you're down there and in it. Very, very refreshing. I always look forward to going down there. But, you know, it's one of the reasons we go down there. Fires, you can smell a lot of fires. A lot of things are still heated by wood furnaces and stuff and wood stoves, so you can smell smoke in the air sometimes. You know, it's evolved quite a bit. Cool. When I first went to Ensenada, there was a little town called Ensenada, and then there was all these little places like Monteadero and all these other places. Now it's just one giant urban sprawl. You know, the growth down there has just been phenomenal. But it's great to see it right down the traditional start down here, and right down in downtown across from the gambling casino, the old gambling casino. Great place for them to take off. Of course, the time start is going to be outside of town here a little bit, where they're allowed to go full speed. This is great for the spectators and everybody. See the truck start and finish here. I think it's a great thing that SCORE does.
Absolutely. Let's go down there. Let's take a look at the last of the trophy trucks, followed, and spec trucks will be up next. Rat, you can take it away.
Racing engines and Fox Racing Shocks. Number 33, Roberto Romo Jr. Sorry, that was Clyde Stacy. Got these two mixed up here. Clyde Stacy in the RPM Geyser truck, driving with Nick Vanderway. And this is Roberto Romo. Had him mixed up on my sheet here. But as I mentioned, this young man has really been making a big statement in the SCORE Trophy Truck Division. Number 33, Roberto Romo Jr. Out of Culiacan, Mexico. Driving a Jimco-built machine, number 55L, Jose de Jesus Flores. Making the trip from La Paz, driving for Murillo's Trucking. Kumbo Tires, Roxo VW Racing, and SRT Transmisiones. Number 96, Felix Enrique Murillo Macias. Driving for Metro Asphalt, FK Rod Ends, Jimco, Fox, Garmin, and Champion Raceworks. In the Jimco, number 79L, Russell Bueller. Teaming up with TJ Flores and Neil Bueller. Out of Huntington Beach, California, driving for RG1 Motorsports. Ogio and Rotation Sports, number 28, Ryan Daniel.
So we just took a look at the trophy truck qualifying highlight reel. Let's take a look now at the spec trophy trucks and see how their day went. Beautiful, beautiful day for qualifying. Kicking things off here.
Looks like one of the Herps trucks.
Yep, yeah. The Terribles. Again, John, you were talking about how what the differences between trophy truck spec is. These guys are all essentially operating at the same horsepower.
Right, and so it might be a little bit, in some ways, more competitive.
Right.
So the driver is really going to be the difference for sure here, because they all have the same amount of power, and so maybe the equipment level isn't quite as. Someone might spend $1 million and have the four-wheel drive Mason truck, like a McMillan or something, and in the spec it's not that leading edge, that is expensive. So the guys have a chance, and then really the drivers now are making the huge difference between how they finish. And boy, I look at them taking that big G out ditch and having to slow down in time, and the guys that just left it pinned and go flying across and just nerf the front end in
see them. That
and
tail
ruin their
just
truck.
whips around. Whew. Some great drone shots, too, from qualifying as well. Shout out to them.
Oh,
yeah.
244. Who do we have there? Looks like...
Boom. 240. Yep. They went hard.
They got it running, and away they go.
Off they go, I think. You can see crews out there and some fans. Boom.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, that was the...
Look at this adjustment.
Just
Oliver
made it.
That just boned you.
Just a little wide.
Just a little wide there.
Yeah,
this particular turn is
that's the Bob Euchre, just a little outside.
And you'll see in that particular turn, when you got a four-wheel drive, you're going to have much more control. You aren't going to hit it as fast. Whereas some of these guys with two-wheel drive are just going to blast around that thing, fishtail, and gun it.
Yeah, they're sliding it around, and especially the four-wheel drive.
Here we go. Abdali Lopez, I think, right here. This was the top qualifier, 226. He ended up qualifying 8th overall out of all vehicles, trophy trucks and spec.
Wow. Yeah, here's the leaderboard,
there we go.
Qualifying final results for the trophy truck spec.
Yeah,
Abdali Lopez in first.
Yeah, and that 708 puts him in about 8th or so out of all of the trucks for qualifying. So very respectable result. You can just see it's smooth and steady. For you guys at home, that drive your cars around maybe when it's wet or icy or snow, something like that, and you're sliding around. These guys are constantly doing a dance where the tires are just dancing on the dirt, sliding, drifting, and they're going over the bumps. And so it's really just a mastery of feeling and sensation and going not too fast, but fast enough.
Right.
Timing the bumps, timing the ditches. It's just amazing to see their skill at work.
And it's something that we've always started to
I was going to say, Jason McNeil.
Yeah.
Less than a second behind, a quarter of a second behind, like 200th of a second.
After 5 miles.
After 200th of a second behind, oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was just gonna say, we've talked about this multiple times in Baja. Is like you're just thrust into it. It's such a visceral experience. So the only way to kind of get better and better is to keep doing it and doing it. However, all these people have got jobs and stuff, and they don't have a ton of time to practice. So when they get out there, the pre-runs and the qualifying is crucial.
Yeah, that's right. And so suspension is the biggest thing. You can see that these trucks and bikes are hitting bumps, and they're just ditches and everything else. So you're just trying to tune your suspension and your shock and your bike and whether the thing steers and controls. And if you can make your vehicle better,
there we go.
Then you're going to go faster and be more confident and potentially
no doubt.
Now we're going to shift gears and go into the SCORE Trophy Truck Spec
here we are
Division.
Down there.
Our first driver up and number one qualifier here on Thursday, driving for K&N Baja Made, Yokohama Raceline, IPS Kendall, and JVR number 226. Abdali Lopez. Our second truck off the line out of El Cajon, driving for Fiberworks, Toyo Tires, Tisco, Fox Shocks, SDG, and Juan Jimco in that Tisco built machine. Number 234, Jason McNeil. McNeil's a past champion, and he's hungry for another one. Going into round 3, going green. Out of Ensenada, driving for BF Goodrich Tires, Fox, Torco, Tremor Wheels, Magnaflow, and JE Reel. In that Mason all-wheel drive, number 200, last year's champion in the SCORE Trophy Truck Spec Division, Jorge Sampitro. And up next, it's the other brother, out of Temecula, driving that Brenthel built machine, sponsored by Baja Kits, King Shocks, Method Race Wheels, FK Rod Ends, Steel Race Wheels, Frey, etc., Dugan's Racing Engines, and JVRP number 228, Ryan Hancock. And up next, I call him the Crazy Cowboy. He's out of Eunice, New Mexico, driving for Lone Coyote LLC, ES Motorsports, City Light Shine, and the Justice Brothers. In that ES Motorsports machine, number 211, Pat Sims. This next driver to the line is out of Kirby, Pennsylvania, driving the Tisco. And sponsored by Coastal Racing, Collins Motorsports, Walker Evans, BF Goodrich Tire, Tisco, VP Racing Fuels, number 238, Elijah Kiger. In the Geyser, driving for F&L Racing Fuels, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, Baja Designs, Fox Shocks, Pro Eagle, PCI Race Radios, and Heat Wave Visual. Out of Long Beach, California, number 207, Mason Cullen.
So trophy truck specs off and running, and but we have still got a very tight motorbike competition happening right now, and we got some guys up by Valley T actually. And if we go live to the map, you guys can get an idea of what's happening out there.
Well, 11X is updated.
Yeah, we've got the last update. I just checked 1X, 11X, 3X. They're all coming in pinging 0 minutes ago. So this will be our best opportunity to see how close they really are on the track.
Look at this.
So we've got the Arturo Salas 11X. Their transponder hasn't been pinging that often, so sometimes there's 10 minutes behind.
And you got Kieran down here.
Active.
Yep.
Yeah, Kieran there and leading the way physically. 1X close enough that probably on adjusted time they might be ahead.
And they're creeping up on about 3 hours out there, it looks like. How much more longer do you think these guys got left out there, at least for Kieran in the lead? Pending anything that goes
I'm going to say that Kieran's probably already changed riders. They probably got another rider on the bike because of the KM78. They've had an opportunity there to KM78 and again in Valley T. They're probably going to put somebody fresh for the Mike's loop, I would for sure. Everybody's going to have a strategy. They're going to have somebody for Mike's because they can't change riders here for quite a bit. So there's going to be a Mike specialist that's going to bring it back around to Valley T at least. And then usually they'll have a crossover guy to take him out to the coast and up the coast somewhere. And then the last bit will be the finish line guy that'll bring it in from Europan or somewhere's out there back in, depending on the number of riders and the overall strategy. But right now, these guys are all pretty much in formation here with the 15X, the Eric Holt team, and the Ortiz brothers back there, not far off of the pace. 102X is doing great. The first limited class bike is right in there.
Yeah, that's the Stephen Abrams team, and yeah, they're definitely holding their own right up against the pro dogs, the unlimited guys.
And again, Nicholas Velez, the pro quad. Can't say enough about Nicholas and his team. They are, definitely in the hunt there. Got a good, really good. It looks like fifth on the road, something like that. Pretty impressive. I'm just checking here. I'm doing some.
We're going to jump real quick, sorry, Scott, to some of the bikes that went through race mile 92 a little while ago while the trophy trucks were taking off. There we go. Again, more guys coming through.
It's harder to hear when you don't have a microphone.
There we go. Yeah, collection of them all. It's a great shot. Shout out to the crews out there all day.
Over 40,
this.
looks like the over 40 guys definitely going for it, but not quite as aggressively as the first 3 bikes you saw come through there. Is that 600? Is that at the 618? Kevin Ward and Jeff Kaplan pulling for those guys always. The over 60 team, Jeff Kaplan's a legend in Baja, been racing down there for as long as I have.
Yeah.
And him and Kevin Ward, another Baja veteran, we've been doing the whole series in Class 60 this year and putting in some pretty good results.
What do you, Scott, John, what is it what point do you think where, does something change within inside you that just says, you know what, I just don't know if I can do this anymore? I mean, it's an addiction, obviously, with decades and decades of experience out there, but at what point? Is it a physical thing? Is it a life thing? Like, I'd love to hear more about that. How do you say goodbye to something you love?
For me, I raced competitively, professionally for 45 years, which was a very long time.
Yeah.
And by the time that I did my last Dakar, I was almost 50, and then I did another 500. That was enough for me for my racing career. I cheated death for 50 years, 45 years there, walked away from it. I'm still in one piece, and I still ride all the time. And I wanted to spend more time with my sons, my grandchildren, just riding with them. You know, there's a point where your fear of it starts to override your love for it.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, there were times during my career where I had a love-hate relationship with Baja where my fear of it overrode it, and I took a step back for a little while. I always kept coming back, but it's once it's in your bones, there's no better feeling than getting off the bike and having, ridden your section cleanly, having a good clean ride, the physical sensation of it, the tiredness of it. There's a real sense of accomplishment. It is addicting, and my hat's off to like Kevin Ward and Jeff Kaplan, Louis Franco, another Baja legend, Doug Smith, all on the Class 60 bike out there hammering and just enjoying it. And I guarantee you, no one will have more fun tonight in Ensenada after the race than those 4 guys will. Trust me.
Scott, you mentioned how as you transitioned from the 70s into the 80s, those that were with you then, they weren't there in the 80s. And then as you progressed, you started to slowly lose.
The sport is very, very demanding, and there's a high attrition rate.
Yeah.
And I've seen it for over a 50-year period now, and I've seen guys that were very fast in the 70s, didn't make it to the 80s. The guys that were very fast in the 80s didn't make it to the 90s for whatever reason, whether it was financial reasons or injuries. A lot of times it was injuries, or just growing up, life. Things, other challenges come along.
For sure.
I've been very blessed to see it from a very wide perspective and to watch the changes over the years. At the heart, it's still the same thing. It's a sense of challenge, accomplishment, really doing something extraordinary, testing yourself, going out there mano a mano in this world, with a lot of armchair quarterbacks. We don't have any in score racing. These guys are real warriors. Everybody's surrounding this thing. So long may it run. And it's great for me to see the motorcycles coming back. We're starting to see more and more interest, more and more entries, more and more activity around it. The skill levels coming up at the Pro and Limited class we're seeing today. It's really great to see all of that. I think we're in a really good situation, and especially with the younger guys coming in, we have a chance for a new renaissance of the sport, I think, right now, especially for the moto side. And that's what we're pushing really hard for with things like this live broadcast and with all the other things the SCORE's doing.
You spoke a lot, too, about how this is such a family sport, and you race with your son. What kind of advice did you give him when his time was ready to rip?
Well, I did my best to persuade him not to do it.
Exactly.
But I couldn't quite do that.
Yeah.
It was in his blood. And then all I could do after that was help him as much as I could to be as safe as he could.
Yeah.
He won his class down there. He was 2nd overall, 3rd overall in the hunt for the overall wins. Did really well, but I'm glad he's got that out of his system and now can just focus on his 2 young boys.
It's got to be a little challenging seeing
it. Is. It's hard, especially when you know all the bad things that can happen. You just don't want it to happen to someone close to you. But it is a family experience. At the first, every one of these teams that are down there are with friends and family that are supporting him. That's the beauty of Baja.
I love that. John, does that sound accurate as far as your ability to come back, or?
Well, I would say the other thing that Baja offers is that there's an opportunity for every racer. So they have sportsman class,
right.
They have age classes. So like my team is in the 50 Pro class. We're riding on the 500X. One of our riders got pretty seriously injured at the Baja 1000 last year, but he's recovered and he's used it as his motivation to get in shape and to overcome the injuries. And so Gio Spinelli's watching the telecast and has been out pre-running the course, the Bar Up 400 course, a little bit this week and so forth. So a lot of us use it as just a reason to motivate to eat less or to stay in better shape or to go out and walk or to run or walk our dog or something, just to give us a little bit more advantage to stay in shape. So these guys racing the 60 class and the 50 class, we understand we're not going to win the overall. We understand, so we're trying to manage the risk factor. But all the racers that are watching right now, come down and race Baja. I would say that the thrill of just participating with the team, with your chase team, a whole bunch of people that all work very hard to keep you going. The thrill is there for everybody. And so it's not just the rider on the bike, although that is a thrill, but putting the whole thing together, experiencing Baja, being in these little villages with the Mexicans that just are so hospitable and just share with you, and the taco stands. Scott missed one of the smells that I like, which is the taco stands. And whether it's the fish tacos that are right there in Ensenada or something right by the freshest fish you're ever going to have, or the beef tacos, some carne asada or something somewhere else. But definitely great experiences to be had in Baja still. And there's Ironmen doing it all by themselves, and it's amazing.
And in today's age, if you don't have to come down here with a full team. You got opportunities between Baja bound Tim Morton and his program and Chris Haynes and his program to rent bikes to race. With the Baja pits and the BF Goodrich pits and everything, you can get a lot of that stuff. It's not as daunting a task as you can think, and you can put together the pit structure, you can put together the bikes if you're coming from out of state or out of the country. There's a lot of opportunities to race without having to, do it all yourself.
Yeah, and that brings us to the 501 Creamer 501X team. They're from New Zealand. And they have Tim Morton arrange their whole team, and so you can potentially be in another country on another continent on the other side of the world, and still Baja race. So anywhere in the world right now that's watching the telecast, if you want to come do Baja, go for it, because it'll be a bucket list item. And they started a few years ago, and they've been back ever since.
Yeah, Robert Creamers and that whole group and they're very accomplished riders. So. Again, there's no excuse not to race Baja, right?
Well, gentlemen, I am sold. I'm in.
All right.
And speaking of the thrill of it all, let's go to Race Mile 92. We had a few bikes come through, as well as the first quad. Let's take a look.
501.
50 team.
Here we go. Here's the quad. First quad coming through. So we can get a look.
Now look at that dust.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Those guys dusted out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice form there.
Another class 40 team
so he's
there.
moving a little more.
Class 40 team there, maybe.
Oh, here we go. Some social media.
Thank you,
This
fans.
is at race mile 107. Yee-hoo!
Oh, wow.
It's so wild. You see the fans literally 5-6 feet away. I mean, thankfully they're up on a hill right there, but
here we go, another bike coming.
Oh,
so
that's great.
That is fantastic. That's great footage.
Again,
Can't thank you guys enough. Keep it up. Score at Score International on IG. Keep them coming in, guys. Great stuff. So still a few more specs ready to go.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about any of the UTVs or any of the other classes that are going
class
today.
ones.
Class 10. I mean, there's just, there's really the UTV classes are something that's really caught my attention. And having been involved with it, helping put on races like this, it's amazing what those things are doing these days. It's going to be interesting. There's some good racing in there in those classes as well.
We were talking yesterday too about just the advancement in the horsepower that they're able to do now.
No,
that's ramping up.
I mean, Polaris, K&N, they're really hitting it hard. K&N's got a new one coming out, the Maverick R, that's pretty impressive.
Another quad coming
following the press results on that. Polaris is always a threat at these things.
Yeah.
Those two companies do battle, race in and race out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, from this perspective, you really do see how that dust just sits there. How challenging it is to be right behind it, especially when the race is on the line, and you're flying blind.
That's right, and you notice that there's different times of the day. So the trucks were just leaving the line down in Ensenada. The bikes are already 4 hours ahead of them and 100 miles away, and so they're encountering things at different times of the day. So by the time the UTVs actually leave the line, it might have a breeze. So some of this might be just blowing the dust to the side, so they might encounter different conditions. And sometimes in a Baja 1000, it's interesting because there's always a grudge match. The motorcycles want to beat the trucks want to beat the motorcycles, and who can be the first overall team. And then you hear the stories later about maybe the bikes encountered fog along the beach, and it was so foggy that they could only ride at 10 or 15 miles an hour because they couldn't see. Or the trucks, they hit it later in the day and it was clear. And other times it's like nighttime. So it's an interesting thing of all the hours that take place.
Well, you're talking about how different drivers encounter different things on this course, and 4 hours have already, for some of these guys, by the time they get there to race mile 92, so much time has passed. The course itself, the grooves, everything it can be so much more different.
Yeah, the course changes a lot from the first time you pre-run it to the last time you pre-run it. It's amazing how much it changes right up till the race, huh, John? I mean, some sections that you thought were nothing, all of a sudden the last couple days before they ran, they turn into major issues.
And you can see these guys taking different lines now. They're not as close to the camera now. They're a bit more inside. They're a little more tight on that track.
Yeah, and there's different areas of the course that sometimes there's areas that are silt. And silt is like that talcum powder. You see them hit something and just instantly poofs. So there's some areas of the course where you really worry because 2 days later when you pre-ran to the race day, it might just turn into a situation where it's a lake of silt and you got to get off the course into the bushes, or maybe if you're smart to try and go around, or you dive right through and go swimming through there.
A few weeks later, a few weeks ago, we had Hurricane Hillary come through in this area, and I'm curious if there was any
I'm sure there was
challenge or course manipulation.
Some damage to the course because of that. It definitely changed a lot of the features down there. I mean, it looks like the guys are on the road up to Mike's right now.
All right, let's take a look.
Talk about a legendary section of Baja, the road up to Mike's and the loop around Mike's. 3X, 1X, 11X are all on the road. It looks like 15X and 13X are about to hit it as well. I always enjoyed this section. It was a good ride, a technical ride. It gets more technical the closer you get to Mike's. And then coming out of Mike's is some of the most technical parts of the course. Wouldn't you say, John? A real opportunity, as you said before, that if you're a good technical rider, here's where you can make your time. A good rider can hold you back in the dust on the high-speed dirt roads just from the dust. But once you get up here, if you look at the course there and you just look at how jagged it is coming out of Mike's Sky Ranch, if you just go up just a little bit, or there we go. Go up a little bit more till we can see the bottom there. There's the loop up to Mike's. We're almost to Mike's there. So there's 3X coming up to Mike's. Mike's is down off the bottom of the page there. The actual Mike's Sky Ranch will be down at the bottom of the page. And
gentlemen, what are we seeing right here?
Well, that's the cutover for the sportsman.
Right.
So SCORE, in their infinite wisdom, have put a cutoff for the sportsman riders to take. It shortens the course a bit for them, and it helps keep them in front of the faster trophy trucks. One of the big things that we're trying to minimize is overtaking of the slower bikes by the trophy trucks. That's a very dangerous situation. 800 horsepower trophy trucks coming down on you. All the sportsman class will take that blue line, the cutoff there, saves them about 40 miles, 20 to 40 miles, and it just keeps them ahead of the that much further ahead of the trophy trucks, so there's less overtaking as the event goes on.
It basically helps them to leapfrog about an hour, maybe an hour, hour and a half, where they're going to be able to take that time, especially there's usually a slower pace over that rugged terrain. So here's some non-racer on the course. And so this is a good example of what happens when you're racing, because you learn to expect and potentially see anything and
there's
react.
Always some American sightseer who's down there to watch Baja and wants to be part of the race, and it creates problems like that. But
do you think they're going to get a good spot to watch?
Or who knows? They could be a pit crew late for a pit stop. They could be. Who knows what they're doing?
Okay.
But it's a gringo, I can tell you that.
But it does bring to mind that a lot of the race course is on the roads.
Yeah.
So it's on the ranchers' roads and things like that. So in some areas, it is their main access to get away from their ranch into town. So you have to understand that if you're going down to race Baja, that you're on their land, you're in their area. And so, you know, they're allowing us potentially to borrow their land to ride and race on. And so you always keep that in the back of your head that you're on potentially in an environment that you're going to have cars on the course.
We're guests in another people's country.
That's right.
We need to respect it.
Amen. You spoke earlier about obstacles that you'll come across. excuse me. You'll come across on the course. Now, when these guys get down on the coastal, sometimes they could have traffic coming right at them.
Yeah, so as a racer, I always talk to our team members, and we'll have some new guys that come that are haven't raced Baja before. So there's usually some education that we try to do, and that is anytime you're getting closer to a village where people are living, that means there's more cars, there's more things. So out in these areas, there are ranches, so that one white Explorer or whatever might have been somebody from a ranch, or it could have been a fan. But when you get to those areas where there's lots of people that live, well, there's going to be more cars.
Yeah.
There's going to be things to watch out for. So, yeah, the Arandira section is, a lot of people live on the coast because it's so beautiful to live by the ocean. Another ATV.
Here we go. Quad coming through.
That's the girl.
That's
the girl.
That's
yeah.
the woman right there.
Coming through.
She's looking good. Her form, she's still got energy. She's standing up, and
she's
elbows were up and sliding. It was looking great.
Yeah, having that eye, you can tell. I find that interesting. Elbows up. You know, what is the proper position on bikes, on quads? What are we looking for here?
Yep. So basically, if your head is centered over the handlebars and your elbows are up, as you're hitting the bumps, you can keep your torso in a similar position, and the bike moves around underneath you. And if your elbows are down, that's usually when you're more tired. And so if you hit a bump, well, then your body goes back. And if your body goes back, then you have to let off the throttle to pull yourself back up.
Gotcha.
So you don't want to let off the throttle. You want to keep on the gas. So you stand up and you have your elbows up, and then you can just basically allow the bike to rock underneath you and keep the momentum going.
Everybody sets their bike up to ideally so that they're in an ideal position for standing.
Yeah.
You want to stand when you ride. I always tell people that real racers stand and passengers sit. So if you want to be a racer, you need to stand.
Stand up.
And standing allows you to move your body weight around. It leaves you to control the bike. You can steer it with your feet better. You can transfer weight quicker on the bike. You literally do steer the bike with the lower half of your body.
Yeah.
Most people don't realize it. So it's the lower half of your body that really controls the bike. And the arms and the upper half are mainly for fine tuning. And that's great news because it allows you to, your biggest muscle groups in the lower half, and you can do more work that way.
Sure.
It's a way to minimize your amount of energy that you expend and save energy.
For sure. Conserve. I mean, that's all part of the strategy.
Well, you have to do it, especially when you're going to be out there for 1, 2, 6, 8 hours.
Ready to head out here?
Yeah, look like some UTVs.
The UTV's up in the mix.
And these days it's hard to tell a UTV from a buggy racing because they've gotten bigger and longer and taller and faster. They're amazing race vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah, 200 horsepower, 220 horsepower. They're getting out of these things. You know, they've been coming up in the overall standings. You know, getting up into the top 20. You know, closing the gap there. You know, to get up into the top 20, even to the top 10 at some point. I predict you'll see UTVs here in short order. But this is going to be a good, very competitive race. Let's see who we have here. Let's see if we can figure out.
1823, Kari going.
1823,
and then let's see.
Yeah,
1821 up next.
That's one of the neat things about the UTV growth in all of America.
Oh, K&N McCachran, 1821.
There we go.
Talk about connection and family to the sport. Here's K&N McCachran just about to leave the line, chasing his dad off the start.
There we go.
How great is that?
It's a family business.
Yeah, go K&N.
Yeah, well, and in America, Polaris and others sell so many of these UTVs that people drive them around the ranch, and they dream of being a score racer someday.
There we go, Kristen.
Yeah. There's Kristen.
And in just a minute, we'll have Roger coming up here, a few cars away.
Talk about a racer. You're looking into the eyes of one
She
of
won it. She took it. She beat her husband last year.
That's a serious racer right there, period.
Yeah. She is fantastic.
And she's racing Dakar and had success all over the globe.
Yeah.
So who do we have
Kudos
next?
to her.
Brandon Sims, 1886.
Brandon Sims, and
I would
we'll have
think.
Roger up here in a little bit.
Yeah, Roger's coming up.
Okay. I think we're going to go down to Ensenada and get down to start a race here. Take it away, Rhett.
Rugged radios and shock therapy keeping them hooked up. Number 1886, Brandon Sims. He drives for Polaris 15 Bicycles, Factory Polaris, Fox Racing, Lone Star Racing, Baja Designs, Method Race Wheels, PCI, and BF Goodrich Tires. Number 1867 out of Draper, Utah, Mike Pratt. Our next driver is a past SCORE World Desert Champion in the UTV division. He's out of Hurricane, Utah, driving for Polaris, Union Graphic Company, Method, Tenzer, Assault, Baja Designs, Savage UTV, Seal Sabers, and Monster Seal. Number 1895, Caden Wells. Everybody knows this next guy. He's out of Reno, Nevada, driving for Cryoheat, Crystal Bay Casinos, NLP, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, Vision X Lighting, Vision Wheel, OMP, Safecraft Fire, Rugged Radios, Bell Helmets, and Wide Open Baja number 1888, the man, Mr. Roger Norman. Listen to that. That is one-of-a-kind single-seater, the only one out here racing. And Roger's on course. Our next driver up is out of Orange, California, driving for SCI Motorsports, Polaris, Rockford, Fosgate, Progressive, BF Goodrich Tires, Lube Tech, Pro Eagle, and Boxco. Boxo, number 1831, Craig Scanlon. Driving for Cognito Motorsports, Monster Energy, Factory Polaris Razor, ITBP Tires, KMC Wheels, Fox Shocks, Baja Designs, FK Rod and Savage UTV built, VP Racing Fuels. Out of Bakersfield, California, number 1869, Justin Lambert. Driving for SC1 Motorsports, Polaris, Rockford Fosgate, Progressive, BF Goodrich Tires, Method Race Wheels, Fox Shock, Lube Tech, Vision Canopy, Sparco, Pro Eagle, and Boxo. Number 1896, Brock Hager. This young lady, this is her first race down here in Baja. She races quite a bit. She's got a heck of a program. Driving for Factory Polaris, Toyo Tires, Pennzoil, Fox, Pro Wrap, Shock Therapy, Hostile, Queen Racing, PCI, Desert Squadron, Maglock, and McNeil Racing, number 1829, Sierra Romo. Out of Encinitas, California. Driving that Polaris. First season in this new car. He is the man behind the star mount. Number 1870, Brandon Walsh. Our final driver in this category up next, driving for Quantum Racing, Kiwi, KMC, Evo.
Welcome to Baja, California. Our unique blend of cultures, cuisines, and historical influences create surprising combinations and unexpected delights around every corner. We welcome you with the most revolutionary cuisine in Mexico, complete with a sky full of magical sunsets. Welcome to the million-star hotels. If you're looking for something astonishing, we hold the most important wine regions in all of Mexico, next to the best tacos in the world. Welcome to our own revolutionary and delicious version of Chinese food. Here, the sublimely unexpected is our norm. It's our pleasure to welcome you to our beautiful state, Baja California, where everyone is always welcome.
Make your days count. Create new stories. Keep track of your pack. Go after adventure. Go crawl every rock. Conquer your playground. Explore every route. Go further. Go faster. Don't ever miss out.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
With Diego Beltran, excuse me. Or this is Francisco Beltran. I got a little ahead of myself. Apologize, folks. In that Can-Am. Out of La Paz. Our next driver is from Ensenada. Riding. Making his way from just across the border from Brawley, California in the Can-Am. Sponsored by Tenzer Tires, KMC Wheels, Cognito Motorsports, McAllen Racing, American Diesel, Hotel Mexican and El Pil, number 2947, Francisco Efren Espinoza. Driving another factory back Can-Am. And also for ITP Wheels, Torco, PCI Radios. And he thanks a whole bunch of his family and friends for helping him out here. He's also sponsored by Star Racing and Fox Shocks, number 2917, Jason Murray. No stranger to the podium. Our next driver up's in that factory back Can-Am. He's out of Ensenada, number 2910, Rodrigo Ampulia.
Hello? Hello?
Tenzer, Baja Designs, Jer Reynolds, and Kiwi. He's out of Goodyear, Arizona, number 2999, Tim Sullivan. Driving for Ruiz Racing, Ruiz Air, Navarro Racing Team, Camacho Racing, another Can-Am driver out of El Centro, California, Oscar Ruiz. Number 2920, I believe it's Roberto Ruiz doing the starting duties this morning. Now we're going to move into Class 7. He is last year's SCORE World Desert Champion in Class 7. 18 championships under his driver belt. He drives for the Factory Appliance, BF Goodrich Tires, King Shocks, Torca Rod End Supply, Full Throttle Batteries, S-Pod, and Slime. Number 700, Dan the Man Chamley. Now moving into our SCORE Lights division, only one racer, and he hails from McAllen, Texas, sponsored by Baja Design, Alvarez Racing, BF Goodrich Tires, SD Charter, Baja Wiring, Yantera Guerrero, CSC Race Prep, and Alvarez Realty, number 1211, Oscar Alvarez. Now on into our Pro UTV, normally aspirated, out of Winchester, California, sponsored by Cryo Heat, Method Race Wheels, ORW Temecula, SC Coatings Corporation, JD Designs, Steel Nuts Off-Road, helping them build that machine, and Torco USA, number 1951, Mike Podrats. Driving for CM Motorsports, Maxima, BF Goodrich Tires, Vision Wheels, Piston Pete's, DS Moto Custom, Baja Bound, Thrill Seekers, E-Power Steering, Dang Brothers, Go Venture Off-Road, Buggy Whips, and ORW number 1980 out of Lakeside, California, Gabe Matthews. In that Honda Talon, driving for Contractor Nation and Basement Systems out of Middlebury, Connecticut, number 1914, Lawrence Janeski. Driving another Honda Talon and also driving for Petter Auto Group, Raceco, King Shocks, Method Race Wheels, and Tenzer Tires. Putting that power to the ground. He's out of Rancho Santa Fe, California, number 1984, David Petter. Our next driver up's from Corona, California, driving for Multi-Tool Grinders, Walker Evans Racing, BF Goodrich, PCI, Next Gen, CMF, Polaris Razor, Gear Wrench Tools, AM Baja Designs, and Maxima Oils, number 1957, Joe Bolton. This next car drives for Fox Racing Shock, Sparta, Menace, K&K General Contractors, Rugged Radios, Maxima Racing Oils, Method Race Wheels, Jackson Motorsports, EFF Race Prep, Belfort Property Restoration, out of Ensenada, number 1911, Carlos Woolman. Now we're going to move into our Pro Stock UTV. They could either be turbo or non-turbo. Our first driver's up is out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Driving for Tonicare, Autocraft, Ready Mix Concrete, Barra's Appliance, and BF Goodrich Tires, number 3943, Dennis Romero.
So we are going to jump now back to Race Mile 92 and see what's happening there, and as well as get an idea of what the top 6 are looking at right now. And here's an overall map of where you can find these cameras. Obviously, we've been showing you a lot from Race Mile 92. Lots of vehicles blasting through there. Here we go. Live feed right now.
Yeah, we still have
Sportsman rider.
Still have, I would say, more than half of the bikes to get to that point. Another quad.
Yep.
But the sportsman entries definitely not setting quite the pace as the pros, but all arriving at about mile 92. In the meantime, the rest of the guys, the real battle at the front continues to stay very close, very tight.
What do we got for the top 6?
John, well, we're looking at Kieran Nairn still physically in the lead and looks like on time as well. And then Chavo and the 1X team and Arturo Salas neck and neck there for the 2nd and 3rd position. I mean, they are literally just bouncing back and forth.
Yeah.
But it does look like that Arturo, they're very, very close physically, and just a
Holt's coming up though, yeah.
Yeah, Holt's in there too.
Because for a minute there he was back in 6th. Now he's up in 4th.
Yeah, no, he's doing really well. That's
so
a
he's
solid
making some
team.
track. Yeah.
The HS Norman Racing team is very, very solid. They've got a good group of guys on it, and they're doing quite well. And then the Ortiz brothers are back there. The Adrian Ortiz team is right there too, just kind of lingering. So the first 5 bikes are setting a really good pace. Definitely 8 hours, did you say?
Yeah, I would say that they should be done in right around 8 hours. So put some to the finish line about 2 o'clock.
Cool.
Something like that.
Cool. More social media coming in here.
Here we go. This was some shot coming down the.
I mean, it's what a fantastic angle. You really, really get a deep sense of how challenging that terrain is.
If I had a dime for every off-road vehicle that's raced over that section of terrain right there, I could be a millionaire.
At least 500,000.
Oh, maybe
right?
500,000. Something like that. That's the goat trail. That's known as the goat trail down into Valley Key.
So as a driver coming through here, what's going through my mind right now? I got boulders to my left. I've got deviations in the track. How fast am I going? You see him standing up.
Well, they got to pick the line down there. As you can see, there's not much dirt left there.
More people coming through. Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like the 15X, maybe? No, 11X.
11X battling with the 1X.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I say, they were on top of each other. So the Salas team right behind them. And so as a racer, you're definitely thinking, you can't push it too much. Like, they could easily ride 50 miles an hour, but they're not going to do it on that terrain, or they'll get ejected off the road or into one of those huge boulders and be done for the day.
No doubt.
So,
you see, and this is a great example, too, of what we've been talking about, how that dust kicks up. If you definitely in this part of the GO trail
little
here, you can't push it
replay
too
for
much.
us. The 11X on their They're gas from the GP Motorcycles in San Diego, sponsoring them now. So cool job for those guys.
Yeah.
That is a great race, and it continues on. They're now up by Mike's Sky Ranch. Yep. And so the 3X here in Nearen has passed the Mike's Sky Ranch section. 11X is now climbing those big rocks and stuff, leaving Mike's Sky Ranch. So they're all in a technical area. They're getting to share their expertise. That is one area that I would say that it's rocky enough that, like in that picture there, they're not on the gas hard, which means they're not dusting you out.
Sure.
And so if you have a chance, you can actually see, you saw the 1X coming up real close to the 11X, and you, as a racer, you're thinking, this is my chance.
Yeah.
And then you're kind of bummed if you don't get it done by that time, because as soon as you get to the road going up to Mike's, they're hard on the gas, they're spinning the tire, it dusts them up, and now you're blind again for a bit.
Well, I can guarantee you there is a group of four-wheel trophy trucks that are blasting right now. Let's check in and see where that's happening, what's going on with them down there. So far, we got
kind of holding
Paul Wheel and Toby.
Yeah, they're kind of holding off the start about 25 miles into the event. Ampudia may have dropped back a position, not really sure. Depends on the timing of his.
There's Alan,
3 minutes ago,
it looks like he could potentially be in fifth. Let me zoom in a little bit closer.
Well, just again, it depends on the timing too.
Right,
when he last registered, he could
Kevin.
be up with one for all that matters. Let me take a quick look.
Yeah, you're right. This pinged in 3 minutes ago.
And you notice their time, it's 52 miles an hour. So that 3 minutes probably means that it's about 2.5 miles forward of where he is. So he's probably still in that third, fourth, fifth, third position. So these guys are closing in. They're getting close to Ojos Negros.
Almost at 100-mile mark.
And they're getting to a little area we call the Blue Gate, which just so happens to be a blue gate. And they right there to the right of your screen, there's a bunch of fields, and so they have all sorts of vegetables planted there. And so we go on the farmers' roads right next to it, smooths out, and so looks like the Toby Price team is 46, just about ready to get to that. And there's a speed zone right by that sharp 90-degree corner to your right.
Not too far away from
and then behind that, of course, we've got Harley Lettner and Kevin Thompson, number 70, Concrete Motorsports team. Those guys are right in the mix. They'll be there all day long as the truck holds together. And then Dan McMillan, 23.
Let me get over here.
Yeah, up there as well.
Out of there.
There we go.
It's refreshing on me.
There we go. 23, 91. Christopher Polvorti. Christopher's an interesting story. I mean, he just came to car and truck racing not more than 2 or 3 years ago.
Another young gun.
Made a big splash immediately in spec truck class, 6100, and then now is up there battling with the big boys.
For sure.
He's going to make a name for himself. It'll be interesting to see how he does as the day wears on.
Yeah, and it's again we talk about wisdom versus just poise or just the thrill of youth of just wanting to drive those trucks and adrenaline and stuff. And so it goes back to strategy and at times maturity too on there and respecting the.
Well, what you don't know, you don't know.
Yeah. Well said.
Yeah, and I would say that this Baja 400 course, it's not doing the desert floor. So like the Baja 500 will go down to the desert floor and race on that open areas near San Felipe and so forth where the trucks get a chance to have some passing. They're really wide out. You can spread different lines.
2 different lines, sure.
And so this area, just like that goat trail we saw where there's rocks and big, huge boulders, the trucks are always having to keep that in mind that if they gas it too hard, they slide a little too far off the road, wham, they can just wipe off a front wheel and just have it completely ripped a ball joint off or just rip the whole front end off the car.
Wow.
So sometimes that's where guys like Rob Mack or Larry Rosler, who've been doing it forever and have that experience and age and wisdom, might just keep that truck in one piece and get the machine to the finish. And sometimes the young guns that are just going for it, and maybe even the dust they can't see, but they're going for it anyway.
They're going for it, yeah.
Suddenly they might have an issue. So it's a great equalizer.
Well, speaking of another Brandon, we've got some cool in-car from Brandon Walsh. We'll go to that from the inside. His car, 70. This just happened moments ago. Great POV. Ripping around that turn.
Look at all those fans.
Yeah.
again, if you fans at home get a chance to come down to watch these Baja races, you're never going to forget it. It'll be a lifetime experience.
And it's really, really, we're so fortunate to have some of these really cool in-car cameras, and again, give you that visceral experience that makes Baja so unique and special.
Yeah, and as you can see there, the guys are obviously the ceremonial start there in downtown Ensenada, which is, I think, is just important for the sport and for the spectacle of it all. Obviously, they're going to be transported up to the outskirts of town where they can safely start racing, and this is what's happened over the last hour. All the trucks are being released off the start. The real race is now beginning. Here we go. The guys are out. You know, you guys are familiar, have ridden the race, know that you're heading up towards the official starting line right now.
You see the weather too, right? You see the fog.
Yes.
Overcast.
Overcast.
Marine, you know.
Yeah, there's still definitely a marine layer, like you said. So that's where the clear shield, a lot of them we saw, the drivers had clear shields, and they're not seeing our footage of race mile 92
they don't know
being
what's
bright,
approaching.
sunny, and dusty, and they're thinking, man, this is going to be the best setup for today.
Yeah.
And it might be the best setup for the first 45 minutes, maybe even just 10 minutes.
Sure.
So that's the thing, again, as a racer, you're always trying to either guess or to use your experience when you pre-run. So sometimes us as motorcyclists will try to pre-run the same time of the day that we anticipate racing.
Right.
And so that's something that an experienced guy might do to try and see what was it like. Now, it doesn't mean it's always going to be the same 2 days before versus race day.
Sure.
But it gives you the best bet to go, can I run the darker lens and so forth? Or do I need to have the thicker jersey or the jacket or something like that?
Sure. You know, you guys have such tremendous wisdom and experience. Do you guys mentor anyone? Certainly your son, but anybody that you're chaperoning, so to speak?
Well, I'm definitely, so one of the things that I like to do, Andy Kirker of SCORE manages a Pro Moto page on Facebook.
Okay.
And so any of you fans out there that are on Facebook, riders that are interested in racing in Baja can go on to the SCORE Pro Moto section. And so a lot of guys will inquire on the page like, hey, I'm thinking about racing the Baja 1000. What do I need to do? And so I'll often ping in there and say, hey, DM me if you want to know information. So sometimes we'll have some guys that will hit me up and ask me about information on, hey, what do I need to do for bike setup or for tires or tubes or whatever. And so I am happy to provide some information to help these guys along and tell them what to expect. And sometimes it's like, well, where am I going to get gas? Well, you can use Baja Pits. And where do I stay? Are there hotels all the way down? Again, if you're in another country or you're in the East Coast or something, you don't know any of these things. And so when you can find some of those answers, it's like, oh, it's totally doable.
The power of social media is pretty incredible right now, and how fast that we can learn and gain information. And, you know, like, you guys didn't have that starting out.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it was trial by fire.
I've been blessed. I've mentored dozens of young riders, up-and-coming riders. I've taught schools to over 3,500 students, off-road riding schools, adventure riding schools. I'm getting ready to do some adventure riding schools again here next month for Bonnier, where I'll take guys out to ride big dual sport bikes and adventure bikes. But I always like working with young guys that have a dream and a vision for what they want to do. Nowadays, I tend to focus more on individuals because I feel like I can give more back. Guys that are really serious about it. You know, I'm mentoring a few guys right now.
Is it something like in sports where some competitors just have it? Do you guys have that eye where you can see, certainly when these new guys are coming up, guys and girls,
well,
they just have
obviously,
it, or is it just trained and they just got to repeat it and get better and better?
You know, they have to have a passion for it, and then they also have to have the support system behind them.
Sure.
You know, they're not going to go anywhere with just, you know, as a young kid with just a pipe and a hope and a dream. But if they have a good network behind them, a family behind them, and they've, you know, demonstrate that they have the skills, and there's guys that come up. Mason Klein came up to me 4 years ago and said, I want to be a Dakar champion. And I looked at him, he was 16 years old. I go, well, good luck with that, you know. But look what he's done in the last 4 years. He applied himself, and he's one of the America's hopefuls for a Dakar win at this point. He's done really well for himself, and he's doing fantastic. They are out there. We just need to nurture them and bring them along.
Yeah, and I would probably say, Brandon, that there's definitely some people that maybe are more gifted Sure. And on talent and that kind of thing, or balance and being able to naturally balance a machine. And motorcycle is a lot about balancing the bike and throttle control. Some people do it naturally. Some people do it with training and hard work. Usually it's a combination of those things. So anyway, but everyone can have fun usually on a motorcycle. That's just it. And that's where Baja is fun, because there's multiple classes and you can ride sportsman class and you don't have to be the best rider to still have an unbelievable experience and some kind of a bucket list type of an item.
Well, we need to see the trophy trucks are in Ojos Negros. Right now it's showing the Toby Price vehicle third, but I think that this is more of just a scoring issue right now. I think that once it updates...
and this has got Tavo out.
Yeah, well,
front.
0, but
32 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Luke's here.
0 minutes ago, so that's realistic.
But
so
Paul,
Toby hasn't pinged, so it's 3 minutes, and 3 minutes at 31 miles an hour, so that's going to put him a mile and a half farther than there he is there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so he's probably still physically in the lead, but you notice the spacing on these guys, it's almost as if they're just out of each other's dust.
Yeah.
You know, basically.
You can see that.
Yeah, today's race course for the Baja 400 for all these trophy trucks, most of the course is through tight brush. And so you're going through mountain trails pretty much the whole time. Some of them are littered with the rocks that we saw on the goat trail. And so really the way that these trophy trucks are going to have to pass is it seems rude at home, but they get up and they actually start nerfing the truck in front of them, and they hit them in the back, to the point where the truck in front thinks that I might get just completely pushed off the course.
Sure.
And so they'll then find a place to pull over and they'll let the guy go.
Yeah.
Especially if it's early, like race mile 100 or 200, something like that. There's still 200 miles to go. I don't want to risk getting pushed off the road. So that's pretty much the only way to happen. Now, when they're in a desert floor race like the Baja 500, then it's wide enough that there's actually room to pass and there's different lanes that they can take. But in this particular race course today, a lot of it is just a single one-car width wide road.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to get side-by-side racing. So they just have to do a little bit of nerfing, and it can be pretty sketchy.
Well, certainly there's lots of respect and camaraderie throughout the sport, but if I'm getting nerfed, I don't think I'm going to be too happy about that. That's got to flare up some tempers if you're driving.
They usually will start with their sirens, and so the trucks all have like loud sirens, especially for the motorcycles later to let them know that they're coming.
Yeah.
But you take a few shots, and you have to determine as a driver, do I risk getting pushed off? If the cars or trucks get overturned or pushed on their side, most of the time there's some nerfing that's been going on.
Sure.
And so you have to potentially get yourself out of the way if you're not able to carry that pace.
Yep.
And motorcyclists are in the same boat. When you have a guy pushing you from behind, especially if it's early, we saw the 1X right behind the 11X.
Right.
And when you hear that bike and you start to miss your lines and make mistakes, you have to make a decision that says, maybe I'm not the fastest rider in this section. I hope that my next rider getting on the bike might be faster than their next rider.
Sure.
And so you make those conscious decisions to say, hey, I better just keep it on two wheels, because if I go crazy and crash, not
and
good.
is it fair to assume that on that switchover, when that fresh driver comes on, their adrenaline's pumping, they're ready to go, they're going to gas it right away too?
Yeah, and each team, like we saw the K&N team have, they have like 5 riders on their team.
Right.
And so of those 5 guys, sometimes there's one guy that's insanely fast.
Yeah.
And so everyone usually knows because you ride together. And so like Colton Newdall used to be one of those guys. Johnny Campbell used to be one of those guys over the years, Larry Rosler. And so on your team of 3 or 4 guys, you might know that this guy is so fast. When he gets on the bike, he's going to make up lots of time for you.
Wow.
All right, here we are.
Mike
Sky Ranch, race mile 150. Great drone shot here. Great perspective. Beautiful day out.
Oh, well, the inland marine layer is no longer an issue.
Nope.
And this is the road up to Mike's, it looks like.
Yeah, on the way.
Yeah, and that took a little bit of a beating with that hurricane.
Yeah.
You can see some sections that I know they had some graders out there trying to keep it fixed up a little bit.
Yeah.
Boy, it looks pretty chewed up.
Still, I was going to say,
I remember that road at times used to be pretty nice, like you could drive a passenger car up there, but I don't know about now.
You do it slowly.
I guess.
I mean, when you're just getting pounded like that, you get done with a race and jump in an Epsom salt bath. I mean, how do you recover from this? I mean,
well,
good God.
Yeah, this is a switch. This is the switchback section. It looks like John, kind of midway up there. So beautiful area of Baja, as you can tell. Just landscape up there.
Again, a very tight technical course.
Yeah, this you have to work for it. This is where a lot of the races won or lost is
right
in these
here,
technical sections. Yeah. A good rider will, really shine in this stuff.
One of the things that I noticed, some of these areas of Baja, you've been riding a machine, a motorcycle or something, and you're just working really hard. You're coming across rock sections and ruts, and you get to the top of some hill, and you're thinking, man, that was incredibly challenging. I don't think anybody else could have made it up there in a car. And then you see a Ford Pinto parked up there, and you're like, some Mexican was able to drive their Ford Pinto through all of that same rough stuff in a little two-wheel drive piece of junk car. And you're like, okay, well, maybe I'm not that tough. They must be a really good driver. And you see them up there at the Laguna Hansen or something like that, and it's always amazing. But, yeah, at Mike's Sky Ranch, for all you fans at home, it is like a hotel up in the middle of the mountains at about 4,000 feet. And you can drive your car up there and stay the night in a historic place where all the Baja racers, us motorcyclists, usually ride up there and then spend the night. They provide meals for you and have a bar and things. So
better
all these
call in advance and make sure
available.
they aren't booked up, though, because they are quite busy up there.
Yeah, Google it.
We're going to zoom in here on the map, get right into that area that John is speaking about here. Just where are we going? Got to go up a bit.
You need to go down. You need to go back.
Track pad is a little funky here. Sorry.
Oh, here we go.
There it is. That's Mike's Sky Ranch.
There we go.
And there's all the trees are in a riverbed, and so the racers are going to come from left to right and go right under those trees. And so there's a riverbed that's usually got water in it. And this is the ATV now has passed Mike, so he's headed up the hill, and that section has become really, really rough and rocky and rutted and a real challenge to ride.
Yeah, this is a beautiful area. A lot of people don't realize that Baja, the backbone of Baja, is the San Pedro Martir mountain range that covers the whole backbone. Up here they have an observatory that they've used for years, but looks like a lot of spectators took your advice, John, and went up to Mike's to camp out and watch out. Oftentimes this is a pit too. Quite often they'll have a pit there. It looks like some people have some pits set up along in here for some of the vehicles. Beautiful area. Here comes another motorcycle up the hill.
Yep, you see that chasm of a rut to his left that if you slide off into, you're pretty much stuck. He's actually going up a pretty steep hill. This camera kind of washes it out and makes it look kind of flat, but he's going up a pretty steep hill, so you got to keep your momentum going.
Yeah.
And but it is a little higher up, so the fans here, it's maybe not as hot during the day. It is September down in Baja, so it can be 100 degrees, 95 degrees by Ojos. Up at Mike's, probably be more like 85 and 82, nice and comfortable.
Great shot.
Great shot. This is Baja. This is why we go down there, isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
Just to be in this environment. Look at that line.
Yeah.
Got it around the rock, but look at how, almost went down there.
He's got it going on.
Right on the edge here of control.
And that's pretty much two-wheel riding, is you are on the edge. If you're not on the edge, you're not close enough.
Well, if you're not standing, you aren't riding. As you notice, he's standing here. But look how rough that is down there. I mean, that is really rough stuff. That's gotten chewed up quite a bit since I was last through there.
Oh, yeah. I was there this last year, and it's tremendously more difficult than it was 5 years ago. But yeah, one of the things that's nice about motorcycling that we love is that you get to choose the line, so they can kind of go from left to right to right to left. He went up against the bank underneath the little tree we saw in the shade, and you're trying to find the smoother line, and so the trucks, they pretty much barge through it.
I'd have to think, too, that at times those shadows, they change as the sun goes, and that becomes very challenging, too, certainly at top speeds.
Yep, here's another. I would say these guys, right now, it looks like we're back in the,
let's take a look.
Yeah, these are the sportsmen, not sportsmen, but the limited class riders. Some of the pro Ironman are about to show up at Mike's.
That might be the 102X. That's in that range of 13X or 102X.
Yes, it is.
It's about the top 6 guys. This is probably 6th or 7th place, trying to combine the live tracking with the footage here. And, of course, this might be from Andy's helicopter, so I'm not sure if it's a live feed or if it was from minutes ago.
This is a drone shot right now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
Look at it, right overhead.
Good job.
Again, just bringing you perspectives you just don't usually get, you know? And so, testament to the crew and the
Did we see the quad
coverage.
already? In this area? We did, right? Going up the hill?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and that 1A was at 151.3 now, so that was that footage. And
yeah, I can kind of zoom in here on the map closer to these.
And by the way, ATV class, the 18A is now right behind the 1A. And so those guys are having a battle of their own. Yeah, they're within a half mile of each other.
Wow.
See those two, the 18A and the 1A.
Yeah.
So we have a battle for the ATV Pro win. And I will tell you, as far back as they started, which is probably 10 or 15 minutes behind the 1X and 3X teams, they might be pretty close on the overall.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Nicolas Velez and the Roberto Villalobos team are, 18A is really putting on a charge there.
Yeah, whoever got on that machine at the last stop must be on fire because they are going for it.
I would say so. And it looks like Robert started behind Nicholas, so there's a 1 minute difference in time.
2 minutes from the last update.
Again, 2 minutes ago, 1 minute ago.
So they're in for a battle the whole rest of the day.
They're close.
Looks like
look at that too. They're 7th, 8th vehicles on the road, something like that.
Yeah.
And they've already had to pass probably 15 or 20 bikes in front of them.
Right, exactly.
Look at the 723X over there by the blue line.
Yeah.
Our lead Ironman, Edgar Cota. So he's riding the whole 400 miles by himself, and he's doing well. He's in front of the 300X. I mean, that guy is on fire.
Yeah. No,
as an Ironman, knowing you have to ride the whole race yourself, most of the guys take some a little bit less pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ironman Pro guys just blow me away at every event here. There's the first 50, the Robert Creamer's team.
Mm-hmm.
There's the first 400 team, I believe.
Yeah,
Oh, whoa, that just changed dramatically.
Okay, so there's Brandon Wright. Brandon Wright is always in the hunt for the Ironman Pro win, so he's doing quite well. The Robert Creamer's team, and then
Illyrio Amato. He's a Redline Oil team. And then
we got 2 guys on
Adrian Indesco on the 435X. So that's kind of a newer team. I haven't seen them out here before. So excellent. There's another one underneath it.
I feel like there's something under. Yeah, there's somebody else underneath it.
Zoom it in just to.
Then get a little closer and we'll investigate it. There we go. Okay.
And
no,
go a little bit on the top.
Oh, there we go.
David Smith, the
319X.
And that's 2 minutes ago.
Yep.
So. And we got Edgar down here.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see the 700X in Baja racing. If you have a 500 number, a 400 number, a 700 number, that means you won the championship the year before. So 700X, Brandon Wright. So it looks like the turtle versus the hare there. And the newer guy, 723, is Cota is going for it as the hare. And Brandon Wright is going to be steady and has been there and done that. And so we'll see which one gets to the finish line first.
K&N team has really stretched their lead a bit here. It's always been close between him and Salas, but he is.
So 167, so 3 miles.
Yeah.
And he's pinged a minute ago, so he's probably about a 3.5 mile lead.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, this is if you're going to make time on somebody, this is the area where you're going to make time. A good rider, a good technical rider, is going to make time on somebody that's not as technically proficient, that is more of just a high-speed road rider.
And
they're hanging right in there.
Buddy's looking.
And Adrian Ortiz back there, not too far back.
Yep, and if you want to have an idea of what terrain they're encountering, if you look at that mile per hour, that usually says they're negotiating some tough stuff.
Sure.
And when it goes up to 40 or 50, then it's flatter roads, easier roads, and so that's definitely, like Scott said, the best riders. Now there was some truck action for us.
Here we go. We got Tim Herbst live.
And that would be smooth and easy stuff out of Ojos.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks through Ojos. The lead trucks still looks like, best I can tell, it's still Toby Price on the road. Paul Wheel team ahead of the Tad Tavo Little Dos Solo team. And then, of course, Luke McMillan and Kevin Thompson just lurking in the background, followed by Christopher Pulvordi, Alan Ampudia, and Bryce Menzies, and Dan McMillan. Again, depending on the lag and the tracking, those could be in a slightly different order, but they're all up there in the top 10.
Yep. Look at that dust, what he's heading into right now.
So look at that dust out there, guys. What's that going to mean for these other drivers coming behind him? I think we've chatted about it a bit, but I mean, look how expansive it is. It really spreads out now. These four-wheelers are out there.
Well, one, it doesn't look like there's much wind today, for sure. John?
Yep, it's still early in the morning, so a lot of it hasn't burned off, and there's not a breeze yet.
Is he catching somebody?
So,
because there's dust in front of him.
There's definitely a truck that's in front, and it's just lingering.
Oh, yeah.
And there's probably another truck in front of that truck.
So here's an option for two different lines, but this is the one he's taking.
Yeah, that's the race course.
That's the race course. That you'll miss a VCP over here and get a penalty.
Yeah, the smoother road was all of the ranchers go on, and so that's a penalized road if you happen to get off there.
Don't want to do that.
And so the fans are there. Look at their tents right next to it. They're just they can smell it and taste it.
Whoa. Whoa, what a shot.
Nice shot.
Fantastic. That's Andy, yeah? More than likely, he's up in the heli. That's not drone, I don't think.
No, this is one of the Herbst helicopters, I believe, and they help supply us footage.
That's fantastic.
For action. Yeah.
Yep. Wow, look at that shot. Look at the canyon there.
Yeah.
And you can see the
it just keeps going.
I'm going to assume
all the way up the mountain, all the way up the path. You see them. Yeah, so that's why they risk everything during qualifying to get up to the top front to avoid that lingering
Nobody wants to eat that.
Yeah, you just have to go slower. You just can't see, or you take risks of hitting stuff.
Yep. And that could potentially take you out.
Absolutely.
You got to start, you got to finish, no matter what. That's why we'll see some vehicles come through with three wheels sometimes. It's that important to finish.
Yeah, and their chase crews will drive trucks along the asphalt road. So we were talking about a Highway 3 and there's Highway 1, and they'll try to be at these points where the racers pop out, just in case there's something wrong with the truck that they have to fix, or the bike, or the UTV. And so they bring spare wheels and spare parts, and they even have welders and stuff. So they're welding machines that have ripped the front end off, because they know their team needs to finish the race, just have points, so that hopefully they can get to the Baja 1000, take the win, and maybe win the championship.
Yeah. So from this perspective and what we're seeing here on the map, Tim Herbst is in 7th approximately at this point.
Who's that?
Tim Herbst that we're watching right now.
Yeah. Tim's in 7th?
Well, and 7th physically, and the thing that you always are wondering is on adjusted time, because some of these guys might have started 20 minutes back. The trophy trucks start a minute apart. Most of the other classes start 30 seconds apart. So it is possible, if you were the 20th truck off the line, and there's more than 20 trophy trucks today, that you might be 15 minutes from the leader behind, which means you're 5 minutes a lead. So that's fun to watch.
Look at that.
Look at this
bicycling that thing.
Look at him bicycling, all the way up that. Look at those steps and that. I can't see it there, but those ledges are probably a foot or 2 feet tall.
Look how thick that berm is right there.
I race this section almost every race. It's off the start, and it's not that fun through there. Especially if you're behind somebody.
Of course.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's tight, and it's silty, and it's sliding, and they make it look easy.
But
you see all the different lines around there. There are some lines where you can take some choices and do some either ors.
Let me see.
This is where the pre-running
Trace
comes
Hermanos is kind of that area.
Where you're
Yeah, and as you see different dust in different areas, you'll see the different choices that are made, to your point.
Yeah, and there's a truck ahead of him at the top of the screen. And so he's catching up to him. And
so, right in front of him would be Christopher Polvardi.
Yeah, so they're at race mile 40.6 is what the live tracking, so it's about race mile 41. Yeah, they just did the right-hand split. Then there's a barbed wire fence they're going to come to on their real soon. I always get close to that, and you start remembering these things in your heads. Don't do that next time. See the barbed wire fence you just went by?
Yeah.
Being from Vegas, you know, growing up in Vegas, the Herbst family is, you know, very well known. Great to see them still out here racing, and they have 2 of their kids are here in Class 6100 trucks as well, behind dads and stuff. So, you know, these guys just never give up. They're always there. Big part of the sport.
Born into it.
Yeah, born into it, but these guys have really supported off-road racing over the years, going back 20, 30 years. It's great to see them out there still just hanging it out like this.
Look at that, digging in. I mean, you really get it from this perspective. You get a sense of how deep that trail is there, how those tires sinking in, trying to grip the best they can, keeping them moving forward.
Yeah, one of the things that's kind of neat about the sport is some people think, well, it's a rich man's sport, and did these people start racing because they were rich, or did they become rich because they were racers? And I would tell you that in many cases, like the Herbst family, the McMillan family, to be a successful off-road racer, you typically need to be pretty logical. You need to be building things. You need to have a plan. You need to work really hard to at your craft.
In the mics.
Yeah.
Back to mics.
Back to mics.
Great shot here.
Yeah, this is after the creek, right after the creek crossing. They come up out of the creek, you cross the creek there, and then you climb up the hill there into Mike's.
Moving.
Mm-hmm.
Just going to say the Herbst team, they build their own race vehicles. They have their own race fab shop.
Yep.
And they show Pat Dean. There's another legendary name racing family from Vegas, Pat Dean, Butch Dean. Guys, that Jason Montes and Shane Robinson are shown as co-drivers on the vehicle. So we're not sure who's in the vehicle there. Most likely Tim off the start, but could be Pat as well. I might.
Look at this.
Yep.
It looked like a battle zone out there, you know?
Boy, that's a great angle from the helicopter there to see the Herbst team going through it. That's some tight stuff, really rough. They use that off the start virtually every race. Yeah. So it's super beat up, whooped out, and dusty
so now
and
we
silty.
Can see how far ahead
this potentially might be drone footage, but nonetheless, it's fantastic. We got up on top.
Well, and you can see how relatively clear the air is. I guess that's Chris up there ahead of him.
Yeah, these days it's hard to know, isn't it?
It's a little.
He's picking a line, left
there
or
you
right.
Go. Talk about choices.
Who's the co-driver? Let's get on that.
Yeah, where are we going here?
Is it? I don't know if it's fair to say, but it seems like because there's so much riding on this, on the co-driver, that the co-driver could almost be more intense sometimes than just driving that vehicle.
Well, they usually say if you look at the race, the truck afterwards, there's usually a lot more carnage on the right side, the passenger side, than on the driver's side, because they're a better estimate of the depth of the sliding. So, yeah, they're taking their life into their hands by being a co-driver.
I think that might be Dan McMillan just ahead of him there. It might be car 23 that we just saw. Not
there
really
we go.
Sure. Not, maybe not.
Setting up.
Let's see if we can get a number off that.
Yeah.
So these days, there used to be just the co-pilot had the screen with the track and the course markers, and then these days now a lot of the trucks have a screen for both the driver and the co-pilot. So the driver. But is
that distracting though if you're driving? I mean.
Well, I guess they've decided that they want to have the option, and maybe it's best to have redundancy so that if one of them fails, that you still have an idea. Because with the VCPs, which is a virtual checkpoint, you have to be within 120 feet of this marker. And so you see these various roads.
Yeah.
Well, if you go down the wrong road, the Rancher Road, you're going to get penalized. Or you're going to miss one of those VCPs and lose 10 minutes. So 10 minutes is enough to lose the race. So yes, the co-drivers will sit there and make sure that they're on course, and when they come to a section like that, they might be going go left, go left.
Sure.
And telling the driver. And most of the drivers for this race have probably pre-run the course.
Yeah.
But it just goes to the point that you can't memorize 400 miles.
No.
I don't care who you are and how many times you've been down here. You don't memorize every single corner.
Here's a interesting perspective of the Cineflex spinning around, but it's also giving you a real gut check as to where you are. You are out in the middle
There's
of nowhere.
There's a McMillan there.
There we go.
Yeah, that was Dan. I was going to say 23, I thought was Dan McMillan. That's Dan, I think. Or is that Luke? I think it's Dan. Or just back to Tim.
Yeah, 23 is Dan.
Yep, and he's 2 spots behind Tim. Actually, his ping 3 minutes ago, so he might be in front. Yeah, he is.
There we go. Some amazing in-car. Okay, let's go.
And there's the screens. Notice the co-pilot has the large one, and the driver. So, as scary as it might be, they actually sometimes talk about these trophy trucks driving in pure dust.
Yeah.
And driving by wire, basically just looking at the screen to see if they're on the course and not seeing the dirt, which scares me to death.
Yeah, I think that's more fable than reality.
Except for when riders get plowed from behind if they're in a race for the win.
Yeah.
And even from this perspective too, you see how close the pedestrians and the spectators are. I mean, they're right there. It's got to be nerve-wracking.
Well, it is, and it's a known fact that the seat on the right goes 20 miles an hour faster than the seat on the left.
It feels like it, huh?
And at least it feels that way. So, the co-drivers definitely earn their keep these days. But just
look at Herbst. Watch that steering wheel. Left, right, left, right, right. It's just constantly moving, adapting.
It's just dancing. The wheels are just sliding on the top of the dirt.
Yeah.
It's grabbing traction and then not, and then sliding. And this was him coming out of Bajora Ojos.
But you also see how, with the suspension kicking in there, it's very smooth. He's flying through it.
I'll tell you what. The new cameras, like the camera here, they take so much of it out of it. They take the bumps and they smooth it out. Yeah. And so, like the new GoPro 4s and stuff, I've done some video on the motorcycle, and it's almost disappointing because you get back and you're watching it and you're going, that doesn't look that rough.
Right.
And you're going, no,
so
wait
this is
a
not
minute.
Exactly a proper
If we had an old school camera that didn't have all these isolation mechanisms in them, it would be, just look at their helmets if you want to see what's happening.
Yeah, very true, very true. Oh, man, it got a little too bumpy and we lost connection there.
Yeah.
Well, it happens.
Good footage. Thank you for the Herbst line.
Thank you.
Shout out to the drones, the helicopters with the in-cameras. Man, loving it so far.
Well, they're coming up on K78 here. They're getting close to the highway.
Okay.
We still looks like we have the Toby Price team in front, followed by Tavo, and then it looks like
Luke.
Maybe Luke in third, and then the Concrete Motorsports team,
Kevin Thompson,
and then Christopher. And
yep,
and then 19 Tim Herbst. I think that there's McCachran. Yeah.
Followed right behind. Come on.
Ampudia.
Come on. Yep. I think there he goes.
Which
Double A.
Which, if this is accurate, Rob's passed a couple of guys at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this is accurate, I mean, Rob was the 12th or 13th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was 11th off the line. He looks like he's around 7th or 8th there.
Yeah.
He got around a couple of people, it looks like.
It's definitely still anybody's race right now at this point. Because they started a minute apart, they're still, in some cases, closer than a minute apart. And so they're all in formation, and all of those top 10 trucks potentially still have a chance to win this thing. And once they get up probably around that goat trail and then up into Mike's, that's where, just like on the bikes, where the talent and the truck and the capabilities.
That'll
and
be
the
great
setup.
to see.
Yep,
that'll be great to see.
That's going to really be great to see that footage. We're looking forward to that.
We'll see those guys rip. You know, we're not too far away from Race Mile 92 coming up, and we'll definitely get some great shots of them screaming through there. But we're a little over 4 hours into the Baja 400 here, and so far everything's going great. We haven't really seen any, as far as we know, no big mechanical issues.
Yeah, no major
Everybody's
incidents.
moving pretty good. Had some great stuff coming in from the social media. That's always much appreciated. Again, send it in to @SCORE International. You can see all this. I mean, if you're watching it, you're already there, but you'll have the live tracking on SCORE International's YouTube page, the Facebook page. Go on there. Scott's been checking up on some of your comments at times too, so we'll do our best to accommodate when we can. Back to in camera here, in car.
Yeah, we know you guys want to see as much action as possible. We're trying to bring as much as we can.
He's pointing something.
But as the race unfolds, we'll have more camera positions and more places to show you. There'll be a lot more opportunity to bring more action to you.
This perspective too. Now we're really. Oops, sorry. This perspective.
So he's going back to old hand signals there.
Yeah,
you know, pointing
exactly. I was just going to say
a little bit there. He just pointed to the right. Now to the left. Look at him point.
But now you're starting to really get an idea of that dust coming at you. It's not too thick yet, but it's there.
Oh yeah, for sure. No, he's going to be riding in dust all day because he started like 10th.
Yep. You can hear that. Maybe we can turn up that audio a little bit and get a sense of how loud it is inside there.
Definitely like the sound of the trophy truck.
Now there's the sound of Baja for you.
There's a good sound. One of my favorite sounds from Baja.
Nothing like horsepower. Straight away there. Go. Rear perspective.
Nice.
Only for a moment.
So you see that the panel that's strapped down to the back there, that's in case they get stuck. So it's a long piece of plastic, about 6 feet long. So this truck's probably a two-wheel drive.
Yeah.
But if they get stuck, they'll have to just jump out, put that under there, and help them get out of the silt, pop up onto the hard pack again. So just like a lot of four-wheel drive guys that drive around, they keep one of those on board just to keep them ready for anything.
Reminds me of my early days in Minnesota, only it was snow.
Okay.
And I had my 83 Camaro Berlinetta getting stuck in every freaking ditch you could name, so I had to dig that thing out all the time. And
Did you have to bring any kitty litter with you or anything?
No, you know what I did? I had weights. I had like 50-pound weights in the trunk just to put that guy down. But
nice.
Man, don't miss digging that thing out anymore. Anyways, I regress.
No, it's
back
definitely.
to our race.
I'm just was going to go back to the bikes here real quick and see if we can pull up any information on that. Just to give a quick running order.
There we go.
Man, it looks like 3X, 1X, 11X. So
zoom in here. You're nearing it, 185.5. So he's over the roughest stuff, and he's now getting closer to the cutoff road that we say that cuts from Valley T towards Highway 1. So he's smoothing out a little bit. His speed's now up to like 37 miles an hour.
Yep.
But the 11X, Solis and Carlos Salvaterra, the 1X, those guys are still right on top of each other, just like the Goat Trail.
At the Goat Trail there.
It's a race-long battle. It's super exciting. And really, they're still in the race because they're within about a mile, 2 miles of the 3X. So it's not, there's definitely not over. And as we saw before, the 3X had multiple riders.
Yeah.
So you never know, is the next rider going to be as fast as the last guy? Is he going to be a little bit slower? And then like the 11X, that's a two-rider team with Roberts and Solis.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine they're going to switch somewhere around the 200-mile mark to probably split it in half. So my guess is once they get to the end of the cutoff road, that might be where Solis is getting off and Roberts is getting on, or vice versa. So the race is anyone's game there in the top three for sure.
Aside of getting all this dust in your face sometimes, Can it be more stressful to be trying to keep the lead, or is it advantageous to be in the back just a little bit and it drives you, it pushes you to want to chase and catch them? What's the psychology behind that sometimes? I mean, obviously we want to win. We want to be the first person. But is there a little bit more? Is there a deeper dive into it?
Well, Scott, what do you think about being in the lead?
Well,
versus being right behind.
I always would prefer to be in the lead and,
sure.
you know, and set the pace, try to set the pace if I could. Although, as there have been times where I've gotten the bike in second or in third position and knew what the gap was and knew what I had to do to catch up, where it just motivated me that much more, where maybe we rode a little bit harder to catch up to the lead. But I'm comfortable either way. I always prefer to be in the lead. That's a good place to control the race from. Now, back in the day, there was traffic on the road and other things to worry about, so there was always a little bit more nerve-wracking to do that. But in the meantime, you know, you've got to be comfortable. You know, they say at Dakar, you know, you can follow all day long the tracks in the desert, but if you want to win the race, you got to open the road someday.
Well, yeah, you got to make your own.
You got to make your own.
For sure.
And you got to have the confidence and the wherewithal to do that. And
yeah, sometimes, you know, in different platforms, different cars will kind of drift behind each other and just not have that wind resistance, right? And this is a little different.
Well, and again, there's a lot of strategy right now. What's going on right now?
Look at that.
That was a pretty big shot.
These guys all are going to make sure that they don't do anything here to take them out of the race.
Yeah.
They want to wait and see who's left to race at the last half of the race.
There you go.
They're going to make sure that they don't get any flats, roll it over, do anything stupid, wreck it, bend it, or whatever in the first part, and just hold their position.
Yeah.
A lot of them are going to be third or fourth on the road here. And the other guys are just a few minutes ahead. They're getting reports from their radio guys, from their helicopters, so they know. So basically, they're comfortable with that. You know, at the end of the race, it's going to whittle down. There's going to be fewer guys that you have to race to beat.
Yeah.
You just want to be one of the guys that are in contention. And, you know, and that's the important part of the early stages of the race. And that's what's kind of going on right now, is they're all just trying to find the pace, be a comfortable pace, get themselves in position so that when the back half of the race comes, they know what they have to do to win.
And fair to say, too, probably during, obviously, pre-run, they're making notes. They're going to find the sections where they want to risk, where they want to be maybe slightly more conservative.
Yeah.
And go from there once they're in the field.
I would probably say that they've got every 5 or 10 minutes, there's some oh crap moments, some oh shucks moments,
we're seeing it happen.
where you're trying to push it and you catch the guy in front of you, and like when he jumped into that ditch and slammed down pretty hard, and his co-pilot probably just took a big gulp.
Yeah.
And as a driver or a rider, you're going, oh, I better back it down just a little bit. Or I'm pushing a little too hard, I better take another chance. So most of these guys are still like, they drive the edge, and you find the edge sometimes by making, and then the best drivers are going to calibrate and go, okay, before I crashed, I made an adjustment and roll with that. But they're definitely trying all they can. And so there's a little either or. So there's a way to go right or a way to go around. So those are one of the things that as a rider you kind of think in the back pocket when you're coming up on somebody. Do I go to the right or the left? I might have a chance to get around him.
And if this angle pulls out just a little bit more, we saw it about 30 seconds ago, it looks like that's Herbst there. How he's not that far behind the driver in front of him.
Yep, and
he's
they're
actually
both
pretty close.
And they're both in really good trucks, you know, highly capable machines. That section right there, that dirt is super hard.
Yeah.
So those whoops are like concrete.
Yeah.
And there's no sand, there's no give. And so that's the section where, like, I'll ride the bike and our bike just feels pitifully soft. I'm bottoming out the suspension everywhere. And then someone else is riding a section with little small rocks and pebbles. There's another either or.
So Herbst, wait.
He went for the left? Yeah, it is.
But you can just kind of see in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah, the other guy went to the right.
He's getting closer, though.
Tim went to the left.
Let's see.
Yep, he's gaining in. Yep, so the dust is getting closer and out in the distance. So, yeah, that section is super hard pack, and you make compromises on your suspension setup so that you can be better for other areas. And
yeah, they're coming up on K78 out there, kilometers KM78. They're coming to the road crossing, or the road junction here very shortly. Very shortly. It's just sure just 1 minute.
And you see as close as he gets, that dust just gets blinding.
Yeah.
And he can push up and be way faster, but then you catch the dust. Look in the valley that he's coming up to. It's just completely covered.
And look at the.
And you got shadows and you got trees. It's got to be incredibly disorientating.
Yeah, and if you're the rider in front, we have been known to spin the tires a little bit extra to create a little more dust, to try and keep that guy behind you a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But this does show you that Tim has a little bit faster pace than the truck in front of him. The truck in front of him has clear air.
Yep.
And and
he can't do much with it.
He can't do much with it. Tim's just is going to start getting impatient here in a little bit because he knows that he's potentially losing time to the other trucks if he's just feeling his pace isn't quite where it needs to be.
Looks like there's a little breeze pushing it a little to the west there, which is great. He's probably just thanking God right now for that breeze.
Coming from the north, they're pushing it towards the south as they're heading almost east right now.
There's a lot of praying that goes on under the helmets, I'll tell you that. Thanking God for the breeze, not dying over the last ditch or whatever, saving it from not going over the edge of a cliff, all sorts of things that go on. So,
a couple of moments where you come close to your maker.
Yes, yes, and the beauty out there as well. Even as a racer, I'll go around over hillsides and just go, oh my gosh.
All right, here we go. We got
beautiful.
1870 Pro UTV driver Brandon Walsh off and running.
And that's
there he goes.
The official start, the time start. There's no speed zone there at all, so you can go 100 miles an hour or more. There's a 3-mile section of pavement, 4 miles, and I'll tell you, it's pretty sketchy on the motorcycle. First thing, you're like, should I be going 100 miles an hour here?
Yeah. Let tracking's down. I'm sure it'll come right back.
Yeah. We're seeing right now that the live tracking has gone offline for a moment, but as soon as it's up and running, we'll let you know where everybody's at. In the meantime, we'll enjoy this incredible perspective from Brandon Walsh as he's ripping down the pavement.
Yeah, if it was only like this the next 400 miles, we'd be a walk in the park.
And we wouldn't do it because it's not cool enough. We need to be off-road battling.
That's true. Ooh.
Okay, here we go.
So here's
back in the field.
This looks like the vehicle in front of this. Did we decide this was Chris Holvorty in front of him?
We're not 100%, but it's possible that Chris was in front of Tim. I believe it's Eric Husted.
Eric
truck
Husted,
38.
38,
yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, that makes sense.
See, and there's a fan way out in the middle.
There it is. There's that car, that Suburban that we saw
another section
at Race Mile 92. Yeah. There you are.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah. All right. There we go. Cool. All right, side by side here.
Must be the only white SUV in Baja.
I think so.
So, is this 38? 38?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think it is.
Love this tracking, though. You get a sense that, you're starting to see how fast these guys are going, too. And
And they're huge wheels, these 40 42, 44-inch wheels that just, they make it look so smooth.
Imagine the pounding it takes to pop one of these things.
Yeah.
You know?
That's usually a dead hit on a rock.
Oof. I'm trying to get some in-car here. A slight pause there.
Oh. See, and motorcycles have a 21-inch front wheel and an 18-inch rear. So that's one of the things where the motorcycles go through through these ditches, where these trucks now can kind of stay up on the tops, going over the tips instead of the valleys of all the bumps.
Yeah. Let's see if we can. I mean, this perspective, it looks like they're in Zimbabwe or something. It does. It looks like they're out in Africa or something.
A little bit like
and notice how green it is. I mean, this is September.
Yeah.
Normally in September,
very true.
It's really tan. The desert and the hills get kind of
just rain this summer.
Brown.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's the monsoon
and a hurricane.
Hurricane storms have really brought the green out. It's beautiful.
Yeah. There's someone right there just cheering them on. We got people in field.
I'm wondering if the Herps helicopter isn't up, buzzing them, letting them know that there's someone behind.
It's possible.
Sending a little subliminal message that, hey, by the way, guys, You don't have a helicopter, we do. And
flexing. Photographer getting some great shots.
And roosted for the good measure.
There we go. Yep.
And there's
okay,
Herbst.
there's Tim.
Yep, I think you're right, Scott.
I think he was sending a little message up there to the 38.
But he has pulled off a clear a little bit. I mean, it's an ongoing battle.
No, it is.
It's great to see in-car and exterior at the same time.
Yeah, just
really
look at
unique.
the helmets slamming back and forth. And they have a Hans device as well to kind of keep their neck stabilized.
You're still
and a 5-point harness cinching them completely down, and they're still bouncing.
Look at that. It's cooking. You can hear that engine roaring.
Yeah.
What do you think? He's doing 80, 90 there?
Oh, yeah, I'd say he's probably up to 100 right there.
Just about triple
Maybe
digits.
90. I know that section, I finally get out of those concrete hard whoops that we were talking about. And you finally get on these roads, and it's so nice because on a motorcycle you finally get a chance to breathe, relax, get some speed up.
Yeah, look at that in-car.
There's like a gate that he crosses here pretty soon, a little cattle guard. And yeah,
you can see him bouncing around in there.
Yeah. Nice.
Scott, you talked a lot about the power of hydration and how it affects your mental focus and clarity and stuff like that. You know, what are these guys going through right now as far as their mental focus? They're still alert, they're there, but is there any fatigue starting to creep in at this point, or they're still flying on adrenaline,
I think they're
good to go?
It usually takes them, you know, it used to take me the older I got, the more it took me to get into a nice routine groove where I really felt like I was in tune with everything, that my timing. And initially, when you first take off, you just feel a little out of sync, but by now you should be really in tune with the truck, really have a good feel for what's going on. You know, these guys have hydration systems built into those. They'll be drinking. They'll be on a protocol too, where they'll be drinking every so often. You don't wait until you're thirsty to start drinking.
Right.
You start drinking right away. Oh, here we go.
All right. So they have four VCPs in this area, and they're denoted with a letter, and so you have to be within 40 feet of the VCP.
Okay.
So they have this section to keep you off the ranch road, and so it's become like a supercross section with massive mobiles.
Like it.
As you see them getting totally airborne. So I always equate this to the Daytona Supercross when I'm riding my motorcycle through there.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
And because they've used it over and over for a decade now, it's just completely hammered.
Wow.
And it's a fun and it's a challenge.
Yeah, berm. Look at these crevices, these grooves. Just ripping through there.
Yep, so lots of fans like to watch
this.
right there because it's really putting the trucks through the paces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they'll jump on the road again here in just a little bit after this. It's about a half mile of this zigzag around these
you don't realize, too, I mean,
VCPs.
Tim's making it look pretty easy through here, but just off just a little bit. Catch that tire on one of those outside berms at a little bit too much speed, and it'd be so easy to roll that thing over.
Flip it over. Yeah.
Flip it over in here. You know, just get out of rhythm in the hoops and, you know, land with the power on when you wanted to have it off.
Sure.
And tear out the drive line or, you know, rip up the differential or something. I mean, there's just, it really is a lot of things going on here that under the surface that's really kind of cool to watch.
It might have been too challenging to get the in-car camera on that because it's just popping around too much, and you would certainly get a sense of how these guys are ping-ponging inside.
Yeah, and once you see, if you saw some footage of UTVs or some of the other buggies going through there, it would look just incredibly worse because they're going to follow every single one where he's just like lighting it up and jumping 2 and 3 at a time and bouncing off the tops, and the trucks are just such amazing mechanical vehicles.
Ooh.
Yep, so now he's starting to head south. And then they're getting closer to the highway crossing. It's still probably about
looks
50,
like live tracking just came back up too. So let's get a deep dive into where everybody is at. From what we're seeing here, if this is accurate,
All right, so they've already 21 is off. Tavo.
Tavo's
finally
up front, you know?
Well,
Toby
he's got
Paul?
2 minutes, so it's probably the 46 is probably in front.
I think they're still in front.
But they are across Highway 3.
Yeah, look.
That's right there at the highway crossing.
3 minutes back.
And Pudia.
1 minute.
Thompson, 1 minute, 4 minutes from Luke.
4 minutes ago.
Here we go.
4 minutes.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah, Luke is probably in front.
Come on.
Oh,
Please don't tell me you went off. They're teasing us.
I guess.
All right. Well,
it's
hold your bets, Vegas.
So they're coming. They should be to that race mile 92 marker pretty soon. So they're within about 12 miles, which those guys are closer to 60 miles an hour. So within 12 minutes, we should have some live action for you fans at home to see them coming through and who's in the lead and how close they are together. So some good footage.
Great to see.
Yeah.
No, the other thing that I noticed before live tracking went down is how quickly they are catching some of the slower bikes and quads. The sportsmen, they will catch some of the slower bikes and quads before Valley T. So there'll be a lot of overtaking in there. I hope everybody uses good judgment.
If everybody's in the field, if you can, send in some videos, some pics. We'd love to get your perspective at Score International on Instagram. And as we mentioned earlier, if you got some comments, shoot them into Facebook, and Scott will do his best. Here we go.
Mr. Walsh again, Brandon Walsh.
We're back to Brandon Walsh. 1870 car.
Yeah, so he's not far out of Ensenada.
We're seeing everybody. Oh, reverse that angle.
Nice. Going through the trees, about
Still
8 miles
tricky.
away from the Blue
Glitchy.
Gate.
Again, what is the significance of the Blue Gate? It's just it's a marker.
It's actually just a cattle guard that is blue, and there's a gate that they can lock.
Right.
So just one of those references in Baja. There's like it's Mike's. Well, when you get to Mike's, you know this or. So
look at this.
Yeah,
look how chewed up. Yeah, look at those
my
ruts.
gosh, look at it. I'll bet you some of that's from the recent rains.
Oh yeah.
That is pretty nasty.
That's brutal.
And the camera, you're not seeing. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the ruts don't get smaller over the years. They only get bigger. Unless someone goes in there with a tractor to take care of them, but they don't usually do it. So, yeah, that's coming out of Ojos or before Ojos, coming out of Ensenada.
Is that the Blue Gate?
No. We're up on the ridge, so there's still quite a few houses and stuff that are in that area, and occasionally you'll come upon a locked
looks like
gate.
I just got it back. I'll see where the UTVs are.
Why don't you check in?
We're going to see a little closed gate here up ahead.
Okay.
And these guys will turn left and wind through.
Yeah, I mean, these drivers have vehicles that are appropriate for this terrain, but you look to your left and you see some of these other cars, and you figure out how the heck did they get in there and how beat up are their cars.
They took their time.
They took their time.
They slowly negotiated the road left to right, to right to left.
Maybe some nerfing happened at some point?
Hopefully not too much nerfing on my street car.
You got some in-car from a different perspective. This is
Co-pilot
again, Brandon
with
Walsh here
no
again.
gloves on. I guess he wants to be able to touch his phone screen.
Yeah. Perhaps he's going live.
Yeah, I got a CVT. You can hear that transmission's a little bit different.
Yep. See how they're each wearing different shields.
Yeah.
Accommodating for
The co-pilot's chosen to go with the sunglass routine. Nose, maybe prescription.
Here's fairly relaxed and composed, in spite of what they're doing.
Yeah, they got a long day ahead of them.
They still got a ways to go.
The Baja 400, you're going to have a whole bunch of drivers that'll do the whole thing by themselves.
Right.
You know, and the trophy trucks, these days they're starting to split, you know, and have one driver do one half, one driver do the next, which it's gotten so competitive that they've found that one driver can't go fast enough for the whole race because they physically can't last. And I've always wondered how they could do it, like Ironman Ivan Stewart would race a 24-hour, never sleeping, never anything. And how do you do it? I don't know.
Yeah. At what point then in the race, generally, race mile mark, do you think they'll switch?
So a lot of times it's depending on where the roads come in, where it makes it easy enough to switch. These guys probably are at a BFG pit, so if they have to stop for gas, then they'll have the other driver hop in right there. So if it takes them 30 seconds to re-gas the machine, then they'll use that time to hop in and hop out. So possibly the BFG pit before Mike's Sky Ranch, but I would think that they might want to go to the next one after.
So it looks like they're just doing some updates. It looks like trophy truck spec class have cleared Ojos Negros, and it looks like Jorge San Pietro is first on the road, the 200 truck, followed by Jason McNeil, and then Ryan Hancock and Pat Sims. Again, could be a little bit of a difference there. They're literally like a conga line here coming down the road. In fact,
look at that in-car camera right there. He
wasn't messing around.
He must be Facebook Live right now.
He's got GoPros. They got in-car going forward, in-car going backward.
Look, Mom.
Yeah.
Here's where I'm at right now.
All right, here we go. From the sky, Tim Herbst. Off and running, chasing something. Dust in front of him.
Yeah, that'll be Art Kustad probably still up there ahead of him. 1,020, 1,079, that's all those guys. Yeah, class one. Let's see the class one cars. Road one.
Looks like pedestrian traffic on the left.
Yeah, coming up KM 78 on the highway. There's.
And they just drifted right on the road.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's he was saying kilometer 78. So if you're driving on the highways in Baja, they have a kilometer marker every kilometer. Sometimes it's every 3 kilometers.
Right.
And so you know where the road comes on, it gets off, and so all of us racers will say, okay, meet me at kilometer 78. That's where the race course hits this spot, and then 2 miles down the road, the race course turns left and goes off the street,
Gotcha.
and then back into the dirt. And so there's always possibly some confusion on, wait a minute, am I supposed to pick you up where it hits the road or where I get off the road? And so the guy's at the wrong spot, and you're trying to figure that out. So we try to mark the kilometer markers to tell people, this is where you need to wait for me.
And in that 2 mile pavement, is the speed regulated, or can they?
It is.
It is.
It's so that particular section of highway is usually 60-mile-an-hour zone.
Got it.
Sometimes it's been 37. The last couple of years, they've kind of defaulted with lower settings because it's only 1.5 miles. It's been 37.
Right.
Guys, it looks like just preliminary. Guys, the UTVs are off the line. Austin Whelan appears to be the first on the road right now. At about mile marker 18.4, followed by Wayne Matlock and Ricardo Malo Jr., the first 3 UTVs. Caden McCachran fourth on the road. Brandon Sims right in that neighborhood as well.
Okay.
They're just getting out of town. Looks like we have quite a few of them. That would be the UTV Open class, I believe, and then 2,900 Mark Burnett. Oh, Mark Burnett looks like he could be the forced induction class. Could be first on the road, and I'm pulling for Mark. He's due for a great race. I'm pulling for Mark.
All right, well, we're going to jump to a quick break, but on our way out, we will jump to some social footage. Once again, there's more. The K&N SCORE Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing Fuels, BF Goodrich Tires. More race action coming up right after this.
These Baja trucks are insane. These Baja trucks are insane.
further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
The ultimate adventure tool with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
The K&N intake in my truck is a real game changer. When I'm towing, I need all the power I can get. The K&N intake helps me get that extra performance when I need it most. More power. Throw to your engine growl. Proven engine protection. The first upgrade I make to any truck is a K&N intake.
Intake I installed on my truck really transforms the way it drives. I use my truck all day for work, and I drive in a lot of different environments. It's never let me down, but it didn't have that extra kick that I craved. The K&N Intake gives my truck that extra edge in both performance and protection, and it sounds awesome when I step on the gas. Bottom line, with the K&N Intake, my truck and I can handle any situation.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
Welcome to Ensenada. For those who are looking to expand their culinary horizons, a place where the adventures of the sky, valleys, and oceans come together. Ensenada, the capital of Mexican wine.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own.
That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Created in partnership with some of the biggest names in the off-road aftermarket, there are custom wheels and tires, full aluminum doors, steel rock sliders, stylized mirrors and bumpers, innovative storage solutions, Rockford Fosgate premium audio upgrades, and even a high-visibility rigid chase light to help groups stay together. 3 distinct collections, Dune, Desert, and Rugged Trail, help organize all the choices so it's easy to find exactly what you want. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy.
For 14.
Polaris. Think outside.
On my laptop.
Here we go. Welcome back to the K&N SCORE Baja 400, brought to you by VP Racing Fuels and BF Goodrich Tires. We have some fantastic footage here of Bike 3X coming up here. We're going to try. This happened about 10 minutes ago. Gentlemen, what are we taking a look at here?
Well, I think he's on the crossover road over to the, from what I can tell from live tracking, heading over to the coast. This has got pretty high speed.
He's flying.
It does have its moments, and you know, Kieran is putting in a hell of a ride. And I think that's him on the bike. Naren putting in a hell of a ride. Their team is anyway.
So that's a Baja pit that he just passed. So they're using their own pit support. So that's how most of the motorcycle racers, you see that orange signs for Baja pits. They have gas cans, and they have those about every 55 miles. So some of the teams will choose to do their own pits, especially in a Baja 400 where it's really not that far of mileage.
Yeah.
But if you're going to do it on your own, that means you got to have some friends or a truck out there, probably stations about every 60 miles.
Back. Yeah.
Look at the helicopter. Yes,
different
you're on
clip,
TV,
same rider. Karen.
And you're doing great.
Karen, if you can hear us.
Yeah, you're doing great. You know, this guy's come out of really nowhere. I haven't, you know, I didn't follow him from the regular desert racing scene like District 37. Most of these guys come out of some local racing scene like District 37 or District 38 or up in Nevada, where I come from. But he's just kind of showed up out of nowhere and has really been.
I hear that he came from amateur motocross.
From amateur motocross.
He was a solid amateur motocross racer, and then did some off-road. And like a lot of families, you know, they race motocross, but they go to the desert for fun and stuff, and so they have
some standing up. That's what I said before. Now he just sits down, but I mean, he was standing up all through that section.
Saw that. There he goes.
Back on the gas. Look at the position,
leaning
just like John was saying, with his chest right over the center plate of the main axle, the front axle, or the pivot point.
Here we go.
Now this is the next bike. This would be probably.
I think it's another section. Maybe Andy has pieced this together.
Yeah, that was from earlier that we just saw.
Oh, okay.
That was from earlier, but I think we are back live.
So yeah,
But this is a different rider.
We download footage from the SCORE helicopter
and
Andy, and then there's 2 bikes. See the 2 bikes together?
Well, this is probably Chavo and Solace then, huh?
I think our tracking is up and running, so we can.
So every once in a while they'll land, and then they'll have cell signal, and then he can send the video to us, and then we can post it. So that's one of the few ways with the bikes. Luckily, with the Herps team, on the Herps truck, they're following and have Starlinks to load it. But there's a cattle guard right there, getting some air.
Well, this is about how these guys have been all day, though.
Put the leaderboard up here and get a deeper dive here. Okay, so Kieran Naren in first, obviously. We have Arturo Salas in second, Juan Carlos in third, Eric Holt fourth, Adrian Ortiz fifth, Dayton Meyer sixth. Everything seems to be holding pretty steady so far. Again, it's a fantastic competition and beautiful day out.
Yeah,
still more to go.
More like over around Santa Catarina, maybe going into Nuevo Junction, huh,
yeah,
John?
it's from earlier when they were really close together. And the live tracking right now, I've got Kieran Naren at race mile 205. So they're now over halfway, just over halfway. The 11X, their transponder is still pinging very infrequently. So it's 7 minutes ago at race mile 198. So that means he's probably very close to the 3X team. And then I've got the 15X team the whole team at 193. So these guys are definitely getting on that the cutoff road. So they're not to Highway 1 yet, where they start getting closer to the coast. So they're probably going to be, I would guess that the K&N team is going to be switching riders, several of the teams, probably right when they get to that highway crossing.
Yeah, exactly.
And so when we reach to this moment, do we reassess anything? We're going to switch riders, so I guess it's going to be some fresh legs out there. But stay the course. Things are going well. Just keep going forward here.
So unless there's something that's really not working well on the bike, like if there was a problem or the thing was just kicking sideways, you as a rider coming in really have to be the brain that tells the team, what do I need? And if you're coming in and saying, I need to adjust this, stiffen this up, or I went down and we need to check, I crashed on the right side. So our team has commands to each rider that when you come in to the pit, whether you think the bike's okay or not, you say, I went down on the left. And so then someone on our crew will look closely at the radiator, look for any leaks of fuel or gas or oil.
Oh, this
looks
looks
like
like
92 again.
92.
Yeah, that's what I said. That was all.
Got to be the
built.
trucks coming through.
Yep, the trucks are there.
So, fellas.
Yeah, look at all the helicopters. We
We're
definitely
not
got the first trucks coming through here.
We think this would be our first trophy truck at this point. We got plenty of helis up there. We got three in this frame. Back to that, fellas. When that bike comes in, what is probably the most common thing that's going to have to be repaired, if anything?
Well, you're always monitoring the wear of the tires, you know, especially go along. You know, a lot of them might have a planned tire change at a certain point, just to get the most performance out of the bike. So they're going to be monitoring that. Other things we're going to be looking for is fluid, any signs of any fluid leaking out of the bike. You know, as long as the motor's dry and no wet spots anywhere, you know that you're good to go there. And as long as the bike hasn't been laid down, it's basically just grip it and rip it, you know.
That's again where the rider has to tell you, did I go down or not?
Sure.
And so we've had races where we ended up not crashing, but there was a stick from a tree leaning through a bush, and this stick was stabbing radiators. And it went through the radiator, and I didn't notice until I got off the bike and said, hey, I had a great ride, clean. Guy took off. I looked down at my boot, and I've got wet spot on my boot, and I'm thinking, uh-oh, that's not good. And, of course, the bike later blew up because it ran out of coolant, got too hot, overheated, and locked up the motor. So that was a bummer. So the other team behind us actually looked at their radiators and noticed after that, because we had radioed them, hey, check the bike behind us. And they did see that they also got hit by the same stick, and they were able to add water the whole rest of the day. They just added some water every stop, and they made it to the finish.
Nice.
So we learned a lesson that day.
So I've been told here that we're moments away from Paul Wheel coming through here.
Yeah, Wheels.
The Toby Price truck.
Probably.
Toby Price truck.
Yeah, Toby Price truck. But from what I can see here, it looks like maybe Alan Ampudia has gotten around.
I was just going to say that because I'm pulling
around Tavo.
If you pull up live tracking, you know, let's see if there's a minute delay or.
But we'll see for sure.
We'll see it for sure in a moment.
Here in a moment.
Yeah, so they go up onto that mountain ridge. I've actually drove in a vehicle after I got done racing on the motorcycle. I got off the bike at Valley T, and so my buddies and I wanted to see the trophy truck action. We'd already passed the bike off, and it was in this race last year at the 400. And so I rode from the start to Valley T, got off, and then we went really close to where this footage is taking place, and we watched. And so I got to watch them go up this hill. You see the dust. You see them coming closer. So they're going to be by our cameras here in short order.
You can see them over there to the right.
Far right.
Yep. And
you know, we talk about how much dust, silt, mud.
Here comes silt on the left.
Here we go.
I'll pause. I'll circle back in a minute.
They're going to blow by this spot.
Yeah, closer and closer.
The Tavo is right on Price's tail. I mean, we're going to see these trucks nose to tail because I'm looking at the tracking, and it's super close.
Yeah, I'm
hopefully we
curious
get
to see how Tavo does in this. He's hasn't finished exactly where he'd want to be in the 250 and the 500. I know he's hungry.
Absolutely.
And got something to prove. So it'll be curious to see how this plays out.
Panning over to catch him coming in.
Even pull back a little bit if I could.
Yeah, they're going to come from our left.
Shot. There we go. That's a little better.
They're going to come from the left. So they go around, and then they go down a dirt road, and then they turn,
back.
and they come right back next to you.
Yep.
So see the dust on the left?
Yep.
That's where it's coming from when they get close.
So I think where I was going through on my question earlier about the dust, the silt, the mud, et cetera, how challenging is it for the filtration systems within those bikes sucking all that stuff up? Is it easier with a shorter race as opposed to the 1,000?
So, yeah, the teams will have to decide whether they need to change the air filter. If you're leading the race like K&N, they may have planned to change the air filter at race mile 200.
Okay.
And if I was the chase crew or the crew chief on that team, I might say, go. Don't even stop, because it takes you about 35 seconds, and the race is so tight right now. He's been in clear air the whole time, so probably not too dusty. Although on those bikes you do create your own dust and silt. The Huskies have their air box underneath the seat, so sometimes just the dust coming off the front wheel will go to your own air filter. The Yamaha that I ride has the air filter up above the gas tank area by the steering area, and so it stays clean way longer, and so we don't get nearly as dusted out from our own silt.
I'm sure if you're using K&N filters, that doesn't hurt either.
Yeah, that can keep the dirt from your motor for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, they have a very tight.
Really big into motorcycles now too, and off-road motorcycles. They've really stepped up their game there, and they make some really good products.
They sure do. Big shout out to them for their support in the Baja 400.
Yeah, another thing nice about those filters is that you can wash them and clean them.
Right.
And so, like for your car, they perform better with the cloth gauze, and so, but you can wash it, and then they have the special oil to retreat it and use it again and again and again. So it actually can be cheaper than a cheap other filter that you might throw away.
Look at all the helicopters, huh?
They're all circling. There's something going on.
Oh, they're following their own rigs.
Their drivers.
Just punch in. Wish we could get some live feed from the helis up there. Get an idea of what's happening.
Yeah, well, I would say they're close here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Moments away.
They're going to be coming from their left, so hopefully they.
So what are we thinking? Are we thinking Tavo or Allen?
This just refreshed.
Second.
This just refreshed 0 minutes ago, and it's got Allen up front now. That can't be. Tavo, nope. Tavo's a minute ago, followed by Paul. That was 2 minutes ago. So now Paul and Toby still could be out front. We got the helicopters out there.
Okay, I see a helicopter getting close. That's always a good sign. And as fans out in the middle of the desert, you just start looking for helicopters. And you know something's good's coming, and you gather your kids and make sure where they're at.
Here we go.
And get ready.
Just pulling back.
Yep, so they're going to come from left to right here.
So literally 92 miles, 1/4, 25% of the way into the race, huh?
You hear that?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, see dust. Your growl. Something's approaching.
Hear the thunder.
Punch in. In a second.
Here we go.
Our first trophy truck ripping around.
That's Price.
There we go.
Yep.
All wheel, Toby Price. Look at that dust.
There you go.
Go,
See, can you imagine having to follow that very closely? How are you going to make that pass? You can't see.
How are you going to take this turn right now? I mean, look at this. It's going to be completely engulfed in the lens.
And so that's what Tavo is driving a great race. Close in.
Oh, little extra.
And so now we're just going to have to listen for the second truck because you can't see anything.
It might have just gone by, candidly.
Yeah.
I thought I heard a roar. Hopefully, we can clean the lens in a second.
And so all you fans at home, this is what it looks like. So at this point, I'm riding and I'm taking my left hand off the grip and I'm wiping my goggles to wipe that kind of stuff away so that I can potentially see.
I got another truck.
There it is. Focus in. Truck 10.
10. That's a Budia in third.
That is.
So there was another sound of truck in the dust. They were that close.
Yeah, that's how close they were. I think when that other dirt spit on the lens, that was probably a second
He was probably
truck.
a little bit wide on the corner because he couldn't see a thing and flipped it into a full drift and roosted our camera, which is some fantastic action. Yeah.
That would be Tavo in second.
Yes, yeah, interesting. So the next thing should be the Concrete Motorsports, the Harley Lettner, Kevin Thompson team, who are always competitive.
So the start order and overall time, because I believe that, we know that Toby Price and Wheel, they started first, and each truck was a minute behind them.
Right.
So the trucks in second and third right now are potentially leading the race. We have to look at their starting order to see. It might be Ampudia who's really leading the whole brigade.
No, you're absolutely right. And I would say you're probably right. It's probably Allen at this point. Then we had, so Harley Lettner I should have put my stopwatch on, but Harley Lettner started 4 minutes behind Toby Price. So if he's here within 4 minutes of Toby, he would be in the hunt there for the overall. It's tight.
Yeah.
I think we're going to find the Lettner, Menzies, McMillan, all these guys are going to be on. Rob McCachran.
Yeah.
That's another one. Menzies is
Here
back
we go.
there.
Back to Brandon Walsh. POV. And this was approximately 10 minutes ago. This is what he's seeing.
Yep, and the UTV started again probably 30 minutes.
Got passed.
So he must have been getting nerfed and took the decision to get off the road and let the guy go by, rather than risk being pushed off into one of those ruts or ditches or bushes and so forth. So that's again the way you probably are going to pass in this tight stuff.
Is it fair to assume that Brandon at that point was driving slower? Could he potentially have some mechanical issues? I don't know what it is at this point in the race to already have let someone pass you.
So there's different levels of risk. And so Brandon might be saying, I'm going as fast as I feel I can safely and am comfortable with.
Yeah.
And there's other people that just will go for broke.
Okay.
And that's only at mile 80, so he's got 300 miles to go. And so there's always racers, whether it's 2 wheels or 4, that will take way more risk.
Yeah.
And there's a risk reward. And sometimes you end up wadding the thing up, and your whole team just is bummed at you because you just broke the car. And he may be deciding, hey, I need to finish this race, and I'm not capable of going that speed. Also, there's, especially in UTVs, there's a pretty big gap of equipment levels. Some guys that have way better, more money invested in suspension and motors, and so they might be capable of going 3 mile an hour faster.
Right.
And or in that section of really rough stuff, and maybe their car is more set up for the flat tracking of the roads, and they might be able to go faster later. So you never know.
Still early.
Until you get feel from that nerf from behind.
Yeah.
I guess maybe it's not my day.
All right.
All right, we're going to go to the Moto Leader 3X here. We got some social action coming around here of Kieran Nairn.
Nice. Oh, look at that. Oh, flat track.
Yeah. Hard to track that when he's flying that fast.
Oh,
and there's their pit.
And he's going into the
Awesome.
pit. Great shot.
So send your stuff to @Score International. Keep these posts going. We love this footage. So see the rider change?
Yeah, I just saw that. I was
okay,
just
so
comment.
he's taking off his fanny pack, and what's inside the fanny pack? They're doing a replay here.
Tracker?
So they have they call it a SPICA, S-P-I-C-A, and so Score makes the motorcycles carry a tracker on the handlebars on the bike, and then which is the Stella, and then a smaller one for each rider. And so riders have to swap that off at each rider exchange. And so it's very common to make a mistake and forget to transfer that because you get so excited, and especially when you're leading a race like this.
Yes.
He did a nice job to slow it down in time to get to the bike stand properly.
Another perspective.
This is another rider.
This
11X.
is Quentin Roberts, 11X.
Yep, so that's the Solace Roberts team.
Flying through.
So this is where they hit Highway 1.
Okay.
So they've done the crossover road. Let's replay. And they're going to go up and turn left on the asphalt road. This is probably the 1 team. They have a headlight. Yeah, it's one of the teams.
This on the crossover, you saying?
It's just before the crossover road. Yeah, they go up and turn left.
I see, in Valley Key.
Nope. This is at Highway 1.
At Highway 1,
1X
okay.
at race mile 191.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go. Okay.
I believe that's where they're going up to Highway 1 and then going to make a left-hand turn at the asphalt.
Okay.
So there's lots of cool vineyards in that area. So some of you people that want to come down and bring your wife or whatever, go see some of the best vineyards in the world are in the Ensenada and San Vicente areas. So they have wineries and tasting, and so there's all sorts of things in Baja to take care of your family.
Yep. All right. Any minute now, we should see Menzies zipping around. Been a little quiet for Bryce thus far.
Well, he had to start from a little ways back, like 6th or 7th. But yeah, he's normally one of the hard chargers that rips his machines up and doesn't make it to every finish. But he's usually going faster than
most.
Than with his hair on fire or something.
You see a bird up there floating around in the sky. There's the second one coming through. All right, here we go.
You see who this is.
Bryce.
Hopefully our cameraman has lots of rags and towels to keep that lens clean.
Yeah, I think he's got compressed.
He's going to get roosted all day long. He's praying for the breeze to go the other way.
Oh, nope. That almost looks like Tommy's truck. That's not.
91.
That is 91. Okay.
440.
That's Chris.
Yeah.
There you go.
91, so I'm wondering if Concrete's been through, or Bryce has been through, because
he might have already gone through, yeah.
Yeah.
You can see on the live tracking. Well, Bryce is updated here on live tracking 3 minutes ago. So, and Pulvardi's a minute, so we don't totally know. But nonetheless,
I would think that Bryce is in front of him.
Oh yeah, he is for sure.
And then, which means that we've probably seen the 70 truck go through.
Kevin Thompson has already gone by. Luke went by as well. So their Luke's I'm showing it 93.9. So still plenty of good trucks coming in.
Yeah, I mean
we still have Dan McMillan and Rob McCachran is coming.
Yeah,
Andy McMillan is back racing again this year, so we're excited to see him back.
It looks like Herbst got around Husted as well, and LR's back there.
Mr. Rossler.
Larry Rossler,
yeah, he's not that far off the pace. He's probably lost a little bit of time here off the start with all the dust and everything, but he's started back around 16th or so.
There's a cluster you got, and Cameron Steele's right in that mix too.
Yep.
All right. Shaping up to be a good fight.
Yeah, and Larry's one of those guys that wants to, and also Rob Mack, but they're still driving two-wheel drive trucks, and so those guys usually excel in the technical rocky stuff. So up around Mike's Sky Ranch,
it'll get interesting.
Their ability to drive and know the terrain is unmatched, and so that's where there's a couple years ago there's been some really technical races, and those guys, Rob Mack ended up winning a race. And Larry was like second, and so that's an area where their trucks shine. So
they can make up time in those sections because they're so experienced.
They'll take it on the chin in some areas and be behind, and then make it up in other areas. Yeah. So their expertise will come into play probably in another half hour or hour.
Yep.
So which is it? Is it four-wheel drive or two-wheel drive? What's the... Where's
the best guys are driving four-wheel drive these days, and really it's all-wheel drive now. So clarification of all-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive is the all-wheel drive kind of blends the power to the front end, so they'll only put like 20% up to the front wheels instead of an old-school directly connected, geared in. But yeah, they definitely seem to pull themselves out of the corners.
Right.
So you saw them slow down, get on the brakes for this corner, tilt it in, and then they get on the gas. Well, on a two-wheel drive, you're just spinning with 1,200 horsepower or 1,000 horsepower.
Right.
You're just spinning the tires off.
Yep.
So now they're spinning four wheels, but they're getting a little traction out of every wheel, and so it propels them.
It's going to help them in those moments when they do get stuck if they've got that all-wheel drive to get out, whereas that two-wheel drive is going to be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, and I've talked to Larry Rossler a little bit about him and Tava. We're doing some testing together in the four-wheel drive and the two-wheel drive together on the course, and he was just saying, man, out of every time they would go to a tight corner, get on the gas hard, the Tava's truck would just leap out of the silt and soft stuff, leap up and go, and his was spinning, and then he gets up and going, but he lost a car length out of every kind of corner, and he was just kind of wishing for the day that he might have the cool four-wheel drive as well.
Yeah.
And
here we go. We'll see. Who are we thinking,
Back
guys?
to race mile 92.
Who is it? McMillan.
Yep, that should be Dan.
Dan, yep.
23. Yep, truck 23. Hitting race mile 92.
So that motor sing.
Off we go.
Yeah, and the next should be Andy, it looks like. Andy or Rob, they're like right next to each other.
That was the 23, right?
That was truck 23.
So I think that we're going to see Herbst.
Think Herbst is next?
Well, the tracking is kind of bouncing around a little bit, but I believe we're going to see Herbst next, 19. Mine just refreshed, and he is the next truck in line, about half a mile behind McMillan.
You got Rob Mack behind him in the 11 truck.
Here we go.
All right.
Yep. There's Tim.
Now notice the roost coming off the tires, whether they come off the front or not.
Right.
Notice the
Not
wind,
as much, I was going to say.
either the wind's blowing a different way or our cameraman moved way back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've got a breeze now. You can see it really moving from right to left.
It doesn't hang as much.
And
not as big.
All the racers are again thanking God in their helmets right now that they have some breeze.
Now those grooves are getting deeper and deeper at this point.
Sure.
You know, we're approximately, almost 5 hours or more into the race, and
Sometimes it makes it better because sometimes they're pushing the soft stuff out.
Yeah.
And so it pushes the soft stuff out and leaves it down into a base where you actually can get some traction.
There we go. Andy McMillan coming through. I believe that's Andy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Number 11.
There we go.
Rob Mack.
Rob Mack.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking good.
And then Andy's about a mile out, I think.
Yeah, Andy should be coming next.
I'm seeing
doing too
26
shabby
Dave
for a
Taylor.
retired guy. No.
31 Andy.
31 Andy, yep.
So that was pretty quick, though. He was not too far behind Mack.
So Rob Mack
there's
has
some
made a
more.
pass because before Rob was, I think, behind him. So Rob's on the charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're happy to welcome Andy back to racing. He kind of took an early retirement as a young man, decided to get out of it. I guess, like the rest of us, you get Baja in your blood, and you got to come back
Just
and do
when I
it.
thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, well, with that last name, I don't think he's going very
He
far.
ain't going anywhere. He's
I
stuck.
don't think he's going very far.
You just got to have those Valley Tea tacos. I don't know. There's just so good.
There's something
Brings you
about
back.
that.
Whatever gets you to the track.
All right. Well,
All right.
after that, it looks like we have a little bit of a gap, but
Specs in a little while?
LR is due.
Mr. Rossler.
Yeah, and I see 26 of Dave Taylor should be coming. Cameron Steele, the
Steele's right behind
16.
him. 16 truck. Rossler,
Yep, and then
43.
Rossler.
Eric
Holstead. Oh, and then Gustavo
Legends
Senior.
class.
Yeah, that's right. Our first Legends truck is
Out in
not far
front,
behind.
Of course, per usual. He's out there doing it.
What's this all about?
That is not on. Oh yeah, look at that too.
That's a broken truck.
That is a broken truck. That looks like it says Ed Herbst.
Ed Herbst.
Just looking on our live tracking right now, some vehicles are not on the track. They're going different ways. So there may be some of our early mechanical issues already starting to happen now. Back in Brandon Walsh's vehicle. Still GoProing.
This is out for a Sunday drive. That camera makes it look so
It
so
really
smooth.
does, right? Again, calm, composed. Mr. Walsh. Having a good time. You know, combined with open windows, time of day, engine heat, how hot can it get inside some of these vehicles?
Well,
I mean, you got wind, but still, it's
the Baja 500 is one of the all-time, burners because it's in June and it goes to the desert floor.
Right.
Scott was telling us about a event where it was 128 degrees. I think I was in one where it was like 118 down there, and then you get the engine and stuff. So it certainly wouldn't be impossible to see temperatures in the 130 degrees.
Wow.
Which you're then wearing the clothing to keep the heat from your body.
Exactly.
It's actually probably keeping you cooler than if you didn't have it on.
Right. And more in-car action. Brandon Walsh. Okay. Now we're back to the Herbst helicopter.
Heading up towards Mike's, or at least Valley T area.
Yep.
But we have to take a look. Get my tracking going here.
We'll see in a bit here.
And by the way, a quick bike announcement. The bikes are starting to stack up again. We got 3X, 11X, and 1X are awfully close to each other, and we're going for another barn burner of a race, I believe.
Man, oh man.
Let's see, look at this.
Wow, that's a pretty good little jump.
Yeah, that's something you better remember from pre-running, huh?
Yep, slow down for that.
Yeah, it's those tiny little mistakes. I mean, you miss something like that and you're going too fast, you're flying and you're just, man.
Well, you're damaging, you're hurting the truck, The truck, these things will take a lot of abuse.
It'll take beating.
Obviously, but there's just certain things they're not designed for. And
no. But you land wrong on that axle or pop a tire, snap that thing.
Bikes miss something like that, they're going to hurt their bodies because that's the first thing to go.
Well, it's still basically your drive
yourself.
line, your transmission, your differentials that are still, the weakest links in the whole equation, it seems. And that all has to do with power application and.
Oof. He's about to head into.
So they're
dusty.
Yep. So these guys are getting close to the goat trail. So they're coming down. They're just north of Valley T.
Okay.
And so they're going to come down that really the chasm with the big rocks and stuff. We should be seeing some footage of that. It looks like Tavo is on my tracking. He's coming up first. There's another Race Mile 92
just
truck.
moments ago. Race Mile 92. We got the 91 truck. So that's Senior coming through. That's Vildosola Senior.
Yeah, so either him or Rick Johnson driving, one of the two of them. There's another truck.
That's true. Looks like 26,
I think.
Dave Taylor.
Might be Dave. And another one. This is a...
Cameron.
Is that
Cameron Steele?
That looks like...
Wow.
In the dust.
You just can't even see him.
In the
I'm
dust.
pretty sure that was Cameron.
And another one.
30.
Husted.
That's Houston. That's Eric.
That is a battle going on right there, and you can see why they can't see anything. Yes.
Yes. I was going to say, there's another one coming here too right now.
Good Lord. Wow.
Yep. There's no time lapsing
so now we're back
there.
live. So this is live footage now from the heli, from the Herbst heli.
And you can see how one slower truck would back up multiples.
Everything.
It's like on the freeway when you get someone that's just driving at 55 miles an hour on a one-lane road. You're waiting for that guy to pull over to just let all the traffic go by.
Well, that cluster that we just saw a little bit ago, man, I wouldn't be surprised if they're quote-unquote nerfing each other, not intentionally. It's just they can't see.
Yeah, or destroying their trucks because they go offline and hit a big rock or a tree or a bush or something.
So many obstacles out there, hazards, left and right and front.
Makes them think that they probably should have taken more chances when they were qualifying and risked it more and rethinking all of their decisions all
too
week
late
long.
Now. You're in it.
But it definitely challenges their patience on when to push and
for sure.
And what do I do?
Correction, a while back I said Gustavo Vildosola Sr. That was actually Chris Polvardi in the 91 truck. Apologies for that.
Yeah. Again, just a huge, huge field again for another score event of trophy trucks, 35 something, I don't know. quite a few, and then spec trucks.
Okay, here we go. Moments ago, back at Race Mile 92, truck 89.
89, Mike Walzer.
Mr. Walzer.
Yes.
Welcome to Race Mile 92. A little extra dust for our camera
Sounds
person.
like there's something coming. He's here.
You can hear something.
He can hear something there.
Maybe that was outside our studio. I'm not sure.
Yep, and then
okay, here we go. Current leaderboard.
Nice, go for it.
We got Tavo Vidosala.
Well, like we just said, just like you called it.
Yeah.
You called it. They're too close.
Tavo in 21 truck. Alan Apudia in truck 10. Paul Wheel and Toby. In third place, Luke McMillan fourth. Bryce Menzies in fifth now. Overtook Christopher Polvardi in sixth. And then we got Dan McMillan seventh, Rob Mack in eighth, Tim Hurst in nine, and Andy McMillan rounding out the top 10. So we've got a fantastic battle happening here in the trophy trucks.
I'm going to imagine there's just seconds between those top three, and there's probably just a couple of minutes between the top 5 or 6.
Yeah.
What do you think, John?
I would agree. And then
Back
you got
high.
the old physical time versus adjusted time. Debates that go on, and how far back did they start? Menzies started 6 minutes behind, Toby Price in the wheel truck. So it's anybody's game for sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought last year Chris Polvardi finished second, but time-wise ended up pushing him first, or he advanced because of adjusted time.
Was absolutely could have been, and the other thing is there's always chances for penalties.
Most likely penalties. I mean, they have the elapsed time. They know when you started the race. They know when you finished. They know where you started relative to the other guys. So that's easy to do. But oftentimes it's not until they get all the checkpoint information in, the BC Ps, and
kilometer 78.
Yeah, that was footage from earlier.
Yeah, this is footage from earlier. But I was going to say they have to factor all of that in, and then once you do that, then this is going off there, then you can
see them have to slow down.
Yeah.
They go so fast that they can go around that corner and then have to back it down to 37. I'm not sure if it's the 37 zone or a 60. It's been both. There's Walsh again.
Okay, here we go. Great POV here about just how intense and challenging this terrain is. Clearly just beat up.
Between Ojos and K78, you think?
This might even be the co-pilot's GoPro that we saw him holding with his hand. I don't know.
I don't know. All right, we got truck 69 coming through.
69, Andrew Myers.
Okay. Mr. Myers.
Andrew Myers' team, yes.
Back to Brandon Walsh. Pushing through, he's going uphill, back to more dust at Race Mile 92. You can hear him, you just can't see him.
Andrew Myers has got Julio Quintero, Dustin Phillips, and Don Brown listed as co-drivers. They're in a Toyota. TE Motorsports, Toyota of Escondido. Big supporter of Score Racing, Toyota of Escondido. Great guys there.
Uh-oh. Slowing down a bit here, it looks like. Dusty, silty, see those deep grooves. You got a choice. Right, back to Race Mile 92, trucks, what was that, 6?
6,
was there a truck
6? Dan Myers?
Yeah, probably was Dan Myers.
Yeah, Dan Myers with Luke Johnson.
Okay.
My old pal Ricky Johnson's son. We'll always pull for him. Dan McGranahan, another good friend of mine. Paulo Molina, Peter Brinkerhoff, and Jason O'Connor. If that was the 6th car, all the power to them. Hope you guys come home strong. Toyota of Escondido Racing team again. Big supporters of the sport.
You see how deep those ruts are, even just the tire tracks on both sides.
Yep.
And so on a bike, you're always just choosing left or right, left or right. Try to ride the hump sometimes. A little line to the right, you could have gone up.
Yep.
So
sometimes they'll try to straddle it just to get a little bit of smoother line.
All right, this is
aerial perspective up here.
Up closer by Mike's up past Mike's, closer towards the coast, I believe.
Biker pit. Yeah, I think that's some of the social media stuff we saw earlier. This might be
Andy stuff downloaded from Andy.
Yeah, where
I'll bet
the bikes were coming through for their pits.
Right by the fence. Here comes the bike.
And here we go.
Yeah, this
Crew's
might have been the first bike in, maybe? Karen?
Yeah. We saw Kieran make that driver switch a while ago.
And as we watch this, just an update, Kieran Nairn, we still show leading at race mile 242. Okay. The Solace team, 11X team, is at 238.81 a minute ago, so 242 to 238. So that's, again, looks like probably within a minute.
Okay.
And then the 1X was 3 minutes ago. They were at 235.
Right.
So, again, those three teams are in it to win it all,
sure.
and it's so close that it's a great race.
So we see the front bike went in to the right for a pit, yet this other bike has continued to skip all the other pits and just keeps going.
Well, he obviously has pits located at different locations, rider changes, a lot of different places. You're saying this is the cutover here?
I think it's in that area. It's in the mountain range before the cutover. I think it's probably, an hour ago footage possibly. I know that field up there is past, like after you go past Mike's and
again,
come back
from this
around.
Perspective, you really do see how green it is out there.
Yep.
That's pretty
The
wild.
other thing is, so that the bikes have a tank. Usually the guys are running somewhere around a 3-gallon tank, plus or minus 0.2. And so sometimes you can stretch it to go 75 to 80 miles between running out.
Okay.
So like Baja Pits puts their pits every 55 miles.
Gotcha.
So a team could conceivably say, hey, I could only stop 5 times instead of 6 times. How much time would that save me? Or 5 times instead of 7 times. How much time would that save me?
Sure.
And so they may want to do their own pit and run it a little bit farther and stretch it out and maybe save those 15 seconds or 20 seconds. But as we're seeing in this race for the top 3, 15, 30 seconds times 2 pits.
Could cost you.
Could be the minute that they use to win.
It could be the breaker. Yeah.
Make or break.
Make or break. Patiently waiting back here at race mile 92. Our next vehicle to roll through. Calm before the storm.
Clayton Roberts. Yeah, it's going back to the teams. Arturo's riding with Clayton, obviously Solace. Juan Carlos has got Shane Logan, Diego Llanos, and Justin Carnes listed as teammates. So, and the same thing as we talked with Kieran, he has got 4 other riders listed there as well.
Oh, here we go. Breaking the action. Cut to the action.
68. 2-wheel drive. Woo. Drifting that thing around.
Look at that. Just fishtailing on the end there.
Yeah,
look
68,
at that.
Roberto Ruiz.
Woo.
Roberto Ruiz.
Roberto.
Looking good.
Yeah.
The truck was sounding great.
Yeah, for sure.
Team 13X. Let's see what we have here.
Yeah, it looks like the 3X of Kieran Nairn is now at the southernmost tip of the race and getting closer to the coast.
Okay.
So he's going to make the turn and start heading north. And so it changes from a little bit more mountainous type of terrain.
Sure.
And now it's on some of the roads that a lot of the people use to go up and down the coast to go to surf spots and things like that. So it's a little more high speed. And but also tourists that you have to watch out for because they're going to be on that road. So the course, just because the course is easier on the body or the bumps and stuff like that, it only means that now the bikes can go faster. And so when you do hit something that you didn't mean to hit, you're going 50 instead of 30. And so there's never any element where it's like, oh, it's so much safer or it's so much less risk.
Right.
I would probably rather be going 10 or 12 over rock crawling than going, 60.
60,
but sometimes it is easier on the body because you're not having to work out going through deep whoops.
For sure. Let's see, we got a helicopter. Just came in frame and ventured out. We got somebody on their way.
So I did get the little update here. 0 minutes ago, it's 3X at race mile 245.3, 11X at 242.8. So half a mile between them.
Wow.
And
looks like Herbst.
And the 1X 239.6 1 minute ago. So again, top 3 teams within potentially a minute and a half.
That's fantastic.
Yep, there's the Herbst team.
Looks like
Yeah,
Herbst.
and back to the Ironman Pro race too. That's really heating up. We have Edgar Cota physically in the lead, but Brandon Wright, 700X, is not far behind.
Is the tortoise catching the hare?
Yeah, and that's going to go down. Nicholas Velez still leading the quads overall. We've got the Creamer's team, the 501X team, first on the road from the Class 50, headed over towards on the crossover. Yeah.
I noticed that the 18A is still only looks like about a mile and a half behind the 1A. So the ATVs are still locked in their battle for the win. The 18A is a Roberto Villalobos.
Well, but I think that might be, I'm not sure what that is. That's a sportsman quad. And I don't know if that's because he did the crossover or what happened there or how he got up into that position.
Oh, something changed.
Yeah, the 18A was there before Valley T, though, so I think that they're...
Well, that's a sportsman quad.
Jump back to race mile 92 really quick. Moments ago. Oh.
He was so fast, we didn't even catch it.
That was really fast. Making up some time, I guess.
That's the fastest I've seen him take that all day.
I take that back.
So.
Robert Villalobos, he was in the hunt before, as you said, John.
Suspense is killing me. Okay, we've got another one. Here we go. It's an all-red truck.
71.
Truck 71.
Oh, that's another Lettner team. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was Jesse Jones, excuse me.
Oh,
driver record, Harley Lettner.
What is happening here? What is happening here? We got Herbst.
So if you go too far to the right, you hit the big, huge rock pile,
and look at this.
Which apparently he has, and they've just parked it.
And who's that? Whose truck is that?
So they're out of the truck.
Who's that truck parked?
Well, we got Herbst on camera right now. So whatever was in front of Herbst.
Was it a McMillan? Was that Dan?
I think that was a McMillan.
Let's zoom in on our tracker.
That's right there, getting close to the. See where they're at.
So let's see where they're 91. There's Dan.
I think that's before. Oh, see, that's the wash before you get to Goat Trail. Doesn't that look like it, Scott?
Hey, how about this? Yeah, and also I'm showing that Paul Wheel is stopped. Paul Wheel.
Were we potentially? Was that Paul Wheel's truck?
Toby stopped in that area.
Theirs looked really dark blue on the front.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's a white truck. So again, he's right in the way.
Oh man,
and it's just going to get
costing Herbst time.
It's just going to get plowed.
It's only going to get worse.
You know, if those drivers wanted to protect their truck, they'd go to the other side and wave it off. It's kind of like a flagger.
Before they
get there. Yeah,
right.
Slow down because you're going to hit my truck. Please don't hit me.
Well,
yeah,
the plot thickens, ladies and gentlemen.
Kind of like a flagger at a motocross race. You want them to get there before you get to the pile.
Sure.
The pile up.
Yeah.
So either or, see the wash or the edge.
Maybe a sense of excitement kind of going through Tim's body right now.
I got
an
somebody.
Opportunity.
I passed somebody.
I don't know, guys, but I think Toby Price, Paul Wheel team is out. Or at least they've stopped.
Really? Is it showing 0 miles an hour?
0 miles an hour.
And approximately
coming down to the Goat Trail, just before the Goat Trail.
Wow.
Shows them at 0 miles per hour. Major development.
That's a tough section.
Sure, there's a few four-letter words said at that moment.
Tavo in the lead.
Tavo still up.
Yep. Allen second on the road.
Alrighty.
Luke McMillan third on the road, followed by Bryce.
Yep.
And then Christopher, and then Dan, and then Tim Herbst, and Rob McCachran.
All right.
But Andy McMillan back there, probably around at the top 10.
Sure.
Dave Taylor and LR lurking there. But yeah, definitely.
Gosh, yeah, I wish we could get some infield action on the Toby Price, Paul Wheel situation. We'll try to get more information for you when we can.
Yeah, fans, if you see it, Where do they text us to?
Oh, I'm so glad of you to ask, John. Send it to @Score International on IG. And let us know what's going on. We love putting up your infield stuff. And here we go. Here's some footage from Sweep Studios.
The 11X.
There we go, 11X coming in.
That's Clayton Roberts right there. He used to race with his dad. He was on our team. Team Steve was on our team a few times.
This is great perspective. You see how fast they got to work, and he's out.
There he goes.
There we go.
That's a little replay for you.
Oh, this is great. Thanks, Sweep Studios.
Here we go. Oh, uh-oh.
Thank you very much.
257X.
Don't light a match. Get out of there.
One of the Sportsman teams.
Fuel issue.
Fuel. It's stuck.
Yeah, the little valve stuck. He's now going to have some really hot cojones there. It's not always fun to be a rider.
No.
Yeah, I guess.
Wake you up.
Yes, he'll be regretting that for the next half hour for sure.
So, John, going back to when you were talking about with Karen Nairn down at the sort of the southern tip of the track, from that point going forward, approximately, if all things go copacetic, how far, much longer does he have to go time-wise, do you think?
So I would say that he's about an hour and a half.
Okay, 90 minutes out.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I would say maybe it's 150 miles from there back in. So roughly 150.
So 2.5.
2.5.
Yeah, it's 11:30 now, so I would say 2 o'clock is still
they're
probably
calling 2
the target.
to 2:30 for the first bike. I think we're kind of still shooting for that range.
Okay.
Yeah, they're putting in a hell of a ride. Very curious who that truck was that was stuck in that corner there that they were having to work around. Exactly who that was.
Okay.
That was.
Let's head down to the maps real quick. And then we'll make our way into a trophy truck. Updale, zoom in a bit.
Okay, and they're about 21 there. Tavo is about ready to hit the corner to turn right towards Mike's Sky Ranch.
Yep, I'll just zoom
so
up
you
a
see
bit.
he's going 59.6, so they have a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone. So the trucks are sophisticated enough that they'll have a push a button, just like an IndyCar or NASCAR when they're coming to the pits, and they just the truck just continues to run really close to 60 miles an hour.
So wait, am I reading this right? Bryce is in second? No.
Well, that's what it says.
0 minutes ago. Who's underneath him?
You got to be kidding.
That would probably be
zoom in.
Closer. Oh,
I would guess I would guess there's another truck.
Oh, it's Luke.
1 minute ago, though, so he's ahead.
Yeah. Okay, back to race mile 92.
But for Bryce to be within 1 minute, that means he's done some damage. He's catching up to Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, back to the map.
What happened to?
And there's a BFG pit right there, so they're probably at the pit. And my guess is that both of them are getting gassed up.
Yeah.
And so they're both sitting there together. So those are both 0 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So chances are one might be just being finished getting gassed, and the other one's just getting his gas. But that's the BFG
right on top
pit.
of each other. Let me see here. Yeah.
So
okay. Bryce and Luke.
And then for score rules, you have to be at least 30 feet off the pavement.
Okay.
In order to do a legit change, because they didn't want you too close to the road and get hit by a semi or your pit crew. So now we see the one just took off.
And things are going to get interesting as we get closer to Mike's.
That is incredibly cllose together. Tavo started the race second, so he was.
He's at 65 miles an hour.
Yep,
or 60 miles an hour.
And so he was a minute. Let's see. Did Luke started? What was his start position?
Luke wasn't
right
he
here.
like Luke was fourth off the line.
Fourth off the line. So he started 2 minutes behind Tavo. So he might be ahead.
And Bryce started 2 minutes behind Luke.
Let's just check in really quick with the leaderboard and see
I'm going to say Bryce.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
We have Tavo
Physically
steering first. Alan Impudia in second. Luke McMillan third. Bryce Menzies creeping his way up the leaderboard. He's in fourth. Paul Wheel in fifth. Hopefully that's where they're still staying at. We'll see. Mr. Polvardi in sixth. Dan McMillan 7. Tim Hertz in 8. Rob Mack in 9. And Andy McMillan in 10th. So interesting things happening here for the Baja 400. We'll see if Toby.
Oh, this is great. Looks like
you
Karen.
see the ocean in the distance, probably, huh?
Yeah, Karen is the 3X team.
Still in the lead.
Not sure who's on the bike.
And he's spilling down.
Yeah, so they're on the west side of Highway 1 at this point. You can see the really orange, almost reddish dirt, which as a rider, these things stick out in your head. And then notice the rocks. There's a bunch of real round rocks and stuff that can really get you. So
taking every opportunity to stand up when he can.
And you see, he's using some patience. In Baja, you can't go crazy.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you'll catch a rut and you'll catch a rock and get flung off. And
see that back end kick out there?
Yep. Pretty soon you're done.
You're going to be riding along just fine.
Look at this.
And
Look at
next
this
thing
footage.
you know,
Look at this drone, I think, is just right on top of him.
That's fantastic
that is
footage.
So great. Shout out to our
yeah,
drone crew.
Our production crew. Way
production
to go.
crew making this happen.
And see, as the leader of the race, you really have to take that challenge of how hard do I push? Because clearly he might be able to go faster, but can you go fast and not crash? And I will say that you talked about the pressure of leading, and when you're the rider that's going to be getting on next and you know your team's leading, you don't want to be the one that blew it, that lost the lead, that got past, that got caught. So there is sometimes some pressure of that, whereas if you get the bike second and you're already a minute down, well, you want to catch them, you know where you're at, but you didn't lose the lead, so it's not on you. So there is some pressure for these guys to go, all right, I've got the clean air, but I don't want to be the one that lost us this race.
Yeah, we've got
first trophy truck any second. Waiting for that first trophy truck to come on down.
Look at those beautiful mountains.
Yeah, great shot. Here we go.
Again,
back
over.
The bikes.
Yep.
Yeah,
closer
we've got
to the coast.
The first 3 bikes here.
Look at that.
Our crew's doing amazing. This is awesome.
That spit out there.
That would be the 11X team, it looks
That's
like.
Right.
Solace team.
Yeah, I think that's Roberts.
Oh, he's already
on
at race mile 252.
Yeah.
Yep, Roberts, looks like Roberts on the bike. He's really come on strong the last year or two.
That rear end's a little bit quick, bouncing around a bit.
Yeah.
So that's another thing that Baja 400, when you don't have the desert floor stuff, sometimes the guys will run the suspension a little bit different, a little bit more like balanced front to rear for flat tracking on these trails and roads.
Yeah.
Whereas on the desert floor stuff and that sand, you really want the thing to be stable, and some guys will run the rear end really slow and the front end a little bit quicker just to keep the front end up. And so some of the changes that the riders
look at that line. Look at that line.
Oh,
yeah.
Just
look
surfing.
At that line.
He's literally
just
surfing on that.
Just to get away from that rut, a little bit smoother, a little bit straighter.
Kind of straightening them out. Yep.
I'm telling you, I am so glad that I raced what I did and not now. These courses have gotten so much rougher over the years from pounding, the abuse from all the cars and trucks.
Yeah.
It's just this road, when I would have raced, would have been a smooth 2-track road that would have been fun as hell to ride down. I raced down this road before.
Yeah.
And right now,
this
is a moment-to-moment event for this rider, for Clayton. It's just everything he can do just to get to the next 10 or 15 feet without crashing his brains out. This thing is treacherous as hell. There's landmines all over the place here.
Look at this turn.
All he has to do is hit one the wrong way and not anticipate it. And
so here we're back to that roadblock.
Okay,
Sorry,
so there's a truck. They're changing a wheel. So this I wonder if that's probably not the
it can't
Toby
be.
Price.
It was a blue truck.
Yeah, they had a blue front end for sure.
Yep.
There's another truck on the left. See that? Is that a fan or is that a truck that just went off?
That's you're absolutely right.
Again, when you push it too hard, that might be. Is that Toby Price team?
No.
No.
No, it's the wrong call.
Whatever it is,
Come
they're
on,
not in a good spot. I'll tell you that.
Closer.
That's not how you wrote it up on the chalkboard.
Wow.
Look at these teams are going. Where do I go now?
Look at this. Look at these guys getting out of the way.
So they had to back it up, and they're going, nope,
it's freaking
can't go this
pandemonium
way.
out there, because in about 300 yards, there's going to be more blockages.
See, now what typically starts with this is there was a truck that probably was in the way.
Yep.
So someone says, I'm going to make a new path and go right through the middle of the bush. And then they get stuck and they get hung up high-centered on something. So then you're like, my race went from good to nothing in a quarter mile.
Yeah, just like that.
But that...
All right, looks like...
Meanwhile, that co-driver is trying to put the wheel on, and he's about ready to get his truck knocked off.
That other truck was the one we saw that originally got stuck, and that's another truck that's right there.
So something's going on in that.
I think it's another section.
You think it's a different?
I do.
Location?
I do. I think it's a little further up. Okay. That doesn't seem like a little tighter canyon to me.
Well,
but I could be wrong.
Let's go back to our tracking for a second and see what's happening.
That's some action right there for you. Like I say, your whole day could be really messed up, and like the co-driver down there is getting the jack doing the lug nuts, just hoping that his truck doesn't get center punched by another truck coming around the corner.
Like Herb's there.
And the driver's just saying, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. That's probably all he hears in his little ear.
If I go to live tracking right now, 0 minutes ago, it has Impudia in the lead. Now, behind him, though, is Luke McMillan and Tavo. That's a minute delayed. So we're still on top of each other. Those two are still battling it out.
What position did Impudia start?
Impudia was third off the line.
Third off the line, so he was ahead of Luke. So, yeah, and Tavo is behind them. So I don't know if his pit took longer. You know, they were at the pit, so a lot of them were taking some, maybe they swapped tires. Some guys don't do tires at a Baja 400.
It's the 219 truck.
But you're definitely early enough that if you have something that's not quite right, you probably want to fix it.
Yep. So just refreshed. Looks like Tavo's now in third. We got Luke McMillan in second.
Physically, yeah.
Physically. And Alan Impudia has now taken the lead.
Oh, look at that. He missed his line and hit the rock.
Bam.
Big time. Oof. He hit the first rock, and then he hit the second rock. He is rocking and rolling, I'll tell you.
Wow. Is this what section is this? Is this going up to Mike? No, it's coming down to Trinidad.
So this is 19. So he's going down to towards the goat trail.
Towards the goat trail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, when you see the trucks have to throw it in reverse, you know it's pretty tough.
Some great in-car action, nice and smooth, clear.
So this is more live action right here. So he's on the road going up to the corner to Mike's.
Yeah.
So he's past Valley T. There was like a Baja pit or something there on the right. So they've got it set at their speed. See his speed number is like 59.4 or something on the right.
See that?
Okay, and now here's some more.
Different car.
I think it's the same one, just a different spot.
This is 219 truck.
Oh, okay. They've got a couple, don't they?
Yeah. A few in cars. There we go.
Sky dirt, sky dirt. Those are some of the things you think about when you're inside your helmet. Especially when you go tumbling.
I just think of the amount of focus it takes, the sustained focus that it takes out there. You know, Scott was talking about
back to 1X. It looks like here over along the coast. Again,
again out there.
No, that's the 1X.
That's the 1X. That's going to be Chavo's, one of Chavo's partners. I don't think that's Chavo on the bike.
Does there ever come a time when, you know, you guys got that throttle all the way down, your forearms, your wrists cramping up? How do you fight through that? Does that ever happen? You talked about sometimes dehydration. Can that affect you?
Absolutely.
You just pray to God in those moments?
Well, and especially like, see how he's standing up?
Yep.
And he's really putting his body over the front of the bike. So typically I'll do that when my legs are getting sore and tired. And so I'll put more of my weight over the front because I'm kind of giving my back, hips and stuff a little bit of a rest.
Right.
And then you got to get right back to it. But he's had so many whoops that he's obviously a little bit fatigued.
Fatigued out there.
But he's kind of giving his upper body a rest too because he's leaving it. Now he's picking up his fanny pack. That's another thing is sometimes you carry tools. How much tools do you carry? And then the thing's slamming on you up and down on your butt, and it's not comfortable at all.
That and just your lumbar, your lower back.
But then you're like, man, if I don't have the tools, my bike breaks.
Look at that.
This team had a chain link come off during the 500. And they actually had to stop and replace the master link. And so I'm guessing they don't let any of their riders ride without tools or a fanny pack with some of the equipment to keep the bike moving.
For sure.
That's some great footage there, and it really shows you just how challenging this is because this section normally would just be a cakewalk, but these days this is a challenge just to do this section and get down there without falling down. My hat's off to those guys. Really good challenge, but a really good opportunity to see good proper riding position on the bike, how you neutralize your body distribute the weight, so you don't want to ever be holding onto the bike with your arms too far forward, then you're using your arm muscles to keep you from falling forward, too far back, and you're straightening them the other way. You really want to be where you're neutral over the pegs, and your grip is as light as possible.
It's a dance.
Yeah, it really is. You're just holding on in a very, very light fashion at that point if you're in good control. So if you're letting, especially if you've got good technique on the bike. But those guys right now are showing 11X and 3X, I mean, literally almost together. 0 minutes, 3 minutes ago. Well, actually, 3X should be in front of them, but I mean, they are neck and neck right now.
They're still very close. And if you guys ever want to see, fans at home, you want to see what the courses used to look like 20 years ago, for instance, 15, if you have a chance to rent Dust to Glory or look it up on the internet, but Dust to Glory will show you Johnny Campbell and their team racing. And there's a ton of footage along the coast, and you can see, just watch how much less their wheels are going up and down.
John, we're going to real quick
here's
do
our
a
action
replay of this
spot.
accident that we saw just a bit ago.
Oh my God.
And the fans are just scrambling.
People going left and right. We got trophy trucks going in reverse. We got trucks almost flying into trees, trying to navigate.
There's a big boulder.
There's a massive boulder he's chewing.
He just drove over to get around that.
How does that not just rip? No, these trucks can take it
that
sometimes.
one truck is high-centered. He tried to go around bushes to
ain't gonna
make a
happen.
new way. And see that rock?
Look at this. Yeah, this is a game changer right here. This pocket, whatever happened here.
Well,
and then to circle back, as I go to live tracking, Tavo de Dulcela, that truck is at 0 miles per hour.
Is he?
Yep.
Oh, no good.
Back live.
That's why his pit might have taken a little bit longer.
Yeah,
they might have been trying to fix something.
It's possible. So he's not moving anymore, but certainly this truck here on camera is.
Wow. 0 miles an hour right there. We got Alan Luke.
Some excellent.
And where is
looks like Tim?
Bryce? 7 minutes ago. Okay, so that's not right. 0, 0. 2 minutes ago, Tim Herbst.
Just rocking back and forth.
11.
Going into those
Rob
ruts.
McCachran. Can't see that.
Bryce is right behind him.
Keeping it set.
Some more in-car action. So for a minute here. All right, back to live. Looks like we got Herbst out there.
They're having a good race. They're putting in a good run. 1, 2, 3. They're in the top, 7 or 8 trucks.
Yeah, if you check your tracking, there's the 7 and the 10 are like
that's Bryce and Allen.
Yeah, they
on
keep
top of each
they
other.
keep coming.
And then,
Bryce is 3 minutes ago where
Luke's
he
3
pinged,
minutes too.
and Luke was 4 minutes ago.
Oh,
so
here we go.
what a
4
race!
minutes. So
Oh,
we don't quite know who they are yet, but at any minute we're waiting for the 3 trophy truck leaders to come down that trail that you see on the screen here.
That looks like it's coming into Mike's.
Yeah.
It's like the road into
Dumping
Mike's
into
there.
it.
The final descent into Mike's.
Yeah, they haven't got to Mike's yet.
Right down at the bottom here, we should see the trees.
Yep.
And Mike's.
Must be a
Once they get there, we'll have a much more definitive idea of what's going on here.
Yeah, we've got some good cams at Mike's, so hopefully we can get some cool footage of them shooting through there. Beautiful area.
See a little dust out there, guys?
Yeah,
got the switchbacks coming up the other side of the hill there.
Yeah.
Just keep thinking about the warm flour tortillas that they have at Mike's Sky Ranch and thinking that it's time for a burrito or something.
Yeah,
I must be getting close to lunchtime.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Well, down in Baja, flour tortilla is all the food you need to eat. It's every food group in the world.
It's fantastic.
Yes,
there we go. There's Mike's.
Flour tortilla with a little butter on it is like vegetables, minerals, meat, everything. Dairy, it covers all the bases. You could live on flour tortillas alone.
Yeah. Baja pleases on multiple levels. See the moto, the scenery, the food.
Yes.
That's a great shot there, though. Looking off, Valley T is, if you kept going backwards in that direction, you come to Valley de Trinidad.
Back to the Herbst truck. Making his way through there.
So a recent ping here, looks like Ampudia ahead of the one truck, Luke.
Yes.
And then
Bryce in third.
Bryce still hasn't pinged for a long time,
Yeah,
so I think
4
he's
minutes.
much closer. And then the 91 in fourth.
That's Chris Bulvardi.
Yeah.
And Tavo's still at 0 miles per hour there.
Yeah.
On
Something
the road
happened.
up to Mike's. Too bad.
Oh, man.
Hopefully they get going.
Yeah.
This is clearly on the road up to Mike's here, down the initial parts of it before you start to get up in the hills.
Still a beautiful day out there. Fairly clear skies.
Yeah,
Dust
great
awaits.
day to watch a race.
Yep. Bad day to hit a boulder.
Yeah, there's never a good day for that.
Never a good day.
Go down there and make the hard left onto the dirt road. I
Yep.
know exactly where they are.
Okay. Let's see what happens here.
Oh.
Change of plans.
Yeah.
No.
Different route.
Going up
There
over
we
the
go.
top.
Yeah.
Up.
Missed the turn.
Yep.
Missed
Went
the
too
turn.
fast.
Again,
It
there's all
happens.
those little things that you just
Not
glad
too
they
bad,
weren't
though.
fans sitting out there.
Yeah.
Again, people push it. You have to learn that lesson. You keep getting reminded, and if you're lucky, you get reminded by just subtle mistakes where you didn't ruin your vehicle or your body, and then you're like, oh, too hot.
Yep.
Back it down just a little bit.
Some more in-car footage here. And we talk a lot about how dangerous this
This
sport
might be
is.
where they overshoot the corner here. I
Not
don't
only
know.
for the drivers and competitors and stuff, but look, the fans are sometimes a little too close for that selfie. A little too close.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Coming
First
in
truck.
Mike's. Yeah, if you're a fan, always stand on the inside of the corners. Cars didn't want to drift out and miss the corner wide, so you want to stand on the inside of corners.
First
at that.
truck into Mike's.
Let's see.
I'm thinking it should be Ampudia.
Yep.
And the 10.
Fall tracks correctly.
And there's a really
Would be-
wide shot. Nice.
Nice shot, huh?
Alan, Luke, and Bryce, but we'll see. We'll see if that's accurate as they approach Mike's Sky Ranch at race mile 150.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Bryce pretty close behind. I mean, Luke pretty close behind Alan.
Well, you just keep looking up the hill there.
Yeah, we're going to see it on.
Look for that dust.
Looking for dust, and then Bryce right behind
Yeah,
him.
you can't really hide in a trophy truck, can you?
Nope.
No.
Not on a dusty day. Occasionally, the Baja 1000 will get a rain,
Little bit of
rains
rain,
before the thing
pat
because
it
it's in
down.
November, and puts the dust down. But okay, there's the truck. See that come down the short chute, and there's one behind.
Yeah. Any minute now.
So all of our friends at Mike's, if you're watching, get outside because those trucks are coming by soon.
1,000,000%. This is a great opportunity for you guys to send us some really cool footage on Instagram at Score International.
You can see the road out of Mike's and the climb out of there once you leave Mike's. You
Send
just had
it.
a nice shot of that as well.
Yeah.
Looks like we have another
All
truck,
right.
another
Yep.
truck over the top up there.
And see that helicopter
Yep.
Yep.
tracking that.
I see two little dust streams, I think.
Quick pan back to Mike's. Each second, these trucks getting closer and closer. All right, there we go. Oh,
There we go.
there we go. Let's see if we can tighten in that shot a bit. A profile.
Yeah, that should be Ampudia.
It's looking like white and red.
And then Luke right behind.
Yep, Alan Ampudia in the lead right now at race mile 150 as he makes his way into Mike's Sky Rancho.
Gonna go through the river crossing, clean off his truck briefly, splash up the co-pilot,
Splash,
get him
splash.
all cold water right on his lap.
Yeah. There he goes.
And on a hot day, that's okay.
All right,
Cold day,
guys,
not
get
so
your
much.
get your phones out. Send us some vids.
Is he making a pit? Okay, this could be a chance for another team to make the pass.
He's not. It doesn't look like he's at a pit stop though.
Driver change?
I mean, we saw someone kind of approaching his truck with his hand up, waving.
They're definitely.
So something's going on.
Something's going on. There's an issue here.
Uh-oh.
There is an issue here.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yes, there's no pit there. He wants somebody just to look at it. He hears something. It's making a noise.
Yeah. Yeah, this is great. If we can get around just a little bit more. There we go.
Great shot, guys.
Great job. Oh,
well, he's sending him back out.
He needed another Gatorade. I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's the here's the hill where you can go right for a smoother line or left for a shorter but more aggressive line. See those ruts that we saw the rider trying to avoid? Yeah, that's really chewed up.
Insane.
So you think Alan was communicating to his team as he was approaching this, guys, I need X, Y, and Z. Something's going on.
That wasn't his team.
And it wasn't his team either.
No, that wasn't a planned pit stop. He doesn't even have a pit there. Those were just.
But if there's an issue, he's going to communicate something.
Yeah, he's just asking people to look underneath. He hears something. Okay. There's something going on. He noticed they looked under the front of the car.
Right.
There's something he doesn't like that he's hearing or something.
Right.
That he's asked somebody to look at. Hey, is it leaking? Is it? What do you see? And
here's the next truck right behind him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes you get friends that you know are certain spots. You may call ahead and say, hey, call up so-and-so because he's standing up at Mike's Sky Ranch and tell him in advance to look for something. But certainly not a normal full team pit stop like a BFG where they've got all the equipment. But occasionally, if you're smart, you know where people are at, you get on your phone or your text or something.
Yep.
Or radios.
Luke McMillan coming in?
Sometimes, you hear something, it's a small problem, you want to stop and fix it before it becomes a big problem.
Well, that's exactly it, and it must have been something serious enough because he knows the stakes right now. He knows where he's at.
Well,
so to take that risk to pull over and be like, look under my truck.
And he knows he doesn't have a pit crew there either, so it's a little bit of,
It's a little gamble.
Interesting to see what happens here.
That's where the fans can actually become a part of the race. I mean, literally, those guys weren't necessarily planning today to work on that truck or to look at something, and you pull over and they jumped under there and looked at the tie rod or whatever else and see if my wheel's loose, and nope, it's okay.
I wonder if somebody in the crowd saw something, because as Alan came up, you saw someone dart out and they had their hand up and they were waving it and pushing him over as if they saw something.
It could have
Maybe
been.
they wanted to bring attention to something.
That's why it makes me think that they had some potential communication up ahead to know to pull over. But yeah, like I say, fans can become a part of the action. It's really cool, especially on motorcycles and stuff, where I've stopped and they've loaned me parts or jacket or zip ties or something. And
look at this.
We got an incredible vantage point. I think right now the drone is actually looking for Bryce Menzies, looking for that.
Yeah, well, there he is. There's the dust right there.
And see all the people in the water. They're going to get doused.
They're going to get blasted.
They want to get the official truck dousing.
I would say Bryce is coming in right now.
Yep, he's ripping in.
And
let's see.
Gosh, what of his shapes?
Let's see the spray. Let's see what we got here. Oh, he slowed down a bit.
He slowed down quite a bit. Decided to keep his co-pilot not wet. Maybe he didn't want his lap wet either. And see, he's got a pit there too.
He's pitting as well. Okay.
I'll tell you what, it
sometimes
changes. These guys can do some remote stuff.
He had a flat.
So they're loading him up with two because he had already just replaced one.
Yeah, look at that.
Now they got a winch strap, so he's strapping it in. The guy just did the winch on the strap to keep the tire tight.
Good job.
And off he goes. And that was fast. That was really fast. I mean, fourth place right now, if tracking is correct, is Tim Herbst in the fourth place now. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Good for
Tim.
That
was 0 minutes ago. So
that means Bryce has already had one flat to take the wheel out.
Right.
And to swap that already.
And he's in his position. Now, we don't know what happened to the other guys if they had any downtime, but
for sure,
pretty darn good. And how interesting. Luke McMillan and Bryce Menzies battling.
Yeah.
Have you heard that before?
Notice the rear fender, the left rear fender, which is probably where one of the tires got blown out when he did that. So he probably put the first spare on there.
Yep.
And now they just replace the spare because he wants to have two. Because if drivers are going to drive over the edge, they're gonna flat tires out when they hit rocks.
I mean, some of these twists and these turns, they get so tight. We saw that earlier with the bikes when they were coming down the goat trail and stuff like that. And who knows what's up ahead? But I mean, could that panel that's in the rear there, could that snag a tree? Could that impair them at all? It's a powerful truck. I doubt it, but you never know.
Yeah, at least it's a fiberglass fender,
yeah,
so if it gets
off.
caught on something, it'll just rip off. You just hope there's not a fan standing nearby to get flapped in the face or something. But don't stand that close, people. Stand back a little bit.
Yep. Watch out for the
Wow,
fender.
that was some great footage at Mike's Sky Ranch. I thought that was pretty cool. It was really, I haven't seen that before, you know, so live.
And we've got more coming for you, folks.
so
We've got
much
a few more spots.
Sure.
Irandera, we're going to have another cam. So we should be seeing some motorcycles getting close to Irandera in the not too distant future. So there's some more Bryce action for us.
Okay, here we go.
Yep, and stay tuned, folks, for this more Score Racing series, because each race we get better. More live footage, more action. And
we work on our mistakes.
And it's just getting better. I mean, we've already had more live footage at this race than anyone that I've ever been involved with.
It's exceptional, and again, another moment to tip our hats to the crew, and grateful to BF Goodrich Tires, K&N Filters, VP Racing Fuels, and everybody else that puts their heart and their soul into bringing some of the most incredible world champion off-road racing to date. This is the spot, you know. So we're already seeing an incredible race thus far.
Arendara, speaking of Arendara, the guys are getting close, guys. I think they're almost in Arendara now.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, if we zoom over there, he's right by the ocean. 3X is ready to make the right-hand turn.
Yes.
Yep.
According to this, he's right in town, and Arturo Salas
is right behind him.
Right behind him. 1X has dropped back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But the 1X also started a few minutes behind the 3X, right?
Yes.
So on adjusted time, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's sometimes the mind screw of it all, is that you think you're kicking butt, but let's see what the adjusted time does for you.
Well, and then you throw in penalties, which, you know, a miss one VCP, that's 10 minutes. And as we saw at the Baja 500, the end result was the team that crossed the line first didn't win.
Nope.
They got beat because of penalties.
Yeah.
And it looks like the two quads are 4th and 5th on the road out of all of the vehicles. Or, no, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're,
here we go.
They're 6th and 7th on the road.
Some new bike footage coming in for us.
Yeah, this looks down like near Arendara.
Now that one's up in the mountains.
Oh, it is.
Yep.
You're right.
This is sort of that. Is this that pit area that we saw earlier?
Yeah, it's kind of up in the mountains.
And then there's the camera passes.
So yeah, the helicopter lands, and then they download footage with good cell reception, and so we try to take advantage of any action we can.
Shout out to Andy. Thank you so much. Andy Kriker. And there's some dust. We got another bike flying through.
Coming in, yeah.
A couple bikes.
So there is, Scott, as you were mentioning, some ATVs and stuff. The 139A is one of the Sportsman ATV that took the Sportsman cut and is now in front of the Pro 1A and the 18A. So, of course, he won't be scored in the overall position because he took basically an hour shortcut.
Yeah.
But on course, he's the first ATV now.
Yeah, no, I see that, and I'm a little surprised at that because he's way ahead of even the other Sportsman. 105A, I take that back. 138A. Yeah, I guess you're right.
And then look at the Ironman battle. I'm looking at that right now.
I was just going to say, what do we got going on over there?
It appears that the tortoise has caught the hare. Brandon Wright, the guy that's got all the Ironman experience of doing this year after year after year, took his time, and he's now at race mile 226 and has passed the 723X of Edgar Cota, who's at 225.9, but they're within a mile of each other.
Right.
And this is now going on 6 hours of racing for them, 5.5, 5 hours and 45 minutes, and they're duking it out, and they haven't had anyone to get on the bike. They haven't had any time to rest. They are just toughing it out because they are true Ironmen.
My goodness, 114. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Those guys are putting in a hell of a ride. We've got the limited class out there. Those guys doing battle.
What is it, gentlemen, that would make one want to choose to do an Ironman and do it consistently year after year? Is it just cut from a different cloth? What is it?
Yeah, personal.
It's a personal choice.
It's a very personal choice. Very personal experience, very personal reason why you do that, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can just say that they're crazy. It's okay. These guys are insane.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's
some
1X footage.
Yep, 1X.
So this came in about 10 minutes ago.
Hauling ass.
Yeah. Hey, keep sending us this footage at Score International.
Yeah.
Through the 1X bike.
So this was a custom drone, somebody's drone out there that got this footage. So
that's so cool.
Yeah, send it to us. Let's post it. If you've got footage of the Vildasola team that's working on their truck down there by Mike's Sky Ranch, send us that.
1,000,000%.
Is that coming into Arendara or no?
No, this was from earlier. It's from earlier.
Yeah. It's from way earlier in the
But
day.
it's still really cool.
Yeah.
Going to a pit.
Yep. Okay. You can see the crew frantically getting it done. Well, they did that in about 15 seconds.
Yep, new rider.
Off they go.
Good
Continuous, seamless. Great shot. Really,
good stuff, guys.
Really amazing. Again, just vantage points that we used to never, ever see. Woo! Having some fun. Wow, that is great. So the Salvatierre.
And you see
that's either Shane Logan, Diego Llanos, or Justin Carnes, one of the other four guys listed on the team. But great stuff. Thank you very much, Chavo Salvatierra.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you see another challenge of riding on a team.
Yes.
Is that this rider, you can see, is a little bit thinner. And so you have different weight guys on a motorcycle.
Sure.
And normally when you're trying to adjust your motorcycle, you have the sag, which is a spring preload on the rear shock, and you're trying to dial it in for a certain weight of rider.
Yep.
So like in the Baja 1000, our team, the 500X, is going to have 6 different riders.
Yep.
Some up to 210 pounds, as low as 165 pounds.
Yep.
And so you just kind of have to go with a middle setting, maybe the guy that's 180 or something, and just set it for him. And then the lighter guys, like I'm usually the smaller guy, and I just have a bike that turns a little bit steeper.
Yep.
And then the other guys have a bike that's a little too soft for them. But you just have to make a compromise that works, reasonably well for everybody. And if you're on the spectrum of the low or the heavy, hey, you just got to suck it up and take it and do your best.
Well, we've been talking a lot about the power of crew and the power of what BF Goodrich tires can bring to us, and also. With 2 pits on the course for this Baja 400, BF Goodrich once again provides impeccable race and support, tire support. So let's watch a highlight reel of how BF Goodrich gets it done.
BF Goodrich tires will once again provide on-site tire and race support at all SCORE races. Their reputation as a tire manufacturer is already well established, and their pit service truly reflects their commitment to excellence. As teams navigated the challenging terrains of the SCORE International race, it is evident that BF Goodrich's race and tire support is a seamless extension of their tire expertise. One of the most remarkable aspects of BF Goodrich's pit service is their impeccable timing. Every second counts in a race, and their pit crews demonstrated remarkable efficiency in changing tires, refueling, and addressing any mechanical issues. This not only minimized the downtime for the teams, but also showcased the meticulous planning and training that BF Goodrich invests in its pit crews. For the Baja 400, 2 BF Goodrich pits on the course. The first is located at race mile 123 in Valley T, and the second just past race mile 243 in Colonet. Their tire expertise, combined with their meticulous planning, efficient execution, and effective communication, showcase their dedication to supporting teams in one of the most challenging and demanding off-road races. BF Goodrich's pit service is not just a pit stop. It was a pivotal part of the race experience that undoubtedly contributes to the success of the teams they support. In a race that demands precision, durability, and lightning-fast support, BF Goodrich's race and tire support stands out as a crucial player in the success of the competing teams at SCORE International Off-Road Racing.
Jim Hurst is...
Shout out to BF Goodrich. Can't do it without you guys. Scott, you were just talking about, the fact that BF Goodrich Tires was able to just go the extra mile, so to speak, no pun intended, about what sets them apart from other companies.
Oh, they're all in.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just all in. I mean, I've said in meetings with other tire manufacturers, when it came time to go to the 40-inch route, there's a lot of companies that just said, it's too much money, it's too expensive. And BF Goodrich just said, that's what the sport needs. And they went ahead and did it. And they've always had a leadership position in all of this. A huge respect for what they do and how they continue to invest and just keep, giving more and more and more. I mean, they've really married themselves to this sport, and they're reaping the rewards from it because they're doing a really good job. All the top trucks are out there running them. Toyo's out there too, and there's some other companies that are giving them a little bit of run, but the history of BF Goodrich is hard to beat.
Yep. Good stuff. All right, gentlemen. Well, with that, we're going to take a look at some trophy truck replay stuff. If we can run that footage, dive into that for a minute. Here we go. This is at race mile 150, just
Mike Skyranch.
through just through the creek. And we got some more trucks coming through.
Oh yeah,
Herbst.
Tim
Herbst comes through.
No stopping for him.
No stopping for him. That's the area that Alan and Pudia took a minute to see what was going on, then off he went. You can see a drone down over there to the left getting some footage.
Choosing the line to the right.
Yep.
Crossing over the ruts.
There he
Another
goes.
area of two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive, kind
Right.
of scratching up the hills and stuff, and he's got to slide it with the back.
Generally, do drivers stick with one, a two-wheel drive truck, a four-wheel drive truck, an all-wheel truck? Do they generally drive the same, or are they constantly just getting more experience driving different trucks?
Well,
Depends
I
on who you're
think
sponsored by.
lately the newer trucks that people are having built tend to go all-wheel
All-wheel,
drive, and that seemed two-wheel drives were the best for 30 whatever 50 years of racing, and so the four-wheel drive has finally all-wheel drives. At first, people tried them and they couldn't get them to last, and they kept breaking down. And so
why would they break down?
Well, when you're trying to power 1,000 horsepower to the wheels, you got axles, you got all the drive line, and so when it spins and then it catches and it has traction, potentially it snaps axles, CV joints and stuff. So
mechanical thing.
Mechanical issues, yeah. So trying to get it durable, and then it was like, well, it's an advantage while it's working.
Right.
But when it breaks and your truck's on the side of the road, you don't win. So they finally got them to the point where they're lasting.
They're lasting. All right, well, we are live here at Mike's Ranch, Sky Ranch, race mile 150. A little tongue-tied here.
Yeah, I'm trying to get
getting some airborne.
Is that? I'm trying to see. Who we got climbing up the hill here? Oh, that's the legendary 1L class.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
Gustavo Bedosola Sr.
Yeah.
Coming
There you go.
through. Good
Coming
to see
through.
him. He must have passed his son.
Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah.
Toot
there's a
the
little
horn
bit
when you drive
bitter-
by.
Bittersweet to see your son on the
Bittersweet
side
indeed.
of the road there. But just looking here, waiting for some updates here on to refresh some of the positions on some of the vehicles. Bryce hasn't updated here.
No.
You are showing him updating, John, as far as his position on the course?
Let's see. I've still got Ampudia out front at race mile 157.6 a minute ago.
Huh.
Yeah.
Luke 3 minutes ago was at 156, so Luke is very possibly right there with him. And then I'm showing Palavordi in the third vehicle, at least. Again, sometimes these things will take a minute to ping and come on board. Rob Mack is moving up the chain. I see him now, looks like fourth on the road.
Yeah. The one Bryce,
along with Andy.
Bryce hasn't updated for quite a while, though. So it's kind of throwing things off there. There's LR.
You're right, 12 minutes ago for Bryce. So it's very likely that he's still up in the mix.
We'll have some replay coming up here in a bit. It took place about 12 minutes ago.
Ah, it looks like Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's Cameron.
Yep, he's...
This was about 12 minutes ago. We have
12.
Cameron coming through.
And Cameron Steele, from what I understand, his wife Heidi's going to be in studio today.
Absolutely, yes. Matter of fact, she'll be coming up next in just a little bit. We'll be doing a bit of a changing of the guards. We'll have Heidi Steele and Dave Arnold joining us in studio, sharing their thoughts and giving you live commentary. That's coming up in just a bit. Great shot here of the creek. Looks like everybody looks remotely dry from this perspective.
Oh, as wet as you want to be.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
be nice
It's up
and
to you.
relaxed.
Here we go. A little splash for you. Might feel good depending upon the temperature.
That's the Thompson rig, the 70, Kevin Thompson, Harley Lettner.
Yep, dragging a right fender there.
Yeah.
Yeah, bouncing away.
Yeah, incidental material.
Okay, so now we're back live.
Non-essential.
And we are creeping in here on truck number, let's see if we can get a clear shot.
Tracy Graff? No.
Was that 69 or 89?
Yeah, I'm slightly blurry, not quite sure, but
I'm going to have to see if we can get them to paint their
does
numbers
the area
on the,
look
on the
familiar to you
roofs or
fellas?
something.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Definitely up in the Mike's,
up in the
mountain range
mountains
for
area,
sure.
Obviously.
Still showing race mile 150. I'm guessing
okay.
it's before, but could be after.
Pan it back. See who else is on their way.
Oh,
okay,
see, after
so there's
Mike's,
Mike's is after. Yeah. Another heli following.
Yeah, and that's really, that section's really rough, and there's some huge boulders the size of a building
There's a truck
here and
coming
there.
Up. See if we can zoom in on that guy.
Yeah, they still haven't updated Bryce yet.
Nothing on
Everybody
Bryce.
else has pretty much been
Cameron, and then Kevin Thompson, and then looks like we had Rosler's going to be coming pretty soon. That might even be, is that him?
Who we got? I don't know. He's
in the blue,
tucked in there.
Blue and white.
He's tucked in there.
What is
Nope, we lost him there
the
for a
jerky
minute,
that he has? The Baja
The jerky.
Baja
Jerky
Jerky is
sponsor?
their sponsor, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so Gustavo and Rosler are showing like pretty much the same area.
Okay.
So like LR might have been just in front of him.
Okay, guys. So, much more race action on the way. We are going to take a moment here. Up next will be Heidi Steele and Dave Arnold. They'll be taking over for a little bit, bringing you all of the action from the K&N SCORE Baja 400, sponsored by VP Racing Fuels and BF Goodrich Tires. Don't go anywhere. There's more race ahead.
You won't believe what a K&N intake will do for your truck. I thought a cold air intake would just make my truck sound better, but I installed a K&N intake. And now I can feel the power as soon as I hit the gas. It was such a simple upgrade, but it has totally transformed my truck. And now, I'll never own a truck without a K&N intake. You've got to experience it for yourself. Get one for your truck at knfilters.com.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled. And reach your destination quicker with King's new Toyota Sequoia 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with optional wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sequoia kit today.
Single-digit temperatures. A couple of inches of snow on the ground already. And more predicted as the day goes on. In other words, conditions are perfect for the all-new Bronco Sport.
Hey, Dad.
What are you up to, bud?
Oh, nothing much. I think it's time I bought a new lawnmower, though.
Did you try and fix it yourself? Fix it yourself? Fix it yourself?
Whoa.
Don't touch. Hand me those pliers, would you?
Hold that still. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go ahead and get some Fix-It fuel instead.
Fix-It fuel. Do it yourself. The easy way.
Hey, does that stuff really work?
Yep. Don't touch.
It's time for the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels. And now, exclusive SCORE merch. Don't miss your chance to experience this action-packed race. Visit the official SCORE merch booth for exclusive t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, hats, stickers, and more.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4. Yeah, return, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
The K&N intake in my truck is a real game changer. When I'm towing, I need all the power I can get. The K&N intake helps me get that extra performance when I need it most. More power. Throw to your engine growl. Proven engine protection. The first upgrade I make to any truck is the K&N intake.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
It's time for the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels. And now, exclusive SCORE merch. Don't miss your chance to experience this action-packed race. Visit the official SCORE merch booth for exclusive t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, hats, stickers, and more.
Intake I installed on my truck really transforms the way it drives. I use my truck all day for work, and I drive in a lot of different environments. It's never let me down, but it didn't have that extra kick that I craved. The K&N Intake gives my truck that extra edge in both performance and protection, and it sounds awesome when I step on the gas. Bottom line, with the K&N Intake, my truck and I can handle any situation.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
Welcome to Ensenada. For those who are looking to expand their culinary horizons, a place where the adventures of the sky, valleys, and oceans come together. Ensenada, the capital of Mexican wine.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day. Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
You ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver. Straight on through.
The K&N intake in my truck is a real game changer. When I'm towing, I need all the power I can get. The K&N intake helps me get that extra performance when I need it most. More power. Throw to your engine growl. Proven engine protection. The first upgrade I make to any truck is a K&N intake.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels. Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Arnold. Got a special guest in the house, Heidi Steele.
Yes.
How you doing, Heidi? Cam's out there racing, huh?
I know. I'm not sure if I'm more nervous to be in the studio with you live or if I'm more nervous for him racing right now.
Well, it looks like we're looking at the tracker, and it looked like he's doing pretty good there. I mean, he's still in the hunt, and they got a ways to go, though.
Yeah. No, he's doing great. Cameron is racing the start to race mile 191, so he's going to be in the truck for a little bit longer. It looks like they just kind of cleared the Mike's Sky Ranch, and it looks like they're heading out to Simpson's Trail, which is an incredibly gnarly and rocky trail.
Well, let me just also back up a little bit here. Let's talk about the leaderboard real quick, and we're going to go into you here just shortly. But Alan Ampudia, the number 10. Well, unfortunately, Tavo had some issues, Vidosla Jr., and he's, rolled the truck. Looks like he's not even within the top 10 now. Alan Ampudia, Luke McMillan, of course, Bryce Menzies. Now the shocker, Christopher Polvordi. That's a spec trophy truck. That's not a full-blown trophy truck.
Yeah, he's looking really awesome, and he went out in qualifying. He raced his spec truck with a smaller engine in qualifying and had a great start. I believe he started 7th, which is incredible. And look at him, he's already up to 4th.
That young man, I can't wait to see he gets that new Mason all-wheel drive. It's going to be mind-blowing. But Tim Herbst, he's still in the fight there, the number 18, Dan McMillan, Rob McCackran, and then we got Andy McMillan, who, of course, is driving one of Bryce's other trucks, trying to get that, the team up, get that good starting position for the 1,000.
Yeah, those two, they're formidable competitors, and they've decided to team up again for the 1,000. I think, like most teams, everyone is focused on the 1,000. And so they're both out there racing. They're going to see who gets the best start position for the Baja 1,000. And
as you well know, as everybody, it's great to win a SCORE championship. And you've been there. You've done that. But what do the manufacturers really look at? The Baja 500 and the Baja 1,000. So this sets the tone for a possible good finish or a win at the 1,000.
Absolutely, and I think every racer, even when you start the year at the San Felipe 250, I think you're always looking forward to the Baja 1000. It's just the granddaddy of all the races. Yeah.
So I'm going to back it up a little bit and tell a little bit about what Heidi's done. She's just not the pretty face sitting in here with me, not just the wife of Cameron Steele. She's actually got more championships than her husband. You've raced quite a bit down here in Baja.
I have. So my race career started back in 2004, and I raced for 14 or 15 years.
Yes.
And I had, 5 championships or something.
Yep.
And just had a really great time. Those were some of the highlights of my life, some of the highlights of my years.
Well, you've kind of switched gears. You got 2 young daughters now that you're raising and spending time, and Cam's still out there wheeling there and giving it a go. And are we going to see you back in a truck possibly one day?
Yeah. I have definitely held off because of the girls. Kay's 11 and Grace is 3 right now. But I have a desire to get back. I don't think I'm going to jump back into a trophy truck like I did in 2013 and 14, but I would love to get back in an unlimited midsize truck one day.
That's awesome. Well, I guess we got some great trophy truck social media going on, and I guess we're going to probably take a look at it right now is what I understand. It's always great when these fans are kind of letting us see all this cool stuff, and you can see right there, you can see Adam Householder. Oh, look at that. There's Tavo. There's a little altercation going on there. Could have been his problem coming off the road there. Do you recognize that area? Same thing?
It looks like they're getting ready to head up to Mike's right there. Or is that K77?
I saw a Monster Energy truck. Does that truck look familiar coming to the inside?
That's Tavo on the outside.
Yeah, who's on the inside, though? Is that one of the Herbst boys?
It looked like, possibly.
Okay, it might have been Tim. Oh, man, look at that. Larry Ross.
Larry, he just, he hucked it. That was a huge jump.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at it again here, and, man, you can see that Baja Vita truck, Baja Jerky just fly. Mr. Baja.
Yeah. From 2 wheels to 4 wheels, right?
I know you guys probably know him pretty well over the years, and, you know, Cameron's done a lot with them, and, you know, Larry coming from the 2 wheels, like you said, you know, multi-championships there as well as in the trophy trucks.
Yeah. I've always really liked Larry. He's incredibly personable. Whenever I was out pre-running, getting ready for the races, he was always out there. We would joke about our lines, chit-chat for a while, say hi. In fact, some of the best times preparing for a race are actually the pre-runs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's what I was talking to everybody. It's like, all right, did you find a new taco stand?
Yeah.
It's like, hey, pre-running, you got to learn the course, but it's always finding that good taco stand or finding your favorite taco stand.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you have a favorite down there?
Well, Valley T is definitely on the top of the list because we've had so many late night tacos there. You know, you get out of the race truck a couple 100 miles into the race, and that's usually when my co-driver Renee would take over, and so having a nice warm taco was
it's always good,
just tasty,
especially if you're having a long day and it's a late night.
Absolutely.
Well, I know we also got some bikes getting a little close, so we're going to take a little look. We got some social media from the motorcycles, the 2 Wheel Warriors out there. Take a look here. Get a little pit stop there, the KTM. It's a 1X bike there that I believe is Juan Carlos Sabateria.
Yeah, he looks like he's having a great run today. He's been in the top 3 all day.
Yep, definitely you can see that. And I know, you know, he's, you know, Arturo Salas was with him when he won, you know, the championships, won some races. You know, he's got his old team, a new team there. So Juan had to get, you know, new rider, get on there. And now Juan looks like he's coming back. Unfortunately, the 500, I know he had some issues. I don't know if it was a chain issue or something going on there, but definitely he's, you know, on a mission this time.
Yeah. He looks like he's on a mission.
And look how cool that is there, Sarah and Aaron there. Great shot of them. A K&N sponsored machine. So we're back live, race mile 150, and man, look at that. Is that looks like Mike's Sky Ranch getting there? Yeah,
that looks like the entrance to the Mike's Sky Ranch, and there's a huge water crossing, which it looks like that truck might have just passed through. Slowed down a little bit. Most likely trying to save his equipment.
Yeah, that is a big tough one there. I mean, like you were talking about, you want to get a great, you know, position for the 1,000, but you still have to finish this race.
Absolutely.
So it's, you know, so it's a lot of smart and a lot of strategy goes into it.
Yeah, I think there's so much strategy today. I think there's a lot of competitors that are really just they'd love to win, but I think they're focused on making sure that they get to the finish so they have that good start for the Baja 1000.
I'm trying to get an eye on which truck that is. It's kind of hard. It looks like the Polvardi colors a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of
just everybody, the drone gets right up on there and it kind of pulls away. Oh, it's Dallas Trail, which has also a black and white, you know, machine also, which there's 3 or 4 of them that look very cool. Some got the digital patterns on them, and some are just really cool. But Dallas Trail, you know, no stranger to Baja for sure.
Oh, right. And it looks like a beautiful day.
Well, I know. We show up, it was all overcast, a little drizzly down in Baja. It was gorgeous. I mean, the sun's shining. It's just, you can't get better than that.
Yeah, I think coming out of Ensenada, well, high today is 74. That's perfect for race conditions.
And let's talk about that. And what is the perfect race conditions, for creating the horsepower and, whether you want a little wind to blow the dust off, and what other factors you look for?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want it to be too hot because you have your driving suit on and you're completely insulated. So when it's too hot, you're really sweating and losing all that water that's in your system, and you really need that because you're not drinking very much as you're going. So a nice cool day like today is perfect
kind
down
of save
there.
yourself a little bit there. And I know John and Scott brought up a good point earlier. You don't wait till you're thirsty to drink.
Right.
Because you could get dehydrated quickly, and at that point when you're thirsty, that means you've already reached almost dehydration.
Yeah, we were so fortunate. When I raced Trophy Truck, I raced with Jessica McMillan. We actually were the first women's team to race Trophy Truck. So much fun, but we had our helmet set up so that we could push a button and water would shoot in our mouth.
Those little fluid logic systems are pretty cool. I saw you see all on the steering wheels, a little button there. Just whoop, whoop. You can do a shot.
Yeah, and you try not to overdo it. You have to save some water for your co-driver down the road. But
so you're sharing one bottle? There's not two separate bottles in there?
Yeah, usually it's just one.
Guess you don't want to add extra weight there, but I understand we got some great footage of our leader in the 3X, Sarah Nairn. And look at this. And up on the balls of his feet.
Yeah, it looks like there's some rocks, small rocks underneath him, which makes it a little bit like you're on ice skates.
And let's take a look here at the Promoto Unlimited class. The pro guys here, Sarah Nairn, of course, still up front there. Arturo Salas, man, that young man, he's got a bright future. He's, 21, 22, something like that, and sitting second. Then, of course, the crafty veteran, Juan Carlos Savatira. But Eric Holt, great to see Eric running the good position there. Adrian Ortiz, and, of course, Dayton Meyer, 27, and haven't seen those names before. Or at least Dayton I haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a really competitive and good race.
Now, I know Cameron comes down, he does a lot of his Rip to Cabos and stuff. Do they take some of these riders on these courses on the motorcycles?
Yes, actually. So the gentlemen that ride the Rip to Cabo, they actually apply to go on the ride. They've got to have a lot of experience. But like today, we have Brandon Wright out there. He is an Ironman. He is, I think, 700X. And he is a fabulous rider. He's done many Rip to Cabos. His wife's a sweetheart. So we've spent time together. So it helps to know the
course, and and to some of the riders that have the experience that haven't raced Baja, do they actually get to introduce them to some of the course themselves, saying, you haven't ridden it before, but we're going to take you apart what we race at?
Yeah, by the time they're going on Rip to Cabo, they've done some Baja riding. So maybe not racing, not the SCORE series, but and not
at least they've
racing,
ridden down here, so they know they can handle this terrain.
Yes, they've done some smaller rides. And
yeah, that's cool. That's always a good adventure there, and I know they do so many other ones, the four-wheel vehicles, but I always love seeing a lot of the Baja guys that race SCORE that are on that trip, and Cam always gives them a little treat every time, and kind of mixes it up.
Yeah, they definitely keep it challenging.
Yeah, I always like it when we see the, what we call them, the Mexican jumping cactuses. We get these guys. And that's what's so crazy about when you're racing. You get those, stuck in you.
Choya.
Yeah, the choyas, man. Those little balls of spikes.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things. Not only you have to worry about rocks, worry about that stuff, but we also got a great shot of Karen Nairn. Look at a little bit of dust there, a little bit of silt. But not too many cactus in this area. I know when they get up out in the open desert areas, you can get into it.
Yeah.
Great shot.
He's looking really, really good.
Now it looks like they're heading to the coast now.
Yeah, it looks actually like he's cleared Santo Tomas, and you see those big, giant boulders in that area. Yeah. I think he's heading back over through Tres Hermanos to the Ojos area. So he's going to be coming up on a mountainous area with a lot of ridges soon.
And that's, he said it was at the race mile 310. This is, 384 miles, I believe?
Yes.
So it's getting close. And it looks like Arturo Salas there, hitting the same section, hitting that. Now these are the Pro Moto guys, and that's a whole nother level when you get to some of these other classes we're going to see. These are the best of the best in Baja. Oh, look how torn up that is.
Yeah.
That is just gnarly.
Yeah, you know, you get all those high horsepower trucks out there pre-running for this race, and you know, unfortunately, they tear it up a little bit more than I think the bike guys would like.
And that's what you talk about, when you're pre-running. It's going to change the race day because, like you said, you've had a lot of those high horsepower vehicles. A lot of the pre-runners out there, some of them have high horsepower. Some guys are out in their trophy trucks or spec trucks, even running some of the sections too.
Yeah.
And it just tears it up.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really important if you can pre-run closer to race day. You're going to get a much better view of what the course is going to look like on race day.
So the guys that show up a week and a half when it first opens, boy, they're in for a rude awakening. Huh?
Yeah, you can mark the route, but there's going to be a lot of changes.
And I know a lot of guys were talking also, I was saying, hey, man, it was crazy. I thought I had this great little line there, and with all the pre-running going on, and all of a sudden now it's part of the race course. You're not going to call it the cheater line, but it's just, as long as you're within those 40 feet of the VCPs, you're okay. But that certain line you thought was smooth, now it's a part of the racetrack because everybody else is using it.
Yeah, yeah.
Has that happened to you a few times?
Yes, and when I was racing, what we would try and do is when we'd roll up on a spot where there would be a good race line for the race, we would hold off on marking it, and we'd put it in our GPS, and we would be prepared, but we wouldn't mark it with tires because we didn't want it to be shown.
Because if someone else sees it, they're like, hey, wait a minute, there's something a little bit quicker there.
Yeah, don't give all your secrets away.
Look at this great footage here, and you can see he's heading up, like you said, up into the hills, and you can see a lot of rocks there. There's like riding on marbles sometimes.
Oh, yeah. So it looks like he's probably just coming off the Pacific Ocean, that whole beach stretch, starting to make his way to the Santo Tomas Hills.
Yeah, Santo Tomas there. I'm looking here to see who's at 252 there. I know we're getting pretty close there, so I can kind of get an idea who this is.
Actually, he's a little bit south of where I was thinking.
Okay, so that should be, could be Ortiz or Rivera. It's hard to say who's around there. It could be 241, 51.7. That could be possibly Induska on the 435X. And we've got Ortiz there. So, yeah, it's really, we're trying to figure out, we know the race mile that they're shooting from, but that drone will travel, up to a mile away sometimes to see. So it kind of like, all right, we know it's 250, 252 in there, but it could be 253, 251, depending on what side of what their actual race mile that the drone is being flown from.
Oh, so, yeah. Yeah, it's amazing what we can do with this technology now, isn't it?
Just when you're racing, we didn't have this. I mean, they had footage of drones with people out there, but you had to wait a couple weeks to see it on social media or up on YouTube. We're bringing it live.
I know. This is just amazing. It's a game changer.
Yeah, definitely. So we're trying to get to see what race mile we're at here, and so we could possibly get a look and see whose truck this is.
That looks like
Herbst.
Yeah,
that looks
like
Tim.
Truck. So
number 19.
He's looking really smooth through there.
Looking good, and I know we should be starting to see some spec trucks start to come through too. So
yeah,
let's take a look at the trophy truck spec leaderboard here. It looks like Jorge Sampitro, Jason McNeil, and I know Jason's looking to come back and try and get that back. And just his wife Kelly was here earlier, was talking about it, and she's on pins and needles, kind of like you, waiting for Cameron. Like, where are they? Where are they?
Yeah, I just love Jason, and I know that his focus is the championship.
Yes.
So he's in second right now, but he might be holding himself back a little bit, which is a good strategy if you want that championship.
And Ryan Hancock having a good run there in the third position there. Jordan Brenthal, we know the Brenthals were there. And then, of course, the Coastal truck, Elijah Kiger. Pat Sims, man, guy with the best mustache in Mexico, I think. And then Travis Williams out of Arizona, of course. And then Jack Grabowski. I know him and his Dustin Fabricat, and they both race quite a bit. And Brent Fox and Thor Herbst. There's a Herbst in there. Now, the Herbst had some good runs at the 500.
Yes, they did. It's nice to see Thor up there.
Yeah.
It's great to see the brothers, racing, and how exciting for them and their family and their fathers. And
Well, I know EJ, which is what Ed's kid.
Yes.
And then we saw him roll through. Then we got Riley, Pierce, and Thor.
Yeah.
And they got Tim and Troy with the kids split up there, and they team up and kind of little competitions all the time. And Herp's a great family, for sure.
Yeah. And from what I've seen of them on social media, they're very humble.
All right, looks like we got another great drone shot out there. Look at that dust starting to develop there. You know there's a lot of trucks. And a little bit of breeze, kind of keeping it close. So they're heading into the valley there.
That looks like possibly the grassy knoll area.
Is that? I think you're right. Yes, it is. Actually, believe it or not, I recognize that section of that house.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy. There's this little thing that you'll see, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I know where they are now.
You know that concrete house that kind of sits on the corner? Yeah.
I'm sure, Cameron's probably named a few cactuses and boulders that he knows personally. All right, the trophy truck spec leaders, looks like we got them going through 150 right now. And it looks like we've got was that class 1? It's definitely a buggy.
Race mile 150.
150 there, great drone shots. They're heading over the hills.
Yeah. That's just past Mike's, it looks like. Looks like he's going to start heading out towards the Simpson Trail.
Looks like a tough, if you get a little bottlenecked here, I'm sure something happens. It's a kind of one line.
Yeah, and there's, it's not very visible from what we're looking at, but there are a lot of rocks out there.
Big rocks.
Yeah, boulders.
Yeah, boulders.
Yeah, and then, heading out to Simpson Trail, I'm not sure the last time that they raced Simpson Trail, but I remember racing it my very first 500 back in 2005.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like it's Cody Reed and Brad Wilson battling out. I was like, I know there was class 1s, just couldn't identify there. That's going to be always the Wilson family always represents out of Long Beach, and the Wilson Motorsports, and of course Cody Reed, RPI.
Yeah. Of course, we love the Wilsons.
Yes.
Such a great family. Justin Munyon, who is also from San Clemente, where I live, he is a big part of their race team. I'm not sure their overall plan today. I'm hoping he might be racing with them again today.
Yeah, they switch out. You never know what the plans are, who's co-driving, and all that. They switch it up. They got a lot of, they got 2 cars they usually field, so.
Yeah,
I think there's only one in today. No, I didn't see the other one. I think Brad's just in there.
Okay.
And then got another shot there. It looks like one of the spec trucks there. Going to be heading through mile 250 possibly, or is that it's a Herbst vehicle. I see the red rear fender though.
Must be one of the Herbsts.
Yep, that's good.
In the trophy truck spec class, probably. What do you think?
Let's see who's got the onboard here, if we can get it to clear up a little bit. This is the one. This is the 219, right? The spec truck, and this is the one the helicopter is chasing. We have one of the Herbst copters, which they always have their chase helicopters there. It's great that they're helping us bring some of the great footage.
Oh, definitely.
And trying to get a read on what section they're at here. So there's some dust in front of them, so it's it looks like they're going to be coming up on some traffic possibly.
Yeah, I mean, these Mike's roads, which I think that they're on the Mike's roads right now, they're pretty fast, and they're a lot of fun. But I don't think their nerves have completely settled yet this race.
Especially going up that road, and of course, Mike's. There's a great shot there, the drone coming through, the water crossing, and that looks like the 20 something, 28, 36.
I know. I was going to guess 28. Ooh.
You have to get him up next to him so we can see him. How do you lose a truck? The big blue thing. Follow the big blue thing. Oh, we got a battle going on. Is that looks like Rolf Helgen, 37L, one of the Legend Trophy trucks.
Well, I don't envy these guys. It looks like there's 3 back-to-back, and this is not a fun place to try and pass your competitor.
Is that McNeil? Possibly Jason McNeil?
It does look like Jason's truck.
That iconic electric blue.
Yes. Yeah, it's a beautiful color.
Trying to go, and then I'm trying to see if that's one of the Legend Trophy trucks in front of him there.
Yeah, and you could see that if it's Jason, that blue truck really slowed down. He was in the dust, sort of waiting for it to clear. He wasn't stopped by any means, but you could see him check up a little bit.
So that's a good question to bring up, man. There, tear-offs and dust and all that. You know, I know you get like, it's almost like an electrostatic charge you can get where that dust just sticks to it. You can't really just wipe it off and, you know, pulling it. Some guys, you know, back in the day would run the mud munchers and electronic ones. Yeah. You know, what did you run? What Cameron run?
Oh, look at this. Yeah. He's nerfing them right now.
Oh, he is. That is a spec truck nerfing a Legends Trophy truck. Now that could be Rick L. Johnson, or Rick and Ricky Johnson, his son.
Okay.
Or Rolf.
And he said pull over, and he did, which was really nice, since he's a bit faster. Yeah, so we actually ran motorcycle tear-offs.
Tear-offs, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and we had them set up on our visor. What's tricky is you need to make sure you only get a single sheet and not all 10 at once, because you could use your allotment too quickly.
Just I've seen guys tear them all off, and then it's like, oh, there you are, and then you got that rag, and then somehow that rag gets wet, and then it's got mud, and then you get this mud smear across.
Oh yeah, once you get that mud smear, you cannot get rid of it. Yeah,
and your eye starts focusing on it, and you're like, okay, I gotta drive.
Yes, and one year we were racing, I think it was a 500. And we were in the wash in Ensenada, and someone decided to flood it. And I literally had the worst race of my life. I opened up my visor. I think I got it in my eyes. It was a
That's
learning
not what you want in your mouth.
experience.
I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
It's not the cleanest water there where they flooded it.
Yeah, yeah. Wow, looks like there's about 4 or 5 trucks all kind of stacked on top of each other. They're pretty close.
This is out of Mike's there, race mile 150 still. You can see the backside where they've gone through the water crossing and heading up the hill there. That's the fast part of the road that they'll hit up there too, right?
Yeah, it does slow down after Mike, so kind of on the other side where they're at now, it's going to slow down a bit. It's a little bit more technical and a lot more rocky than the road coming up.
So they get into like the goat trails, you know, type stuff, a little single track almost?
I wouldn't say single track, but there's some technical areas where, you know, there's like kind of a hill that's like really rocky and you kind of have to navigate your way down it. There's some boulders on both sides and even some washed out, you know, you can't go off the edge there because there's actually some cliffs through that area.
You don't want to do that, and you can't make passes there either, can you? It gets still tight.
Really difficult, yeah.
And it sounds like we got some in-car footage from Brandon Walsh and his Pro Open UTV. Great to see. Brandon is... oh! My goodness. Did you just see that? I don't know why that was a right turn Clyde moment.
Wow, yeah, he just...
right into the ditch.
It was... You could see him approaching this gigantic rut on the right side. It looked like he needed to stay left, and somehow he lost control. Maybe his wheel caught.
Yeah, let's see. This is a replay here. He's definitely moving.
It's almost like something happened to his vehicle.
Yeah, like a flat or
tire.
a tie rod or something, and it just veered it right.
Yeah, yeah.
Flat will do that to you, though, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, if it flats all at once.
Oh, they're gonna watch how violent this gets, Heidi.
Oh no. This has got to be so frustrating being in their shoes right now.
Especially after Brandon making the switch to UTV now, and you know, I know he's had a lot of issues, you know, with his truck in the past.
Yeah.
Thinking he's got a more solid platform now. It's not a mechanical that took him out in this one, I don't think.
Yeah, yeah. Let's hope that they're physically okay and that they can get going again, because they still have a long ways to go.
Yeah, looks like it kind of froze up there at that section there.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it might have been. Oh, here we go. Actually, might get see it. Definitely don't want your hands as the navigator on that GPS when that happens.
Right. Yeah.
That could be a thumb breaker for sure.
Yeah, this is where that 5-point seat harness really comes into play. because if you hit something that hard, that forward momentum of your body, you know, you really need those straps tight to hold yourself in place. And if they're tight.
Ooh, there it is.
Yep, they held them tight. So looks like they're, now that we get to see this side of the footage, it looks like they're going to be okay. Just probably a lot,
have to
pretty
assess
jarring.
the situation, yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon's quick. He's a little guy. He can get out there quick.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, that's one of the things with the 5-point is basically, we call it like an anti-sub. It's down between, it goes like where your thighs are so you don't slide from underneath your belts, which
Yes.
happened. Now, I've seen guys getting in there, and there's guys practically putting their foot on someone's chest trying to tighten those belts down, too.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you get a lot of bruising up here if you're not tight enough, right?
Yeah, you really do need them to be tight in order to sit comfortable for the entire race, or at least your section, however many 100 miles that is. It looked like he had a neck restraint on, which is helpful.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. And
Yeah.
that's, I mean, amazing thing, the in-car camera's still working.
Yeah.
I don't know about the UTV, but the in-car got us
Yeah.
the footage, that's for sure. But, you know, it's just insane to see. This looks like it's, you know, turned out to be a pretty quick race, too.
Yes.
I mean, if we got the motorcycles, they're only like 70 miles out, now probably 50 miles out from the finish line.
Right.
So we know we're going to get this one coming in fast.
Right, absolutely.
And what do you think about the trophy trucks? Do you think they're on a good clip, faster than what they were predicted? Did Cameron give you any insight to that?
You know, I wish I could say we talked about it, but I've hardly seen him lately.
Oh, he's been so busy. Oh, I saw you got Brandon. We got some great action right now. I see a little dust trail right in front of him. We might have some dicing going on. Oh, there's that line. He found that other line. Look at that. The long way around where our leader went.
Oh, tried to stay out of his dust, was probably hoping to make some time on him. Oh, took another line. We'll see what happens here.
Trying to see here.
Yeah.
Trying to get a read on that.
And the dust is blowing the wrong way for him.
Yeah, it's blowing right into that line he took.
Yep.
And you can tell the line he did take was a little silty there.
Yes.
It looks like Pavardi right in front, and that looks like Tim Herbst. Wow. He is, you can tell he's just trying to slow down a little bit to get out of that dust so he can try to get another run at a possible place to pass.
Yeah, yeah. He's probably recognizing that this isn't going to be the spot he's going to be able to pass, and he's going to let up a little bit and find a better one.
Allen and Pudia, look at this. Into the pit. They got the hood off. You got to wonder what's going on there. They're looking at the suspension parts, engine.
Oh, wow. Alan was having such a great run. I would imagine that when you got the hood off, that's just a point of frustration because something's not right. And remember, didn't he pull over before Mike's?
Yes, yeah.
He heard something.
Now, so when you're out racing and you hear this strange noise, does it get into your head for the rest of the race? Could have been a rocky hit or something clicking or?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, this might sound a tiny bit sexist, unfavorable for me, but being a girl, I don't know a lot about the mechanics of it. So I was always leaning on my co-driver to figure out, what could that mean? What's that sound? Which must have been...
Is that something new? So that's going to change things up. That means Luke McMillan now goes in the lead. If Allen's into the pits and got an issue, and they're running him off with the hood, it's going to be a close one. He's going to be charging. You know it.
Wow. Well, you know, Luke started 4th. He's doing really good on time, and he's 2nd in points for the season.
Yes.
So,
and let's talk a little bit about that. We got to really, you know, explain to people it's not the first guy to the finish line. It's corrected time. So, like you said, he started 4th. Luke. So, Allen, he was, I believe the second fastest qualifier there?
Third fastest.
Third fastest, sorry. So, that means there has to be a minute? Every minute they're going off on the trip.
60 seconds.
60 seconds. So that's going to make it interesting.
Yeah, yeah. You definitely have to look at corrected time, and a lot of times that's what your pit crew guys are there for, because the drivers are focused on racing, and they can't pay attention to that. But they're gonna, when they pass one of the pits, they're gonna want to have a report from you to tell them how well they're doing, how far back the next guy is, how many seconds. Yeah.
So you get all the information, plus you're getting communication. I'm sure your co-driver's usually keeping up to date on that, where you started. And, oh, hey, I see they started behind us. We got to be right up on them.
Yes.
So
Absolutely.
constantly goes into that stuff.
Absolutely.
All right, we got the, looks like the 101 over the top there.
Yeah.
Another class 1 machine. I'm trying to...
Looks like they're at maybe Mike's. Is that right?
Yeah. Coming around there. Let's see if I can find... should have most of these memorized by now, but there's so many vehicles. We had 207 entry starts, which was incredible. So great shot. That drone's right down on him.
He looks like he's going pretty slow through there. It must be strategy based on the ruts and the silt.
It looks a little loose there.
Yeah.
And you were talking about, there's the drop-offs too, off to the left. You can see that rut develops
yeah,
from
and
all the rain.
You know, probably about 5 to 10 miles past this point, there's these huge rock cliffs. And to be honest with you, when I would race through there, and even if we're on a trail ride or if I was on a pre-run, I'm like flinching the whole time because I don't like heights.
We call that the pucker factor.
Yeah. So that's what they're about to hit after this point.
And you can see a lot of boulders right there off to the left of that, just adjacent to the course. And you see Mike's Sky Ranch in the background. It's kind of like a little oasis out there.
Yeah.
What a great little place. And we got another, looks like a spec truck. Bright yellow.
Difficult to read those numbers, right?
So we're going to go up and check back in on Brandon Walsh after his little minor crash there, see if everything got out. We know the camera was still working, so hopefully it's going to be a great shot. He's even cleaning the camera for us. Thank you, Brandon.
Wow. Wow, he's a sportsman.
Oh, yeah. He's all about the coverage. He knows. He's a good marketing guy on that stuff.
Yeah, what a great guy. And it doesn't look like they're in a ditch right now, so.
They were able to get out. Now, it took a little time. Could have been
up.
just a flat tire, like you said. It could have been what caused him to veer off.
Yeah, yeah, there was something. But the 2 thumbs up. He doesn't seem frustrated right now.
No.
He's ready to go again. It looks like. Let's hope for the best for them.
I think Brandon's just happy his motor's still running because he's had that issue a few times, a few pop motors in the past. So,
oh yeah.
And it's a testament to these UTVs. I mean, they're solid units.
Yeah. That's not a fun situation to have.
All right, another great shot coming out of Mike's Sky Ranch.
I thought. Oh, there we
Got
go.
to be another spec truck. Not recognizing the colors on that one. So trying to see if we can figure this out a little bit. Of course, getting really jumbled up. There's a lot of people out there. Now, I'm looking at my tracking, and it's showing that I'm not sure if Alan's still out front, but we're watching these spec trucks. So the trophy trucks are quite a ways ahead. We're at race mile 150. That's on the hills, making the climb out of Mike's Sky Ranch.
Yeah. And you can see that the pace has slowed down a little bit, right? So you asked me what average miles the trophy trucks are going to get. I don't know, but I'm guessing somewhere 55 miles per hour, maybe a bit more, right?
That sounds a little quick.
Does that sound quick to you?
Yeah, I mean,
it is
but
technical.
where they're at right now, that's not surprising me.
Yeah.
And I think this race is going to be a lot faster than what people thought.
Yeah.
So it's kind of crazy when you start thinking about, how challenging Baja is, sometimes how long it can take you to get through sections, and then all of a sudden they're going a lot faster than you thought.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I know the bikes, they have to be getting close. Here's a great shot here at race mile 190 from one of our drones. How epic, how green it is out there. I'm not used to seeing it that green.
Yeah, I know it's unfortunate that they had a hurricane recently down there, and we had that tropical storm, of course, that hit even here where we're at. But it does make Baja so incredibly beautiful.
I love it when you see it. And it's like going to any desert when it get rain and the flowers pop up and cactuses are blooming and even the tumbleweeds are green.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there's a rainbow of flowers.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
It's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just talking about the beauty of Baja, and then it just sprinkles a little bit more beauty to it.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, I actually really like that dry, desolate look too, because there's some really beautiful cactus down there as well.
And they bloom too. They put some beautiful flowers out, and it's great. And one thing I always love those, it's when you're out in the desert in Mexico after a rain, that smell.
Oh yeah.
It's just I don't know. It just puts you in a happy place.
Yeah, that smell of wet dirt.
I don't know why. It just must be the dirt in our veins. But it's always a great time, when we see, that, and it just, you can see what it's done. But this is getting really close. I mean, I'm going to take a look here real quick on my tracking to see. We're showing Sarah Naren right now at 3:24.
Oh, wow.
So I'm looking at my watch here. We could see about within the hour.
It's about 60 miles to go. That's it.
Yeah, 384 once again. And of course, I believe the cutoff of the sportsman classes and the 7SXs, they're at 372.
Yeah. What's really fun about that is now the bikes they're going back through where the start came out, right? And they're going backwards on that start of the course. And that's the point where you start to feel a sense of relief. You also kind of want to hold it together and not make a mistake at the end.
Is that either, if you're a motorcycle, you're twisting hard, and you want to just push a little bit harder on the throttle, right?
Yeah.
I'm so close, I can get there a little bit quicker. So is that really, you have to really, it's a mental game when it comes to that.
Oh, this whole thing is a mental game.
Convincing yourself.
Yes.
Don't go fast, don't do something stupid.
Right. And so you got to stay positive and think, plan to finish, plan to win.
Totally agree with that.
Yeah.
And looks like Herbst making a run into his pits.
Yeah.
Boy, there's a lot of dry dust there. You can tell that the colors are getting a little muted out with the tan dust on that red and that big old green claw on the front.
Right. I'm sort of guessing they're around race mile 191-ish, but I'm not sure if I'm right about that.
And it looks like we got a...
Oh, that's a trophy truck. No.
Yeah, we're going to be doing a driver change, it looked like.
Wow. So...
Now, I'm not sure if Tim started or is he going to finish, but the driver record either has to start or he has to finish. So we know he's got to get in there.
Right.
Oh, look at this. They pulled the hood off of him now, too. I guess we got a theme going with these drivers.
Yeah.
Saw Alan Ampudia do that.
So where are they at now? I'm trying to guess, but are they 252-ish?
We got to be around the 250 mark there for sure.
Yeah.
So we're going to go back to my tracking here. 19. Okay. They are at 159.2 roughly.
Oh, 159.2.
So
something happened
and that was
there.
updated at 12:24. Oh, wow. So they got to be a little bit past that, actually, to be honest with you. Let me see if I can get this to update again real quick. Go here. Go to the number 19, see if it's updated. 19. And that was at 110, was at mile 152.
Oh, 192.2. Okay.
So, yeah, a little bit farther than we thought.
Yeah, so they're right around that grassy knoll area.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So when you guys is that one of the areas you've pitted in the past? Do you know that road well? Is that one of your strategy?
It's right near that crossover road. Now, they're not using, I don't believe we're using that crossover road for this race.
No,
but
we have in the past 500.
We have in the past, and the pit crew teams, the chase teams are probably using it, depending on where they're going today.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense then. They had a great onboard shot there.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming 190 right now, it looks like. And we got another great shot, another truck.
Yeah. Looks like someone else coming in maybe for a pit.
Yeah, the bed sides are missing. Is that Concrete Motorsports on the side? Could you see that? Or is that... Coming in for the pits here, it looks like.
Let's see if he stops. Yep, his guys are out.
That looks like the popular spot there for pits.
Yeah, this is a great spot to pit. I know that this is where Cameron and Ryan Arciero, his teammate, are doing their driver change.
Okay.
So it's a great spot to pit, and it looks like there's several teams set up there.
So I guess the big elephant in the room was with last of the 500, of course. Now, was that Ryan's truck or was that Cameron's truck that they?
So that's Cameron's race engineer, so Mike Kraft's truck.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate situation.
It was crazy. The guy just brake checked him hard, but
Yeah.
I didn't know if that's the same truck they had to put back together. I meant to ask Cameron that.
Ultimately, that's the same truck that they're in today.
Yeah. So they whole front clip replaced, basically?
Yeah.
Oh,
Sadly,
man.
it had a lot of damage. And for those of you who don't know, Ryan was having a great race, but there were several trucks kind of back-to-back going into Ojos Negros. Everyone's nerves, I'm sure, were going, and he was behind a race truck.
One of the Legend trophy trucks, I believe.
Yes. And I think the guy did a brake check kind of going off of a little jump, which Ryan didn't expect, and he just went smack in the back of him.
That was a fast section, too, so you expect people to haul the mail through there.
Yeah, we saw Larry earlier.
Yeah.
Rossler was just flying over that jump. Yeah.
So Ryan's like, what are you doing? It's like driving in Southern California traffic.
Absolutely.
Why do you want your brakes? Another great shot here of onboard there. Speaking of Larry, there's
he is.
Mr. Baja.
Yeah.
The Baja Vita.
Little Baja jerky.
Yep. Which I'm going to have to. Chris and Eric from Baja Vita sent me some jerky up for the studio, so I'll have to bring that in.
Yes.
We share that a little later.
Absolutely.
Thanks to those guys, by the way.
Sounds delicious. He's looking pretty fast coming in here.
Yeah. Definitely looking good. And a little freeze up there, but it looks like that might be his pit strategy, too. There's a lot of pits set up there.
Yeah. I could see our pit. I could see the Desert Assassin's canopy.
DA in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to look. So, great shots there. I'm just loving the footage that we're getting here. I mean, this is, bar none, one of the best coverage races we've had so far.
Yeah, no, it's really neat. I feel kind of spoiled. We get to be in a studio and it's almost like we're there, but actually we have aerial footage from different parts of the course.
Yes. Oh, definitely. And this is mile 310. Speaking of different parts of the course right now, we've got the let's see. Did you get the? Oh, I'm hearing the audio. Just love hearing that thumper.
Yes.
So was that the all-white bike? I couldn't see. That would be 310. That would have been Eric Cole possibly, or Adrian Ortiz, one of the two. We got the 15
white.
and 13X are right around that mile marker right there.
Yeah.
Going, I got the one set up here with my iPad with the trophy trucks and spec trucks, and got the bikes here on John Griffin's computer. Thank you, John, for letting your MacBook Pro keep me up to date with the motorcycles. Much appreciated on that. But shows Sarah Nairn still up front in the 3X there in Arturo Salas, followed by Juan Carlos Savateria. So that's going to be getting close. Now, Saren is about 10 miles ahead of second place at mile 330. He is close. Literally 52 miles or 51 and a half miles now if I look at it.
Yeah.
Away from the finish.
Yeah, and then depending on their starting positions, of course, will sort of dictate. But with a 10-mile lead, he's in a great position.
Yeah, that's more because we're setting those off every 30 seconds.
Yes.
So where the big trucks and vehicles are 1 minute, 60 seconds, we got 30 seconds of the bikes.
So 20 cars or 20 bikes could go in 10 minutes, right?
All right, we're back running again here. Looks like Brandon Warner's no worse for the wear on that little, I guess, visiting the ditch.
Yeah. It's good to see those guys back running again.
I know Brandon, they're just smiling, going, man, that could have been a lot worse. They lucked out for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it takes so much from your family, the team, and you personally to get ready for the race. So, you definitely want to see these guys finish. I want to see all the competitors finish, and because it would be really frustrating to end your race early.
It's got to be more whether you finish last in the race, you finished, or if you DNF and break, it's got to be the worst feeling in the world just not to finish the race.
Yeah,
You know, I know getting last or, you know, most racers getting second sucks. Like there was the old adage, like kissing your sister, they used to say. Not very fun, but not that we've ever done that. But it's heartbreaking because just to finish this race is a testament of, you know, what Baja could throw at you. It's so difficult just to finish a race, let alone racing the race, but just finishing it.
Absolutely.
So it's a double-edged sword, I guess we're going to call it.
Yep, absolutely.
So race mile 190 right now.
Maybe we have another trophy truck coming in, or
That should be a spec truck, possibly, or maybe no, it would be a truck. It would be trophy truck still at 190. Yes, you're right. Our leader's a little bit farther ahead, and we had quite a few. But some of the spec trucks were starting to get into the legends, so I see them possibly catching up to some of the, call them the back markers, not necessarily the slow guys. Nobody slow, but it's just sometimes the vehicles are, you're nursing them through sections just to keep them going, right?
Right, absolutely.
When that mystery noise starts, you're going, man, I got to make it up to my pits. Heard a clanking. That was just a bush. It was just the stick was rubbing against it. Oh, a bike flipped over there.
Speaking of a mechanical issue.
Yeah, looks like something's stuck up in there possibly. You're trying to work out. I know I've gotten sticks stuck in my brakes before. Oh, the hammers come out. What's the old, was it duct tape, baling wire, and a hammer? You could fix anything in Baja.
Yep, that's right. We pulled out the duct tape ourselves.
It's crazy what guys will do to get their vehicle to the finish.
Oh, yeah. Well, you never surrender, right? Yeah. That's our saying.
Never give up, never surrender.
Yep.
Well, it looks like hopefully they got it out, whatever was stuck in there out and pounded back in, and looks like it's freed up.
It's rolling. Hopefully hopefully it starts up right away.
Definitely. Oh, what a beautiful picture that is. I mean, it's just incredible how brilliant the colors are. Looks like Christopher Polvardi out of the 190 mile marker pit. Boy, he got on the gas quick.
Yeah. Do we know how he's doing right now?
Let me take a look here in the 91. Let me make sure and refresh this, because if you don't refresh it often,
I'm just so impressed that he's out there in a trophy truck spec, and he's doing work.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, it's showing him right now. It's mile 195, which just went out of the 190. His current speed at 36 miles an hour. And I'm showing him in, let's go for the positions here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th place. Now, he was supposed to jump out later on and get into Walser's truck and get more time and drive that all-wheel drive Mason truck.
Yes.
Now, do you go, forget that idea? I'm running 7th in a spec truck and trophy trucks.
Yes.
Why do I need to get in this? When I get an all-wheel drive, then it's going to be easy.
Yes, I actually talked about this point with Cameron. There's a chance that he will just stay in the truck.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, his strategy is, you know, Polvardi and Walser want to race at the 1,000 together, so they're racing both trucks. And it's his
and
first...
the trophy truck, yeah, that would get...
Yeah.
If you're a spec truck, you can still race in the trophy truck.
Yes.
You just can't take a trophy truck and race in the spec truck, because it's motor specific on the spec motor.
Right.
Just want to clear that up.
Yeah, and this is Polvardi's first trophy truck race.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The kid, since short course, he's been a phenom.
He's doing unbelievable. It's really fun to watch him today. And we'll see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll
I can't wait. We'll be here for it. Great shot here live from Mike's Sky Ranch, the water crossing. Looks like he had a little quick run through there. Trying to see that class 10.
So are we down to class 10? That's what I was speculating.
Yeah. I believe that was a class 10.
That's a fun... Those buggies are fun. They're fast, they're nimble.
And they're competitive. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, that class over the years was, you know, a lot of people always were saying that class 10 one is one to watch for sure.
Yes, yes. So Darren Hardesty, a good friend of ours, was a teammate for a while. He was a huge Class 10 competitor.
Yeah.
And then came on to race trophy trucks ultimately with Cameron.
Yep.
But yeah, I got to.
Now that's Darren Sr.
Yes.
Because there's Junior also.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
And then of course Earl, who we just lost, and the grandpa.
Oh yeah. I
love the Hardesty family.
Love the Hardesties.
Yeah, as a junior, we used to call him hot sauce.
Yeah.
He'd take the Del Taco hot sauce and we're like, can you just put that in your mouth? He goes, yeah, I love it. Great family. I love the family though, but I remember Cameron spent a lot of time with Darren Sr.
Yes.
On that. And
that
was a good team up back in the day.
Yeah, I pre-ran the 500 with Earl. I'll miss him.
Oh, you too.
Oh, he's funny. We were going past Arendia and starting to head back into the mountains, and all of a sudden he took this turn up a mountain and there was no line. And I'm in, pre-running with him, and he's like, don't worry about what I'm doing. I'm making my own line.
I know this place like the back of my hand. Well, you can see race mile 150, great live shot. Man, I don't think I've seen it that green in a long time.
It's really beautiful.
I like the stark differences of the dirt and the colors, the greens, the different shades, the hues.
Yeah.
So we're trying to see,
yeah, it's gorgeous.
150 right now. Is that a spec truck there, or is that?
It looks like it could be.
Looks like a spec truck there going through there.
I got to get my leaderboard working so I can help out with that.
I don't mind. I'm playing. I have fun playing with all the technology. I mean, just for me, this is nerd heaven with all the equipment we have upstairs in the studio.
Yeah.
Watching all the drones, the live cameras, the in-cars.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we could take eventually, if we, when we get to that capability, like 180 cameras into the studio, live from Baja. That could happen one day.
Wow.
Technology's getting to that point. I mean, each time we keep adding more in-cars to get better footage and testing, and it just gets incredible. Like we're watching this drone footage. I mean, just 5 years ago, it wasn't this solid.
Yeah, it's incredibly
it was just hit
impressive.
And miss. Yeah. Now it's like we can rely on it.
Such a great opportunity. I mean, there's so many fans, and not everybody can go to the races. It's hard. You got to get a little bit of a jump start on the weekend. That requires sometimes taking time off, but being able to watch this live right from your living room is amazing.
Yeah, watching Brandon Walsh live right now as we got the camera. What a great shot there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a trip to get out to some of these areas. I know I've gone down to some areas, and it takes half a day to get there just to see where they're going to be at.
Right. Right.
But the crazy thing is I know you've seen it. You'll be in the middle of the desert, nothing around for miles, and there'll just be a group of people. You got the tailgate down, their cooler, they're drinking cervezas and cheering you guys on as you go by.
Yes.
It's like, how did you get out here?
Got their bonfire set up and ready for the night.
It's just insane. I mean, it's literally they're in a paved road for 50 miles in any direction.
Oh, there's so many fans of off-road racing, and from both local people that live right there in those communities to people coming from the U.S. and elsewhere.
That's true, yeah. I was down the ramp yesterday, and I was just blown away, I think, with all the different countries out, but two guys came from Israel to come race on a motorcycle. It was their bucket list. It was Gabby and Jonathan I talked to.
Wow.
Yeah, super nice people, and they were just the smiles on their faces, and I'm like, well, I know you got a lot of desert over there, and, a few cactuses, but I'm just going to tell you, our cactuses jump.
Yeah.
He just looked at me and said, what? And I said, you'll find out. They've pre-run before, but they've never raced the races to the first one, but it's cool to see that. And I wish I was going to be down there. I know Rat's going to talk to them when they come in on their experience actually racing down here in Mexico.
Yeah, well, they're going to have a smile from ear to ear.
Smiles for miles.
No matter whether it was tough, challenging, or amazing, they're going to have a smile.
Well, speaking of smiles, I'm smiling now looking at the great onboard footage we're seeing from Brandon Walsh, and then looks like we got a spec truck cruising through there. And that's just an unbelievable split screen like that, seeing it.
Oh, absolutely. You're getting two different perspectives from the race course. You know, on the faster side of things, top of the screen, and a little bit slower, but just maybe behind also because of their abrupt stop on the lower part.
Yeah, I think this is where you were talking about earlier. You can see that sheer drop-off pretty much of rocks.
Yes.
You don't want to go down there.
No, you don't. And it gets steeper as you go. So looking at this, it looks like, you know, it's steep, but the further you go, the higher pitched it is. And
that perspective from over top, you just really can't see how actually it is. It's like, whoa, that is pretty steep.
Yeah, there's some areas where there are sheer cliffs.
Yeah, definitely. And I see a TE Motorsports there, one of the Myers trucks.
Looks like they're pulling into their pit right now. Take on some fuel.
See if we get a number on that one there.
Yep, they're jacking up the car. So they're going to do, looks like a rear tire change.
Let's race mile 190 again, the pits there. So I'm trying to see.
I mean, you can't do these races. This is their team. This is their chase crew, their pit crew. You can't do these races without them. And every person on your team matters and can make or break your success.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about that. It's, you know, the logistics, just getting these guys, what a fast pit stop, by the way.
That was really nice.
Getting everybody out to these locations, and, you know, it takes an army. I know there's, you know, the BF Goodrich pits, which you could use, and they'll help anybody out. There's Baja pits, but a lot of these guys will pit themselves. Like you guys do a lot of the DA pits.
Yes.
And set it up. Just getting everybody out to that location.
Yes.
How difficult is that?
Well, it's incredibly difficult, and it's really important to have, you know, that retention in your team, because the longer you've kept your team with you, the more knowledge that they have. And this isn't knowledge that is developed in one race. It's developed over time. So it's critical.
So that was Andrew Myers, by the way, that went in there, the TE Motorsports vehicle. We saw him pitting there. Of course, Toyota Escondido.
Nice.
Our good friend Dan McGranahan does a lot of work with them.
Yeah. That's great.
Now is that Kristen Matlock? I believe it is. Pink, white?
It's gotta be, but her paint job looks a little bit different, but I think it's gotta be.
Yeah, I think that's the new paint job on there.
You know, it'd be really, I admire her because I love the female aspect, and it's great to see her. She's so competitive, and then her husband's out there, and they're competing against each other. It's fun to watch.
I interviewed them one after another, and he goes, "Yeah, the faster half is behind me. She tries to push me."
Yeah, imagine those dinner conversations, right?
I always want to know the ride home.
Yeah.
How did that go? With you and Cameron racing together, I know you raced in different classes, but if you either won that race and he didn't do so well or broke, was it always a little bit quiet? Even if I had a really great race, if he didn't have a great race, I was very quiet driving home. I didn't talk about my race at all. Just twist it in there.
No, I actually would feel too bad.
Oh, it's funny. Now, of course, as guys, we'd probably just razz the hell out of each other, but
right.
Well, see Harley Lettner there, Concrete Motorsports, the number 70 into the pits.
Yep. And Harley and Jesse are working towards a plan for the Baja 1000, so we'll see what happens this race.
Jesse Jones?
Yes, Jesse Jones, who's back. Yep.
Wow.
And is that breaking news?
Yeah, that's good to see.
Yeah.
Well, you know who I saw? I was Brian Parkhouse back in there.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, I haven't seen him in a while. Cody's been doing all the driving, and seeing him back down, he drove across the ramp.
Yeah.
So it's like, he says, we're going to get a good starting position. We're going to race 1,000. So I'm seeing a lot of people coming back here, and Jesse Jones come back. It's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah. I wonder if there's an allure about the 1,000 this year, because it's never been done in this format before.
Yep.
They're going to race backwards, basically, from La Paz, I believe,
Yes.
up to Ensenada, and this will be a first.
Yeah, and then I was actually talking. I was in when we were in Crandon. I ran to Casey Mears and Roger Mears. And of course, Rick. You know, they all raced, and they're like, we might just have to come back and do this again. I hear we're running backwards. So there's a lot of talk about this. It's everybody's really excited about the format coming into it.
Yeah.
So if you're not racing the 400, though, you're going to be in the back of the pack eating dust.
Yeah, that would be tough.
Because I mean, we could be seeing 300 entries at this one. It could be epic.
Yeah.
You know, and especially with a lot of Baja Norte down there, it's in their backyard. Whether they finish or break or whatever, just to be part of that, we might see some just, locals wanting to get into it.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, one of the most challenging races because it's never been done like this before. There's so much of your success that depends on your logistics. So getting everyone in their position for the start of the race is going to be very challenging. And to execute that plan will be...
Oof, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. Well, I understand we got some great social media coming in here, and I believe it's on Luke McMillan, our race leader right now. Let's see what we got going on.
Oh, new race leader.
Yeah. It's a great shot there.
So
going
Luke's
through the
ahead
pits.
of Allen, going into Colinet. You know, there's some silt beds that are in the Colinet area. I believe that they're probably just past them right now, which would be great.
I mean, if that's an indication the silt of what they were not in the silt beds there, the silt bed's got to be really bad just because that road is so dried out.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's a tough spot.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough spot for sure. But things are changing up. They're switching up. They're going crazy. I mean, leaders early on, problems, issues, other drivers coming out, spec trucks fighting in the trophy trucks now. I mean, this is one crazy Baja 400, I can tell you. The bikes are getting close. They're hauling the mail. Sarah Narin, of course, still out in front there. He's at 342 now, getting a little bit closer. And I know we're going to have to bring in John Griffin probably and talk about the bikes a little bit because that's his background.
Yeah.
I have a few attempts at the bikes out here, but nothing like these guys. But we're, seeing a lot of great action.
Yeah, so we're just about the halfway point.
Yep, we're at the halfway point for the trucks, for the four-wheel drives. Well, we're going to find out a little bit more. So, folks, we're going to take a little pause for the pause. Don't go anywhere. No flipping. We'll be back. Stay tuned. You're watching the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Fuels.
Go further. Explore the trails less traveled and reach your destination quicker with King's new Mercedes Sprinter 2.5 OEM Performance Series kit. These 100% bolt-on kits feature front ride height adjustment, superior ride quality, and external finned reservoirs with wide-range compression adjusters to further refine your ride quality. See why we're the choice of experienced overlanders and order your Sprinter kit today.
It's time for the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels. And now, exclusive SCORE merch. Don't miss your chance to experience this action-packed race. Visit the official SCORE merch booth for exclusive t-shirts, sweatshirts, jackets, hats, stickers, and more.
Intake I installed on my truck really transforms the way it drives. I use my truck all day for work, and I drive in a lot of different environments. It's never let me down, but it didn't have that extra kick that I craved. The K&N Intake gives my truck that extra edge in both performance and protection, and it sounds awesome when I step on the gas. Bottom line, with the K&N Intake, my truck and I can handle any situation.
The ultimate adventure tool, with all the storage to hold even more adventure tools. The all-new, adventure-ready Bronco Sport.
Welcome to Ensenada. For those who are looking to expand their culinary horizons, a place where the adventures of the sky, valleys, and oceans come together. Ensenada, the capital of Mexican wine.
Welcome to the heart of the Southwest, the land of vibrant sunsets, cacti, and heat that can knock you right off your feet. And what better way to experience the heat of the Southwest than with ass-kicking hot sauce? Authentically made with the finest peppers and spices, our hot sauce packs a punch that'll take your taste buds on a wild ride. So whether you're a fan of spicy food or just looking to add some heat to your life, give our hot sauce a try. Ass-kicking hot sauce, the perfect way to heat things up. Have an ass-kicking day.
Here we go. All right, folks, we are back in the hot seat. It has been a fantastic Baja 400 so far, and we come to you right now with two big announcements. First, it's John Griffin's birthday, so everybody give a shout.
Woo! Yes, 29 years old again. That's right.
He's legal. He can do everything legal. But But more to the point, John, why don't you give us an update as to what happened out there with Tavo Vindosala?
So the word on the street is that between Valley T and the Mike Sky Ranch turn, there's a speed limit section where they're supposed to be going up to 60 miles an hour. And Tavo was leading at that point, and Alan Ampudia passed him on the street. And so apparently he was very frustrated and ticked off. And they turned the corner onto Mike Sky Ranch Road into the dirt. And, of course, then there's no speed limit, and you go as fast as you can. And so he was still pretty irate and ready to go, and apparently just pinned it down the road and didn't hear his co-driver talking about a dip.
Here we go.
There's the pass right there. And so passed him. Boom. And the frustration was running wild soon after that. And there was a dip, and he didn't hear his co-pilot calling it. And he crashed and rolled the truck.
Amazing.
And I guess both drivers were okay, or the people in the truck were okay. Anyway, their race was done.
Wow.
Hard to not get emotional in these situations. I mean, can you speak to that? What it's like when you're out there and something like that happens and you're so close?
Yeah.
Because Tavo's been fighting all year.
Yeah. I know he had a couple bad runs early on, and he was looking really great this race. He must be so frustrated, and what's really tough is, you're dealing with adrenaline and anxiety, and you've got to really get yourself calm no matter what you're running, what obstacle you come up against. Unfortunately, that took him out of the race. That's got to be very disappointing for him and the team.
Yep, you've got a whole crew all around the peninsula there trying to support your effort and everything else, and the Bill DeSolis do it as big of a group as anybody out there with all of their team and so forth. So yeah, it's frustrating. And as the drivers, you can see Ampudia going, as soon as you get to that section,
here's some bottleneck.
This is the goat trail, but the sections up around Mike's are super tight, so you're not going to make the pass. So if you can hold them off for that one little moment, you're probably going to lead the rest of the, for hours and hours.
So this looks like Brandon Walsh's POV. What's going through his mind right now?
Well, he's screaming, he's moving. He's really ticked off because all the work that he just did trying to gain ground on the people behind him.
Yeah,
exactly. He's now just in the dust.
And right now, he's probably at a point where he might have to get out and help.
I was just going to say, does he get out or does he not?
So these guys that are spectating on the left, a lot of times they'll jump in and help. And if they're going to jump in and you see them making that move, then you're going to keep your position in your seat so that you can get going and not have to re-seat belt in.
Sure.
But yeah, that's got to be frustrating.
Time's ticking.
You're probably looking at the nod of the rigs in front of you, and if they're getting out or their co-pilot's unbuckling, then you're like, hey, co-pilot, unbuckle and get out and see if you can help, because we got to get all these guys out of here.
For sure,
yes.
For sure.
Yes, that's the goat trail. It's a really tight, kind of cliffy section that goes down to Highway 3. And so there's only one route. There is no passing.
Right.
You have got to move the cars in front of you to get down it.
Here we go.
So here we go. To your point, here's some in-car. We'll get to try to read the eyes, see what's going through their heads right now. Deep breaths. Patiently waiting.
Now, in some races, there's been times where it's a half hour or an hour, like when a car got jackknifed on the backside of the summit. And in some cases, SCORE can potentially reinstate some time because you were stuck, so they can look at your computer and see how long you were stuck in this bottleneck.
Sure.
And then there's other times where SCORE just says,
sorry, Charlie.
It's part of the game. It's part of the battle. And if you had started better or qualified better.
It's one of those situations where Baja wins.
Yeah. I remember getting stuck in a bottleneck at my first Baja 500 in 2005. And we were kind of grateful because everyone was going around to help. I was racing Sportsman. It was my very first race. And my clutch went out. So we had to we took zip ties to rig a rope that could pull my clutch up every time I shifted. So my co-driver was pulling the clutch up. So we had to do that for about 30 miles once we got past the bottleneck. But it gave us time to regroup and
figure out what you're going to do.
I mean, I have to think a career in Baja really enhances your ability to problem solve.
Absolutely.
Not only in the field, but just in life in general.
Yes.
Lots of hurdles and obstacles to go through.
Yes.
out there.
Yeah, and you got to have a great co-driver in your right seat.
For sure.
You got to have that problem solver with you.
And then you've got some drivers out there like Roger, who's by himself, doing it. It's all in the single seat.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess the update on Rogers' UTV. So they had the front differential fail. I guess they broke some axles in the front differential again, but they went ahead and disabled that. So they're just on rear-wheel drive at this point. So they were continuing on and making it with just rear-wheel drive. So
to your point about
he's down to a two-wheel drive.
The importance of finishing.
Yep.
No matter what, we got to get back across that line.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I love that.
So let's kind of zoom in really quick. I mean, John, we got to be getting close on the bikes here.
Yeah, the 3X is showing out. I'm hoping that my page will refresh sometime soon. They were at race mile 343 about 4 minutes ago.
I got him at 350 right now.
Okay, nice. So yeah, he's probably about 45 minutes to the finish line. And the problem is that some of the competitors, the 1X and the 11X, their transponders in many cases have not been updating.
Look,
so there it is.
47 minutes ago it responded.
Right. So I would stand until proven otherwise. I would believe that they're right on the other team, and it's still a battle to the end.
Sure.
The 1X is another one that we might zoom in and find because all three of those teams were neck and neck.
Yeah. Let's see. If
Okay, it's showing 18 minutes ago at 321. So roughly, probably in that area about 30 miles an hour. So that's probably 9 miles.
Sierra,
so they'd probably be at 330.
Is this just a kind of a specific patch? It seems like everybody's kind of having some glitches in this particular area. Or is it just from the day and the race and the beating that these
No,
bikes
you're definitely in canyons there.
Yeah.
And so usually the satellites are to the south, and so there's not a clear line of sight to the receiver. And so on the motorcycles, most of us put them on the front fender, and there's small little antennas, kind of like if you've ever had XM radio on the top of your car, a little antenna. So they put a couple of those on your front fender. But if you're in a canyon, yeah, you're not going to get the sight of the satellite until you pop up on a ridge. And then you're hoping that it pings at the right time with the Stella tracker or the one that's in your back, the Spica tracker as well.
So if everything is still moving, I mean, we've got Karen out front here. What is he about? So we say 350. So yeah, I mean, he's almost there. He's 28 or 38 more miles to go or so, maybe 50 minutes before they cross the line.
Yeah, and the section he's at right now, they've split, and so he's going to come down to the top of the hills, kind of overlooking Ojos.
Okay.
And so it's still pretty rough right there. It's whooped out.
Slow him down a
bit. And sandy, but there's a lot of fans that are there. They populate the whole top of that hill.
Okay.
So it's kind of slow and go, but it's cool because the fans are cheering, especially ready for the first bike. When they drop out of that hillside, then they'll probably see some Oompa bands and some other things because they get together and there's people selling goods and food and gum and all sorts of stuff. So anyway, it's cool as a rider to have some support and some cheers and gives you a little bit of energy. And I would imagine, like I say, the 11X is probably in there close, so they probably know it's close. Sometimes you have teammates or some of your chase crew that will wait right before where it crosses the road onto Highway 3.
Okay.
And so they'll often give you a sign of like, it's really tight, or you got a good lead, or minutes, maybe how many minutes, something like that to let you know. Sometimes guys will have another rider prepared to hop on for that last little section. It just depends on how they arrange to do it.
Real quick, we're going to go to some social media footage that we have here. We've got a trophy truck on fire.
Oh, no.
That's not good.
27 truck. Wow.
I'm sure glad that someone has a fire extinguisher.
Yeah. It looks... Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's hard to see. It's hard to tell.
27 would be Jonathan Brenthal if it's 27.
That's 272. 273?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought Brenthal had a darker truck. That's the Lebowski brothers.
Fire was my biggest fear when I started racing.
Yeah. Talk to us about that.
272.
Yeah. I don't know. It's when you're learning to race, you get certain things in your head that later you overcome with more experience. But one of the first fears I had was fire.
think that's most of our fears.
Yeah.
Anything that's on fire.
Well, especially when you're 6-point harnessed into a
For sure.
into a seat, and
For
you
sure.
can't just hop out really quick, or you got a Hans device on your neck, or all of those restrictions that, that the seats are like shaped around your body and
You're in a
everything.
tomb. You're in a coffin, so to speak. You got to
Yeah.
get out.
Yeah, exactly. But that's unfortunate, and I think that happened to Paul Wheel and Toby Price, right, at the Baja 500. They lost their truck.
Yeah.
So they ended up buying, I think, a McMillan truck, and they're in a new truck this race.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, they were lighting that up for a while.
They sure were. They sure were.
Yeah.
So, Heidi, what? We haven't. We're so happy that you're here and you came by today. Can you tell us maybe some of your fondest memories of the Baja 400 when you were out there?
Well, I have to tell you, Brandon, I have not raced the Baja 400 because it's been a few years since I raced. I haven't raced since I believe it was 2015.
Right.
So, but I raced all the SCORE races and have 4 SCORE championships. And my favorite race was the Baja 500,
right?
Which is very similar to this 400. It's it's not too different. You start and you stop in Ensenada. There's a lot of camaraderie that takes place between you and your team. Both leading up to the race and during the race, and it really is just a fun race to be in.
And you're here with your husband, and I'm sure you've come through, and and that's got to be an incredible dynamic. As in your relationship, as both as competitors and husband and wife and stuff like that. So you maybe you have not competed in it, but you've been here, and.
Well, yeah, so I raced Sportsman for a year and then ultimately raced stock trucks for, I think, 5 years, and then got into the mid-size truck class for many years, and then ultimately I raced trophy truck and trophy truck spec. And probably one of my fondest highlights was, and it wasn't because we did really well. We did great, but not really well, but driving up to the start line as a husband and wife in 2 different trucks, I just remember that feeling that, oh my gosh, like I'm finally here,
Yeah.
And I was nervous too, like, okay, here we go.
We can't leave out 2008 Driver of the Year as well.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's pretty massive. So it's fantastic to see you here and all the incredible achievements that you've done and your family's contributed to.
Well, thank you, and it takes our entire Desert Assassins team.
There you go. What does it take to be a Desert Assassin? I've been wondering to know.
How do you join?
Yeah, how do you get in the club?
That's a really good question. A lot of hard.
Get some bikes going. Keep going though.
Lots of volunteer time, right?
I bet.
Yeah. When I started racing, I raced with Timmy Lawrence. I know he's watching today. He sent me a text earlier, and then. Soon after that, I asked Renee Brugger to race with me. His family is like, I would call them family as well. And he, to this day, not only won championships with me, but he moved on to being Cameron's, chief mechanic, and he is the mastermind behind building Cameron's trophy truck. And so, we've spent, I think, we started together in 2007, so he's been part of our family, the
extended
DA
family.
Familia.
And it just keeps going.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Some of the special things about Baja, what makes it so unique too, is it's just the community and the family just grows and grows and grows.
Yes, absolutely.
Do we know who we just saw there on the screen a little bit ago?
That was, I think, the 102X, one of the limited pros. And then it does appear that the 3X has crossed Highway 3 on his way back towards Ensenada. So they've gone down from the what I call the prairie, the green field outside of just west of Ojos Negros, and he's working his way back up, and he'll rejoin the course where they had basically the exit, or as they come out of Ensenada up to Ojos. Now they're going to return and use that same route going back. So the opportunities, we don't know where the 11X, it's not popping up on tracking still. So again, I would have to believe that they might be close. So hey fans, if you have any footage for us, it's
I think we got something here about race mile 320 coming in.
There we go. That was from Acambaro area, I think.
Yep. Santo Thomas.
Their pit.
3X and 11X.
Yeah.
There we go.
That was when they were at Santa Tomas, so that was about an hour ago. Cool to see them get service.
That's fast. We've seen some incredible action down in these pits. These crews are on top of it.
Look at that. They are close. That's the 11X right there. So that's why I would say assume that the 11X and 3X are
Very
still
close.
neck and neck, and it could be, again, a photo finish.
Yep, look at that. He knows how close he is, too. I mean, he's,
the
at this
excitement
point,
running through
your adrenaline's
his blood,
pumping,
right?
I'm so close, I'm on, yeah.
Yeah, so the pressure's on. So now one of the things with the 11X starting behind the 3X, they just need to finish within a minute. So they don't have to physically pass them on the track. If they can finish within a minute, then conceivably they still win the race. Now, you still have to think that there might be penalties, and they penalize you for any mile an hour over the speed limit. So in every speed limit. So with this race, there was probably 11 different speed zones.
Sure.
And so you usually penalties assessed might be, 30 seconds, could be a minute there. You miss one VCP, that's 10 minutes. So, boy, you'd sure like to win with a big 20, 30-minute gap, but that doesn't happen these days too often. So it's down the wire.
Speaking of penalties, if we were to go back to that footage we saw earlier of Impudia and Tavo going at it, is there a potential for Impudia to be penalized?
So a lot of these things come, at least they have footage now.
Yeah, we got you on camera here.
So another thing that SCORE, so SCORE used to have the speed zones lead right up to the edge of the highway. Right. So like you'd stay on the highway and then the speed zone would end immediately and you could go into the dirt and then go as fast as you want. So then SCORE recognize that it's dangerous for trucks. Here we go as a replay. So
is this a legal move?
Potentially dangerous for trucks to go side by side because there's usually fans on both sides. So they then extended the speed zone down into the dirt. So now the speed zone doesn't change. But I would definitely say that.
But Impudia coming up here, he knows what's coming up on his right. So it's a kind of risky. He's almost literally blocking Tavo from making a clean right turn.
I would say that I don't think SCORE is going to review that very well. I think that they'll penalize him for that.
Yeah. So.
And
then moments later, Tavo flips the truck.
Yeah.
And he's out.
We're going to have to call that one probably on him. But yes, I would say that if he let the rule makers enforce rules, that they probably would have decided that that was an unsafe maneuver, especially because usually, again, those areas are crowded with fans. And so SCORE has usually sit in the drivers' meetings. We'll talk to them about those kind of exchanges, and we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. You know, again, we can't express how grateful we are for all you guys sending in such fantastic social media stuff. Keep it coming at SCORE International. It just makes this broadcast so much more dynamic. We love the camaraderie that we keep talking about. We see that happening. And we love getting you involved. It's a big deal. This is a massive community that we have down here. Oh, what do we have here? Speaking of.
I like the color of that one.
What's that?
Woo!
Does that look familiar? Mr. Cameron Steele and the 16 truck ripping through. Look at that.
Looking good.
Yeah.
Now,
do you after all these years, I know that you've been behind the wheel, you're championing yourself. I mean, do you ever get worried for your husband? Is it ever there, or you're just like, I trust him, he's got it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. In fact, I used to get more worried about him racing than I was about my own race. Because, of course, I felt like I was in control. And for many years, he was racing trophy truck, and I was in a mid-size class. So, you know, at the speeds that the trophy trucks are racing and the risks that they're taking, I think there was a lot more to worry about than in what I was driving.
Here's some shots.
Oh, here we go. More bikes coming through.
Looks like they're getting close to
I didn't catch who that was, but yeah.
Kind of
might be the 11X. I saw the red fenders look like they're possibly their gas. I think that's probably the 11X. If so, they might be behind the 3X by a bit.
Some uphill adventure here.
That's probably a drone outside of Mike's, I think.
Yep, I was going to say, it's just coming up Mike's. Passing through, and up you go.
Yes. That drone's up really close, but when they span out and you can see that mountain range, it really gives it a lot more perspective.
It's daunting.
It's one of the areas where the UTVs, the four-wheel drive UTVs, in some cases are better at crawling rocks than trophy trucks.
For sure.
And they're more maneuverable and a little bit narrower and stuff. So it's some of these trophy truck drivers I talk to that when they're pre-running, a lot of them now are pre-running sometimes in UTVs.
No kidding.
And they're like, oh yeah, they don't have too many chances of getting stuck in there.
Look at those boulders, those rocks. I mean, even in a vehicle as quote unquote nimble as that, they're still taking their time.
Yep.
Creeping through. They're not going to risk anything. A moment of choice. They
Little
go
either
right.
or.
Yep. There they go.
Yeah, even if you're crawling through there in a Raptor, you want at least 37s on your truck so that you can kind of crawl over those rocks.
Oh, and that looks...
There's that vehicle still. Is it still stuck there, or is that another one?
Well, I wasn't quite sure, but
I've been to that section before on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually go to the left and straight up.
It's clawing its way up the mountain.
Looking good, though. He's taking the time to pick his lines and make sure he doesn't damage a tire, looks like. Watching out for those rocks.
Keep it moving. Just
keep it moving.
Yeah.
However you do, whatever it takes.
Just finish.
Keep that vehicle moving.
We talked about the dynamics between you and Cameron, but what about the Madlocks? Do we see a similar support? Oh, come back to that. Some more action here, really quick. I'm curious if you know that there's a similar dynamic to that. I know that we saw last year Kristen in front of her husband.
Yeah.
You know, taking the win, and that was exciting.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching them as a couple, just because I know that it's challenging for your husband and wife, and at the end of the day, you need to get along well, right?
You hope so.
That's what you're going for.
Yeah, we're 25 years in, and we're still going for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard that adage, happy wife, happy life, but I'm curious sometimes if Cameron may have to just take the win if he can get it and not let his lady take it from him, but you have racked up plenty of wins.
Yeah, Cameron was sweet. He gave me a lot of years where he dedicated a lot of time to helping me with my race, and but now with the girls, this is really his time to shine, so he's sort of had that opportunity for the last
Do we have that
years.
lineage coming up here eventually? Do you think the girls will take to it as well? I mean, they're kind of steeped in it.
My oldest, who's 11, she loves getting in a UTV.
Sure.
But I think my youngest, the 3-year-old, is the one that's without fear.
Yeah.
So it might be a while.
No worries. You got time.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Cameron would love to take both of them
Both of them out there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, just an update for you guys on the trophy trucks. So we have a tight battle. So right now we're showing Luke McMillan at race mile 247. Okay. His ping on my screen 1 minute ago, with Menzies just behind, but his ping 2 minutes ago. So I would have to say probably Bryce Menzies is physically leading the race. And since he started 6th off the line, he would be ahead on adjusted time as well. So we've got a pretty awesome battle with the Menzies Red Bull truck and the
what do we got going on
McMillan truck. Well, they're stuck at the
moment. I believe we
moment.
got a driver out. Maybe it's a co-pilot. He's out. Someone coming by here.
Yes, and you're just sitting there going, do I go off the cliff when I go around you?
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, that's a difficult situation to be in, whether no matter whether you're parked or whether you're racing.
Sure.
Yeah, the one going around or the one being passed. Yeah.
Yes.
We heard you speaking earlier with Dave about just kind of what goes through your body as you get close to the edge on some of these turns on these cliffs, man. It's no joke.
Yeah, yeah. It's John, you've raced through there. I mean, there are points where it's just sheer rocky cliffs, and you do have to slow down a little bit because you don't want to make a mistake right there. You know,
drop a wheel over the edge. That wouldn't be fun, would it?
It looks like that front right wheel is elevated, and so it's propped up. The vehicle looks to be up a bit and doing something below.
1867.
Yeah, again, it's time to get creative and figure out some way, if possible, to get it fixed.
Problem solve.
And then most of us now carry some type of a satellite texting device at the very least, if not a sat phone. So you're trying to call your team and you're trying to figure out, if I do have parts, how do I get them to you? Or even how do we get this vehicle out of here?
So yeah, this is right over by Mike's Sky Ranch, race mile 150.
Yeah, race takes its toll.
It does.
Hopefully they have their parts there, because that's not an area where you could really easily bring a chase crew in. They would really be in the way of the race at this stage. So he's digging in his tool bags.
It's a great zoom in from our crew out there, able to get this.
Yeah, so I'm getting a text message. It says Cameron's in 9th right now.
Okay.
And he gave me the physical order.
Read it off.
First, they have the number 1 of Luke.
Okay.
Then Bryce, number 7. Then 10, Ampudia. Then 91. Then 23, that's Dan. 31, Andy. 19, Herps. 11, Rob Mack.
Oh.
Bryce. There we go.
Is that
There's
Bryce? 7 truck.
There he is.
All right.
Leading the way.
Off he goes.
Keep it going. There we go. Left fender's still hanging on there. So they're along the coast.
Yep.
Beautiful area. Lots of rocks now. Pretty rough. Rougher than it used to be for sure.
Wow.
Nice footage.
The truck looks
That
like
is
it's
fantastic.
working nicely.
Yeah, still moving. I mean, considering some of the hiccup that they had in qualifying and starting today in 6th, now out in front. Just a testament to his perseverance, fortitude, in that sheer belief of not giving up, right?
Yeah.
You're going to come across so many moments where, my God, how am I going to get over this?
Right.
And then, and with that, that'll put Luke McMillan in 2nd place. Here he comes. So, but Luke, no stranger either. He's in it to win it.
Yeah, and at this point, Bryce, probably has to be thinking if he can just bring it home, that he can take the win since he started a couple minutes behind Luke. So even if Luke passed him on the trail, he would potentially still win. Although they probably all still consider about penalties and stuff. So if they can make some ground, that'd be great. But certainly McMillans are not going to quit. They're going to keep pushing to the end.
It's a great little patch here for our drone footage too.
The other thing that they have to consider is that the section from Acambaro over to Ojos Negros has just massive ruts and holes, and there were some four-wheel drive trophy trucks at the Baja 500 that actually got stuck. One of them went over the edge.
Right.
So there's a lot that can happen even in just those last 50 miles before the finish.
So is this would, it's Sampudia. So he's still,
no hood
looks
now.
like his hood's gone.
Yeah.
After that debacle.
The trucks just get lighter and lighter the longer they go.
There was something that looked like it was hanging down from the back of his truck when that incident happened.
Yeah.
It looked like a mud flap, but I don't know what it was.
Well, when he got to Mike's Sky Ranch, he pulled over for a second, and some people ran out. I don't know if there was any reference to that, but
crawled under the truck and did something really quick, and then he popped back out. I see some mud flaps.
Maybe that's just all it is.
Yeah. But nonetheless, his truck is taking a beating today.
He's still going for it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a great shot.
Yeah, when they were on Highway 3 and he was making that pass, they have regulators to control the vehicles. Most everyone runs one these days.
Okay.
So Tavo might have been abiding by it religiously. Not sure what happened there, but it will be interesting to hear.
Yeah. It's going to be a big, big story, I think.
Yes.
That's
especially
a major,
if it's
major
for the wind.
Yeah. It's going, and this is why Baja 400 is so crucial as we go into the 1000, right? So, I mean, I can understand if Tavo was heated and, maybe just let the emotions get the best of him. I don't know. Not in his seat, but boy, again,
So the race order or the race finish position from this race at the Baja 400 establishes the start for the trophy trucks. So they definitely are all here because they want to have a good start for the Baja 1000, and they want to end well so that they can start up early and have clean air for that 1000. Yeah. Looks like 435X.
Yep, 435 coming through.
One of the 40 Pro guys.
Yep. Seems to be a good shot to get some pics and vids.
Yeah. There's pretty much hardly any easy sections anymore for motorcycles. It used to be you could rest for long sections and have a flat road, but these days there's not many flat roads.
That's what Scott was talking about. It's a whole different age now.
It looks like here in Nearen's only 20 miles to the finish.
Wow.
21.5 miles.
We are about 8 hours so far into the race too, so that's adding up about right. But if we track in a little bit closer here, pull out, cheat out here a little bit, we'll get a spot and see where.
Yeah, and the 11X is still not catching up on tracking, so we're going to have to rely on our fans on the ground there. Hey, if you get some footage, here's some more footage.
This must be Walsh. Looks like Brandon's coming in. Is this a pit? What's happening? Nope.
Yeah.
There we go.
Driver change?
Yeah, maybe. What are they? I wonder what they're talking about. Are they
Co-pilot
saying
change.
you're good? You want to keep going?
You're going to gas them up. They got the gas tank in the front, I guess, on that machine.
Smile.
Yeah. You're on candid camera.
Alan Funt, where are you?
Shows you how important the pit crew is.
Out in the middle of nowhere.
Volunteers willing to be out in the middle and dust and whatever it takes and help you out. You're just so thankful for them, for all that they do.
1,000,000%.
Absolutely.
Money will come and go, but time you never get back. And, but that's time well spent.
And they're in the right spot, and they manage to find each other. That's always important. It's kind of hard to do, especially at this race that Heidi was talking about earlier, the upcoming Baja 1000.
Here we go.
From the tip up. Yeah, the Herbst team, 2 trucks in at once.
So this was just moments ago.
Is that the 19 just getting out? That
I think that must have been a while back.
have been.
I was told this was just moments ago.
Let's check.
Let's see. We got their heli team to the left. You can't see, but the helis are down. Those are grounded.
Must have been 2 of the Herbst brothers.
Yep.
Cousins.
Off they go. All right.
Let's see where.
Nice little gathering spot for everybody. And in-car action. Here we go. Back to the sign language that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
All right.
Might mean their radio's cutting out a bit.
Possible.
Yeah. Now, what did you use, Heidi, for your co-pilot to you to give you signals or instructions? Did you have much in-car discussion or not?
We did. We had a lot. I always said, give me as much input as you can, because I felt like we were both in the car together. We were both racing, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you're in the dust, sometimes you can see something, or sometimes they could see something better, because it's really challenging once you are in the dust.
For sure.
And I never watched my monitor, my GPS. I always relied on them. So I liked a lot of input.
When you pre-run, were there certain sections that you like to do more times than often, or is it just again, like you said, just trusting your co-pilot and the feel and?
I tried to pre-run my section at least 3 times.
At least 3, yeah.
Yeah, I felt like the 3rd time I started to get it kind of.
Get the groove.
Yeah, it started to get ground into my memory a little bit more. And you don't memorize everything.
No way.
But you know, you're reading the geography. You have landmarks that help you push along, because you know you've achieved something.
Sure.
And your next milestone is just up ahead, and so mentally you're just looking for those moments of success to keep on moving forward.
How similar was the machine that you pre-ran in versus what you raced in? Sometimes people have the capability of a trophy truck that can go over bumps and stuff, like eat them up, and then they might be pre-running in something that has much, and so they're used to going slower. How close were the vehicles you had?
Yeah, most of the time I pre-ran in a buggy and raced in a truck. So most of the time I did not have the same experience. I was fortunate that when Jessica McMillan and I decided to race trophy trucks together in 2013, that her father was willing to give us a trophy truck to pre-run in, and so I had that opportunity to try it both ways.
Okay.
And so that was actually really helpful for both of us as we were learning how to get, race something at that speed.
You came out of the gates kind of just crushing it, but how long did it take before you really truly felt confident behind the wheel? Like, you know what, this feels right. I got this.
Yeah. It took about 5
About 5
years
years?
in the mid-sized truck class to actually feel that confidence. Yeah.
But once you got it, you don't forget it.
Yeah.
It's in the body.
Yeah, and then I getting into trophy truck, I had to start all over again.
True.
So,
whole other beast.
And that's a lot of competition in that trophy truck class. I mean, like 30 different machines.
Back to bikes.
Yes.
Going through this patch that we've seen some others come through.
Going up the hill out of Acambaro.
That's approximately what mile mark would you say?
I want to say
somewhere in the threes?
around 300.
Right?
310?
Yeah. Yeah, 310. 310 European area.
Right in that area.
In that pocket.
302.
Saren doing? Getting closer?
I'm trying to get an update.
Definitely want to see him coming through. It is kind of crazy that some of these other bikes are just off the grid right now.
Fans near the finish. You guys usually have cell reception near Ensenada. So at Score International, send us the latest update, what you see on the road.
I've got Adrian Ortiz back here. This is 0 minutes ago. He's at 348. And if this is accurate, Saren, Kieran's at 370. So.
Yeah, and so right now the
you can see this, but
the 1X.
Where's the 11?
Oh, that's the 1A leading the ATVs.
Where'd Solace go? You know, he's got to be somewhere in here, in this area.
So the 1X is still showing way back between Acambaro, but the last time it pinged was 57 minutes ago at race mile 321.
Okay.
So I always know that whether that's your team or that's the competitor to your team, it really kicks your tail because you're really bummed not knowing, are they right on us? Are they passing us? Do we have a good lead and we can relax and tell our riders to chill out? Like here in Niren right now, it could be like, hey, take it easy, just bring it into the finish. Or you got someone right on your tail and they started 2 minutes behind you. So you got to push. And if the trackers aren't working, you're kind of bummed.
Great tracking shot
Definitely
here
a
from
truck.
our drone, sweeping through. It looks like it's a bit kind of a. I think that's
a white truck.
Do we have Dan McMillan coming through? This is. Oh, if it's 91, it's Polvardi. Let's see if we can get a little closer. No blast. Oh. Drone down. Let's see.
It's better than a car.
Oh, we lost it. All right.
Better than the truck.
That's how it goes sometimes.
He's going to catch you back up.
Let's see.
He's taking a shortcut.
Yeah. Straight as the crow flies. That looks like.
I think he's at
Is that Menzies? Yeah.
Oh, looks like he's making a line.
I think this is maybe a recap from before. It seems like we saw him go down a hill, but there are some
Andy
sections
McMillan.
that look similar.
Oh, it's Andy.
That's Andy McMillan right now. Look at that.
Yep, the other Red Bull truck.
Right. Hence why you're like, we already saw this.
Yeah, I've seen this movie
I've seen this
before.
play before. Oh, time for a little Fonzie here.
And I'm on my tracking at the moment. I'm showing Menzies, Luke, and Alan really close together. So 1 minute ago, Bryce was at mile 263.2. 0 minutes ago, Luke at 262.7.
There's Polvardi.
So half a mile apart. And then Alan at 262.5, 0 minutes ago. So those three are within basically a mile and a half on the race course, which is fantastically close racing.
Yeah, that's a really tight.
And right behind Polvardi, we got
Dan
McMillan coming through.
Yep.
So, all right.
And you saw the different lines there. There were some options coming down the hill.
Maybe he wants to use that just to avoid a little dust.
Yeah, and there's a few of those along the coast where they're either ors.
Yeah.
Some of them go up a steep mountain, drop down the other side. There's several of them as you head towards Santa Tomas. What did you do typically, Heidi? Did you go for the stay on the course or did you do the shortcuts?
You know, it depended on the class that I was racing.
Yeah?
So if I was in trophy truck, I'd probably take the faster line. And it also depended on how well I was doing that race, right? If I was having a clean run, I would take the faster route. If I was had some issues, then I would take the conservative route.
Looks like Dan's got a little slight damage in the rear right there.
Yeah.
Probably smacked a boulder at some point or something.
Mere flesh wound.
It's
right
a flesh
there.
wound.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I know that typically,
We've seen worse.
especially if it was at the nighttime, I would most often stay on the course.
Yes.
Unless I really knew the cutoff well, but I just didn't take the risk.
Yes.
But like you say, if you're behind someone and the dust is going one way, I'll go the other way. But most of the time, when in doubt, I just stayed on the course.
Yeah. That's great logic.
And I knew at night, too, I could look down at my tracker and I could see my arrow on the line, so you knew you were on the course. And Baja looks totally different at night because there's no lights out there, and you're just wanting to stay on the course and make sure you're heading the right way.
Right.
How's your screen? How big of a screen do you have when you're driving in your truck? Do you have like a good 9-inch, 12-inch or something?
Yeah, the trophy truck, it's about this big.
Nice.
So.
All right, so my motorcycle screen is about this big.
Oh my gosh.
But that's much better because the old one used to be 2 inches. Now it's like a 3x5 card.
Wow.
All right. Who do we have here? That's got to be a Herbst, but it looks like the front end looks a lot different from the last time we saw him.
That's right.
Yeah.
Getting lighter.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Tim's at race mile 252-ish.
There's the ocean, Pacific Ocean right there.
He's really
right
in the
behind
hunt,
him.
right?
Yeah, most definitely. In this particular section, we're seeing tons of dust. We know everybody's close together.
Mm-hmm. Rob Mack.
There we go.
Still got his 2 tires, 2 wheels in the back. Looks like they have air in them, so he hasn't had to replace those recently.
Uh-huh. So he's right behind. And who is behind Mack? Let's see here.
Another different line for Cameron, right?
Interesting.
That looks like
there he is.
Cameron's truck, Mike's truck. It's Ryan Arciero racing right now.
Okay.
They're all taking the same line.
Yep.
So they picked the best, I'm sure.
Yeah, looked like they took the left and the other took the right, so that's
truck looks like
cool.
It's in pretty good shape too.
Yeah. Look, he has body panels. I love it.
Right. He's got a hood. I mean, he's ready to go.
Well, I don't know that anyone spends as much time down in Baja as the Steels. I always see the Facebook social media posts of you guys and your families doing all these awesome rides and stuff.
That's so fun.
I love it. I live vicariously through you guys.
Oh, thank you. Cameron especially. He spends the most time.
Let's see if we can get a number. Okay.
Harley.
Look at that, screaming through there.
Yeah. He's a fast racer.
Yeah.
So.
You can see it. Wants to make up a little time if he can.
And we're still in the top 10. These are the top 10 guys.
Yep. Distance, we see some
up ahead,
helicopters chasing somebody. It's looking good. So.
Hey, we're still waiting for you fans to send something in on the lead bikes coming into Ensenada. Send us at @SCORE International. Give us some updates.
I have a feeling that Kieran Nairn is really close.
Yep.
If not,
his tracking has been working.
375 right now.
11X has popped back up on the screen.
Just
so go ahead.
We have got Arturo Salas back at 373. You've got Kieran at 375, a couple miles difference right now. So it is getting closer and closer.
That's right. So, again, I think we had said the 11X started. Let me get their starting order.
But where did Salvatierra go?
So, Nairn started at 6:01. Salas started at 6:02. So if 11X can finish within 1 minute of the 3X, then they would have the overall.
Amazing.
So it's coming right down to the wire again. We're in for a barn burner.
Wow.
Great shot of the coast there.
Those last 30 miles, whether you're in the vehicle racing or on the motorcycle racing or you are part of the pit crew, it seems like it takes forever to get to the finish.
For sure.
I don't know why. Seconds feel like minutes, minutes feel like hours.
Yeah, and then even if you're, like I said, part of the chase crew and you're trying to park your car somewhere in Ensenada and you can never find a parking spot close to the end, and you start jogging in your like moto boots just trying to get to the finish line because you want to see your rider, cross that finish line.
Here's a great shot.
Yeah.
Let's see what we have here coming at us.
Is that Baja?
Larry Rosler.
Yeah,
That's Rosler. The robin's egg color, blue, ripping through.
Baja Jerky truck.
There it is.
Nice arc.
Ah, Vita, baby.
One wheel has already been removed, so they've had to replace a wheel.
Yep.
Yeah, and when you're down a wheel, you do start thinking a little bit differently, right? Because there's been moments in my race where I got 2 flat tires at once.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Portecitos Road. I'll never forget it.
What happened? A fluke or?
It was a fluke. I was kind of, it was a pretty fast road in a mid-sized truck, probably going 75 miles an hour, and I was kind of coming off this little lip, little tiny jump, and I think I hit the same rock, just a rock that was dug in and buried in the course, with the same tire. Just boom, boom.
No kidding.
She makes it seem so easy. See,
It just
on a
happens.
motorcycle, old Portecitos Road, it's the craziest thing. It's nothing but whoops.
Yeah.
Now, it's like 2 to 3 foot tall whoops, but they're made out of all rocks. And a lot of them are loose rocks, but then there's planted rocks. And so she hits one of these planted rocks and blows out her tires. But yeah, on a motorcycle, you're like, this is the craziest thing.
Walzer?
I'm riding stadium whoops, and they're made out of rocks, and these rock piles are moving. And then every once in a while, you hit one that's fixed that just about kicks you off the bike and makes you wonder what you're doing and why you're down in Baja riding a motorcycle, because this is crazy.
I love, Heidi, how you're like, I'm going 75. I'm just like, boom, boom. Just a quick little tap.
And
tap,
I'm like,
tap,
75, you're crazy. Yes.
That's all it was.
The protection of the cage, that's all I can say.
The panel about kind of flipping and flopping there on the right side, in the rear. When we saw Larry coming by, he's got that one tire and it's favoring the left side of his truck. The truck's so powerful. Does it make a difference at all? Does he feel that, the weight difference in the back at all? I mean, no.
No, I don't think he feels it at all.
Not at all.
Yeah.
No.
It might be in his head a little bit that, I'm not going to get another flat because I need to conserve, because you don't want to be out there without any spares.
Right.
He's probably planning on where he's going to pick up his next spare as well, which is going to take a little bit of time.
Sure.
Yeah, I imagine they probably have it
across?
figured out when he gets back to the highway to cross before Acambaro. He'll have a chance to get another wheel or something. So,
Sure.
272X.
272 bike coming through.
So Kieran Niren is approaching the times finish and the 11X. It's so close. So 376.0 and 377.7, so like a mile. They're doing roughly 37 miles an hour because it's a speed zone coming in. So that's going to be right at that minute mark. I would say it's probably a little bit more than a minute. So
They got a speed gun on these guys if he just wants to pop it up just a couple extra miles per hour?
No, they've got a satellite tracker on the bike, so they know automatically what you did.
We got the legend about to nurse somebody.
This is kind of scary.
So John, how do you take us through this? What is it like when you
the motorcycle rider is trying to do something and the truck's like,
good luck.
It makes it difficult for both. So if the motorcycle rider had longer to think about it, he's trying to get off the road. But you could see it was difficult for him to get off the road. He was in a deep rut. So luckily, Gustavo or Ricky Johnson was patient and gave him a little time. They've got a little bit of probably a pretty big lead that helps them to be more patient.
Yep. Patience paying off.
But so what we couldn't hear was they probably had their siren on, which is very helpful for the motorcyclist. When I hear the siren behind me, it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to try and get off. And a lot of times they tell us motorcycle riders, to either hang your leg off to one side, because you can't really, it's hard to take your hands off when you're in a rough section. So if you hang a leg off to one side, that shows the driver that you know that they're there and you're doing all you can to get off the course.
A little more sign language in a different way.
That's a different sign language. So hopefully that they give you a little bit of patience before they make the move, and you can live through it.
All right, back to some pit action. Let's see if we can see what truck that is. 37.
And that's a Legends.
That's the Legends, yeah, 37. It's a live pit happening right now. And so that's probably Rolf Hedlund, Rolf Hedlund's truck. Excuse me. And off he goes.
Didn't seem like he had many issues.
No, it was pretty seamless, relatively fluid.
Looked like they had some wheels that were dirty that came off, so maybe replaced some tires for him.
Right.
Imagine if it's a two-wheel drive, you just put some new rears on and call it good. Is that what you guys would typically do, or you do all four every time?
No, generally just the rears. Yeah. Unless there was an issue.
When you show up to any of these, let's just keep it at Baja 400, how many tires does the crew bring? How many spares do you need?
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
I don't know that answer, but you've got to have them spread out between Highway 1 and Highway 3, and you have to have them at all your different stops along the course.
You got to transport just to get them to, for wherever you need to go.
Yes, and oftentimes you have a roving pit crew that's sort of chasing you as well, sort of kind of following you,
tracking you
as much as they can on the highway. So
sure.
Yeah, and that's the Baja 400 and 500 are so similar because the courses are shared in most cases. So like Heidi said, there's two highways, and Highway 1 kind of goes along the coast and parallels down the coast, and then Highway 3 goes from Ensenada over towards San Felipe.
Sure.
So this race crisscrosses both of those highways, and so you kind of end up having to have two crews, and she said one on Highway 3, one on Highway 1. So like our wheels for our motorcycle, we would have one crew that stayed over there, but it's very hard for the crews to get over and cross the highway. So you're kind of stuck. So once the course leaves, the first half of the race is done, the crew on Highway 3, they probably go get some tacos or whatever, chill out for a bit, and then drive back into Ensenada and just be there for the finish.
Sure.
And then your Highway 1 crew gets activated later in the day, and then they follow the truck up towards the finish and meet at the finish line, and hopefully you all get to celebrate there, have a good time later that night, and relive the memories.
Yeah. And this, since they're not using that crossover road through San Vicente, if there is a roving chase crew, they could take the crossover road to get from Highway 3 to Highway 1.
True.
Also.
That's an option. Well, at the end of the day, just don't get a flat.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Almost impossible, but hey, don't get a flat, please.
Yeah.
If you don't have to.
That's just like telling them, just don't win.
Yeah,
It's not that important.
Unfortunately, it's going to happen. All right, so we've got another great aerial shot here. We see dust in the distance. Action on the track down there. I'm seeing something. We're going to zoom in a minute. See if we can get an idea, too, where they're at, where this driver's at.
So the latest note on the finish and when they were actually still riding their machine, Kieran Niren was at the race mile 380.7, which has got to be right about the finish. And the 11X was at 379.0. Okay. So basically that's about 1.7 miles, roughing it out at 30 miles an hour. That's right about the 1 minute mark, slightly over a minute. So at 37, it's too close to call, but I would say that he might be losing it by about 15 seconds before penalties.
That stings.
So it's and like I say, that's so close that you go to bed that night going, we could still win.
Yeah.
Anybody that's within a few minutes, it's so easy to miss a VCP that you have to consider that you might have a shot.
So we might not know the official winner.
Correct.
Absolutely.
For a good 24 hours after they finish.
Exactly.
Yeah, they usually post it in the morning around 7 or 8 in the morning, so you fans can...
Here we go. We finally got this shot. Waiting all day for this. Look at this drone shot right through the creek at Mike's Sky Ranch.
Kids are still playing in the water.
That's so cool.
Great place to hang out.
Oh, great job.
Yeah.
Mike's Sky Ranch up on the left.
Woo. Bluebird skies.
Uh-huh.
Get a hotel room, stay there a few nights or something.
Some great memories out
What we got there? Can you grab a number? Just almost had it. That's awesome. Let's see, maybe we'll get lucky, get another one of those. There we go. Got some more people coming through. That's great.
Yeah, definitely one of the most technical areas of the whole race course for sure. You can see them slowing down, wanting to get it right. And then there's
1870.
these
Is
big
that Brandon
ruts. See
Walsh?
that rut on the left?
Yeah.
Have they cross over it, so they weave to the right. You want to cross it perpendicular. You don't want to be parallel to it, or they
Right.
just slide in. And he's taking his time to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, look at those ruts.
What do you think, Heidi? Which line are you going to choose on that one?
Where do you go?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like 4 or 5 ruts right there.
Yeah, and his car's so narrow, so it wouldn't be very easy for him to straddle it in most situations. I think it makes sense to go off to one side.
Mm-hmm.
But I probably wouldn't have picked the high side. I wouldn't want to slide into it.
Yeah.
I think I would have picked the lower side.
Yep.
From the view we have, it looked better to
Right.
me.
Yeah.
Easy for us to say, huh?
On a motorcycle,
Yeah.
a lot of times I'm bouncing back and forth. Like I'll be on a ledge, but then you kind of have to hop, turn, and hop across.
Yeah.
And then get back to the other side. But yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, and when you have all those nerves going and you're racing, you know, you're trying to make that best decision, but there's points where you're like, shoot,
Yep.
I didn't mean to do it that way, but I'm just going to do it and move forward. And
Here now.
It all happens so
Yep.
fast.
Think about the next thing that move forward.
All righty. Another exciting shot here. Let's see what we got.
Prime.
I see the
It's a
sponsorship.
28,
Yeah.
is that?
Who we got? I
think it says
26?
26 or
Prime.
28. 26.
26. Yeah. And that would be
Dave Taylor.
That's Dave Taylor's truck. Yep.
Still got 2 wheels. Got his little
Yep.
anti-stuck board in there.
Body panel still equipped.
Fire
Race
extinguishers
mile
are in place.
252. Screaming through.
Moving along good.
Yeah.
See how close he
You know,
comes on the right edge.
It always feels really good when you get out to that Pacific side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what everybody says.
Yeah. You start to see the end of the race and, you know, reel
Breathe
you
a little bit.
in, breathe a little bit.
Well, I think it's, we talked a lot about, physical markers or locations and stuff, just things that they do something to us. Okay, well, I see the blue gate. Well, I know how far I got to go now. Or I get to this particular spot. Oh, I got to go. But when I get to the ocean, we are almost there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Temperature changes, drop your shoulders just a tick, take a deep breath, and you're almost there.
Yeah.
So.
And there's something about the ocean I think that makes everyone
Of course.
happy anyway.
It is beautiful, and as a racer, you can still look out. And
Can
it's,
you
it's
enjoy it?
Absolutely. I mean, I race in older classes now, but I take in the beauty and go, wow, this is amazing that I get to be here riding a motorcycle. What gets better than this?
Absolutely.
Okay. So in just a minute, once we get through this shot, we're going to bring you guys some fantastic social media stuff that's starting to come in just a second here. There's a great shot.
And I've got a report of Menzies at race mile 278.5.
Okay.
Leading.
Still in the lead.
With Luke at 276.6.
Okay.
So basically just under 2 miles back.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ampudia right on Luke's tail. The same basic mileage within a tenth of a mile.
So they've been
of Luke.
shuffling positions.
So those
all
three
day.
are
They have just,
going for it.
Yeah, they sure are.
Yeah, they're. I had a report on my phone not too long ago. They're all within 3 minutes physically.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So they're really close.
Speaking of close,
There's a
Kieran
race.
is almost there. All right, so let's take a look at some social media stuff that's coming in. Just want to roll that. Alrighty. Some cool infield shots. And this is 1X coming through here.
I was going to say, it looked like the 1X team.
Yep. We're ripping through. We'll see that again. I'll loop a little bit. There's some new footage. Woo!
Nice.
That's fun.
Sending it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If there's fans
Send it.
around, it gets higher and higher.
That's so good.
Even if you're tired, you gotta light up
And
the
that
fence.
right there was
the-
our leader.
Yep, that's the last big rollers coming
there.
towards
Blasting
Ensenada.
through.
And then he's going to hit a speed zone just about 100 or 200 yards from there, and then it's 37 all the way.
At this point, what's going through his mind? What is he telling himself right now?
I think he's thinking, hey, I'm almost there. And now I get to the speed zone. But I will say that the speed zone there, you're going 37 miles an hour on a dirt bike, and there's ruts, and it's really slick.
Yeah.
So he's probably still thinking, man, I gotta do this well. And so you look at your speedometer, you go through the sections, but I'm sure his team has been telling him the whole time, they're right on you. They're right on you.
Yeah.
No mistakes, no mistakes. And so it's still nerves. He's not being able to enjoy it a whole lot, like, you know, revel with the fans.
Sure.
So I'm sure he's looking at every corner in detail.
Speaking of fans, we've been seeing some bike social media. How about some trophy truck social media? Why don't we roll some of those cool clips? There we go. That's a great perspective there. You really could.
Nice. You can hear it and everything.
Yeah. That's some good audio. That's Bryce coming through. Woo! I caught some serious air right there. Could you imagine? Like they were filming that.
That was like
imagine
6
getting
feet
that
off
shot.
the ground, like just right over the top of
It's
a person.
very men's.
He obviously pre-ran that section,
Yeah, he was
and or
waiting
just
for
doesn't
that.
care.
Okay, who we got
And
coming
he
through
was ready
here?
for it.
There we go. Cool. Abdali coming through. Mr. Lopez. He's ripping through. Looking good.
Pit stop.
All right, here's a nice pit stop here. Fiberworks race team. Zing, zing. You get an idea of just how intense and focused these guys got to be. Everybody's got their duty. They got to nail it all at the same time in unison. It's a well-oiled machine, no pun intended. Ripping a 100-pound tire off that change.
Race truck 234.
This is Jason, right? So he's focused on the championship, I think.
There we go. This is great. 360 action down there, you know? We're just whipping around this truck. We started in the back, went to the front. Here we are. In a minute, all hands up. Just a second. Get that Iceman back on the road here in just a moment. Okay, cones off. So is he.
Nice pit stop.
That's great. That's
Good
a really
job,
cool
team.
POV. Yeah, well done. That's a great
Yeah.
social media moment. We love that. Keep them up, guys.
And he's already up to race mile 224 now, so that might have been about 34 miles back approximately.
Sure.
If he pit at 190, 191.
Some
quad racing.
Some quad action happening here. There we go. And right behind.
Gonna get chased down by a truck. Be careful, Mr. Quad.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Back at Mike Sky Ranch coming through. Taking their time. They went a little slow this time.
12:11.
12:11. Awesome angle.
They apparently
People
don't
still in
want to
the
get
water?
wet.
I guess not.
Yeah, that might be
Spit
a
mud.
sportsman. Is that, or is 12 car? 12 car.
Yeah, it's a 12 car. It's like must have been shifting.
Yeah, that was Oscar Alvarez.
The old manual transmission car.
Back to race mile 252 here.
Definitely taking the right line. You
Yep,
see that
yep.
Cameron dropped in the line from the left.
That's right.
Down the hill.
Yeah, I'd be
Yes, they
interested to know the difference.
The difference in that
Yeah.
choice. And does it help? Does it hurt?
Mm-hmm.
So when if I'm pre-running on motorcycle, if I'm with some friends, we'll typically just go off on purpose and like, I'll go this way, you go that way.
Sure.
And so we try to ride the similar pace that we've been riding and then see who comes out the head and
That's
how
good.
much was it in either or. So that's always a benefit if you've got someone to ride with you, and you
Sure.
don't always have that lucky option. But when you do, it's a great way to gauge what's the better one.
Yeah.
So we can get a idea who we got on camera here.
Bright light.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking up dust.
24, is it?
Something somewhere in the 20s, I think.
TE.
We'll see. We'll pull around, see if anybody's behind him. Another great shot of the coast and beautiful ocean. Wouldn't mind doing a little cannonball in there right about now. We've got a breaking moment here. Look at this, folks. Look who has made it. 3X on the podium right now. Karen Nairn.
Paglia's on the bike. We got Karen standing next to him, rider record. He's got some Easy Riders beer, but that was no easy ride.
Wow.
They threw it down. There's some tears going down up here. Nothing like winning the Pro Moto Unlimited first bike across the line here.
Wow.
Legendary. They did win back in San Felipe, but another win here, unofficial, for this year's K&N SCORE Baja 400, powered by VP Racing Fuels.
We should have started a stopwatch.
Your first overall Open Pro Moto.
Something started with a C.
Yeah.
We got Nick Ossenbauer on the team over here. Kieran's on the other side. Maybe we'll start chatting with, if he's getting his helmet off. I always like to talk to the rider first. Here, I'll hold this Easy Rider. You fast rider. All right. We got Nick LaPaglia. Nothing but smiles, bringing it in home. Getting that big goal. You better take this back. It's well-deserved, brother. Nick, first of all, congratulations to you and the whole team. You guys crushed it. You came out working your way up. I mean, it was a battle out there. You guys definitely had a good time. Tell me about what happened and what went down out there.
Yeah, man, what happened, my three other teammates right here just hauled ass all day, put a beautiful race together, handed me the bike in the lead. Bike's running great. I'm at a loss for words, man. I've been racing dirt bikes for most of my life, about 25 years, and I've never accomplished much on doing it. So today, getting something done and coming across first, it's an unreal feeling.
Well, you definitely got something done right now. This is a SCORE World Desert Championship Series, and right now you guys are the champions on round number 3. Huge feat, huge feat. Anybody you want to thank that's watching at home or anybody helped you get down here, we'll talk to Karen about the sponsors here in a minute.
Yeah, oh, man, my mom and dad, they're probably watching right now. My dad had an accident. He just crashed at the dirt bike track. He couldn't make it down here, but Pops, this one's for you, man. Thank you for showing me dirt bikes. I love you so much. My brothers, my nephew, my niece, my whole family, my employees back home, busting their ass while I'm not out here playing in the desert, not at work. So my girlfriend, my friends, everyone in my life, man, it's got me to this point. This is an unreal feeling.
Absolutely epic. Well, congrats. We'll go talk to Karen over here. Man, you guys did it once again. Congrats, dude. You guys crushed it out here. I know you got on the bike this morning. You left the start. How was your section? You guys have any issues at all? It looks like you got a torn jersey, so a little something went down out there. Tell me about it.
Yeah, man, unreal race. You know, Forrest actually rode the first 70 miles of the race course. He did a phenomenal job. It was foggy. It was brutal. You know, he had to deal with a little bit of dust, but he made it happen. He handed the bike to me in the lead, and I just got on and charged forward. I think when I got off the bike, I ended up pulling about close to a 5-minute lead, so that was pretty cool, and you know, boosted my confidence a little bit going into the thousands. So super stoked on that. But you know, handed the bike to DA. DA rode his butt off, and then, man, Nick over here, we were worried there for a second, but he pulled it off and he made us damn proud. So I'm so stoked for the boys and all the hard work that we put into this program and making this happen, everyone that's involved. So, yeah, I'm just ecstatic right now.
Definitely a lot of hard work, and you nailed it right there, a team effort for sure. You guys all got it done. It takes the whole group to have a good, solid ride all the way through. So how many times do you guys just do one tire change?
We did one tire change. My amigo Taz over there, the fastest tire changer I know around. I think he did our full-service pit in under a minute with the help of Colton Udall and Brandon Peterson and Forrest and my dad, you know, everyone that comes down and helps chase. Special shout-out to Ben over there. He's been driving my I don't know if I can say it on the podium, but driving my ass around all week long and dealing with me. So, yeah, special shout-out to him and just everyone that makes, you know, this is a family. This isn't just friends. It's a family, and we're all accomplishing dreams and doing it because we love it.
a brotherhood on the 3X bike for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And, it wouldn't be possible without all our sponsors. Deus Ex Machina, Easy Rider, Taquillo, La Paglia Racing, Moto Cuts, Chris Gill at Elements Heating and Air, Thrill Seekers, Brandon Peterson over at AHM Suspension, FMF, AEO, Motoil, Bell Helmets, Alpine Star, everyone that helps us out. Can't thank them enough.
All right, well, congrats. We'll talk to Forrest over here. So, yeah, you got on the bike in this morning. How was your section out there? You crushed it. You handed him the bike right where he wanted to be and kind of took it off from there.
Yeah, it was the morning's always tough. It wasn't that many miles, but it's always hard when you wake up that early and try and hold it wide open. But luckily got around the guy that started in front of us, made quick work of it, and just my goal was, I just didn't want to let the boys down and give them the bike anything but in first. So I'm really stoked. This is my first time winning in Baja. So yeah, man, this has always been the dream, and to get to do it with my best friends, it's pretty surreal.
Well, you guys are a stellar team. You stapled that one. Now there's only one way to go. You're going to be first off the line, clean air, first anything, bikes, cars, everything off the line. That's going to be pretty good for the Baja 1000, that reverse run coming up in November.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to that. And, we're also going to this. We have the points lead for the championship, and hopefully that's to stretch it out a little bit further, and we can put the stamp at the end of the season and win the 1,000 and, take home that championship.
So never won in Baja, now going for a SCORE World Desert Championship overall this year. Well, good luck to you guys. I know we got one more race left. It's never over till it's over, but you guys showed today what's possible and what you're capable of. Congrats to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I actually got to give a shout out to Andy Greider, who is helping.
It's not plugged in. And
71?
That would be 71 it is. It's truck 71. We have got...
I think it's Jesse Jones.
Is that Jesse Jones?
Jesse hasn't raced in quite some time, but he's back. He's actually put a team together with Harley Lettner and possibly, I think I heard Kevin Thompson for the Baja 1000.
I know that Kevin and Harley are in the 70 truck.
Yeah.
So
they're racing two trucks.
Two different trucks. Gotcha.
And we'll probably pick one truck with the best position for the 1,000.
Okay. Yeah, pretty common for the truck teams these days to consolidate.
Yeah.
And so we've seen, Luke McMillan and Rob Mack racing on the same team. Sometimes Andy and Bryce are racing in the same truck. For you fans at home, the race to the tip is about 1,200 miles. Sometimes it can be 1,250.
Oh. Sorry, John, we're going to head back to Ensenada and check in with Rat.
You guys did all of the above. Congratulations to you guys. You guys right now are your current winners here, Pro Moto Unlimited, and current points leaders going into this round number 3. Going into round number 4 now. You guys crushed it. Congratulations to you once again, and enjoy that beer, enjoy that champagne, and I know there's a taco in the future.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm just ecstatic, and like I said, so proud of the boys and the effort that was put in today by everyone, the Chase crew, everyone helping with pits, everyone helping out all week, all the sponsors and everything. So, yeah, just now time to drink these Easy Riders.
There you go, and go revel in your greatness and go hug your family over here, all the people that chase you around. That's another big aspect that goes into it, is all the people that chase you guys around here and really got you here. I mean, to have that support is like hands down one of the most important things for sure. So great job, guys. Congrats once again. Looking forward to the Baja 1000 here for the 50th anniversary of SCORE, the reverse run from La Paz back here to Ensenada. So we'll let these guys enjoy their time. They definitely going to enjoy that champagne, those Easy Rider beers, and we'll see you guys at the next one. Great work, guys. You guys absolutely crushed it. Derek, always good to see you. You guys are animals.
Eyes on me right here.
Guys, great job, you guys. Thank you for gracing us with your greatness here on motorcycles. Absolutely epic. Second win of the year right now. Current points leaders in our Pro Moto Unlimited division here on the SCORE World Desert Championship Series. And we got second place coming up right here. We'll talk to them here in just a moment. Not far behind. It was just a couple-minute gap. These guys started first off the line after their big win at the Baja 500, number 11 of Salas. But we got Roberts sitting on the bike. Man, a battle out there, but you held your own. You guys, I mean, it's just minutes between you guys. I mean, you got to still be proud. I know you guys wanted top of the box again. After you do it once, you get a little hungry for more, for sure. So tell me about your day out there. You guys definitely had a killer day, but just these are the world's fastest dirt bike riders anywhere on the planet, man, and you guys are one of them.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was a good day. I mean, Arturo handled the first half of the race, and then route race mile 180-ish, I jumped on the bike and handled the coast side and down to the finish. And the 3X boys were ripping today, and we gave it everything we had. And a couple little small tip overs, kind of had some issues and cost us some time, but overall it was a good, fun day, and yeah, just happy to be at the finish line.
It looks like some twisted bars, too. Who did that?
I decided to tip over in the speed zone when I was done on the way to the finish.
Oh, that was on the blacktop coming in?
A great team together for us. Padcons, GP Motorcycles, Fast House, all my personal sponsors, my family, friends, people supporting me at home, my girlfriend, everyone, and everyone on Arturo's team, whoever else you want to thank.
Yeah, Arturo Salas, rider record. Looks like you got off over there, buddy. Tell me about the shirt. How you feeling? You all right?
No, I didn't get off. People keep asking me that. It's all from the dust and fog in the morning, and this hole is from the water we use under. No, I didn't. Thankfully, I'm all safe and sound, so is Clayton. I want to thank everybody that supports us.
Yeah, we still have a three-truck duel going on.
Three-truck duel
as I see it, Menzies, Luke, and then Alan Ampudia, all within basically a couple-mile gap.
Okay.
So anybody's race to win or lose at this point. And Menzies did start behind, so he has the upper hand at the moment.
Okay. We're taking a look now at, let's see if we can get in a little tighter. Maybe tricky.
Yeah, and we're not there on camera, but those lead trophy trucks are catching bikes, so they're gonna get, they're gonna have to slow down a little bit to get by them safely.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, and that's really, really tricky when you've got a tight one like that.
It's Dan Meyer's truck.
Looks like it froze. At first I thought he was slowing down.
I know, I thought that for a second too. But yeah, I think that's just the realities of what we're up against here.
Yeah, it's nice to see those bike guys coming in and finishing and hear the excitement in their voice and their gratitude.
For sure.
And we have a tight race behind them.
For sure.
With the trophy trucks.
Yeah, it's going on to the end, and this is pretty unprecedented amount of footage we've had for the Baja 400 of all this live action and the drones and the cams, and then all of you fans out there sending in things to @Score International. This has been fantastic to our crew providing this footage, but the amount of race footage is unbelievable. And that's kind of what you're in for. So for the Baja 1000, could be even better.
Yep.
It's going to be a crazy because it goes the whole length of the tip of the peninsula.
Yep.
So, but good stuff.
Race mile 252. You know, a while back, Heidi, you got a pretty intense text. If you want to talk to us about that.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of cute. Cameron was sending a text message out to some of our school friends and my oldest daughter, and talking about me working with you guys and that excitement. But he sent a video of their pit crew and the fueling that they did at the driver change, which was 191. Apparently, they hold 121 gallons of race fuel, and they took on 120 gallons of fuel. So his text message was, "That was a close call," with a sweating face emoji.
1 gallon left.
That was it.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Wow. Running
Talk
it
about
on
taking
the
risks.
edge.
I guess so. You can't get closer than that. Truck 68, we've been watching here for a little while. Roberto Ruiz team driving through at race mile 252. So yeah, a little update here. We have Bryce. He's at 3:03 right now, so in just a little bit, we'll probably have him at race mile 310. We got a camera out there. Hopefully we'll catch him as he enters the Europound area. And
yep, he
Luke
should
McMillan
be
right
on the
behind
highway
him.
now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. He just got on. So in a while, hopefully we'll have some current action there of our leader.
Yeah, I've got it at 0.8 of a mile, and that's a 60-mile-an-hour zone, so they're like 50 seconds apart.
Okay.
And Pudi is close behind too. Is pinged about a minute before that. So.
Yeah. So are they at the Highway 1 transition then?
Yeah.
Going
Correct.
through Santo Tomas?
That's correct. Yeah, going to be making the rep to Acambaro. About a 7-mile stretch of highway.
It's a beautiful shot.
And then that's a pretty treacherous stretch.
Acambaro over.
Acambaro over is
19 truck. It's Tim Herbst. Nothing. No panels missing at front end. No hood. All right, we're going to flash into the leaderboard here in just a minute. All right, folks. Current trophy truck. Leaderboard, we got Bryce Menzie out front in first, Luke McMillan in second, Alan Impudia in third, Andy McMillan in fourth, Christopher Polvardi in fifth, Dan McMillan in sixth, Rob Mack in seventh, Cameron Steele still in the mix here in eighth,
Nice.
Holly Lettner in ninth, and Larry Rossler rounding up our top 10. So interesting. We've seen a few people shifting, some people in it. They used to be there, now they're not. Really interesting so far how this whole thing's shaping up. And
yes,
great for Cameron coming in there the top 10, right?
Yeah, they're in
place.
a good position, and getting close to that Santo Tomas area. But what should be going through their mind is that I've got to preserve this truck. I've got to I've got to go fast, but I have to make it to the finish.
Sure.
Because this is sort of where the attrition starts picking up, right? There's a lot of miles on those trucks, and it's challenging.
Yeah.
And the drivers are tired.
Mm-hmm. Fatigue starting to hit in a little bit. We had some cool in-camera here shots. Froze up again. They might have hit something and Jimmy the wire, but we'll pull out. We'll go live now. Again, looks back to the Herbst vehicle and the truck, 19 truck, blasting through. Looks like he's in Hawaii all of a sudden.
The other thing is that typically the longer the race goes, now the qualifying sometimes shakes it up, and you get some teams that maybe aren't as deep with talent or with resources, and so they can qualify well because it's just one 5-mile loop.
Right.
And so some of the teams now, like Larry Rosler and Cameron and stuff, that start to rise because they've got the whole support, quick pits, quick things, and so they've now had to go through. They might have started in 20th place or 18th place, and they're picking their way through. Now they're in 8th. Now they're in 10th because overall, they've got the wisdom and the experience to charge through and get those passes done.
Yeah, And depending on their qualifying run, Cameron had a little blip in his qualifying run. Kind of ran off into a bush, a little bit more than a bobble, so he lost some seconds. So, you know, he probably didn't start where he wanted to.
Sure.
So now it's playing out, and it's playing out well right now. We'll send our prayers up to the sky.
Sending good vibes out.
Cream rising to the top. You know, eventually, like I say, the better drivers and teams usually, you give them 400 miles and they're going to get themselves up there. Maybe not the win, but they're going to move themselves up.
When you're driving like this, Heidi, and you're, you know, as exposed as Tim's front end is there, does that worry you at all? Or like, no, the truck's still moving, everything's fine, but it is vulnerable to a certain degree, yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to be totally honest and admit to you, I had them take my hood off one race.
Did you?
Yes, because I was racing the Baja 1000 in a trophy truck for the first time. I did the night section so that I could put the kids to bed, or my daughter to bed, my oldest, and go out when she didn't realize I was going to be gone. And so I was going to do the Mike's loop backwards from the where we're seeing it today. And I wanted to be able to see over the hood, but I was afraid. So I had them take it off. So I actually kind of like it off.
Cool.
It looks better with it on, but you could see better.
Hey,
you can see closer to the ground, see closer to your truck.
You know where your tires are at all times.
I can imagine that, yeah.
All righty, let's see where we're at here. Okay, we saw this area earlier. At race mile 190 here. Hook to the right. Straighten out, head over a road here. Off they go.
Yeah, and that's before they get to Highway 1 and then turn left and head towards the coast.
A little more dust for everybody, and I'm out. Exciting.
And everybody races for their class, so you're only competing against the people in your class. Of course, you love to do well overall.
In the overall.
But if you're in a UTV, whether it's a nationally aspirated or a turbo class, whatever it is, you're really competing against your own class. So you mostly care about where am I in this class. And so these guys are halfway through or not even halfway through. They still have a lot of racing to go.
They still got lots to go. Speaking of the race, we got some more social media coming in here. What do we got, fellas? Rolls the tape.
Nate.
Race mile 123. Got the Jimco truck in
Can't
the pit.
hear him so much, but hopefully you guys can. Take a look at
BFG
truck
pit.
28. Yep, at the BF Goodrich pit.
Checking everything out. Got our safety crew. Got our map behind us. Everything's going pretty well. Saw Alan and Pudia pass us earlier in the lead physically, and then Luke McMillan is right behind them. So, of course, want both of them to have safe races, but obviously we'd like to see Luke get around Alan. So, anyway, this is what we're doing in the BFG pit. Everybody's doing well.
Interesting in that moment, and Pudia was in the lead, as he was saying. Things have changed since then, but very cool. Always love seeing the mastery of the BF Goodrich pit.
Yeah.
See you, Nate.
There's Bryce.
There's our leader. Bryce just came through.
That's going up from Macambaro, so up over the hill. And so he's getting ready to go into some pretty treacherous, rutted, nasty hills. Like I say, ruts to the point with they're this wide, as deep as my chest, sometimes deep. And so you're zigzagging across, trying to keep the wheels.
If you're not careful,
Heidi can say how it is with four wheels.
Yeah.
I know on two wheels, I'm just, I'm going to fall into a ditch and just disappear.
Yikes.
Yes. Well, it is tricky on four wheels too, right? You've got to position yourself well, and then you've got other boulders and stuff to contend with. Oh yeah, they're pretty close.
One truck. Race mile 310. Luke McMillan, not too far behind Bryce. Definitely on his tail.
There's a couple either-ors out in this section, but and some of them have some risk-reward as well, where they're really steep or really on the edge of things, and so he has a couple chances maybe to make some kind of move, but it'll be tricky.
Yeah. Well, as you said, those ruts, we'll see what happens. And we'll see if Luke can come up even closer to Bryce. You never know.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight section.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if he kept his pace behind him.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he's going to take a chance because he's also thinking about the Baja 1000.
For sure.
And
yeah, and Bryce doesn't want to take a chance either. You know, he doesn't want to risk getting stuck, doing something silly that, you know, he can't come back from.
Yeah.
So they're both, as they enter that section, going to be on alert and eyes wide open.
But let's see how it plays out.
Let's
I could be wrong.
I think that Ampudia is coming right around the corner here because those 3 trucks are still nose to tail. So all that dust has got to mean something's coming quick. But yeah, the Baja 1000 is definitely our sport's granddaddy of them all.
It's the Super Bowl.
It's kind of like the Super Bowl or the Indy 500 where winning even just that one race for some of these drivers, even if they didn't win the title, but they won the 1,000, especially a tip race, it's a feather in your cap for your sponsors. They can say that their truck or their team, tire, or whatever, won the race. So there's Ampudia.
Alan not too far behind Luke.
Yeah, it seems like Bryce and Luke are really close.
Really tight. Yep.
But Alan's right there.
There it is. See if our friend right there on the rock could send us some cool footage. That'd be great.
Do we have the starting order of the trophy trucks?
Paul and Toby Price. Let's see.
Where in relations these 3? I think Bryce started behind both the other 2. Is that right?
Luke started 4th. Bryce started 7th.
Yeah.
And then where did Alan start?
Alan was in 3rd.
He was 3rd.
So he's definitely back on time, and Bryce is ahead of both of them because he started behind both, right?
Speaking of Bryce, we got a shot of Bryce here on social media. We're going to jump into that in a sec. Here we go. Only 1 minute between the first 3
Race
trucks.
mile 243.
Okay, that was a while back. Saw that shot. This is when he caught some air. Woo.
That is awesome.
I want to see what those people, like that dude in the purple shirt.
See, that makes your day.
Jump.
If you're the fan that's sitting right there, you're going home, go home, tell all your friends, like, he got 8 feet of air and he flew 100 feet and he couldn't even see the other side.
It makes me want to be in the truck with them.
We will literally, figuratively jump over to McNeil after this one. So there goes Bryce, and here we are. McNeil is the leader in trophy truck spec. Dust, 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 dust. Seems to be moving pretty quick. Got a little breeze out there.
Yeah, he looks good.
Not lingering as such.
He looks good going through that race mile 252 area.
Nice and green.
And now we wait. We wait to wait. See who is next. Hoping at some point, too, we can try to get you guys back to Ensenada and see what's happening there. Looks like, Salvatierra, still waiting on them, and Holt, some other bikes to come through. Looks like we're back to POV from the Brandon Walsh vehicle. You hear that engine? The truck off to the side there, it looked like. What's that?
I didn't see who it was, but that's definitely not where you want to be sitting on race day.
All right, here is Jordan Brenthal. He is in the 2nd position for the trophy truck spec class. He's coming in. Lovely shot here. Looks like he's got a little damage up front, but truck's still moving just fine. Missing some panels and hoods and such, but, seen that before.
Yeah.
And that beautiful, beautiful coast to the left.
Yeah, and they could have just had to work on the truck, and it was quicker just to leave the hood off versus, having it damaged.
For sure.
We don't know what happened, but
He's coming into some of these, these berms, these ruts just getting deeper and deeper after all these trucks come through. Vehicles going through there. He's handling it well.
Yeah, and the crews, again, a 400-mile race at race mile 252, there's only 150 miles left or less. So you can't take the extra 30 seconds to get that hood all fastened down, spend all the time to do it.
Good point.
You're like, hey, it's going to be over. Now, if it's a Baja 1000 and you still got 20 hours of racing left, you might spend the time to do it to protect the undercarriage. But this one, you just got to go. Otherwise, your chances are gone.
In just a second here, we're going to throw to some social media action of our first moto winner. In just a minute. Try to cue that up for you guys. You can see how supportive that team is and appreciative. Going back a brewski. If you look over in the chat, you can see everybody congratulating.
So, they got two little antennas on the back fender there, those two little black boxes.
Yep.
Occasionally you see that. That's their satellite antennas for the tractor that we've been using today.
That's great.
The Husqvarna 450.
Everybody's been doing such a fantastic job today, sending us so much material, but SCORE International's IG is really just phenomenal. They are constantly cranking out footage of incredible perspectives, keeping everybody current, and really showing their love and support for everybody that is competing, not only today, but in the past and coming up. And so we're lucky to be here right now. Again, like we've been talking about often, we're seeing Baja in a way that has never been really captured before. It's very special. So through these drones, through these helicopters, through our fans, through our crews on the ground, it takes a village. So a quick moment to salute our incredible crew and everybody that's been busting their hump today to get this up and running. And, things happen on the fly here, and we're working and doing our best. It's a bit of a tightrope act, but we're having a heck of a Baja 400 today.
Yeah, as I'm sitting here, I got a text message from my orthopedic doctor, Dr. Gialamas, and he said he loves the new format. Like, it's come such a long way, and he's able to see the course, and so him and his wife are just enjoying watching this race unfold.
Thanks, Doc.
SCORE's done a great job.
Yeah, they really have.
I've got some updates on some of the different classes of riders. So it looks like the 300X is leading the 30 Pro class still. They're at race mile 356, so they've already crossed Highway 1. They're heading towards Ensenada. And then we've got the 50NX is having a great ride today. They are ahead of most of the 40 Pro classes at race mile 348. Our top Ironman, it has the tortoise and the hare. The hare has repassed the tortoise, and Edward Quota is now back into the lead.
All right.
And again, a phenomenal ride. He's at race mile 350. The 700X is at race mile 347, so they're still within 3 miles.
Okay.
So these guys have been on that motorcycle for, since 6 o'clock this morning. So they've got 9 hours under their seats. I imagine they're probably not wanting to sit down because their butts hurt and all that kind of good stuff. So, but they're still at it, tackling the tough terrain, and they're on the between Acabaro and Ojos Negros.
Excellent. Just saw Herb's truck blast through. We'll see if this drone will catch up, get a little closer to him as well. Taking a different line, it looks like. A-line. Yep, this is the line the Hubs took. Cameron Steele took this line earlier today.
Yeah.
Also, the update for you on the ATV class. So the lead ATV is the 1A, and it looks like they're on the track anyway. Physically, is about the 7th machine overall.
We may have a passing moment. There we go. That Brandon Walsh passing.
That's where you're thankful your rig is a little bit narrower, right?
I was going to say, next to a buggy, just like, see ya.
Get the big wide truck, you're like, oh, I'm going to push you right into the bushes.
Yeah, he's pushing it out there too right now. He's moving. Boom. I mean, it's whoop-de-doo out there. Back to the Herf's truck. Let's see what we got.
One of the spec trucks, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's 252, so.
Yeah, and that ATV class, just to give a shout out, the 18A team is still only 4 miles back. That's Roberto Villalobos. And so that class is also going to go down to the wire. So we've seen quite a few races, the Ironman class, the ATV class, the lead Pro Moto class, all going to the wire. Now the trophy trucks as well. So exciting racing to be a part of.
Would you say overall, so far from what we've seen in all the different classes, that everybody is respecting the 400 because of where they need to place for the 1,000? We've seen a couple moments where tempers have flared, people have pushed a little bit, but for the most part, do we feel that everyone's pretty much performing on par?
I'm not sure how much respect is going on out there. I think that they want to win every single race, and when you saw Ampudia shove it down the inside and go for broke on that, it shows you that they want to win. I do think that there's probably some point where you're pushing your truck, and like Luke's in a spot where he knows he's probably not going to pass Bryce and put a minute on him before the finish. So do you keep it, rolling and take the finish and just go, hey, I'm in the points, I got a shot for the title. If I can beat him in the 1,000, I win the overall anyway.
Sure.
But I think there's probably a few of them that still just go, I'm sending it. I'm going to go for it. Get the win.
There you go.
Yeah.
Send it indeed.
I think the adrenaline gets the best of them.
Sure.
Right?
A win is a win.
They have a plan in mind, but...
Yeah.
Okay. So I think we are able to throw it back to Ensenada, and we'll see some of the motos coming in. Some of the moto winners.
My whole family, all the fans, my dad, Jose Tiger Mendoza, he wasn't able to be here with us, but I know he's cheering us on. Our main sponsor, Best Express Foods, my teammates, my grandparents were able to make it out, all our friends, everyone. Muchas gracias a todos, a mis papás, a todos los fans, a los patrocinadores, a todos los del equipo. Muchas gracias por todo el apoyo y nos vemos en la 1000. Arriba la 13X.
All right, congratulations. We'll see you guys there. You guys did a great job, unofficially third place. Nice work today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here we go, the factory back KTM right here. Juan Carlos Sabaterio, a.k.a. Chavo. Chavo, how you doing, buddy? How'd it go out there? I know it's not where you like to be and where you normally are. Tell me about your race.
Exactly. It's not what we normally fight for, what we came for, but we're happy to be all safe. Nobody's injured, and we had fun. The competition, the 3X team was on fire today. Congratulations to them. Also 11X. We were having good battles all day. I think we were leading at some points, and we had some mechanical issues that put us back. But we'll be back for 1,000, and we'll be strong.
There you go. So you guys will be back. So what happened to the bike?
The header got broken. A big hole in the header. So we had to Justin had the bike at the end, and he had to go a lot of miles there until we reached a pit, and had to change the whole exhaust system.
Yeah, you lose a lot of horsepower too, and it's a little noisy.
Yeah, it was definitely noisy probably, and power and the mapping and everything goes funky and starts not running good. But it is what it is. We're, like I said, happy to be here, safe and sound. And the other guys did a wonderful job. The 3X team was fast today.
Well, I know, like you said, it's not where you want to be, but we still have one more race this year, and you guys are sitting right there in points. It's going to be a long race coming back down the peninsula and making the way all the way from Bolivia. ¿Te gustaría decir algo en español?
Sí, muchas gracias a toda la gente que nos sigue de Bolivia, Argentina, toda Latinoamérica. a todos mis sponsors, a Herbalife Nutrition, Repsol, Alianza, Las Loritas, Copelme. Gracias a ellos que estamos aquí participando en SCORE. Y bueno, vamos a seguir luchando hasta el final por la Baja 1000 que ya viene en noviembre.
Vámonos. All right. Great job, unofficially fourth.
Yeah, and I also want to thank all my team, Justin, Shane, Diego, Corbin, who's not, and Colton, who's not here today. They've been working hard, and we all did a good job, I believe. Just that thing that's out of our control. And our mechanic, Emilio, Bene, Ruben, Damon from WP, Mike at Takomoto, many people that help us out, and we're very thankful to them.
Well, you'll be back. We're thankful to have you here, and we'll see you at the Baja 1000.
Okay, probably Shane.
Yeah, you guys want to say a few words? Shane, you were on the bike. Who broke the header and what happened? Oh, well, congratulations. You got a new baby coming. Congrats on that, first of all.
Yeah, November 2nd, got a little girl coming, so I'm excited for that. Just got to work it all out with the 1,000, you know, but I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, you better give a big shout-out to your wife if she's going to let you come down here after a new baby for sure. You want to thank them?
Yes, yeah, thank you so much to Sage and my family for keeping everything good at home while I'm here and watching, you know, watching the kid when I'm going to go to the 1,000. So very thankful to have her behind me.
So what happened to the header? Did you get off in the rocks?
Justin today had a little problem with the header. It just blew off, I guess, and put a pretty big hole in it. So when I got the bike, we replaced the header, and one of the bolts was stripped. So we had a problem with that. This thing's barely hanging on by one bolt right now and some tie wire, but we got it done. We made it to the finish. So that's what it's about, and ready for the 1,000.
That's what it's all about, pushing through no matter what, and still some valuable points. And, you know, we're going to have a lot more Pro Moto Unlimited riders, so it's a decent starting position for sure. And, all right, the guy that had the big blowout, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I do. I want to thank Chavo for inviting me here, all my teammates, Shane and Diego. I want to thank my parents and my girlfriend for being here, always helping me out, keeping everything going. And, yeah, it was a good ride. Just had a little bit of a oopsie with the exhaust. Just exploded on me going down the coast wide open, and that's basically all that happened. It just blew up.
That's crazy. That's like something rare. I've never even heard of that happening, so it must have been like right where the welds were. Must have been built on a Monday.
Yeah, there you go, huh?
All right, well, good job to you guys. And who's our last rider? What's your name?
Diego Llanos. Agradecerle a Chavo.
Felicidades, han bien correr. Nos vemos la 1000.
Gracias.
All right, saludos y todos. Great job, Chavo, and the rest of the team.
Y quiero agradecer a mi padre, a mi familia que está acá también, a mi esposa que está mirando desde Argentina, a mis hijas, y muchas gracias.
You never want to forget the wife. Is your wife here?
No, not here, but my dad's here.
Okay, yo, tu padre aquí, all right. Great job. I'm sure he's happy. You guys made it here safe, and another stellar finish for you guys. Great job to that factory back KTM team. It takes so much, and we're always talking about there's so many things that could happen out there, you know, not only with the four-wheel vehicles, these bikes. I mean, the bikes are normally pretty bulletproof as long as you keep it on course, but anything could happen. This is Baja, and this is round number 3 of the SCORE World Desert Championship Series, the K&N SCORE Baja 400, powered by VP Racing Fuels. Still lots of riders, lots of races yet to come. We're going to throw it back up to the booth.
All right. Congratulations to the 1X team. Coming through, crossing the finish line. We are back into the field here. Great aerial shot. Let's see if we can see who's... Oh, we'll take a different angle.
289, 299?
298, 299 truck. Yep, the 299. Spec coming through.
Charles Dorrance.
Okay. Making his way through.
Truck looks pretty clean still. He's got all the fenders on it.
Yeah.
At least his crew chief will be happy when he comes in.
Doesn't even look like he scratched his paint.
Yeah, it's clean. You can hear that.
They might turn him loose for the next race. Hey, go a little harder.
Right?
You know, just a bit ago, we heard our moto competitor talking about the baby on the way coming up in November. How do you and Cameron work that family work-life balance? How did you guys do that?
Yeah.
Talk about going and doing the 1,000 in between while the baby's or your child is sleeping, you know. I mean, talk about juggling.
It was
sneak out,
tricky
right?
Let's go do that real
with
quick.
my oldest daughter, Kay, it was really tricky.
Yeah.
I actually raced the Baja 500 when she was 8 weeks old. So, yeah. So I think
unheard of.
I was pregnant at the 1,000, and I could only go off the start.
Okay.
Because I was driver of record. I could only go off the start. I had a pretty big belly. And then she was born in March 28th, and then I went back to the Baja 500 8 weeks later.
Wow.
She came with us.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Kudos
she
to
came
you.
with us. So, yeah, you just kind of make it work. But, you know, you can't time that.
Any
type of thing.
advice that you would offer up? Fingers crossed.
I was going to say,
It
have
sounds like you
babies
just
earlier,
cannonballed.
have a lot of babies.
Yeah,
I don't know.
well,
I
yeah.
love my girls, so.
Right. Send it. Send that baby. All right, here we go. Back into the race. Truck 43. That looks like somebody that we might know that has some jerky going.
Larry Rossler, yep.
Yeah,
Heading
there he
up
is.
the hill from Macambaro. So closing in towards the finish.
There he
Truck
goes.
still sounds good.
Yep.
Running on all cylinders.
Good stuff, Larry.
Scooting away.
All right.
It looks to me on the tracking here that we still
281.
have Menzies, then Luke, then Allen.
Okay.
Still in tight formation within about 3 miles of each other. So they're holding position.
Truck 89 coming through. Mike Walzer.
About ready to pass the quad. Get out of the way quick.
Oh, he's dusting it up.
Yeah, there's about 12 trucks now that have made that right turn to head back to Europan. Which, it kind of feels like that's like the last stretch when you're there.
Mm-hmm.
So even though it's challenging, they're starting to imagine that checkered flag.
Yep. It's the end feeling is within sight.
That's first.
That's first. Those
Tim
two
Herbst
trucks.
coming through. Off in the distance. Got some heli action, tracking
That's
somebody.
his red helicopter that we got great footage from earlier today. Thanks again to the Herbst team for supplying awesome footage.
Absolutely.
More trophy truck teams. Use your helicopters. Help us out. We love the footage.
I'll tell you what, this round we've been getting some amazing footage from the field from our fans.
Unbelievable.
Having this, and really, it's pretty remarkable getting some very pivotal moments in this whole thing between Tavo and Allen. I mean, if that little thing wasn't on, it's all word of mouth, I guess, right? But we got it on tape, so it'll be interesting to hear how that plays out in the next 24 hours.
That's right, and all of you fans that are going to be going down to the Baja 1000, if you're within cell range of any city all along the way, send us that footage because
1,000,000%.
it's really, really hard to have drones and everything for the whole length of the peninsula.
Correct.
So we could put your footage up there, and you could be the one providing cool race footage or pictures of trucks that are on fire or who knows what. So be a part of the action.
We've seen it all, from pits to fires to crashes.
Yep.
From massive airs and
blowing over boulders and hitting other trucks and. Yeah, that's a tight section you wouldn't want to go off the cliff.
Look at that.
Been there and done that.
Yeah.
Not gone off the cliff part, but worried about it.
So let's see if we can go to, speaking of social media, I think we got some more stuff we can show you. Just a minute here, we'll bring it up. See what you guys are capturing out there for us. Okay. So this is inside the control room, mission control.
Nice.
You guys, just moments ago, you'll get an idea of what it takes to get this thing off the ground, metaphorically. It's pretty incredible. We see Royce at the helm. Him and Kevin are in my ear, and we see Chavo up there just a little bit ago.
Big team to process all of those inputs from the customers and all the fans out there sending in this cool footage and pictures.
It's no small feat, ladies and gentlemen. It is. It's pretty remarkable, but we are so grateful. Grateful to Roger, allowing us to broadcast from here as well. It's very special being in this iconic environment, this cool hangar.
Yeah,
right?
This is a really neat studio.
I wish you guys could see it, but we've got a replica of Mike's Sky Rancho right over here to our right. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Anyways, so any new updates?
Well, I'll give you guys an update on the 300X is still holding position in the 30 class. Looks like they've got kind of a lock on it. They're not finished yet, but they're certainly leading. The 723X, Edgar Coda, is still leading the Ironman.
Let's go down to my map real too, and then you can just follow off of that.
And
bring that up.
He's at race mile 359, and his competition, Brandon Wright, is at 353. So still only 6 miles apart, which is probably about 12 minutes. But for all the riding that they've had, how tired they are probably towards the finish, it's not over for sure.
Nope. And there's the 1L truck.
Gustavo
Sr. coming through at race mile 310. Crushing it as always. There we go. So here's what we got at this point. And you can see some of these other trucks that are having issues, potentially.
Yep, already on trailers, already back in Ensenada.
Exactly. We got some of these.
There's our
guys up here.
723X Coda leading the Ironman, and he's made it through a hose, past the blue gate, and headed back.
Quick refresh here.
Yep.
There we go. Okay.
And the 700X is not, below that, about an inch lower.
Yeah.
Right there. So
Brandon
still a pretty tight race.
Okay.
In the 40 Pro class, the leader. Well, actually, again, a call out to the 501X because they seem to be ahead of all the 40s. So kudos to the 50-year-old riders. I'm going to part of that club, so got to give them appreciation. And then the 435X, and the 400X is after that, and then the 441. So those three guys are still getting it done on the way to the finish.
Who's out there? I'll just pull back for a second, give you a more comprehensive look of our map.
And on your map right there, the 7 was showing behind the 1, and that's because his transponder hasn't pinged in the last 6 minutes or so. So I believe that Menzies is still leading the trucks. So we'll be waiting for that to refresh.
But plenty of vehicles still out there, as you can see. We still got lots of race to go. There we go. It's refreshed. We are 9 hours and 40 minutes into Baja 400.
Well, I'm cheering for Brandon Wright. He's the Ironman on 700X, 700X, and it looks like they're 33.2 miles to the finish, and he's in second place right now, behind Edgar. Looks like Coda.
Yeah. So here's Brandon.
Solid and steady
up here. And start to see who's in front of him.
Yeah, and that's got to be tough. He's done the entire race by himself. That's what it takes to Ironman.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, he's soloing, and he's in front of the 50 team, which has multiple riders. The 40 teams, there's 3 of them who have multiple riders. So he's beating both of those teams as an Ironman soloing, which is incredibly awesome. So both of those guys are having fantastic days. Good job to them and their crews that keep them going. Those guys are usually, see them eating, they're grabbing sandwiches or doing drinks just to keep themselves going. So awesome job for them.
And for these Ironman, some of these guys, these other teams, they got to switch drivers, they got to pull over, these Iron guys can just keep going as long as they can until they got to make their own repairs, but that'll go quick.
Well, and there's even just basic functions like I have to go to the restroom.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? At least when you have a rider switch and you're going to be getting off the bike in 45 minutes, you're like, okay, I can
do it.
I can hold on. I'll just get there, and then you take care of business, and then you eat your lunch or whatever, you get energized. But these Ironmen, they got nothing. It's like if you are feeling uncomfortable, you're going to have to either deal with it or you're going to have to park the bike, put it on its side stand, and take care of business. So, and then we're thinking about the Baja 1000 upcoming, and chances are they'll be on the bikes for probably 40 hours. So I've talked with several of the teams. Eddie Meeks, another guy that races Baja. He lives in the UK, and so we communicate by Facebook and stuff and see his posts. But yeah, they have to plan out all of that, and I always ask them, are you going to sleep? Or are you not going to sleep? So crazy stuff.
Back to Brandon Walsh.
Fast section, yep.
Yep, Brandon is the pedal down. Nice straightaway here, flat.
Take the breather there, yeah.
Yeah, amen. Looks like there's a little dirt. Well, maybe not. It might have been pixelation.
Yeah, you're just thrilled that you're finally doing some miles per hour, especially after Mike's mile section. So the race course has 5-mile markers, and so you're going past those every once in a while. And on the fast stuff, hey, I saw a 5-mile marker. Okay, I'm making good progress. You get into that tight stuff around Mike's, and you drive for seems like 15 minutes, a half hour. What? I only went 5 miles. It took me like a half hour to do these 5 miles. This is going to take me forever to finish this race.
Yeah.
Takes what it takes. Wow. You just saw someone walking by there.
I just saw that too.
Just casually walking by. Oh, hey.
Someone pulled out.
Kind of just came into view there. I don't know if it was wild, so we'll see if we
He came up on him.
have a little love tap. Oh, he's passing him.
Let him go by.
Yep.
Oh, silt.
I think this is the second time we've seen Brandon scoot past people.
He's a finisher.
Yeah. Here he goes. He's moving. All right, leaderboard action happened. The trophy trucks. All right, so Bryce still in first, followed by Luke McMillan in second, Alan Pudia in third, Andy McMillan and Dan McMillan. It's close. Fourth and fifth, Christopher Polvardi in sixth, Rob Mack in seventh, Cameron Steele in eighth, Harley Lettner in ninth, and Larry still holding strong in 10th place. So
3 McMillans in the top 5. Hey, that's a pretty solid day.
That's a dang good day.
Yeah.
Shout out to the McMillans. Well done.
That's right.
Yeah.
Something's in the water.
Well, you know, they take their time. They put their energy into the pre-run. There isn't a minute that they waste trying to get prepared for this race. And the same with their equipment. You know, they do a really good job of prepping and preparing everything. And it shows.
I wonder if they share secrets or if they keep them close to the chest. You never know. Still competitive, right?
I'm sure there's some competition there.
Oh, yeah. All right, let's see if we got the 240 truck right now overhead. See that dust swirling, twisting. It's still there. Yeah, someone's screaming in the background here. We'll see if we can catch this. At race mile 252.
UTVs.
Yep, UTV coming around.
Looks like they got the lights on. Truck in the back.
And a truck in the, yeah, exactly. You better get going.
This is a buggy for sure. It's a buggy, not a UTV. So those wide axles.
1091?
Yeah, maybe
Class 10.
Francisco Vera.
That's a Class 10 going through there.
So Class 10's typically a V8 engine often, and then but the more of a classic buggy style with the engine in the back, rather than a trophy truck with the engine in the front, in front of the driver. Get to watch that suspension articulate up and down.
Yeah.
A-arms out there flying around,
Yeah.
cool to watch, especially down through whoop sections. He's got his Mexican flag on the top. That's pretty sweet.
That's Francisco Vera.
Representing. Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Looking good.
looks clean.
Whoa. Little razzle dazzle there. Did we have a drone?
I think the
fall
drone
down
went
the
over the
tree?
bars.
Yeah.
That's what typically what it looks like when I go over the bars.
It's possible.
The sky, dirt, sky, dirt, sky, dirt.
How many times has that happened to you?
Too many to
Too
remember.
many to remember?
Yeah.
All right, so here we are back. It looks like it's paused for a second, but we're trying to bring you race mile 310 right now. Okay, here we go. Come on. Oh.
Yep, another truck going up past Acambaro.
Yeah.
Head up the hill towards Ojos.
Just missed that one, unfortunately. C'est la vie. All righty. So.
I'm still showing Bryce's tracker on mine anyway is still stuck back at race mile 322, but it's been 16 minutes. So again, my my feelings would be he's probably still out front.
Yeah.
Until I prove otherwise, I would assume that he's still leading Luke. Although Luke, his last ping was 7 minutes ago. Alan's is the most current at 390, 330.
330. I think we both have to pull back to see.
Yeah, that's right.
Get my cheaters on here.
Looks like Luke's just re-popped up for me. So he is in front of Alan at 322.7. So I'd imagine that Bryce is probably still in front of him.
Yeah.
And they are in those canyons. So again, sometimes the satellite tracking takes a while to bounce and get updated.
For sure. Let's see, we'll zoom in here and see who we're looking at. Seem to be kind of taking their time a little bit. Maybe we've just been spoiled by the trophy trucks.
That's pretty much it.
Slowing down.
Downhill.
That's what's going on there, huh? All right.
And that's the class where you can rent the race car.
Oh, got you. There you go.
What the BC class? What's the Baja
Challenge?
Baja Challenge class. Yeah, which is absolutely cool. Again, if you ever want to race Baja, you want to race and drive a car, you can actually just rent it. They will provide everything, the vehicle, the pit support. So you can pay a fee and come down and race the Baja. So again, if you ever want to come do something like this, it's crazy, but it's a bucket list item, and I can't imagine a better way to spend some money and have some time, having good times.
Cannonball, baby, just get into it. Yep. Here we're seeing the top. They just got through Mike's Sky Ranch and back into this very technical area. They'll start to see. They have to choose wisely as they volley between different ruts. Look at that big rut right there. That's a deep one.
Yeah, and in that class, they're all spec'd the same. So they all have the same car, the chassis, the engine, the suspension. So yeah, very equal playing field. And you get to have someone do everything for you, hop in and go. Really cool.
Here you go. A nice, beautiful coastal shot.
Between Irandera and Santa Tomas.
Gorgeous.
So that's one of the areas that I was telling you about. Beware of cars coming the other way, because so many people live out there that they're just trying to get back to their house or
And
leaving.
with that in mind, John, is there a speed limit that they're able to go, or?
There are some areas that they have some 37-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Yep.
There's also some where there's no speed limit. So you're
Eric Husted coming through. He's finally made it to race mile 310.
Still sounds good.
Still sounds good. He's ripping through.
Yeah, I don't know if they had a driver change and someone's feeling fresh and frisky, but that guy's on it.
Yep, no doubt, no doubt. Okay. Some cool in-car here.
Oh, they're going to go by Coyote Cowles here any second
right,
there.
Hey, shaka shaka. What up? That's cool.
Yeah, there's a place to stay right by the ocean there. A lot of motorcyclists and off-roaders will park there, and you can spend the night at Coyote Cowles and be fed, and all sorts of really cool places. That is it. They just passed it.
There's a big mural of Cameron's race truck there.
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's great.
Painted on the hotel.
Free tacos?
Yeah.
Tortillas, something?
We take a lot of the adventure riders there, especially for the Baja Beach Bash. And so it's a hotel that they stay at frequently.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Great place to go.
Yeah, it is a great place. Lots of fun memories made there.
Woo.
Yeah, and these places are all within
car you're seeing here,
within like a half-day drive from San Diego. So if you're ever in America and said, "Hey, I want to go down to Baja," fly into San Diego. You can get a rental car or something, or some of these tour groups that will take you down, and you can be into this part of Baja within just a few hours, maybe 3-4 hours, and enjoying beautiful coast with no buildings, and just ride your motorcycle on the beach or whatever. It's pretty awesome.
Here's an example, John, right there. You're coming up on a car. These guys are coming up. You see from their POV, just looks like a dirt road. You look to your left and you got this beautiful ocean, but you got to concentrate because you got cars coming out of nowhere.
Yes.
Lord knows what else may pop up.
Looked like a spectator,
Yep.
didn't it?
Yep.
Not even a...
Yeah,
Pit crew.
and in bikes versus cars, the cars always win, even if they're going slower. So the trucks also could have to slow down too. But
And if you zoom in there, you can see that they're going 106 miles an hour right there. You can kind of hear it too.
wow, faster than I want to go. Say on a motorcycle, we're probably usually in the 50 to 70 range there.
Yeah.
70 would be crazy and trying to catch somebody, and 50 would be more like I'm in one piece. This is
Right.
okay.
Well, he took that turn just a minute ago, and he's got a good clear shot of it's a clear road in front of him, and it's straight,
Yeah,
flat. so
straight
he's gonna
lines
hammer
for the
it.
trophy trucks there.
So here we go. Look at this.
What do you think,
Look at
Heidi?
that.
How fast would you be driving through there?
That's really fast. Fast section. I
120?
think he's going...
How
probably
fast would you
pushing-
drive it? That's what I want to know,
Me?
Heidi. Come on,
Me?
let's.
What would you do in this
Probably
situation?
100.
Really?
You feeling good, 100?
Oof,
Yeah.
you're scaring me now.
Yeah.
That's why you had to put your baby to bed and just sneak out.
Yeah, there was one little spot back there, and you couldn't see it from the drone, but
Yeah.
we call it Jesse's hole because, and he went off to the right, which is good because if you go off to the left, you could land into the Pacific Ocean, and we call it Jesse's hole because Jesse flipped his trophy truck in there one race. Yeah. And
You learn which way not to go the hard way.
Never
right?
make that
Yes.
mistake again.
don't want to do that.
You hope not.
Oh, God.
So you have to go slow enough to have control, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, again, as we keep hammering over and over and over again, just finish. Just finish the race. Be safe, be, invested, but be cautious too at the same time when you need to be.
Right.
Some really, really cool split screen action we're seeing here. Really get that kind of, again, a very immersive experience of what it's like to be inside these trucks.
Couple either ors there. You
Yep.
split to the left lane.
He's
Another
moving.
lane to the right. Now they're going to rejoin.
And I'm going to connect in just a minute. Whoa.
Few more splits.
Yep. There it goes. Herb's truck making its way through.
And most of these roads are not only race course, but they're just the villagers' roads to just get down to the beach.
Sure.
And there's a lot of people professional fishermen that fish down there, so they'll take their trucks with their little boats and go out fishing. And so, yeah, sometimes they're just too muddy and nasty one way, so suddenly a new track appears that you didn't see the last time you were down there.
Ta-da! Well, we were talking earlier, when that hurricane came through, it might have done some adjusting
Oh, yeah.
to the terrain down there. Now look at this drop off to the right here, Heidi. I know this is one of your favorite spots.
Right.
But I mean, you threading the needle here.
Pick your line well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Choose wisely.
Yeah. Anything that has a little height like that just scares
It's
me.
bumpy, it's uneven, there's rocks, boulders to the left, right. You got divots, ruts, it's dusty. Yeah, he's bouncing around.
Yeah, and
Back at race mile 150. Just
Yep.
him and out of Mike's.
and this is great footage, but up ahead, I don't know, 20 miles is the Simpson Trail, and it's just rocks. I mean,
Straight rock, yeah.
Yeah.
So they got that to look forward to.
Yes.
Oh, what we got here? What are they saying?
There's some
Slow down? What is this?
probably pointing to
Could be an alert.
there's another truck up ahead
Hazard?
or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He ain't moving.
He decided to stop and talk to him for a second just to find out what they wanted.
And now he's a little bit, there he goes. He had to get some momentum.
Let's see if we can get some resolution as to what that was all about.
Yeah, I'm afraid up ahead they're going to run across another vehicle of some sort.
Maybe it's in that Simpson area that you were speaking of. Look at that.
See how tough that
Jesus.
climb is?
Forget it.
That's where you think the
tense.
two-wheel drive, if you mess up your line and stick it in a rock or rut, you might not make it up that hill and have to back up and try it again.
All right, so looks like they.
Yep,
they
that's
got a
the
choice.
split.
There's a split.
There's the car.
That's the
Baja Challenge.
The BC. That's the BC truck. God
and
bless
so
you.
I told you there was a
sorry.
left or a right, and the left is steeper and shorter. He took the right, which is got this nice little canyon too. So there's the either or, and it loops back around.
If you're in a Baja Challenge car, do you have the option to do a pre-run? Do you have an option to?
Yeah, I believe that
to
you
get
can
out
pre-run.
there and check it out.
Mhm.
Yes.
You know, because we spoke
Yes.
earlier in the broadcast about you don't get options to always go out and practice. You get pre-run, you get qualifying, and you get to kind of get an idea of doing this over and over again. But during the Monday through Friday, you guys got jobs, you got families. You're not out here practicing all the time. It's expensive to do this. It's dangerous to do this.
Yeah.
You know, so how do you just perfect your craft?
But it's, you really need to do it, because if you don't do it, the consequences could be
Your life.
worse, right?
It could be your life. Yeah.
Well, a lot of people have like a UTV, and they camp, and they go camping, and they drive their UTV. It's not exactly the same experience, but you're still in the dirt, negotiating, timing, you're feeling things and stuff, so they might do that. But yeah, most of them will come down and pre-run.
You can get a better vantage point of these guys bouncing around inside that car, even with those neck braces and
the heads
harnesses.
are swiveling a little bit more now.
A little bobbly head action
I
here.
think that the neck muscles are probably a little tired after doing this for 10 hours.
If your neck is supported like that for 10, 12 hours, and then you take that thing off, and you just like bonk, I would just imagine that your muscles must be so exhausted just to keep a 10-pound head up.
It almost feels a little bit freeing, though,
Okay. Yeah, I can
because
get
you're
that.
so restricted that it's kind of like a nice feeling.
Yeah.
That you could actually move your head around better.
Yeah. Oh, here's a shot.
Yeah, straighten them wheels out.
Yep, trying to get themselves out of this situation, best of their ability. There's a little Dear Diary moment for our Baja Challenger.
It is a challenge. This is
certainly is.
It's no easy feat to negotiate the course. Just let alone beating other teams. It's just to negotiate it. And
hard to tell from this angle, John, Heidi, but what's that incline looking like? Steep?
Steep.
It's steep. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty steep. I mean, you get a chance to see the guy standing straight up.
Yeah.
And he's at looks like quite an angle. So there's an overhead shot.
Gives you a better perspective of the track here.
A bit timid going into this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, hopefully he's not having any mechanical issues, but it does seem like there's something up in his head holding him back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to make it up a steep hill, you better have some momentum, and the only way you get that is by getting on the gas.
Yeah.
Very challenging to start.
Don't let off the throttle because you're not going to make it.
You're stuck. Yeah.
Yeah, and they don't have a tremendous horsepower, like so much power they can do anything.
Now, who
like
is
trophy
this?
trucks. That's a fan.
Yeah. Fan hanging out right there, literally almost on the track there. All righty, and now let's see who we got here.
That looks like a UTV.
Yep. Seems like those power lines, that big pole would be a good marker as well.
Yeah, up in the mountains still, closer to that 150-ish.
Pocket. Come through here.
Yeah, it's interesting. You
this
have
road.
the lead trophy trucks probably only like 45 miles to the finish. And then you bounce to some of the classes that started behind them, a little bit slower in fashion, and they still have a long way to go. They're going to be racing through the night.
I was just going to say, at some point, we're getting there. The sun's going to start to set. Not too long, a couple hours or so.
That's right. They
We'll
got
see.
2 more hours and two and a half or so, and lights are going to come on. And
we just crossed 10 hours. The race has been going for 10 hours so far. So we shall see. Let's see if we can get maybe an update on these trophy trucks. Let me try to zoom in and see where we're at here on the map. I see Alan pinging. I see Luke pinging. I don't see Bryce. Let me know if you guys see him. Let me come in tighter.
I think he's still...
Yep, he's buried under... Who is that? Yeah.
I have an update from 3 minutes ago for him.
Yeah.
And he was at, race mile 341.3.
Got that same one, yeah.
And that was 3 minutes ago.
Luke's
just pinging.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
342.
0 minutes ago. So I would say Bryce is still leading.
Yep.
Oh, we got another BC car, and these
He's
fans
take
were
the other
directing
line.
them to take the other line. Very nice of them.
I was like, can you close your door? Give me a little more room
That's
here.
what I'm
I
saying.
think I'm
Like
going
when
to
we
take you
zoomed
out.
in, the guy was like practically on the...
Like, don't let off now. Keep the thing going.
Just got it.
Keep it in first
Climb,
and just...
climb. Yep.
Do not let off.
Oof.
Whatever you do, keep it going.
There they go.
Now, Heidi, was the trophy truck you had two-wheel drive?
Yes.
Okay, and so sections like that, when it's tight, nasty, rough, are you thinking about getting stuck?
What's this
Try
here?
not to think about getting stuck, because I feel like when you put that in your mind, then it happens.
Who's this? Sorry, guys, not to interrupt, but is that a flat? What do we got? Trying to make out there. It looks something's going on. He's gotten out of his suit.
Yeah, I think they had another wheel off to
Another
replace
broken
a wheel
down
or something.
Here. Yeah.
So they're
It's
thinking,
a testament to how
don't
rough
think
this
about
area
getting
is.
stuck, huh?
Yeah.
The mind over matter.
There's one pocket here.
And with the two-wheel drive, there were at least one tough turn going up to Mike's, the reverse of the direction that we're watching today.
Mhm.
And I remember it was a 4-point turn, so I had to plan on, because you just couldn't get the truck around.
Can't swing it. Back up, come back, take another crack.
Yeah, so very narrow, challenging. You're on a
Back to
hill,
Brandon.
lots of rocks, lots of dirt, and you've got to maneuver it. And
Yeah, we've definitely seen today there are certain pockets on this course that are very challenging. We're breaking down, affecting momentum. See Brandon Walsh again.
Whoops after whoops after whoops.
Yeah.
ruts,
Boom, 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 boom.
silt.
He's battling not only ruts, but shadows, light.
And there's silt. Yeah, those are channels where it's about this deep, a foot deep of silt in both channels.
Oh.
And so right behind him's got to look like a big dust storm.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying his best to make every smart move right here. There's no relaxing in this area for him. He'll get through it soon.
Yeah.
So now he's hanging the left tire over the left edge a little bit and riding the hump with his right tire.
And he's right in the sun.
Sometimes they get so deep that you're scraping your differential the whole time just by staying in the standard lines.
Yep.
Those trucks with the 40-inch tires and 44s are so much higher. They just keep digging it down and down and down.
Yeah, and the one thing that's in his favor is he doesn't have dust in front of him, because with the sun coming at your eyes and when there is dust, that makes it a very challenging situation.
100%. Yeah, I mean, he's just dead on with the sun right now. Hopefully he's got his shield on, so he'll be okay. Shield.
Yeah, probably using his glove
Visor.
or a towel inboard to keep wiping it.
Cleaning that visor off.
Little bug.
There he goes.
I think one of my favorite classes is still Class 11. It's amazing what they get those bugs through.
You can't believe it.
Yeah.
Like, how in the world did they get that thing here?
Yes.
That's a choice, saying, I'm going to drive this car. I'm going to drive this vehicle.
Well, and then talk about getting, high-centered on the deep ruts. They're little teeny wheels with not much travel.
Yeah.
And they have to constantly ride the ridge, ride the center, get off to the side, scrape the bushes, whatever they have to do just to keep going.
Whatever it takes. Yeah, whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
All right.
Oh, keep it going.
This is
where you're like, okay, do I
taking some
engage
serious-
four-wheel drive?
Is this the area that you were speaking about, Heidi? Or are we getting to it?
Yeah, where is he at on the map?
He's got to be,
It's
but
looking-
the area that you're referring to was right after Mike Sky Ranch, and I think that Brandon is much further along at this
He's
point.
about race mile 190. Is that right? If he's at 190, it's not. He's not to the point I was talking about yet.
Okay.
Yeah, this
But
is after
still,
Mike's, and he's
really
wrapped
challenging,
around.
technical.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, you can see that this is not easy, and it's still
Yeah.
not the most challenging.
He's still trying to push, though. You can hear the engine. Still going to just try to make up every second he can. He's
Well,
gotta go
after that
slow.
tight rock crawling, anything that's less than big boulders everywhere, you're just like, good, let me give it some gas.
Time to go.
Finally. I just want
Right.
to hear the engine sing a little bit.
Exactly.
Get some air flowing through the cab to cool you back down.
For sure. Nice breeze. And off he goes. Alrighty. There's those power towers that we were speaking about earlier. Yeah, in a little bit he'll make it out of here.
Yeah, this is coming down the backside after Mike's, and they're heading back towards Valley T. And then they'll cross over the crossover road, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of crazy. They used to just hop on the crossover road. Now they cross over it and have a
Right.
new section that's pretty cool on the north side of that road, and added some technical things in there.
Nice.
I get a little text ping every about 15-20 minutes.
Yeah.
And Trophy Truck 16 is at race mile 329. So it looks like they're only about 16 miles off the leader.
Okay.
So they're not too far back. So that would be the difference between first and eighth position if that leaderboard
Right.
still stands true.
And what position was Cameron off the line?
13.
13. So 13
Nice.
minutes back at the start.
Yes.
And so even if he's 20 minutes back, finishing only 7 minutes down on some, the one that's winning the race in clean air is a remarkable feat.
For sure.
That's a good point.
Yep. All right, here we go. Truck 6. Through race mile 310.
Dan Myers.
Hear that?
Yeah.
He goes.
Yeah, his engine sounds good.
Sounds like he's got the big bore in that one.
Uh-huh. Back to some in-car. Gliding along. Flat straightaway here. Making the most of it.
Yeah. Look at this section in here. We've got about 6 or 7 trophy trucks. That's from Acambar over to Ojos before Tres Hermanos. So we got the 23, the 11, the 70.
Yeah.
There's like 7 trophy trucks within a 3-mile, 4-mile stretch.
I'll zoom in on that.
All definitely vying for, we got to make this move. This is going to be our distance for the Baja 1000. Let's do it. You can do it.
You got Polvardi, and you got Mack, followed by Kevin Thompson. And then it looks like Rossler, and then Cameron.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and they're all
relatively
and
equal.
Cameron hasn't, his tracker hasn't updated in 6 minutes, so he used to be ahead of Larry. He probably still is.
He sure is, yeah.
Very true.
Yeah. And then Thompson is 1 minute ago. So, but they're all so close that they're probably having to keep ask their co-driver or their team. Now, where did they start again?
Yeah.
Who's in front of me, and where do they start? Am I ahead on adjusted time?
Yeah.
Because again, they're probably thinking, how hard do I push? Do I need to get this spot, or is there one guy that's ahead of me that I'm like only 30 seconds behind on adjusted time?
Right.
Because every position counts. So, Heidi, did you have anyone in your helmet telling you by radio like where you were, or was it just at pit stops? How did that work?
Typically for me, it was just at pit stops. So when we would leave a pit, then we'd have that help. But I think these guys that are in the front of the trophy truck pack. I think they've got, you know.
Does Cameron have someone whispering in his ear?
I'm not sure. That's a really good point.
Sweet nothings coming.
Well, and you don't. This section.
How could you not know that? I mean, goodness sakes, that's amazing. So that's what we have to know before next time.
So in this section, too, there isn't a lot of race radio reception. It's challenging because of the mountains and the canyons. You kind of go up and down and jog back and forth for a little bit.
Got a pit shot here.
Yeah, that's why sometimes the guys, the elite teams with the helicopters can use the radio reception to the helicopter. So the helicopter can constantly be close enough that the radio communication can work and tell them, you know, you're 13 seconds down, you're 15 seconds down. Like when we saw a few years ago when the McMillan teams, Andy and Luke, were both so competitive that they went off into the bushes and so forth and had to back up and all sorts of crazy stuff because they knew they were so close on time. They were pushing it to the edge all the way into Ensenada, and it made for some crazy excitement.
So we got vehicle 2999. Oh, back to
Acambaro Hill.
Yeah. Let's see who's going to roar through here. Any moment now. We got dust, but we don't have vehicles.
No, they take a little longer to get up these hills than some of those trophy trucks. Just make things seem like they're super quick and easy.
Yeah. Well, while we wait, why don't we check in on our social media outreach from you fans. Let's see what we got here. All righty. There we go, some excellent drone footage.
UTVs, nice.
Coming
Looks like it's probably coming out of Ensenada in the morning. I see some graded roads.
There we go. Let's see if we can catch some air here. Yee! A little bit. Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Love
that. Don't want to damage the thing so close to the start.
And right by the pedestrians too, so I'm gonna be careful. See that drone trying to track and follow the best of their ability. Excellent footage.
Yeah, I love the
really, really cool.
I've got kind of like the Mexican flag graphics with the red, green, white, and red.
For sure.
So representing Chilos Racing. Good job.
Good stuff. Off they go.
Yeah, vamos por la primera.
Loop that through again.
We go from the beginning.
Here we go back. Truck 68 coming through. Almost like
dogs.
Jeez, that was a close call.
Un perro, a dog.
Loco perro. Boom. There's a bomb right there. All right.
Like
good stuff so far. We are getting close here on the trophy trucks. We're seeing. Let's see real quick. We can check in. Let's see if I can pull back a little bit, and we'll see if we're pinging. But moto's coming through, and then
we should have Bryce. I did have him ping 1 minute ago at race mile 350, so he's very close to dropping into the little field or the prairie, I'd call it.
Yep.
And then they'll drop down and cross Highway 3.
There we go.
And there we go.
Bryce.
So Luke, right on his tail.
He's 20 miles an hour.
So those two are still really, really tight.
Right next to each other. And then you got Alan. This is current. He's going 34, approximately. All right. Bit of separation now.
And there's the 46
sorry.
pinging there. That's the Toby Price and fuel car from probably on a truck that's just waiting in that, that's the prairie there, that little field. And so a lot of fans will wait there, and that's another area where I was telling you about Oompa bands and people selling food and all sorts of things, so you can go and hang out there. Everyone waits for the trucks and riders to come out of the field, to come out of the hills and through the rocks. And there's a big old ditch right there that a lot of people forget about and drive that into this ditch. The racers do, and so you got to be careful for that one. But it's a fun area to watch.
See what we see coming into town here. on their way.
Oh, there's Iron Man.
Yep.
We should have him at the finish line and pretty soon. Anna Montoya,
Yep.
30 team.
Go back out here. A quick little refresh. Okay.
Looks like Brandon Wright's back there just getting on the highway.
Yep. All right. Live shot down at the start finish in Ensenada. Waiting for our competitors to roll through any minute. And when that does happen, we'll certainly get you guys down there with Rat. In the meantime, we will continue to take a look and see how things are playing out in the Baja 400. Pull back just a bit more. Alrighty. So what do we think, folks? Can Menzies hold on? Can he maintain? Considering where he started to where he is now, it's quite a testament to what he's been able to pull off today. Quick shot of.
Yeah, I usually like to say if the machines have been running this long, they'll probably keep running.
Keep going.
And so if they've made it this far, you probably keep going. So people that start getting crazy on, this thing could break and break and
You're
break.
right.
Well, probably you're going to keep going. So I'd imagine he knows in his helmet, if I just keep this thing in one piece, ride steady, the track is narrow enough through the sections that it's going to take some Herculean effort by Luke to catch up and pass him. And he's also got the time advantage of a couple minutes.
Yep.
So I would imagine he'll play it safe. But, it is Baja and crazy things happen.
We have certainly seen that today.
What do we have here?
We got truck 87.
87,
Yep.
Looks like Dallas Luttrell.
Alrighty. Once he passes through, we'll bring you some more trophy truck social media capture. Making his way through race mile 310.
See the fan flipping her hair there. She's going to have to watch that out a lot tonight. That's really
Jason
dirty.
McNeil here. Whoa, there's a nice little nerf. How's your father?
Oh, no.
Pushing through.
Did you see the easy up go flying?
Yep. Here we go. Let's watch it again.
All the best laid plans.
Boom, exactly.
Doink. Whoa.
Third time's a charm here. We'll watch it one more time.
And that's why fans, you don't want to be parked on the outside of a corner, even a mild, gradual corner.
Wow.
Yeah.
So is that just one of those things where Jason just got a little too aggressive and that seemed like a little bit more than just a little love tap?
That was hard to say from where we're watching, but he definitely caught him. I don't know how long he was behind him.
Right.
And he wanted him to move over. But what is challenging about that is obviously if there's an easy up going, there were fans right there, so hopefully everyone's okay.
Sure.
Yep, and I would say that that's pretty aggressive racing.
That is. We've seen it today.
I didn't hear sirens. I might have liked to hear some sirens. The truck drivers also have and potentially co-drivers do have a push to pass button on their Stella, which lights up and makes a squawking noise inside the cab. So potentially you can resort to that. But also, that was the smooth section that leads to a section that's real rough again.
Okay.
So sometimes they feel like, if I don't get him now, I'm not getting him.
Right.
So I don't have this time to think and wait and relax. And you guys are in this booth telling us how to do everything, and armchair quarterbacks that we are here in the studio.
Sure.
So, but I would say that, as Heidi pointed out, if there's fans nearby, boy, that's tough.
Uh-oh.
Another Baja Challenge car, it looks like.
Yeah, and I don't think we've got a frozen frame here. This might just be live. I think they are stuck.
Yeah, I think so too.
This is not a glitch. We have, from the POV of Brandon Walsh, this is what he's got in front of him. Candidly, this isn't the first time we've seen this. Oh, he's
think it's a 377.
Yeah.
See that silt that he's hitting
Yeah.
there?
A little slippery.
Well, I'd love to see 400X. He is Ryan. It's
patriarch of the family.
Yes.
That's he's been in there before.
Michael
Unfortunately, I don't know
Marcel.
the specs.
Specs.
Read the specs.
Marcel.
Marcel, is it?
Right.
I know in the past. I know they've several drivers have been in there.
Mm-hmm. Back to Herbst.
You know, EJ looks smooth. He doesn't appear to be taking any chances, but he's got a good pace.
Looking good. Looking good.
There's some
Brandon
sun now.
Walsh inside that vehicle. Coming up. Oh, he's pulling over. Going to be a pit moment. We'll find out here.
I don't know if you guys had it on the feed or seen it, but I was up in the control room and I saw Brandon Walsh pull up to Class 11.
Yeah.
And did you see that part of it when they were pushing the guy?
Yeah.
They did push theirs.
Right.
Great to see shots like that.
For sure.
When's the last time you would have to wait for social media in the past to see that?
Of course.
Oh, I know.
Well, we're just talking about, like, you know, just seeing through the eyes of Brandon this entire competition of what he's had to go through, starting, stopping. There's so many different kinds of, but again, you know, Heidi was mentioning, she's like, you know, look, that is Baja. That is the reality of it, and it's a side that we don't get to always see. And we're so grateful that these in-car cameras are working so well and giving us that vantage point.
And he's making it look easy, and he seems like he's got a great attitude. You know, he just keeps persevering.
Truck 240.
Cantina Racing there.
There we go. Again.
Chris Miller.
310.
Yeah, there's Chris.
Roar through. There he goes.
Chris has gone back and forth between racing trophy trucks and trophy truck specs.
Right behind him. Looks like 224. Not exactly sure.
Yeah, that thing's
241.
Little beat up there.
100%. Lost it. Look.
237.
Nonetheless, we got some trucks coming through.
And look at that view. How beautiful is that? That just attests to the beauty of what, you know, Baja could bring.
Right.
All the different terrains.
Look at that drop.
That is just insane.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We've seen some just epic vistas and perspectives today. It's exceptional. So.
Yeah, most people haven't had the luxury of traveling through Baja,
Look
but
at that.
it is a beautiful countryside.
You could be anywhere.
Yeah,
you can be anywhere right now.
You can go to
Look
the
at that
beach,
shot.
or you can go to the mountain, see pine trees. You can see snow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mind blowing. Or the desert. You know.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
That just looks like a line trace right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I think we saw a
correction there.
Yeah, we also saw, I think earlier on, trophy trucks that were going through there too. They also made that line when the dust was really bad.
See it
and
again.
Took the split.
Yep.
It's kind of sliding down that hill. You can't see the pitch of that hill, but I bet it was a little bit steeper than the
it
camera
appears.
gives the perspective.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Is that something that just totally takes you off guard when that happens? It's like you think you're just going forward, all of a sudden you just feel yourself.
You're kind of just clinching and praying and hoping you pull it off.
For sure. It's like one of those moments where you're just casually walking and all of a sudden you slip and you just get, what the heck was that?
Yes.
You look around and anybody see me?
Yeah.
Oh, we saw you.
Just happened, sorry. Just happened to be in a $700,000 truck and you almost flipped.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Still slipping a little bit back there. It's hitting some of those ruts. Look at those grooves just dug in at this point. Off goes Herbst.
I was really hoping we'd see some of the silt beds there, but I think in some of these trails have enough silt on them to show what those silt beds, how bad they could be. I think they would swallow a truck at this point.
Yeah. We got, some good footage, I think, from Brandon going through some of the silt beds.
Yep.
But they do get much deeper than that.
For sure. Great shot.
You're actually waiting for the Laredo silt beds when it gets time for the Baja 1000 in reverse. Nobody's ran those silt beds in reverse. I wonder what it's going to be like.
Oh.
Oh, boy. All right.
Mason Cole in there.
There you go. It's 237 coming through.
Yep. Mason and Matt.
So often we'll hit, followed by
Rolf.
Yeah, 37. 37 coming through.
Hell in there, and it could be Rick B. Johnson, Barstow Rick driving that.
Yeah. Got a few Ricky Johnsons in the mix today.
Will the real Rick Johnson please stand up?
Please stand up. My first name is Richard, so technically I could get in the ring. Truck 247 coming through. And right behind that, see a little suspension display. 10 car, 1091 coming through.
Yeah, he's had a solid run.
He's
we
done
saw
great.
him earlier.
Yeah, we
and
were.
He's cruising, and he's still doing great.
Right about now, we got Bryce Menzies at 379, so he's almost, he's 6-7 miles away. And right behind him, obviously, Luke at 379. So
Now we're going to get into these speed zones. So they're going to slow them down there. It's all controlled. And,
yeah.
You know, you want any violations there on that, that's for sure.
I think what we'll do is
24.1. Yeah, that says it all.
Yep.
Yeah, I show them 0.2 of a mile apart.
Holy moly.
So they are back to back.
I think to that point, we're going to keep it split screen, and we're going to see who's going to scream through start finish here in just a little bit.
No, I was showing 24.1 on Bryce and a 25.1. So maybe it's like it's that little cutoff. There's a speed limit there, and just pushing it just a little bit.
Sure.
I can see him. 0.2 of a mile.
So close, right?
Yeah.
So close.
How frustrating is that, Heidi? When you get into a speed zone and you know you're so close and coming down to it, and you can see the other guy, and you want to pass them.
Yeah. I mean, you just can't. And if you're in a speed zone, you're in a place where there's going to be a lot of people filming. There's going to be a lot of people around. You don't want to hit somebody. So, it's frustrating, but you got to play by the rules.
Well, and just let's flip that for a second. What if you're up front going, sweet, I'm in a speed zone. I know he can't catch me, or she can't catch me. It's like, I wonder if that ever goes. But at the same time, you're chomping on your fingernails because you want to get out of there as fast as you can.
Yeah.
But you never know. So it can work both ways. But I think
death grip on the screen.
Yeah.
Come on.
But I'll tell you, at the end of the day, we always want to be up front. We want to be first, no matter what.
Yeah.
So
it's better to be chased than be chasing somebody. That's for sure. Yeah, this is getting closer too. Great shot. Yeah, look how whooped out that was.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 10 mile mark. 2:44.
Another Flamante.
Very nice. Says spray you later, and I'm out.
And Dave, they have a couple vehicles, right?
Yeah, they're racing 2 classes on it. I believe they're class 11 also.
Yeah.
So I think Oliver said he's going to go ahead and jump in that thing as it gets, when they finish the truck, they're going to go back and go jump in the class 11 and bring that home too.
Cool.
Then depending on how your back feels.
Exactly. Oh, my sciatica.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to jump in a class 11 after that.
Good Lord. Yeah, it's cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
You know? It's a different kind of echelon, different kind of caliber of character that would want to do something like that. But they're there. They're out there.
I mean, talk about, really challenging yourself to do a class 11, to do a Baja race.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing, it's amazing that these bugs even finish, but
Very true.
what they go through, it's just insane.
Uh-huh.
But the driver, you have literally this much suspension.
Going over these boulders.
Over boulders and the size of...
like a ladybug just trying to make its way over a flower petal or something, and it's remarkable.
And being pounded the entire time.
Pounded the entire
time.
Exactly. Achtung! Snap!
You have to have special talents and skills to race
I
those
see
class
some
11.
checkered flags getting prepared.
Oh, boy.
Your lower right-hand corner, you can see there's all sorts of spectators and cameramen and women and down there ready to...
I can see the fans starting to line up, too.
Fans are coming closer, so that's telling us that Bryce Menzies is moments away. We can see here. About a minute ago, Bryce was at 381 mile mark, so he is getting closer and closer by the second.
Probably a couple miles out.
Yep. Oh, look at this. We got Roger back in his car.
Oh, that's good to see.
Score president ready to go. Nothing's over till it's over.
Nice.
Here we go. All right. God, that's fantastic. Again, another nod to perseverance, fortitude.
And he's off.
And he is off and back in it.
And that's one of the things, it translated so well into the Baja Challenge classes that he has. I mean, he makes sure those things, get done, they finish the race.
Yeah.
And Roger's that type of guy. Because, hey, if I own it, it's going to finish. If I can help it, it's going to finish.
That's so great. Yeah, we've been talking all day about the importance of finishing.
Yeah.
Right? You may not finish at the time you want, but cross that finish line. Roger Norman in the Pro UTV Open class, back in it, trying to make up a little time, or just finish to the best of his ability. He too, just like Brandon Walsh, has had all different kinds of obstacles.
Yes.
Mostly mechanical for him, but
I love
really
that
cool
he hasn't given up.
Yeah. No, that's not in Roger's DNA.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
That's cool. And I think being the president of SCORE too is like, better It's going to set an example, right?
Yeah, I mean, Roger bought it
absolutely.
because this is his passion. And
It
that's
is.
one of the things that's so great about you know Roger. It's truly a passion for him to be down the desert. He loves it, and I think it was just tough for him not to be driving for a while. So I think that's kind of cool that he got back into the UTV, and it's a great way to get back in too. I mean, you know, it's UTVs is something you can't go buy. You know, go down to the trophy truck mart and go buy a trophy truck, but you can go down to your local dealer and buy a UTV, put some safety stuff on it, and get out there and race.
Exactly.
So
and that's. To your point, that's why we want to encourage people to, you know, if you're curious, get involved in Baja, get involved, get behind that wheel, check it out. And we've got that Baja Challenge class. We'd love for you to be involved. So.
Oh yeah, it's truly arrive and drive program. That's what's so beautiful. About it. You show up, you're taken care of all the way to the end to the finish.
How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, where else do you find something like that?
I know.
You know? And if you don't want to go, well, I'm not going to go spend $1 million on a Mason all-wheel drive. You know, it's an economical solution to go. I just spent $1 million and I really didn't have that fun of a time. You know, you may not be that type of person, but you can go try it out in a Baja Challenge.
Here's our leaderboard. All right, moments away. Bryce Menzies still in first. Luke McMillan in second. Alan Pudia in third. Another McMillan, Andy, in fourth. Chris Polvardi in fifth. Dan McMillan, sixth. Rob Mack in seventh. Harley Lettner in eighth. Larry Rossler has now moved up to ninth place. And Cameron still in the top 10 in 10th position in the 16 truck. So he's still clawing away.
Yes, I'm wondering why they bumped, fell back 2 spots. Maybe they had a flat tire. I'm not sure. Ryan's driving right now. He's he just won a race right before this one at a different series. He's a great driver, so something must have happened.
And of course, talk about another family of racers, the RCOs. That's for sure.
Yes.
You know, they did a lot of asphalt racing back in the day, though, for sure. IndyCar and they're involved, but it's great to see Ryan, and his family had a passion for the dirt too.
Yeah, it's got to be tough once it's in the generations and it's deep in. It's just like, well, this is what you're going to be doing, and you're kind of indoctrinated into it so fast. I mean, you were pregnant. And you're out there racing, right? And eight weeks later with the other one, you're out there, you're going for it. Once you got through that, so I mean, it's pretty amazing. You set a precedent.
Yeah.
And
for us, it started back when Cameron's dad, Mark, was racing back in 1971.
Okay.
And so that's what brought our family into it. I got into it after we got married, but.
Because you had you had 2 different lives happening. You
we
were
did.
Massively successful marketing executive, is that accurate?
Human resources.
Human resources,
executive.
yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean,
yes.
it's kind of a Batman role, this executive by day and
it's quite the contrast,
Baja
right?
racer by night.
And that's a story I've been hearing quite a bit, too. You see in Baja, it's McMillan's, real estate developers.
Yep, exactly.
How's that translate to off-road?
I don't know, but they find a way. They find a way. Okay, well, let's go to some social media plugs here. This is not too long ago. Mr. Menzies making his way through. It's a cool shot. We appreciate your social media interactions and contributions.
And he actually shot it in landscape for us on television.
I know.
Like that.
Look at this. Exactly. Looking good, looking good. Well, we are moments away from Bryce coming through.
I mean, this is the anticipation. You can really see how
once it starts getting thick on the left, right?
It's like going,
that fills in.
They're filling in. They're getting close.
Yeah, and we can see right here. Bryce is really close, and right behind him, Andy, and followed by Alan and Pudia.
This is where it feels like seconds are minutes and minutes are hours.
Yeah, exactly. And we're all just waiting. And
here's the crazy thing: it doesn't stop with that checker flag. With you're going to have a few more vehicles come in, and then they go check all those VCPs.
Yeah, exactly. And then we have to wait almost 24 hours until what really goes down, right?
And we've seen it at the 500.
Yep.
So the same thing
exactly.
happened, so.
Yeah. Good point.
And I know one driver, both those drivers are going to be very, very careful on what they are doing because there's so much to lose for these young,
Oh, I see
drivers.
it. I see something. Oh, we got some motor coming through. All right. Cool.
Not only, that winning the race is, prestigious for the championship, but it's also that starting position. It's in the back of their head.
Yep. Oh, right, literally.
There it is.
There he is.
All righty, ladies and gentlemen, we've got first across the finish line in the 7 truck, Bryce Menzies. Wow.
You know, that winning the race is, you know, prestigious for the championship, but it's also that starting position. It's in the back of the head. Yeah, I know. I know my girlfriend's been texting me constantly. She's been watching the stream there, and she's like, "They're getting close." I said, "I know. We're watching." It's great to have somebody else that's a fan in this too. It's
exactly
truly a family thing. That's what's so great about it. You know.
That's awesome.
And hopefully, we'll get down to Rat here and we'll get
Bryce. I mean, this is another one for Bryce.
He's having a heck of a year. This 2023 season is pretty good. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll do the bike first, and then we'll transition to Bryce here. So, Rat, if you want to take it away, go for it. Oh, premature. Still getting set up. So Dave, Heidi, you know, we know the importance of coming in first in the Baja 400, setting himself up for the 1,000. You know, is there anything that he could possibly do different? I mean, coming from the 7th place into first is doing something right. So from a strategy perspective, perhaps, you know, what would you say that they're going to what kind of course they're going to take?
Well, Bryce has got to be feeling really good right now because not only is he already leading the points coming into this finish, but now it looks like he might unofficially have first place. Right. So the thoughts running through his head are probably, you know, there's probably a lot of gratitude there and excitement, but he's also probably trying to contain it a little bit.
Yeah, and he's had so much adversity going in the last, you know, year, and you know, with motors and vehicles and rolling pre-runners. Yeah, it's nice to see it's actually. There's such a tight program for it all to come to fruition finally. And the other thing, too, he knows in his head, he knows where he started. He knows where those other people were. There was communication going on the entire time. And he's going, okay, even if I get a little penalty, I've got, you know, 3 minutes roughly to play with. So there's that little fudge factor there, too. But those penalties could add up quick. It could be 15 minutes. Sometimes I've seen it happen before.
Yeah,
so
and
you never know.
You know, to your point about penalties, I'm still very curious to see. Oh, it looks like we got Luke. Oh, never mind. Down to Rat.
Across the line right here, number 7, Red Bull Score Trophy truck, a Bryce Menzies. That's going to...
Keeping you on pins and needles, ladies and gentlemen. Apparently, we had a little technical difficulty. We will... Oh,
we're
it's back up. Surprise. Can we go back to Rat? Let's see. We'll keep chatting until your screen goes back to them.
Get back to your point about the penalties.
Talking about penalties earlier, and you know how it can really change the course of everything. Oh, can we get that? Get on to Rat.
We got audio.
Okay, they're just
right now. 8 hours for 380 miles. It was a rough one, but just got to give it up to all the fans. Thank you guys so much, Mexico. I love you all. Thank you for cheering us on in the middle of the desert, keeping us going. Oh man, I love this stuff. It's so much fun. Starting 6 was brutal, man. We were chasing the dust down, and we just played it smart. And we got Luke after the crossover, and we actually lost front-wheel drive from there, and I thought he was going to come in hard on me, and I just kept him within like 50 seconds behind me. So epic day overall. Got to give it up to Orrin. He had to change only one flat, and he busted out in like 40 seconds. So the guy's a legend. This one's for Orrin and his wife's father-in-law. He passed away, so this one's for him. We really wanted to come out here and win this race for him, and we did that job.
You know, it was absolutely so epic to be able to watch you. Now, I'm sure you heard about the live feed, getting to watch this all unfold.
And I believe Andy's in my second truck, and he's going to come across the line, I believe, in third place. So, unreal day for Menzies Motorsports. It doesn't happen like this always, so I'll take it any day. And we're going to be starting the Baja 1000 first, so I'm super stoked.
That's right, and peeking in your window right here, we got Walker Evans wanted to come and congratulate you. I know you guys are longtime friends. And Walker, you want to say anything to Bryce right here today?
Well, I want to congratulate his dad for the way he drove today. I mean, it was unbelievable, perfect. And here I am to welcome my friend and his kid home. That's great.
That's what it's all about, Walker. And this was the first time that we've ever had a Grand Marshal actually wave the checkered flag. So thank you for doing that. Yeah, the finish line and the green flag in the morning. So you got it done. And Bryce, I know it takes a huge team, and you got one of the best. You guys put so much work in, coming up to the race to race. It's all hands on deck. I know you got some people you want to thank.
Yeah, first off, my team, man. We raced 2 trucks this round, and that's extremely hard to bring 2 trucks out and especially finish them on the podium. So my hat's off to my whole team. Red Bull for believing in me, man. That's going on almost 14 years with them. So unreal day. AMSOIL, Toyo Tires, man, they've been stepping up their game since San Felipe. We had some issues, and we only got 1 flat today, and I earned it. So unreal. Everybody else that helps me, Fox Shocks, man, this course was so brutal, insane what was going on. Really? And my co-driver, he's a badass, man. So on to the 1,000. I'm still fighting for that one. It's been a long time, but one of these days we'll get it. We just got to keep trying.
And bringing both trucks out, as you mentioned, yeah, prepping one truck is a handful because it's a full tear down to the frame completely, but having 2, and now you got your choice. We know which choice you're going to take, but you came out trying to use that strategy of whichever truck finished first or higher up, but there's nothing better than the way you finish, man. Clean air for the Baja 1000.
That's always good, and it was awesome to get Andy some seat time in the truck, and we know what he could do. Everybody was kind of complaining about how he qualified, and he just went from 11th to 3rd place. So the kid can still drive, and I'm glad to have him on my team and can't wait to the Baja 1000. We're going to put the work in, and hopefully this is our year.
So 11, I'm not sure. We're getting pretty close. So he was 11th, you were 6th.
Yeah. So it was a good run for both of us. Unreal day. We're going to enjoy this one. I always seem to try to jump forward and think about the 1,000, but I'm gonna go back to the hotel tonight, hang out with my wife, my daughter's down here, which brings me a ton of joy, and we're going to have some Red Bull vodkas, and we're going to celebrate this win for sure.
Walker's just back here. He's just loving this stuff because so many years of racing down here.
The vodka.
Yeah, he says you bring the Red Bull, he bring the vodka. Now that sounds like a party. Menzies and Walker Evans, man. Can somebody hold my mic? I'm out of here. Well, job well done, brother. And with that time, I'm trying to compute it. I'm sure the guys in the studio kind of know, but it could be a 1st and a 2nd for these Menzies trucks.
Yeah, unreal day. Andy drove his ass off from where he was, and I thought from us starting 6th, it was going to be very challenging just with how short the course was, with how technical it was. But exactly how I planned it. I said I want to be first on the road when I hit the beach, and we got Luke in the pit literally right before I turned off on the beach section. So epic day. My hat's off to my team, Mason Motorsports, for building an insane truck. And, man, I can't wait to celebrate tonight, and then it's on to the 1,000.
Big celebration, yeah. Full tear down starting next week, and you could just maybe wash one of them, put them to the side, so be a little bit easier. Well, Bryce, congratulations. We were stoked to see you come back for the 500 after having some issues there for a while, but you got it done 2 in a row. This is your 3rd Baja 400 win out of 4, and just showing what a legend you are. You're getting up to Walker status. You still have a long, long way to go. Hey, but you're on your way for sure, and I'm sure he's going to say the same thing.
No, he's already smoked me off and my record off. Call your dad and tell him who waved the flag at you. Please do it.
Hey, there's nothing better than that, right? You got to come and talk to me, but when you got Walker Evans up here, that's a good interview. Well, Bryce, congratulations once again, man. Go hug that family, share the love, enjoy the champagne, some tacos, get this thing tore down, buddy. We'll see you at the Baja 1000 reverse run, something that's nobody's ever done. You got to be super psyched about that, too.
Yeah, I can't wait, man. That's going to be super exciting. I've never ran any further south racing than San Ignacio, and I'm actually going to start this year, so I'm going to run all the south stuff. So I'm really looking forward to it. Something new that I've never got to see, and I can't wait, man. But just want to give it up again. Thank you to Mexico. Thank you to all the fans. Seriously. We love coming out here. We love racing. We love being out in the middle of the desert charging, and you guys are cheering us on. And there's no other place I'd rather be than right here. So thank you, guys.
That's it, especially top of the box, man. We'll see you in La Paz, buddy.
Thank you, brother.
Bryce, can I get a photo of you and Walker together? Walker, can I get a photo with you?
choice. Yeah, yeah.
All right, thank you guys.
I got one down there where you guys. That was so stuck. We really got to watch it unfold. But that's like never before. Let's go pop some champagne. My favorite shots.
He wants to grab one real quick, too.
Awesome.
Great job. Let's go pop some champagne.
Absolutely insane. Look at these next two trucks. Luke McMillan, Alan Impudia right behind him. Three of the fastest drivers on the planet in Score Trophy trucks. We'll talk to these guys right here. And we know Luke, multi-time Score World Desert Champion, #1 coming up. Three-peater at the Baja 1000. He's only one of three people that has actually got the three-peat at the Baja 1000 the last 3 years. Him, Rob McCachran, and Larry Ragland. And he's going for his fourth. And we will see what he's up to and how it went out there. My man Luke coming across. I'll tell you what, some of the best battles we've ever seen out there today. It was absolutely amazing. And I'm sure, you always want to win. But if you're going to lose to somebody, it better be in a good battle. And it was had out there. And we got to watch it better than we ever has. I'm sure you heard about the live coverage, man. It was insane.
Yeah, thank you. It was a good day of racing. Congratulations to Bryce. Hats off to him. He's a great driver, good friend of mine. So super stoked for him. And their third time winning the Baja 400. But I'm also very stoked to be here on the podium. Got to thank my team, my co-rider Jason Duncan, and it looks like we're going to be starting second at the 1,000, which that's all right. We won the last 3 in a row from that same position. So you know what? November's right around the corner. We're looking forward to it.
You definitely know how to get it done, and we always talk about the Big Blue M. You guys put together one of the best programs, a 2-truck effort, and some great sponsors back in this truck. You want to thank some people?
Oh, absolutely. I think, like I said, first and foremost is my team and my family, McMillan Racing, and everyone who supports me, my wife, who's here with my baby, Celine, at her first race. That's a lot of fun. Then the list goes on and on. BF Goodrich Tires, 4-wheel parts, Method Race Wheels. Like I've always said, and the proof is the Method and BFG combo is just a great combination out. It's really great and one of the best. So them and a long list of sponsors: SDG Suspension, Fox Shocks, my co-rider Duncan, and VP Racing Fields, Croyer Racing Engines, and the list goes on and on. So thank you to everyone. Thank you to the people of Mexico for letting us race here. We love it. There's nowhere else in the world like it. It's the best racing in the world. It's amazing. All the different terrain and the people down here, and I could go on and on about it, but it's a lot of fun. And today was one of those days that you just reminds you how much you love Baja racing and how many things can go up and down and go your way and not go your way. We I was super frustrated at myself. I pegged a rock early on and earned a flat tire, and Concrete Motorsports went by me, and I was like, God, this is bad. I'm falling back, and we dropped back to 5th on the road, and then before long, about 100 miles later, we're 1st on the road, and I'm like, okay, this is going good. Here we go, and then we got a little incident on the crossover road. Bryce got close behind us, and then we pulled in for our pit, and he went right by. So we had a pit for fuel and tires, and that's where he got by us. So I'm not sure where we ended up, but somewhere on the podium, and it's going to be a great starting spot for the Baja 1000.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to it. And how about seeing this big smile over here? Walker Evans, a longtime friend, looking in your window at the finish.
I just want to say one thing. I flagged you off this morning, and it's great to be here to help you get back in here. Anyway, while you were out there on the track, your dad was showing your kid's picture to every fan here. It's beautiful. He's really proud of that baby.
Yeah, thanks, Walker. Well, I'll tell you what, go hug your family and give that baby a kiss. It's great to have her down here with you. And we're really looking forward to seeing the 1,000 going for the only guy that's ever got 4 in a row. It's been done by 3 people 3 in a row, but not 4 in a row in the SCORE trophy trucks.
Yeah, no, that's a big goal of ours to set that record 4 in a row. So super stoked. I've gone 3 in a row, and I know the team's going to put in the work, and so will Duncan and I, and I'm ready for it. So I can't wait for November. We're going to start here on the somewhere in the top 3, which is great, and game on.
We're looking forward to it. Game on, buddy. We'll see you in La Paz.
Thank you.
That second, moving off. Oh my gosh, another one there.
Just be
I understand the whole the strategy of it and everything, but I mean, like you said, the best part, you're such a class act. I was smiling the whole day, and that's the best part. You know, you're here at the finish with like you said, unofficially a top 3 finish. So I mean, that's what it's all about. Coming out here having a good time, and you always want to kick some ass.
100%. I mean, you always want to win, right? That's why we're out here. But
like you said,
but that wasn't the objective today. The objective was to solidify a good spot for the bottom 1,000. I think Bryce has unofficially won the race.
You always want to kick some ass.
Obviously, that's a great starting spot. And you always want to win, right? That's why we're out here. You know, just it's so difficult to put a clean run together and have a flawless truck with no issues. It's really hard.
Well, Heidi, Dave, we've had quite a competition today. We have had all kinds of smashes and obstacles and amazing Baja competition. How's it been for you?
I tell you, this has been exciting. Some of the best coverage we've seen.
Yep,
I know
1,000,000%.
It's really great seeing all the onboards that we had. We're going to get more and more as we get into 1,000.
Yes.
We're perfecting it. I know they're going to be having a lot more feeds for us all to show the people, the drone footage, the static cameras. But I think things that really stuck out of my mind, Christopher Polvardi in that Spec Trophy truck running where he's at. We're going to see him in the top 5 coming across very shortly.
Yep.
And how mind-blowing was that? He actually did that in a spec truck where he was back farther. He jumped into Walser's Mason all-wheel drive, and he's still being a 2-wheel drive spec truck. That kid's a wheelman.
Yeah, he's something else.
I can't wait to see what he does when he gets in that.
He's so young, got such a bright future ahead of him.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But big congratulations, Bryce Minsky. I'm stoked for him and Luke.
Amazing.
And mind blown when we start talking corrected time, how it might just change that whole box up.
Yeah.
Other than Bryce,
yeah,
the rest of them.
We're going to have to see. It's going to be an interesting 24 hours. We'll see how things play out with the Ampudia Tavo situation. That's going to be interesting, but nonetheless, the elephant in the room. But nonetheless, it's been an incredible competition. How was it for you, Heidi?
Yeah, I mean, today was exciting. We saw so much racing, and it was tight racing from the pro moto guys who seemed like they were, racing wheel to wheel to the trophy truck guys, and even the guys that are coming into the finish now, the trophy truck specs. Right. I mean, we've seen a lot of good competition, and the fact that we could see it on these drones and see it like live and have the coverage we have, it was just amazing.
And an incredible shout out to our fans and everybody that was in field and sending us all that incredible social media stuff.
Was insane.
It's only going to get better, everybody. It really is. We can't thank you enough. So, well, I guess that's gonna do it for us for now, folks. So thanks for joining us on this exhilarating drive of the K&N SCORE Baja 400, presented by VP Racing Fuels and, of course, BF Goodrich Tires. We're going to be signing off from here in the studios, but stick with us as we continue coverage all night long from Ensenada. And right before we go, we got to thank one more time BF Goodrich Tires for sponsoring this live stream broadcast. Until next time, this is Brandon Johnson, Heidi Steele, Dave Arnold signing off from the studio. We'll see you in about a month and a half at the Baja 1000. Stay safe, everybody.
intake I installed on my truck really transformed the way it drives. I use my truck all day for work, and I drive in a lot of different environments. It's never let me down, but it didn't have that extra kick that I craved. The K&N intake gives my truck that extra edge in both performance and protection, and it sounds awesome when I step on the gas. Bottom line, with the K&N intake, my truck and I can handle any situation.
got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Welcome to Ensenada. For those who are looking to expand their culinary horizons, a place where the adventures of the sky, valleys, and oceans come together. Ensenada, the capital of Mexican wine.
The finishing touches of any off-road vehicle are the things you add to make it your own. That's why we've developed a full collection of over 70 Polaris-engineered accessories specifically designed for Pro R. Created in partnership with some of the biggest names in the off-road aftermarket, there are custom wheels and tires, full aluminum doors, steel rock sliders, stylized mirrors and bumpers, innovative storage solutions, Rockford Fosgate premium audio upgrades, and even a high-visibility rigid chase light to help groups stay together. 3 distinct collections, Dune, Desert, and Rugged Trail, help organize all the choices so it's easy to find exactly what you want. Every single accessory was developed in parallel with the vehicle itself, so the look is seamless and installation is easy. Polaris. Think outside.